stenosis that causes sciatica. With a tiny incision and advanced imaging, we can target the problem with greater precision, leading to faster recovery, less pain, minimal scarring, all without a hospital stay.
Amazing that you can target the issue through a tiny incision. If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Some Arizona sports history was made last night. Corbin Carroll became the first Arizona Diamondback to homer in an MLB All-Star game, and it sounded like this.
That ball is hammered to right field. This ball is going and gone. A hanging breaking pitch from Mize, and Corbin Carroll destroyed it.
Carroll wasn't the only Diamondback to have an impact on last night's game. Ketel Marte got the scoring started with a 2 RBI double off the reigning Cy Young, Tarek Skubal.
And he sends a rocket on the ground down the first baseline. It will roll all the way to the corner. Ohtani has scored. Acuna Jr. being waved. There's no throw. And there is the excellence of Ketel Marte.
And after 9 innings, it was knotted at 6 apiece. Extra innings, you might think. Nope, the first ever swing-off. And it was Philly Kyle Schwarber who would win it for the National League in dramatic fashion. The MLB will get back underway Friday. Your Dbacks will be hosting the St. Louis Cardinals. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta, Jared Carlin,
Jarrett gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500.
and Sammy Cebulka.
Holy cow, Sammy! Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Welcome to Wednesday here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings, kicking off your broadcast day here on Arizona Sports. Tim Ring once again sitting in for Dan Bickley, whose vacation continues. It's vacation season around here.
It is. Good for me.
Yes.
Maybe not great for the listeners.
I disagree.
Come on now.
You're a treat, Tim Ring.
Got the morning show this week, and then back to Burns and Gambo next week. Yeah.
More duty in the afternoon, huh?
Yeah, but with
He'll be with Gambo, so that's
duty.
With Gambo, I'm gearing up, doing push-ups, extra sit-ups.
What is your reaction when you get the you get the notification? Hey, we got a week of work for you. And you're like, oh, cool. And then, oh, it's the week of July 14th. And then, right in the middle of July, the deadest week in all of sports media.
I do the James Jones when he's asked about Jamal Crawford.
Oh.
Can you work that week? Hang on.
July 14th? Wait.
What was that?
Well, but Tim has like months worth of hot takes on sports saved up just for a week like this.
I love working with all the hosts. I love doing all the shows. I will say, having done this now on a fill-in basis for 10 plus years, July is not the greatest, and that's where I get usually the most work.
July and December.
In terms of topics, in terms of stuff to talk about.
December is different though because it's vacation season part 2 because people are using their vacation around the holidays.
Christmas, New Year's.
There's a ton to talk about.
Yeah, it's all NFL and NBA is in full swing.
College football's winding down.
Yeah, you got bowl season. You got the playoffs coming up. Obviously, the NFL is winding down the regular season. That's big. The NBA is very much in full swing. I mean, December is actually a sneaky good sports month, if you think about it.
It is.
But I think this has been a fun couple of weeks in that we've gotten to sort of do some creative topics, have a little looser.
Showcase our personalities.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
That's one way to put it. Well, glad you're here, Tim. And Tim's here for the rest of the week as well.
Did you have a good rest of your birthday, by the way?
It was epic.
Okay.
Look at me. Don't I look like
I know. I can't believe you dragged yourself in today after that epic night.
I'll tell you. This is my third day back to work after vacation, and the alarm went off today, and it was a really, no offense to anybody here or anybody in the audience, it was oh man, another day.
It's only Wednesday.
It's only Wednesday.
Well,
Jared, light this candle.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
It was a rare National League win at the All-Star game in Atlanta, and for the first time, game decided in a home run swing-off. I thought that was a term that was used in the Diddy trial. Am I wrong here?
Oh, my.
After the All-Star squads were tied at 6-6 after 9 innings, the National League, backed by 3 swing-off dingers by Philadelphia's Kyle Schwarber, won the home run hitting contest 4-3. They win the game 7-6. The NL led 6-0. American League rallied with 4 runs in the 7th, 2 more in the top of the 9th to force the swing off. 3 Diamondbacks representatives, huge impact on that game as well. Ketel Marte opened the scoring in the bottom of the first, 2-run double, bringing in Shohei Ohtani and Ronald Acuna Jr. That gave the NL a 2-0 lead. Corbin Carroll connected on a solo home run in the 6th inning off Detroit's Casey Mize to make it 6-0. Carroll, the first Diamondback ever to hit a home run in the All-Star game. Eugenio Suarez got hit by a pitch in the 8th inning. Yeah, that's still happening. Shane Smith of the White Sox plunked him. He also made a dazzling barehanded play at third base in the 9th. Just the second National League win in the Midsummer Classic in the last 12 matchups, and Schwarber, for his swing-off heroics, named the most valuable player. Very eventful night in Atlanta.
I got to say, I was thoroughly entertained. I enjoyed it. We'll get more into the swing-off a little bit later in the show. I thought that was really cool. Some things baseball does don't always work.
That is true.
That absolutely worked. And I will say this, Vinny, before you get back to the Splash. We had Marte and Carroll offense. We had a guy hit by a D-back hit by a pitch. We had a blown lead. We had bad bull. It was like watching a D-backs game.
It really was.
It really was.
Kind of filling that void for D-backs fans who are longing to pull their hair out. The Diamondbacks and the rest of Major League Baseball get back at it for the home stretch of the 2025 season on Friday. For the D-backs, that means a visit from the St. Louis Cardinals to Chase Field for a 3-game series. Summer Suns have their final regularly scheduled game in Las Vegas today against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Suns are 1-2 in the league so far after opening up with a win last Friday against Washington, and then back-to-back 18-point losses to Atlanta and Sacramento on Sunday and Monday. Today's game gets underway at 2 o'clock at the Pavilion in Vegas. You can catch it on NBA TV. Mercury also in action today against a team from Minnesota. They will visit the Lynx at Target Center in a matinee game that starts at 10 a.m. Arizona time, one of those field trip games that they do in the WNBA. Mercury have the second best record in the league at 15-6. They're behind only the Lynx, today's opponent, who roll in with a 19-4 record. It's the final regular season meeting between the two teams. Minnesota's won 2 of the first 3, but the Mercury got the last one, an 8-point win at PHX Arena last Wednesday in their field trip game. You can catch that game, by the way, on Arizona's Family Sports. Elsewhere in the WNBA, Caitlin Clark left Indiana's win over Connecticut last night with less than a minute left. Another groin injury. Clark previously missed 5 games this season with a groin injury, so that puts her availability for this weekend's WNBA All-Star game in Indianapolis very much in peril.
I saw a stat last night. Caitlin Clark has made 1 3-pointer on the road all year. She was 1 for 32 at that point. Can you believe that? Exactly. I'm looking at your face right now. Isn't that incredible? Who would have ever thought that? She's obviously battling injuries, and she has been pretty much since the season began. So you wonder if she's quite right.
Also, that's a nightmare for Indianapolis if she can't play.
That's a nightmare for the league.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Around the NBA, the Charlotte Hornets waived wing Josh Okogie The former Phoenix Sun, according to reports, Charlotte picked up Okogie and 3 second-round picks on a deal with Phoenix in January that brought center Nick Richards to the Valley. After the trade, Okogie was only able to play in 15 games for the Hornets, averaged close to 9 points per game, so he becomes a free agent. Mavericks big man Derek Lively had surgery to clean up bone spurs in his right foot. According to reports, the Mavericks expect him to be healthy for the start of training camp in September. He could play in only 36 games last season, his second in the league. Memphis Grizzlies and forward Santi Aldama have reached terms on a new 3-year, $52.5 million contract. He averaged 12.5 points off the bench for Memphis last season. Grizzlies also officially signed former Suns big man Jock Landale to a 1-year veterans minimum contract. Lots of former Suns in the news today.
I love, by the way, when the Okogie news breaks, there's the inevitable push on Twitter. Bring him back.
Absolutely. Everybody. Bring him back.
I'll take him back.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, that is a Suns fandom tradition.
It is. The reunion is very popular here.
Hey, Boris Diaw is visiting this weekend. Bring him back.
Bring him back. We love Boris Diaw. In the NFL, the Jets are continuing to lock up young talent. First, it was wide receiver Garrett Wilson, who got a massive contract. Now it's
Shut up, Garrett.
Shut up, Garrett. Now it's cornerback Sauce Gardner, who gets a 4-year contract worth $120.4 million. The deal makes Gardner the highest paid corner in league history in terms of average annual value. Gardner's been a Pro Bowl selection in 2 of his 3 NFL seasons and was the AP Defensive Rookie of the Year in 2022. And the Kansas City Chiefs giving guard Trey Smith a 4-year contract extension worth $94 million. That makes him the highest paid guard in the league at his position. That was redundant. Smith was a Pro Bowler for the first time in his 4-year career last season. There you go. There is your splash for this Wednesday, July 16th. Coming up, Dbacks sent 3 players to the All-Star game, and all 3 had a big impact on the National League winning that contest. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring in for Bick here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Things that take a long time. Smoking a brisket. The formation of rocks and minerals. Compound interest. This Bradley Beal thing. When my new diamonds are finished forming, I'm gonna enjoy a brisket sandwich while earning 0.04% APY from my savings account. And then maybe we'll finally know what's going on with Bradley Beal and the Suns. What's the deal with Beal? We don't know, but when we do, we won't make you wait to hear about it on Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and we all know what summer means in Arizona. Triple-digit temperatures, hours and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up before it's too late. An AC tune-up from Parker & Sons does a lot of great things. Prolongs the life of your system, helps you save money on utility bills up to $30 a month, can prevent costly repairs, help prevent breakdowns, and it'll give you the peace of mind you need, because the last thing you want is to find your AC isn't working during the heat of summer. Remember, Parker & Sons, the company you trust with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. All of their techs are trust certified, which means they're insured, licensed, bonded. They've all passed drug test and background checks. They're the company you can trust in your personal space. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
They call us Mom, Dad, Grandma, Grandpa. We call them our why.
My parents help me when I'm learning something new.
They always practice forgiveness. That support system makes me feel safe in expressing my true thoughts and feelings about what I need and what I'm struggling with.
They've been watching, learning, and counting on you every step of the way, from crayons to campus. They've always needed you.
Even though I'm in high school, I still need my parents' help to clarify things.
When I'm scared, they help me feel brave.
Because they love me and care about me.
I do think my parents have a plan in place if something were to ever happen to them. I am confident that they've prepared for that.
That kind of confidence comes from more than love. It comes from planning ahead. At Morris Hall, we've guided families through estate planning for generations, starting with our own children. From crayons to campus to confidence. Give your family the peace of mind that comes with an estate plan. plan. Visit morrishall.com to schedule your complimentary consultation. That's morrishall.com.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Aloha! Dreaming of sandy beaches and ocean breezes? JTV's Tropical Treasure Sweepstakes could make that dream come true. Enter for your chance to win a fabulous Hawaiian getaway for two with luxury accommodations, airfare, and spending cash. Plus, just for entering, get $30 off your next qualifying JTV purchase of at least $99 when you opt in for emails. Don't miss out. Visit jtv.com/sweeps and enter by August 3rd. JTV, where paradise awaits.
Speeding while driving gives you less time to react. Another car could turn out in front of you. A pedestrian could be walking their dog. Follow the speed limit to keep them safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
Hey, it's Wolf. Which Diamondbacks stood out the most in the All-Star game? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
And he sends a rocket on the ground down the first baseline. It will roll all the way to the corner. Ohtani has scored. Acuna Jr. being waved. There's no throw. And there is the excellence of Marte. That ball is hammered to right field. This ball is going and gone. A hanging breaking pitch from Mize, and Corbin Carroll destroyed it.
Carl Ravitch on ESPN Radio last night. A couple of Diamondbacks highlights in the All-Star game. 3 representatives. All of them had an influence on the National League's win last night in Atlanta, starting with the Marte RBI double down the line that opened the scoring. And then Corbin Carroll closed the scoring, put them up 6-0 with that home run. Later in the game off of Casey Mize, Eugenio Suarez made a good defensive play, got hit by a pitch. Let's start there, actually. What's going through your head when you see Suarez get hit by a pitch?
Honestly, like the first thing I thought was I watched his reaction, and for 3 or 4 seconds, I'm like, he broke it. Like, just the way he was reacting and the way he kind of shook his head and was like, I'm like, do not tell me 2 weeks before the trade deadline, he gets plunked in the All-Star game and breaks his left hand or left pinky finger.
That's exactly what I thought.
Exactly what I thought.
Is this going to negate a trade possibility?
And then, of course, because he was hit, he gets first base. So, I don't know, they took a commercial break, they came back, and the next batter was up, and you see the graphic showing there's somebody on first, and they don't say if it's Suarez for like a good 90 seconds to 2 minutes. I'm like Joe Davis and Schmaltz. I'm like one of these two guys. Is this Suarez on first base? Did he stay in the game? Finally, Joe Davis or maybe Schmaltz mentioned it that Suarez hasn't stayed in the game. So there was like a 2 to 3 minute period. I'm like, is he out? Because if he's out, then I'm really going to get worried.
The other reaction I'm sure Diamondbacks fans had were, this is the most Diamondbacks thing of this year ever.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. There was that stretch where everybody seemingly got hit by a pitch over about a week's period. Suarez was among them. He missed a few games because he got hit by a pitch.
Get hit by a pitch up and in, too, a lot of the hitters.
Outside of, I think Vargas was the only one that got hit lower body, and that broke a bone. It was.
Well, by the way, did you see Shane Smith of the White Sox, who hit Suarez, has hit Suarez before?
Mm-hmm. They don't play that often.
What do you have against Gino Suarez?
Somebody said, this is what happens when you let White Sox play in the All-Star game.
It's funny. I keep a running diary of the game. Just when you do the show the next day, so you
I see
have
on
your
the top
thoughts
the first
together.
line says "Dear Diary." Look at that.
But most of it's very straightforward and factual. Brent Rooker, 3-run homer off the Giants. Rodriguez in the top of the 7th, 6-3 NL. So that's the way But for this one, I literally wrote, Gino plunked on the left hand in the 8th inning. Do not tell me he broke his hand. I'm like talking to myself. Don't tell me that.
Well, you mentioned it in the splash a little bit, but it was like Ketel Marte double, 2 RBIs, Corbin Carroll home run, D-back hit by pitch, and then the bullpen blew a big lead. And genuinely, if you're watching the game and you're like, oh man, fans in Arizona had seen that over and over.
We've seen that's a story that we've seen many, many times.
And I just thought it was funny that the way the All-Star game went was the depiction of how the Diamondbacks season has somewhat gone.
Mm-hmm. Except the team we were rooting for wound up winning at the end of it, the National League.
Well,
there's been games like that for the Diamondbacks this year.
I guess
too,
that's
where
true.
Big lead, you blow it. The walk-off grand slam by Josh Naylor against the Mariners was one where you're pulling your hair out. And there wasn't even supreme joy when he hit the home run. You're like, they were supposed to win this game.
Right.
But Ketel Marte getting things started.
Yeah, that you talked about, like, how did you feel in the moment? In the moment, and then for a few innings, you're like, Ketel Marte is going to win the MVP of this game.
If it stays 2-0, sure. I mean, it was 2-0 for a while. Yeah, I mean, and then Pete Alonso with the 3-run homer in the 6th made it 5-0 game. Carroll's homer made it 6-0. And you kind of thought, okay, the National League is going to cruise to a victory, but they kept chipping away at it. I mentioned the Rooker home run, that was big, and then in the 9th inning, the National League bullpen just could not close the door. So we got the swing off.
And the Diamondbacks have been around since 1998. They've had representatives in every All-Star game, not always batters in the lineup. Corbin Carroll hitting the first All-Star game home run in franchise history in the year 2025.
That is so hard to believe because like you said, in the baseball All-Star game, you have a player on the team every single year. So it's not like, oh, they've only had like 5 players ever make the All-Star game. Every year they have a player in the game, and they've never hit a home run. That's crazy.
How many years was their rep just a pitcher? I mean, but point tanked.
But I mean, they've had Gonzo and they've had Goldschmidt. And
yes.
They've had home run hitters.
The team that they came into the league with at the same expansion round was the Tampa Bay Rays in 1998. By comparison, the Rays have had far fewer All-Stars than the Diamondbacks have in that stretch. They have 3 home runs in All-Star competition.
And Ketel became the first D-back to have more than 1 RBI in an All-Star game.
Yeah,
that's a good nugget, Sammy.
Yeah. So I thought overall, really entertaining game.
I
thought it looked great with everybody wearing their own uniforms.
Love that.
The customized All-Star hats I thought were a brilliant choice.
Love that. What did you think of the mic'd up portions of the broadcast with the players? Any thoughts on that?
I'm torn on it. I think it depends on how the conversation goes. A lot of times it feels very, I don't know, stunted.
A lot of times I feel like the pitchers or catchers, they just don't know what to say. Like they don't understand the mission. Conversely, I thought Clayton Kershaw, maybe because he's been around the block or maybe it's just his personality, I thought he understood the mission. I thought that when he was on the mound, I thought that's exactly what you're, as a television producer and director, that's exactly what you're looking for by putting a mic on a guy.
And I know Joe Davis does a lot of national games, but he's also the play-by-play voice of the Dodgers, so there's obviously a relationship there. He knows John Smoltz well. I thought one of the best moments was when Kershaw asked John Smoltz, hey, what do you want to throw here? And Smoltz said a cutter, and he's like, I don't throw a cutter.
And that's what I mean by that's exactly the back and forth and the dialogue you're looking for when you decide to do that. But Scooble, like earlier, like he didn't know what to say. He's trying to like concentrate on getting guys out. He's him and the big dumper are giving kind of one-word answers. So that's an example of it not working. I thought Clayton Kershaw was an example.
Can I ask,
of it working
again? What's the deal with why did Clayton Kershaw make the team?
It was a legend pick.
But what the hell is that? Why did he make? Why not Justin Verlander? Why not Max Scherzer? Like they're as much legends as Kershaw is.
You can only have one.
No,
the American League didn't have one.
There wasn't even one for the American League. It was just Clayton Kershaw. I think that's a great question. And
he is great. I understand it, but I don't know why all of a sudden like he was getting, he got taken out in the middle of the inning so he can get the. Like, I don't know what made him special over, like, some other legends in the game right now.
Clayton, I mean, we can all assume this is it for him.
I was going to ask, like, is this his last year?
But we can also assume that for Verlander and Scherzer.
Right.
So, yeah, I thought that was a little strange.
Maybe because he knew how to be mic'd up.
Maybe that was it.
Make for a better
It was just
one point I had on that. A lot of the guys, and one of the themes of whoever was talking was, wow, this is so weird to talk to you. Clayton Kershaw was talking while he was delivering pitches in an All-Star game.
Yeah.
It is strange. But there's a safety component to it as well. Later in the game, they had Pete Crow Armstrong mic'd up while he was in center field, and there was a fly ball to center, kind of left center field, and he's calling for the ball, and Kyle Tucker, his teammate from the Cubs, comes in and makes the catch, and there was a little moment of, uh-oh, are they going to collide? Pete Crow Armstrong said it on the microphone. Like, I can't hear anything. So he couldn't hear any communication going on with Tucker. I wonder if that's something they look at because, safety is everything. The care of players is everything.
Now,
Safety
am I
is
wrong?
everything.
This is something they do in regular season games, too. Don't they, like, interview the center fielder during, like, an
They
ESPN
do on the
broadcast?
ESPN Sunday night games.
It's very rare.
Yeah.
It's also makes baseball different. Imagine, like, an NFL or NBA player. I know that NFL players are mic'd up, but not like interviewed during a play, during a game.
Yeah. NBA players are mic'd up as well, and what we are given as consumers is the most boring, generic crap.
Because they have to approve it, right?
They do, and they don't want to put anybody in a bad light. But the stuff that the guys get to hear in the truck. Oh, I would pay to hear that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
An amazing
Don't you hear that
gig.
stuff? Aren't you able to hear a lot of that stuff?
I don't. You would be surprised at how little I'm able to hear between players.
Well, it's funny. When coaches are mic'd up, the television producers in the truck are not allowed to use strategy, okay? Because it's obviously competitive advantage, and the coaches don't want that, right? But they are allowed to use, like, the encouragement part, right? So inevitably you'll get the coaches mic'd up segment, and it'd be like, all right, let's go. Let's play Warrior basketball. Compete, play hard. And everybody's sitting at home going, man, these guys I could do that. I could do that. It's true. So it's a bad look for the right. Let's go. We got to compete. We got to compete. Let's go.
Yeah, no kidding, coach. Join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday as the Dbacks take on Christian Walker and the Houston Astros. Text the word half to 620-620. Then we'll send you a link, and you are able to purchase lower-level tickets for half off. That's half, H-A-L-F, to 620-620. Coming up next, did we see the best All-Star Game innovation of all time last night? We'll get into how the game ended next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring in all week for Dan Bickley here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I don't want him to sell all four guys. I understand if there are guys you can't bring back, you can't just let them all walk for nothing. You know what I mean? Like, if you knew, hey, we can't bring back Gallen or Kelly or Naylor or Gino, you can't just let all four of them walk for nothing if you're 5.5 games out of a playoff spot. I understand that. I mean, you have to deal in reality a little bit.
The numbers that are mounting right now, the 6-12 in the last 18 games, boy, that looms, that hangs in the air. Because the guys inside that clubhouse knew exactly what was at stake.
Yeah.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com. ProgressiveCards.com.
With Progressive, you can reach customer service in the way that's easiest for you, by phone, app, or online. We know it would be great if we just magically appeared, but that's more of a genie thing, and we do insurance. But with us, you'd be like, well, it wasn't a genie, but it was great customer service, so that's nice. And sure, you probably would still like the whole 3 wishes thing, so if you meet a genie, you should definitely ask. But when you need us, contact Progressive by phone, app, or online. Just no genies. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hoped it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Protect your home with residential metal roofing from Mueller Inc. Strong, stylish, and designed to last, their metal roofs handle wind, hail, and heat with minimal maintenance. With a range of colors and styles, you'll get lasting beauty and proven durability, all backed by paint warranties up to 45 years. Visit one of their sales representatives today at their West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or check out MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Some Arizona sports history was made last night. Corbin Carroll became the first Arizona Diamondback to homer in an MLB All-Star game, and it sounded like this.
That ball is hammered to right field. This ball is going and gone. A hanging breaking pitch from Mize, and Corbin Carroll destroyed it.
Carroll wasn't the only Diamondback to have an impact on last night's game. Ketel Marte got the scoring started with a 2 RBI double off the reigning Cy Young, Tarek Skubal.
And he sends a rocket on the ground down the first baseline. It will roll all the way to the corner. Ohtani has scored. Acuna Jr. being waved. There's no throw. And there is the excellence of Ketel Marte.
And after 9 innings, it was knotted at 6 apiece. Extra innings, you might think? Nope, the first ever swing-off, and it was Philly Kyle Schwarber who would win it for the National League in dramatic fashion. The MLB will get back underway on Friday, and your Diamondbacks will be hosting the St. Louis Cardinals. Today, some breakfast basketball. The Mercury and Lynx will tip off at 10 a.m. in Minnesota, and the Summer League Suns will tip off in Vegas at 2 p.m. against the T-Wolves. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T. Start for free this month only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone. The keyword is Red Mountain.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. We will react to how the Diamondback All-Stars performed in the Midsummer Classic, and of course the latest on the trade rumor mill. We started too on Arizona Sports.
He swings and sends one down the line and right. He's on a knee, and he has gone 3 for 3 to put the NL on top 4-3. What a show by Schwarber.
It's funny, they ask you the first day that you get here, hey, if we end up in a tie, are you okay with doing it? Like, Doc wants you to do it. I'm like, yeah, no problem. And, you don't really think there's a chance of the game going to be ending up in a tie. And then, sure enough, it does. But it was a fun little, it was fun there, a little excitement there at the end. And, it came down to the wire. And I know Pete was waiting there on deck to seal it home, too. So just a lot of fun in general.
Schwarbs.
Bam, bam.
Just being Schwarbs. They go to a swing-off at the All-Star game.
World Series hero.
Did you have any flashbacks to 2002 when the game ended in a tie? Because 2002 was the year after the Diamondbacks won the World Series. Bob Brenly was the manager for the National League. They had 6 All-Stars that year. Junior Spivey was an All-Star that year. That's how things were going for the D-backs back then. Game ends in a tie. It was chaos. They didn't know what to do. They ran out of pitchers after 11 innings, and they had to call it a tie. That led to a change by Bud Selig, who then said, all right, the All-Star game now determines home field advantage in the World Series, and people lost their minds over that. It's taken them a long time to come up with a solution, and this is the first time this solution has ever been put into practice. I got to tell you, I think they found something here.
I was thoroughly entertained. I mean, for an exhibition game, that's exactly the way you'd want it to end. Mm-hmm. The players were into it. I mean, they were out of the dugout. They were on the field. You could just tell they weren't faking it.
Yeah.
From an emotional standpoint, they were into it. I thought it was exciting. You can't end regular season baseball games like that.
Well, you know what people are going to say now. Why don't we do this?
I mean, and people say, well, hockey and they have a shootout, but that's just
soccer.
That's just player versus goalie. I think there's a batting practice pitcher component to the home run derby that is obviously injected into the equation. And some guys are really good at that. Some guys are better than others. And you don't want a batting practice pitcher determining wins and losses ultimately at the end of a game. So I think there's some concern.
So use a
there.
T is what you're saying. T-ball home run derby.
No, or just bring out a closer.
Pitching machine.
I vehemently disagree with Tim on this.
Oh.
So the other people are saying, is this the perfect way to end an All-Star game? It may be. And they may do it. It might happen again next year. Maybe it's not as dramatic. Maybe it flops, whatever. Here's the way they should do it. Because you can't play extra innings in an All-Star game with the rules that are in place for regular season games. These managers manage to get through 9 innings with the pitchers that they have. Sometimes they're all used up. Sometimes you have pitchers that are on your bench or in your bullpen that you can't pitch because of their schedules. Here's the way they should do it. Go to extra innings, but each team has to a batting practice pitcher against live hitting with base running and everything. Let's just go for full chaos. I mean,
or just have a position player pitch. That's always fun.
No, somebody would complain about that.
But I loved it last night though. I thought there was actually a tinge of drama.
Mm-hmm.
I was enthralled. The Schwarber was huge.
It also had the old school home run derby. Each player has 3 swings. It's not like it was just rapid fire pitching like the actual home run derby. So it led to sort of drama.
Yeah, these guys are waiting for their pitch.
We kind of talked about that yesterday. The timed element of the home run derby kind of takes away from it. And Jarrett's right. The scarcity of the pitches, the importance of each swing that you have making it count. And I know what they want, these massive home run totals, and they want to flex their StatCast technology and all of that. But the fact that each player got 3 swings, that was awesome.
It wasn't filmed the greatest, but it did have that element because it was you swing, you hit the ball, and you see if it's a home run. It wasn't just rapid fire. That there was a couple of them where it's like, it's going. Is it going to be a home run? Oh, no.
Shallow center.
Which is exciting.
I also do want to point out the fact that Schwarber went 3 for 3 in his swings and just how, electric it would have been to see, like, him and, like, quote, the stars in a home run derby setting like that, and B, just, like, the effortless in those.
Yeah, to me, I had the same thought, Sammy, that Schwarber is like the perfect candidate for a home run derby. And I went back, and I don't have an encyclopedic memory when it comes to who's been in the home run derby and who hasn't. He's been in it twice. He's never won it. He seems like a guy that would win it every year if he wanted to, because that's all he does in the regular season is hit home runs.
I know, he's exactly the kind of guy you, as a fan, you want to see out there taking rips. It's funny, speaking of the players that were picked to do it, monitoring the social media landscape last night, a lot of fans were just beside themselves about Aaron Boone, the typical Aaron Boone.
What the hell? I could see why the Yankees fans hate this guy.
Where's Judge? Where's Raleigh? I'm like, they're on private jets back to their vacations or to their vacation destination.
Yeah, which is
like those guys are not there.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I can't speak for everybody, but there's a good chance if you're out of that game and you're a superstar and it's the third or fourth inning, you are dressed and gone.
Beating the traffic.
I didn't know that was a thing.
You are on the PJ, baby, to Cabo.
Until this morning. That actually blows my mind. And I get it. The players, they can do whatever they want. They probably have schedules that they need to tend to. But the fact that you get pulled in the fourth inning and you leave the All-Star game, you
can't stay for five more innings.
I agree.
In an All-Star game in the middle.
But I also think that speaks to why deciding home field advantage in the World Series with the All-Star game was a terrible idea. Not only do you have bench players late in the game kind of deciding that, but the top players, the starters, they don't even think it's important enough to stick around the game.
Even if they were around and people say, well, if Aaron Judge was there, he should have been out there. Aaron Judge, Shohei Ohtani, those guys played early in the game. So you're talking about 3 hours of sitting there. Even if they were enjoying the atmosphere, hanging out with their teammates, to ask them to get warmed back up to play, I get that. And even if it was like,
so
it worked out well because Schwarber was available and willing to do it,
and Alonso was too.
Yeah.
But you think that even if Aaron Judge was there in uniform, he would have declined, or they wouldn't even have asked him because of the, I guess, injury risk in terms of.
I don't know. His manager was the manager, so I don't know if that would have worked in favor or not in favor of getting him to do it.
Yeah.
But how do you put I mean, even all that being said, how do you put a guy who only has 11 home runs that's absolutely not a home run hitter? You saw what happened when, I don't even remember his name, the Rays guy.
Jonathan Aranda.
Yeah, and he looked like he was swinging as hard as he can and making contact, and they were like warning track power. Not a home run hitter.
Yeah.
And he was.
You're right. We don't know who was available, and do you put him second, or if you're forced to use a player like that, do you hit him first? Because Rooker gave him the lead with his first round. They stumbled upon something.
Now, originally,
really good.
Jeff Passan reported that Gino Suarez was going to be a member of the National League team, and I think something happened, because if you even remember when they were announcing who was going to be in it, the Marlins guy was sort of it sounded like a last-second replacement.
Stowers, yeah.
Like he was finding out in real time that he was doing it. So I don't know.
Maybe Gino said, "Look, my hand is killing me.
It's throbbing right now. It's swelling a little bit.
I don't want to do this." I just think the moral of this particular story is I'm just not sure fans, not all fans, but some fans may not understand that some of these guys just don't stay for the game.
Yeah.
They are, or they have 7 beers in them and they're still there, And I'm not joking.
That's another great tiebreaker.
It is.
There's a great Mark Burley story from the World Series where he was not supposed to pitch and the game went 13, 14 innings, and he was 6 beers in, and Ozzie Guillen said, Go in the pen and start warming up. He's like, oh, my God, if this game goes 2 more innings, I'm going to have to pitch.
Keith Hernandez told a story in the 86 series that he thought the game was over. He thought the series was over, was in the clubhouse. I remember him saying it on national television. I was in the clubhouse drinking a Budweiser.
Knowing him, he might have been doing a little bit more than that.
That team.
Very true.
He was drinking a Budweiser to take the edge off.
Coming up next, as the NFL gets ready for training camp, one team is handing out big new contracts while another team is angering a star player by not doing so. Actually, there's more than one team doing that. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring in for Bick here on this Wednesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Card scan. 6 days away. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming
exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
You work, you save, you buy a home, and sign up for 30 years of payments. 30 years. That's 360 payments and hundreds of thousands in interest, all while your equity is locked away, your wealth trapped, your dreams delayed. There is a better way. The Life Changer loan allows you to do your banking inside your mortgage. Gone in 5 to 10 years, your freedom unlocked, your dreams restored. It's not magic, it's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
It isn't just any Ford dealer. It is Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and zero down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Autumn Nation.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know a lot of investors that don't really have a good relationship with their advisor because their advisor's checking with them like once a year. You guys aren't like that.
I think it's very important to have a real relationship with my clients. Clients and investors should feel the same way about their financial advisor. When things go wrong, you want to be comfortable making that call because when you have this surface level relationship, or if you've been passed off to some customer service line by your financial advisor, then you know what? There's nothing personal there. You need to be able to have a one-on-one real relationship, and I just say this. If that relationship doesn't exist, it's time to find a new one.
And if it's time to find a new one, I want you to call Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. If you want a financial advisor that's going to be with you every step of the way and not just check in on you once a year, call 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Oh, getting closer and closer by the second to the beginning of training camps around the National Football League. And lo and behold, the New York Jets are making some young men rich over the last couple of days. Garrett Wilson gets a brand new contract, making him one of the highest paid receivers in the game. Then yesterday, they do the same with Sauce Gardner, $120+ million for Gardner. He is now the NFL's highest paid cornerback. And it's funny because the way these things get reported, Tim, and we went through this with Trey McBride of the Cardinals. Trey McBride, now the highest paid tight end in the sport. That lasted, I don't even think months.
Yeah,
until George
about
Kittle
4 weeks.
signed his contract.
Kittle, yeah.
So it's one of those things. It's kind of like a car. When you buy a new car and you drive it off the lot, the depreciation that kicks in as soon as you leave the premises of the dealership. As soon as you sign that contract, you're about to be the second highest paid or bumped down the list. It's pretty funny.
Sauce Gardner too he's just a hell of a player. Mm-hmm. I mean, we knew it at Cincinnati, and not exactly a football factory, but this guy will stuff you in a locker. at every opportunity. His PFF grade was first at 90.7. Whatever the heck 90.7 means, it was the best for a cornerback. So he's the highest paid cornerback in NFL history. And you're right, for now. It's a little bit like you were talking about Devin Booker being the $70+ million player. Well, by the time he actually gets that.
Yeah, when that kicks in, he won't be the highest paid player.
He won't be. And he certainly won't be the only player with a salary that begins with 7.
But with the Jets, though, it is interesting. Maybe a parallel to the Devin Booker thing a little bit. They're paying these two players a tremendous amount of money, and that they don't really have a quarterback, which is by far the most important thing to succeed in the NFL. So it's not, does it really going to matter that they have two of these great players making a ton of money?
Do you have no faith in Justin Fields as the Jets quarterback?
That's correct.
I mean, look at his body of work.
So a lot of players around the league at this time are getting their contracts. There's some players that aren't getting their contracts. Another one is Terry McLaurin, the receiver of the Washington Commanders. Frustrated, disappointed with the lack of progress toward a new contract extension. McLaurin was talking to reporters at a commercial shoot yesterday and said, without any progress in discussions, it's kind of hard to see how I step on the field. McLaurin also said he was not pushing for a trade. Quote, I want to be here. I want to make that abundantly clear, but it takes two to tango.
Or as Wolf says, it takes two to tango.
He's in the final year of a 3-year, $68 million extension. Terry McLaurin is, I think, a very underrated receiver. And I think, with the Commanders' ascension, now that they found their quarterback in Jaden Daniels, he's a very important figure if they want to stay at the top or near the top of the NFC East. You wonder why some teams are so progressive in terms of giving contract extensions to eligible players. The Cardinals being among them, they've done a great job in locking up their players. And then you have a team like the Commanders with an important player dragging their feet.
How old is McLaurin's? He'll be 30 in September. I always go to the age at some point. Like, okay, what is the front office thinking in these regards? Or they're just cheap SOBs, which is always a possibility in these situations. I think McLaurin's you're right, he's underrated. He's very good. He's very important to what they do. Is he a top 10 receiver in the NFL?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so. But if he's looking for top 10 money as he approaches his 30th birthday, I could see there being some trepidation with the Commanders. But I also think it's going to get done.
Yeah, because he's more valuable to us than, like, his value to us in keeping him is greater than if we lost him. I mean, they have this quarterback and this team that is now on the ascension. You can't take away his biggest weapon right now. You can't have your biggest weapon unhappy or leave after 1 year. I think, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, you never want to waste a year when it comes to the talent of Jaden Daniels. But to Tim's point of the age, him turning 30, if they don't sign him, they don't want to extend him, all of a sudden now you have, if you want to, a large sum of money to then go sign a younger, maybe more higher potential wide receiver to then pair with Jaden Daniels. I know
there has to be out there to get. Like, there's not always like great wide receivers who are 26 years old or something that you could sign.
To your question, Tim, is he a top 10 receiver? Well, lo and behold, ESPN is
what do you have?
Releasing their daily findings of scouts, coaches, and executives around the league doing their top 10 rankings at each position.
Let me guess, he's number 12.
Number 11.
Yeah. I saw that list, and
so he, like I said, he's not top 10.
What do you think of the list, Sammy?
Puka Nacua not being in there is kind of a. I think he's a.
Yeah, he's
others receiving votes.
Honorable mentions: McLaurin, Puka Nacua, Brian Thomas Jr., DK Metcalf, T. Higgins, Devontae Adams were honorable mention. The top 10 that they have: Garrett Wilson 10, Mike Evans number 9, Nico Collins from the Texans 8, Malik Neighbors at 7.
That is surprising.
It's a little high.
Amon-Ra St. Brown from the Lions at 6, A.J. Brown 5, C.D. Lamb 4, Tyreek Hill 3rd, Justin Jefferson 2, Jamar Chase 1.
I mean, you're splitting hairs, but I think between 5 and 12. McLaurin's representatives will probably look at, I just checked his accolades from last year. He was second-team All-Pro.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're McLaurin's camp, you're saying, I don't care what ESPN says. We're a top, at least a top 6 receiver in the NFL. So
now Marvin Harrison Jr., didn't make the list. None of us expected him to make that list.
Didn't even get the also receiving votes.
Right.
Again, not surprising.
If you look at the top 10, the honorable mention, and the others receiving votes, though, there are 3 other players from that draft class that did make it.
Oh, yeah.
Malik Neighbors, Brian Johnson Jr., and Lon McConkey. And it makes you think, like, you know.
We don't want to admit it, or we don't like to admit it, but at least from the rookie season performance and data, Harrison did not perform as well as those guys.
Yeah, and people.
and then now I expect.
You could even say Roma Dunze is ahead of him.
I expect big things from Harrison Jr. We all expect him. We all want him to make the jump. But yeah, I mean, based on last year, it looks like the Cardinals got it wrong. I think ultimately it'll look like they got it right.
Yeah.
But after 17 games, it doesn't look so good right now.
And I'm not saying Jarrett's doing this, pointing out a fact that those receivers in that draft class are included in this list as recognized by these NFL personnel. And they might frame it as, wow, that puts added pressure on Marvin Harrison Jr. Yes and no. I mean, the pressure has got to be within him. And there was a lot of talk after the season. It was a very strange rookie season, I thought, because there was so much flash, but just not consistent. He still finished with 8 touchdowns. It's a great number.
I think if
had a couple of tremendous. The Rams game was spectacular, but from top to bottom, I think you'd be hard pressed to find somebody who wouldn't say they were disappointed overall in the rookie season.
I agree. Cosmetically, if you look at his final numbers, you're like, okay, but a lot of those numbers came in bunches. So there were long stretches where numbers weren't coming at all. Certainly not in bunches. And I think it was just an uneven season for him. I think it did not meet expectations. I think we can all agree on that. Some of that might be on the quarterback. Some of that might be on the offensive coordinator. Some of that might be on his teammates. Does he have a really capable number 2 wide receiver to at least draw some attention out there in the defensive secondary? So there's a lot that goes into it. How many targets did he get compared to some of these other guys that played in their rookie seasons last year? Harrison himself has to take accountability. You got to get some 50-50 balls. You got to haul those in. You got to be tougher. You're not going to be wide open like you are when you're playing Purdue, right? Go up and get the ball.
Yeah. Have you subscribed to the Bickley and Murata Show podcast? Subscribe right now on your iPhone or Android. Never miss any of the show. The Bickley and Murata Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next on this Wednesday, do the Dbacks have any hope of climbing back into the playoff race as the second half is set to get underway? We'll tackle it next. Tim Ring in for Bick today here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play. And on score! Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with some great advice for sports fans. If you are looking to upgrade your viewing experience, stay away from the big box stores and head on down to Waltz TV and Appliance, and here's why. Waltz will give you expertise and an extremely knowledgeable staff. They'll give you great selection, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches, and all the major name brands you are looking for, and you will not pay a premium for all that because Waltz also offers unbeatable prices. To prove it, if you find a price you like elsewhere, bring it to Waltz. They will match it. They also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you'll enjoy your worry-free installation done by a pro. Finally, drop my name. You get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA, or you can shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
A summer
It can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks, with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
Gatos, can I give you some free advice?
You mean now that I'm down off your new roof at Casa Calvisi?
Don't wait. Call America Roofing before the monsoon rains. See, I had a small leak, right? It turned into a big mistake.
Well, who says I'm waiting to call the experts at America Roofing? Arizona's #1 roofing company. Repair or replace.
Because, see, I waited. I thought I could make it through another summer. Why didn't I just get the free inspection?
Well, you're not a smart man. That's what I did. I took America Roofing up on their free inspection. They found a little section of my roof that needed some TLC, and they're fixing it.
And you know what's smart? Save 12% right now.
You know, we need some tax and tariff relief, right?
Just mention Calvisi.
Or Gatos.
Arizona Sports.
Or KTAR. You save 12%.
Tax and tariff relief. I mean, no wonder they've been serving Arizona for more than a quarter century.
A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau.
Just click AmericaRoofingCo.com.
That's AmericaRoofingCo.com. I said it better than Paul did.
America Roofing.
We've got you covered.
ROC number 186438CR42.
If you're ready to build your dream home, let the Window Depot help. Our expertise spans more than 20 years helping contractors provide custom windows built to last. Our in-house design team works closely with you and your contractor to create the perfect windows. From design to delivery, your contractor will have exactly what they need when they need it. And with the largest inventory and unbeatable prices, your dream windows are just a step away. Visit us in store to get started or find a location near you at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot. Best prices, biggest inventory.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Some Arizona sports history was made last night. Corbin Carroll became the first Diamondback to homer in an MLB All-Star game, and it sounded a little like this.
That ball is hammered to right field. This ball is going and gone. A hanging breaking pitch from Mize, and Corbin Carroll destroyed it.
Carroll wasn't the only Diamondback to make history last night. Ketel Marte became the first Diamondback with 2 RBIs in an All-Star game with a 2 RBI double off the reigning Cy Young, Tarek Skubal.
And he sends a rocket on the ground down the first baseline. It will roll all the way to the corner. Ohtani has scored. Acuna Jr. being waved. There's no throw. And there is the excellence of Ketel Marte.
But after 9 innings, it was knotted at 6 apiece. You would think extra innings, right? Nope, instead the first ever swing-off, and it was Philly Kyle Schwarber who would win it for the National League in dramatic fashion. The MLB will get back underway on Friday, and your Diamondbacks will be hosting the St. Louis Cardinals. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Be sure you call Parker.
Hey, it's Wolf. Which Diamondbacks stood out the most in the All-Star game? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Hey, your Seinfeld line went over the air. How about that?
That's good. I'm Keith Hernandez. Who is this guy?
Baseball getting back at it after a very entertaining All-Star festivities night in Atlanta. The National League wins in the first ever swing-off. We've been talking about that, the innovation there. But the Diamondbacks, work to do. Who will be doing that work, we will find out. 65 games remaining in the season. Diamondbacks have been a disappointment to this point in the season. And 3 games under 500. Obviously, they've dealt with a ton of injuries. Chris Garagiola, who does play-by-play for the Diamondbacks, on the radio side was on with Wolf and Luke yesterday. And I thought he gave a really honest evaluation of where he sees the Arizona Diamondbacks going into the post-All-Star break portion of the schedule.
I just think with this group right now, I mean, I think they'd have to go realistically like 15, 16 games over 500 from now to the rest of the season in order to grab one of those wild card spots. And I'm just not sure right now they have the manpower to be able to do that, especially in the bullpen. And so the only way to get there is you'd have to mortgage some of your future to potentially add. And again, is that value worth more than trading some very attractive expirings? I mean, the Diamondbacks have 2 of the biggest needs teams want at their disposal. And I just think you look at the sample size right now, they're 3 games under 500. Of course, they could get off to a roaring start to begin the second half, and maybe that would change the direction of what this group is going to do. But I think we've seen enough to know right now that the injuries have decimated this group, and it's hard to envision that they're going to be able to finish that strongly when you're just missing so many key pieces. You know you're not going to get back before season's end.
And I know there's a lot of frustrated Diamondbacks fans because I interact with them a lot on Twitter. But when they hear something like that in the very end of what Chris said, they don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear about injuries decimating this team. But if you're not considering the injuries and not using them as an excuse, every team has injuries. They haven't dealt with them well. They don't have the depth that other teams have shown that they have, especially in the bullpen. But I did a little digging yesterday, Tim.
You got the shovel out.
In their final game before the All-Star break, Sunday against the Angels, they had an 8-person bullpen that was made up of Kyle Backus, John Curtis, Anthony DeSclafani, Kevin Ginkel, Kendall Graveman, Juan Murillo, Andrew Saalfranken, and Woodford. Their opening day lineup, March 27th against the Cubs, their 8-person bullpen was Beeks, Jarvis, Mantiply, Martinez, Miller, Nelson, Puck, and Thompson. So their current bullpen has 0 pitchers who were in the pen on opening day, and only 2 in Ginkel and Graveman who would ideally have been counted on at any point this season. But they were both hurt at the beginning of the year. You can't avoid that.
Hey, listen, next man up is a great slogan and a great way to rally your current locker room or clubhouse in terms of going out there and trying to compete. It's not based in reality. No, coaches will say that. One guy, sure. 2 guys, sure. But when you have to overhaul your entire bullpen, and I'm not sure that opening day bullpen was all that great to begin with.
I think it's actually a playoff caliber bullpen based on what we had seen from those guys. I mean, Mantiply obviously didn't work out at all. He had been effective in the past. We didn't know what Shelby Miller was capable of as a bullpen arm for the Diamondbacks at that point. He was great until he got hurt. But the fact that turnover is great. The next man up philosophy to me it's really fascinating when you think about it, because teams do say it all the time. The teams that say it are the teams that have been faced with injuries, and they have somebody come in and do the job to an excellent level. There was a year where the Cardinals, you couldn't talk to a member of the Cardinals coaching staff or player without hearing next man up, because the guys that they were elevating were doing the job. When you elevate guys or you get hit with a rash of injuries and your replacements don't perform, nobody's talking about next man up, and nobody's talking about that now with the Diamondbacks.
I've got a funny story about the Bruce Arians era. When next man up, it was literally on the cover of Sports Illustrated.
Yeah.
Next man up, John Brown. Okay. And BA preached that publicly, right? Behind closed doors, he would walk into the Monday morning meeting and he would look at the guys, not the players, the front office types, and he'd be like, "Can you believe we're winning with these blankers?" So, I mean, and Ron Wolfley talks about this. Wolf talks about it. He's talked a lot about it this week when it comes to the injury, quote unquote, excuse. Is that if you don't if you don't factor that in, you're just assuming that all players are equal. And they're not.
No.
There's a reason why there are starters and there are a reason why there are backups in the NFL and in the NBA and to a certain extent baseball. There's a reason why some guys make a whole lot of money and some guys don't, relatively speaking.
Mm-hmm.
You can overcome a couple, but like when you've been and the position players that have missed significant time for the D-backs. It's funny when the D-backs are talking publicly lately, they all say, we don't want to use injuries as an excuse,
but I just brought them up again.
Right, there's always the but coming. So it's been disappointing. It sucks. You want they've still had ample opportunities to do well, but I will point out, and I pointed out all week. This was a 500 type ish baseball team before the rash of injuries,
and that goes back to the starting pitching. It's really hard for me to get upset with. Woodford and Murillo, guys that you weren't counting on, they're doing their best out there. They weren't expected to be in these roles either. But the starting pitching, again, has been a massive disappointment. With much better health, outside of Corbin Burns and a couple of bumps and bruises here and there, they've underachieved. In terms of what needs to happen, do you think there's anything that can happen between now and the trade deadline that can change the path of the Diamondbacks?
You could win most of your games.
Well, I looked at it. So they've got 12 games between now and the deadline. 3 against the Cardinals at home, 3 against the Astros at home, 3 at the Pirates. It's actually 15 games, I'm sorry. 3 at the Tigers and then 3 at the Athletics, all before the deadline.
It would take at least 9-3, and I don't know if that's going to even be good enough.
I 15 games. Probably 12-3.
Oh, it's 50.
I misspoke.
Okay, you misspoke.
Yeah.
So it's 15 games before the trade deadline.
12-3 would get us 12 games above 500. Which,
no.
And if you're, I looked at the current
6 games above 6 games
in the
above
current playoff
They're 3
format,
under right now.
3 years of data.
Come on, Sammy, didn't you go to Brophy?
I wasn't told there was going to be math.
Yeah, but then he washed away the Brophy by going to U of A.
Some may say that's a perfect recipe.
Sammy
canceled each other out.
Come on.
In the 3 years of this current playoff format, National League wildcard teams have averaged 89.6 wins per season. That's elevated a little bit because the Mets got in as a wildcard 1 year with 101 wins. But that's the number, 89.6. To get to that mark, the D-backs would have to go 42-23 the rest of the way. That's a clip of 646.
And that's 17 games over 500. So Chris Garagiola was talking about 14-15. 15 over, they have to go 40-25.
Yeah.
There's been nothing. But again, they were 45-47 last year. Different roster, but just in theory. They were 45-47 last year, just like they were 45-47 this year. And I think I brought this up a couple of days ago on this show. They went on a 24-6 run. Does this team have any kind of run resembling that?
They have not shown that they're capable of it.
Not with the inconsistent starting pitching, not with the injuries to the bullpen. And then, again, they're not battling the end of September here. They're battling the trade deadline. Because let's be honest, if there is a fire sale, it's over.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care if they're 3 back in the wild card when they sell everybody, trade everybody, it's over.
Yeah. Coming up, NBA Commissioner Adam Silver spoke yesterday and discussed the 2 dirtiest words in Phoenix sports. Second apron. I just wanted to see what kind of reaction I could get, what kind of suggestions I could get. We'll get into that and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring in for Bick today here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You ever see that meme of the skeleton sitting on the park bench because it's been waiting forever for something to happen? That's us. What's the deal with Beal? We don't know, but when we do, we won't make you wait to hear about it on Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you should have high standards when buying a new car. You should want a great brand, a great experience, a great price, and a car you cannot wait to drive. My friends at Chapman BMW will check every one of those boxes for you. Chapman BMW, the premier destination for luxury and performance. This family-run business for 58 years. Chapman BMW, different in the very best of ways. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years, which is unheard of in the industry, and proof that the Chapman family cares as much about their people as they do their clients. And at Chapman BMW, you have a friend in the business. His name is Shane O'Hanrahan. He's the GM of both locations. He's a great dude. He ensures that every one of our listeners will get the best price possible. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. If you haven't noticed, the summer's here. The triple digits are settling in, and we know the heat isn't the only thing feeling heavy. Got a tight budget? That's why we're offering new AC units starting at just $99 a month. But that's not it. You could also get up to $3,000 in federal tax credits and rebates. It's never been a better time to upgrade. Beat the heat and budget the stress. Make the precision decision today. Call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Precision decision with Precision Air.
They call us Mom, Dad, Grandma, Grandpa. We call them our why.
My parents taught me when I'm learning something new.
They always practice forgiveness. That support system makes me feel safe in expressing my true thoughts and feelings about what I need and what I'm struggling with.
They've been watching, learning, and counting on you every step of the way, from crayons to campus. They've always needed you.
Even though I'm in high school, I still need my parents' help to clarify things.
When I'm scared, they help me feel brave.
Because they love me and care about me.
I do think my parents have a plan in place if something were to ever happen to them. I am confident that they've prepared for that.
That kind of confidence comes from more than love. It comes from planning ahead. At Morris Hall, we've guided families through estate planning for generations, starting with our own children. From crayons to campus to confidence. Give your family the peace of mind that comes with an estate plan. Visit morrishall.com to schedule your complimentary consultation. That's morrishall.com.
Need space that's designed to last? Mueller Incorporated delivers pre-engineered steel buildings customized for your style. From garages and workshops to barns, warehouses, even airplane hangars. Our bolt-together buildings are designed to last decades with proper installation and maintenance. Designed for strength. Engineered to last. Visit us today at our West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or go to MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
We're always doing internal analysis, and there's always modeling of a new collective bargaining agreement and then unintended consequences. I will say early days, we're happy with where we are. I mean, I can understand why a player at a particular team may have felt that he lost an advantage to the extent that before we had a second apron, particular teams were in a position to significantly outspend other teams. Of course, the goal of the second apron, without having a hard cap, was to do a better job leveling the playing field. It's not perfect, but we wanted to create a league where every team was in a position to potentially compete for championships. Yes, analyzing every day, every trade that comes in, every signing that comes in, every extension. We're thinking about what the impact is on the agreement. But, be specific to the extent that you're leveling the playing field. I guess there are arguably winners and losers when you do that. We think it's net highly beneficial. But if you are a player on one of those teams that had arguably a competitive advantage before we made these changes, I can understand why that player may feel it's to his detriment.
It's Adam Silver, the commissioner of the NBA. Jared, have you seen this guy, Adam Silver, the commissioner?
I try not to look. I have.
Have you seen this guy, Tim?
Any thoughts on his appearance?
Striking.
I actually was testing out the Chat GPT thing about writing jokes for this week's Bob, like you mentioned.
Oh, God, this is where we're at now.
Yeah.
And I write a joke about how weird Adam Silver looks. The first thing I did was write a joke about how fat Andy Reid is.
Really?
And
shocking.
And it refused to do it.
ChatGPT is not as insensitive as you are?
Yes. It says like, well, we'll write a joke about how much Andy Reid likes food. How about that instead?
Argue with it.
And it was like, what? Here, I don't remember the Adam Silver one, but it was really lame. But the Andy Reid one was, why does Andy Reid love the coin toss? Because it involves a quarter pounder.
Okay, ChatGPT.
Wow.
GPT.
Don't quit your day job, ChatGPT.
Is this thing on?
It doesn't
Hello?
got me yet.
1, 2.
AI, you don't got me yet.
There's some things it'll never replace, and apparently the sports kebab is one of them. There's Adam Silver talking about the second apron, and kind of, I understand a player on a specific team felt like his team was at a disadvantage. Hello, Draymond Green of Golden State, being critical and outspoken on a subject. Look, the second apron is kicking in. It's a real thing now. You've already seen teams, the Boston Celtics, having a fire sale. Due to injury concerns, it made sense for them to offload some highly priced players to get under the second apron. The Suns, if this Bradley Beal thing ever gets worked out, they will be underneath the second apron and freeing themselves of all of these future restrictions they have. I wonder, look, I know the commissioner of the NBA is going to stand up and say, oh, it's creating competitive balance in the league, which is something that we've been shooting for. We want all teams to compete for championships. I wonder what the front office members of the individual franchises think. And I wonder what the Players Association outside of Draymond Green thinks by and large about these second apron restrictions, because it's a new world.
You're in jail if you're in it.
Yes.
I mean, think about the Boston Celtics. You brought them up. This is a team that won a championship, and if not for a couple of game 1 and game 2 meltdowns, probably would have played for another championship, and they still didn't want to be there with a team that was awfully, awfully good. You look here locally, I mean, to be...
Well, I think I will say this. I think if Jason Tatum was healthy going into next year, I think their tact is different.
That's a very good point.
I think they're sticking around and competing, and probably as the best team in the Eastern Conference. But
without Tatum, why live in that space? That's an excellent point. Also, what I think is a very good point is if you're going to be a second apron team, you better at least be competing for championships. And to be a second apron team and not even make the playoffs, I mean, you talk about jail. That's not only jail; it's embarrassing. And I'm sure Matt Ishby.
Wait, who are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm sure Matt Ishby be the first one to tell you that.
Well, that's a
to live in that rarefied air and not in a good way, and to not even have a team that can make the play-in, not a good look. Because what it prevents you from doing in terms of flexibility, and we don't need to go over all the implications of being in the second apron. We've kind of lived them. I think Suns fans have gotten an education on the second apron big time over the last 24 months.
Oh, yeah. I was just going to say how fantastic of a point that is, because teams right now, or even in the last couple years, especially the Suns, they say, okay, if we get to the second apron, if we do hindrance ourselves, then we're going to win at least, or that's at least the push to the fans. And what the Suns have undergone the last 4 years is the worst case scenario of it. And what's surprising to me is that teams are still going to talk themselves into exceeding the second apron and talking themselves into, oh, we're going to win because we exceed the second apron, which can happen, but you've seen what OKC did. You saw how Boston built what they built. If you're going to exceed the second apron, you better win the NBA championship.
Yeah, it's true. And Sam Quinn has a piece on CBSSports.com about the second apron and how it's going to affect Oklahoma City. They've got all this young talent now that's locked up in Jalen Williams, Chet Holmgren, and SGA.
It's like
$822 million.
822.
But they're still like 4 years away from being a repeater in the second apron. So they are very much positioned to rack up championships. The other thing that Adam Silver discussed yesterday at length, and it's been talked about a lot, was this, and some people will suggest looming expansion in the NBA. Here was Adam Silver on that.
Expansion was discussed both at a committee level and at the board, and ultimately the league office was tasked by our board with doing an in-depth analysis of all the issues around expansion, both economic and non-economic. Of course, the non-economic issues include dilution of talent, how it could potentially affect competition around the league if we were to expand, how you would stock those teams, all those related issues, the economic issues, as I've talked about before. They're as we knew would be the case in these discussions among the board, they're very complex because in how you would potentially value the opportunity has a lot to do with your projections on the future growth of the league, because you are selling equity, and if for every additional team you add, you're diluting the economics of the current league.
Yeah, there's reports that the ownership around the NBA is not exactly gung-ho on expansion right now. They want to stick with the 30 teams. There's one reason and one reason only that I'm in favor of expansion in the NBA soon, Tim, and that's because the Seattle area needs a team. They were robbed of a team. It's a really, really good market, and the NBA was better with Seattle in it. Everything else that Adam Silver said, the delusion of talent, there's too many teams now. And I could care less about, I guess I shouldn't say that. Vegas having a team would create kind of a cool little rivalry between maybe Phoenix and Las Vegas in basketball, an opportunity for Suns fans to go up and take a quick road trip to watch their team play. But to me, outside of the Seattle factor, I don't think expansion makes that much sense right now for the NBA. How many irrelevant teams are there now? How many irrelevant markets are there?
Expansion make more sense than relocation? If you want to get a team to Seattle?
Well, then
what team would you pull?
They deserve
the Pelicans.
Nobody in Seattle wants a relocated franchise after theirs was relocated to Oklahoma City. We went through that in hockey here and football here in the Valley. How much better off would the Coyotes have been as an expansion team as opposed to somebody else's mess that moved from Winnipeg? They deserve an expansion team. They deserve to have a rebirth from the ground up.
It depends on the rules in place to stock the roster of an expansion team. We saw the NFL went through this. They had real data with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, like how long. Now I know they made the NFC Championship game in 1979, but it was a dreadful start.
But they lose their first 18 games,
yes,
or whatever it was.
And it took them a long time to even get back in the mix. So what happened was when the Panthers and Jaguars came along in the early 90s, the NFL overcompensated for what they were allowed to do in terms of acquiring talent. Mm-hmm. And by overcompensating, both teams in year two were in their conference championship games.
Same thing happened in the NHL with the Golden Knights.
Absolutely.
They overcompensated, and hockey fans say they gave them too much talent right away.
They did.
It's almost a math equation. It's inarguable that there will be a delusion of talent if you put one or two teams into the league. I agree with you. Seattle fans, they deserve a team. Their team was stolen from them, much like the Cleveland Browns were stolen from them, and the NFL ultimately made that right by returning the Browns to Cleveland. Mm-hmm. So
and Baltimore.
The Sonics, and Baltimore as well. The Sonics. Well, Baltimore basically stole from Cleveland, right?
After they got stolen from by Indianapolis. Yeah.
So from that standpoint, I agree. And I'm sure the league could figure it out. Can you have a league with 31 teams? Do you need 32? Does Vegas have to come into the mix? Does Nashville have to come into the mix?
Well, you can move Memphis actually to the Eastern Conference, which would make sense.
That would be good
And
geographically, but
listen,
geography doesn't matter in sports anymore,
Yeah,
Jared.
that's true.
No, right.
Oh, yeah.
Well, LeBron needs a team in Vegas, right, guys?
Well, yes. And he's also talking about expansion in Europe. Don't do it.
Can you imagine the home court advantage for an NBA team in Las Vegas? Those dudes, I mean, we saw it in hockey. NBA players have a night in Vegas for a relatively meaningless regular season game. Ain't nobody getting to bed.
Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Wednesday morning in the Rush Hour reboot. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring sitting in for Bick here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I don't think the legacy of James Jones to me is all that complicated at all. I think it's actually really simple. But James Jones, in part, constructed a basketball team that got closer to winning an NBA championship than any Phoenix Suns team ever had before. They were up 2-0 in the 2021 NBA Finals. And that team, while certainly having some of Ryan's fingerprints on it and certainly some of Robert Sarver's fingerprints on it, also had James Jones's fingerprints all over that team.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if you are dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. Now, you've probably heard me talk about QC Kinetics and their innovative non-surgical treatments for joint pain, and during your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you, and that'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days, and that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or you're having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvise here. We're not talking supplements. Nothing. Boost your T levels like real testosterone. Book your free video consultation today, and they'll waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, lose that dad bod with testosterone, available only by prescription at redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Some Arizona sports history was made last night. Corbin Carroll became the first Arizona Diamondback to homer in an MLB All-Star game, and it sounded like this.
That ball is hammered to right field. This ball is going and gone. A hanging breaking pitch from Mize, and Corbin Carroll destroyed it.
Carroll wasn't the only Diamondback to have an impact on last night's game. Ketel Marte got the scoring started with a 2 RBI double off the reigning Cy Young Tarek Skubal.
And he sends a rocket on the ground down the first baseline. It will roll all the way to the corner. Ohtani has scored. Acuna Jr. being waved. There's no throw. And there is the excellence of Ketel Marte.
But after 9 innings, it was knotted at 6 apiece, and you would think they'd go to extra innings, right? Nope, the first ever swing-off, and it was Philly Kyle Schwarber who would win it for the National League in dramatic fashion. The MLB will get back underway on Friday. Your Diamondbacks will be hosting the St. Louis Cardinals. Today, some breakfast basketball. The Phoenix Mercury and the Minnesota Lynx will tip off at 10 a.m., and the Summer League Suns will tip off in Vegas at 2 p.m. this afternoon against the Minnesota Timberwolves. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. It is 7:32, and I don't know. I was walking into work today, and I felt a little rain in my bones in the midsummer. I'm hoping for some midday rain, but this is the Rush Hour Reboot, and
did it rain last night?
It wanted to.
Yeah.
I could say it was drizzling a little bit as I drove to work this morning at 4 a.m.
Okay.
A lot of lightning on my drive in at around 5 a.m.
Okay.
Yes,
and I believe it is supposed to storm tomorrow or tonight or something.
I'll take it.
Perfect. It's honestly what we need. If we don't get baseball, we get monsoons. But we did have an All-Star game last night, and I thought an overall experience, it was one of the better All-Star games any sport has seen in the last couple of years or in recent memory. It was tied 6-6. The Diamondbacks had a big impact, and we went to a swing-off. And, you know, if you weren't familiar with it, like the broadcast might have been, you would have been like, what is going on? But as soon as it started, Kyle Schwarber stole the show. The NL won. And aside from the Diamondbacks' performances, what, if anything, from last night's game would you like to become a norm in the MLB? Whether it's more mic'd up players, maybe guys in the dugout as well, automated balls and strikes, and like swing for the fences, the swing off in extra innings.
The mic'd up thing, I don't need more of it. In fact, I like it.
You got to get the right player.
You got to get the right player, and limiting that, I think, is fine. I think they've stumbled upon something cool. We may never see the swing off again because a lot of times these games don't end in ties. Doesn't happen very often in the All-Star game. I don't know. I think it was a good night though for Major League Baseball. I think overall it has to be considered a win.
I was thoroughly entertained.
Outside of the fact that that thing wrapped up at about midnight on the East Coast.
Yeah. Right, and they were trying not to show the stands. By the way, those stands in Atlanta, they were almost half empty by the time that swing off took place. But it was a long day, a long couple of days for Braves fans or Atlanta fans, baseball fans that came out to not only the game but the home run derby the night before. I liked everything about it. I thought it was a great night. Some of that's maybe influenced by the fact that the Diamondbacks players all had a great influence on the outcome of the game, so that was cool to see. I love the Hank Aaron tribute. I thought that was very, very well done. Not only from an emotional standpoint, but also a technology standpoint, Sammy.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to switch gears. Obviously, only one game to talk about last night, so we're going to do a little bit of who would you rather be moving forward. And we're going to start with I think a kind of a tough one. Would you rather be Mike Hazen having to navigate the deadline and the Diamondbacks the rest of the season, or would you rather be Torey Lovello, who has to continue to manage this team for the second half of the season?
Ooh. I think I'd rather. I mean, GMs do what GMs do. Mike Hazen doesn't want to trade these guys, but it's part of the job. It's part of what you sign up for, and I think he's equipped to do it. So I think I'd rather be in that position right now.
Yeah, and
we know Torey Lovello's stance or his approach to managing whoever it is not going to change.
Yeah, I think for Mike Hazen, I think the biggest bummer, and this is actually for Diamondbacks fans, is if you do it with a fire sale and you trade 3 or 4 of those guys, we all know the 4 guys, is that it would take a lot to compete then in 2026, right? So now you're looking at 2027. Anything can happen in 2026, but just as the landscape as it looks right now, looks like that might be a full-on rebuild year for the organization. So, yeah.
Yeah. All right, and on Monday we talked about kind of the comparison between San Diego, baseball town, and Phoenix, baseball town, and it got me thinking, would you rather your city be a basketball town, a football town, or a baseball town?
That's an interesting question. There's not too many baseball towns. San Diego is now one by default. St. Louis is a baseball town.
Almost by default also.
Cincinnati is more of a baseball town probably than a football town. Would you agree?
Yeah. You could say maybe Chicago.
No.
No?
Football.
It's football.
But these are also those towns you just mentioned are teams that only have one or two teams.
Yes.
Here's a good city to question. Boston. Is Boston a baseball town or is it a basketball
I think
town?
it depends on.
Lately, is it a football
It's
town?
an everything town.
Yeah, I think it
Boston's
depends on the
kinda too
season.
nice.
Yeah.
Same with New York.
For Phoenix, selfishly, I want to see the Suns win a championship, so I would say a basketball town, and we've seen that recently. But I don't think there's anything cooler for any city than being a football town.
I agree.
I think we've always been a bit of a basketball town, maybe because the Suns were here first. I think if any fan base deserves a championship, it's the Phoenix Suns fans. So from that standpoint, I wish us to be a basketball championship city at some point in the very near future, like before we die.
Yeah, I'm in team basketball town as well, and so we'll switch again. I have some middle of the summer sports questions. First and foremost, is it right now too early to start partaking in fantasy football mock drafts?
Mock drafts?
Yeah, is it too early for that?
For you, maybe not. I think it would be a complete exercise in futility. It's July 16th.
There's nothing to do.
Do either of you play fantasy football?
I would say
we're going to have to. I don't know if you know about that.
We're being coerced into playing fantasy football this year.
See, for me, it's definitely too early because I never played.
Oh.
I don't like it.
Why?
Really?
I haven't played NFL fantasy football in several years.
Because
I haven't missed it.
I personal preference. I mean, my own. Like when you do this for a living, like fantasy football, you got a regular job, a real job, as I like to say. Like it's a nice outlet, right? It's fun. Like my whole life is sports. Like I don't need to do fantasy football for more fun. I will say a lot of people in the media like it because it actually helps them stay on top of the game.
That is true.
But of the hosts, Vince doesn't really play it. Dan doesn't play it. Wolf doesn't play it. Gambo doesn't play it.
Yeah.
The only one.
So I'm not alone. Okay.
Is Luke and Dave are the only two that.
Luke plays in enough leagues for all of us.
I don't even know if Dave does fantasy baseball that he's been doing since before the internet. I don't even know if he does football.
I think he does. Yeah. But that'll change.
Yeah.
Of course, a Big 12 league lives on.
Yes.
Yeah.
I might be. And to follow up on what you said there, each show is going to be having a fantasy football
draft.
League.
A league of their own.
Right. So stay tuned.
No crying in fantasy.
Lastly, on the way out, I know you guys don't.
To answer your question, it's mock drafts. It's too early.
See, I had two other questions.
Read a book.
What are those? Hey, I'll read my fantasy football book. I had two other questions, but we can get to them on the way out. But I did want to mention, I know you guys don't care. I got this hat. It says "Golf Sucks." Maybe I can get you guys some if you want it. I know you guys aren't golf guys, but the Open Championship starts tonight at 10:30 p.m.
There we go. Thursday across the pond. I am not in a position to wear a Golf Sucks hat because I'm not a golf guy. I think a golf guy could wear that, ironically.
Okay.
If you're not a golf guy, I don't think you can wear that hat.
Well, that's exactly the person that should wear it. If you hate golf,
yeah, but why do I want
better sentiment?
I don't hate golf.
You're like bitter guy.
Yeah.
If you're a golfer guy who wears Golf Sucks, it's funny.
Yeah.
I mean, other than
you're
that,
walking around with an attitude.
Yeah.
Other than that one guy, bang, 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 bang,
bam.
Who else is going to get upset about it?
Did you guys talk about that last week? by the
Bam,
way?
bam. Yeah, we did.
I don't even know who you're talking about.
Oh, you were on vacation, yeah.
There were these couple of drunk golfers, right? And
they were
one group was sort of annoying the other group, and they got into it.
The drunk golfers were taking forever. They couldn't tee up their ball. They were stumbling around the tee box, and the group behind them was tired, so they came up on him at a tee box. They started arguing. And the drunk guy charged.
I gotta watch
this bigger guy, and the bigger guy was trying to de-escalate it and saying, like, don't do this.
But the drunk guy finally went at him
and said, "Settle down. Don't do. I'm going to throw you in this lake if you come at me. Don't do it."
He threw him in the lake.
Then he did throw him in the lake.
Then the guy came back at him again, the drunk guy, and he grabbed his collar, and he just started hitting him with his right hand. And
the non-drunk guy did.
Yeah, and every time he hit him, he actually said, "Bam!" So he's like,
was,
"Bam! Bam!
Vinny,
See what I'm doing here? Bam!
How did
I don't know how you
this?
missed that.
Oh,
It's everywhere.
It's good stuff.
I got to watch this during the break.
There you go.
We're all rebooted. The post All-Star edition of the Rush Hour reboot. Thanks, Sammy. Coming up next, Suns with another Summer League game today. We'll get a synopsis on what they've looked like in the rest of the Summer League. Shane Young, who covers the Suns and the NBA for Forbes, will join us next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
They're going to need Kyler Murray to play very, very well. They're going to need him to be in the MVP conversation going into the second half of the season. For me, December, especially now that the season bleeds into January. So for me, it's going into December. If he's in that conversation, that means the Arizona Cardinals are winning games.
It's got to be like you could bring it up in December and you wouldn't get laughed out of the room.
Correct.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of SiteOne, bringing you more inventory, better prices, and 14 Arizona locations. From hardscape to irrigation, we've got it covered. Visit pioneerco.com and order today. Again, that's pioneerco.com.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon, you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell, and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell half gallons, $7.99 each at your local Bash's Supermarket now through July 22nd.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Protect your home with residential metal roofing from Mueller Inc. Strong, stylish, and designed to last, their metal roofs handle wind, hail, and heat with minimal maintenance. With a range of colors and styles, you'll get lasting beauty and proven durability, all backed by paint warranties up to 45 years. Visit one of their sales representatives today at their West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or check out MuellerInc.com to learn more.
On Saturday, July 19th, pick up a special Cattell Marte bobblehead courtesy of Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get your tickets today at Dbacks.com.
One thing about the NBA now today, it's so easy to go out and say, the coach ain't doing this, the coach ain't doing that. Are you putting the right pieces around to really compete for a championship?
Arizona sports.
I don't think Phoenix had the right pieces to really say they were going to compete for a championship this year.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
Yeah, Suns continuing up in Las Vegas. The Summer League continuing. A 2 o'clock tip-off today. Suns against the Timberwolves in their fourth game. And we'll see what they look like. We were all pretty excited about seeing the full complement of Suns Summer League players available
until the game
in that
started.
last game. But it didn't go very well for the Suns against Sacramento. Here to talk about the Summer League and the NBA, covers the league for Forbes. Shane Young, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Shane, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Glad to be on.
Shane, good to see you, buddy.
Glad to have you on. Let's start, obviously, and I'll tell this through the Tim Ring prism, because Tim was very excited to watch Kaman Malawach in the second game of the Summer League against Atlanta, but he didn't play. He's played in 2 of the 3 games, and we know he's so young and very raw. What were your impressions seeing Kaman Malawach up close and personal in Vegas, Shane?
Yeah, I think you nailed it. You like what you see early on. You like the communication aspect. He is by far, well, I would say second next to Ryan Dunn. He's the loudest on the court. He's always just in guys' ear, propping them up, offering advice, even as a rookie, kind of taking on that leadership role. But I think, on the court, just in terms of the skill set, it is very raw. He still has a lot of room to grow. I think, I could see fouling might be a concern early on, just in terms of getting that timing down when defending NBA pro level bigs. But just in terms of drop coverage, being at the level of the screen, kind of knowing what he's doing out there on defense, I think that's half the battle, and I think he's got that down. It's just kind of like adjusting to the speed. But and I think you guys would agree as well. He's got to put on some muscle and some strength and some weight to really get out there and defend on the perimeter or bang in the post. Even when he's running DHOs with Kobe Brea and kind of setting screens out there. I'm not going to say he's getting pushed around, but I think a little bit more weight and growth in that aspect from a strength conditioning wise, that'll go a long way for him.
Of course, it's incredibly early. We're still 2 months away from training camp starting. In terms of a role for Kaman Malawach, with all the things that you just mentioned as challenges for him, it looks like, Nick Richards is still on this roster. They will go out and get Mark Williams. Looks like Kaman Malawach should start the season as the third center. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I do. And from the standpoint of, Booker just signed that extension. Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks are guys that have already done their little introductory media scrums, and they've said that they expect to win. They want to make the playoffs. So if all your vets and all your main highest paid guys are wanting to win, I think it's a disservice if you say, oh, well, we're going to play our rookie third center and treat this as like a gap year or experimentation year. I don't think you can do that yet. Now, if you ask me that question if they are 10-25 this season or something like that, sure, I don't think it'll get that bad. I'm just saying, I think you have to let it play out. And if they are bad this year, then you can kind of pivot and get more minutes for Kaman and the young guys.
Visiting with Shane Young, NBA writer for Forbes. Shane, a lot of Suns fans obviously wanted to see the rookies at Summer League, but they also wanted to see Ryan Dunn and Oso to see how their development has gone in the offseason and their readiness to take a step up in year 2. What is your opinion on exactly that in terms of those two guys, Dunn and Oso? I'll combo them up in one question. Did we see enough in Summer League? Or is it always the disclaimer, well, it's only Summer League, in terms of trying to evaluate where these guys are at in terms of being competent rotational players on a team that competes each and every night when the real deal begins?
Yeah, I'm really high on both of them. I don't really think this is some homer take, but I think I really do believe Ryan Dunn is ready, and I thought he was ready last year. But this year, just the things that I'm seeing from Ryan specifically, the rebounding has taken on a new level. I mean, I think now he knows when to crash. He knows when not to. He's just very aggressive. I like the confidence. He catches on the perimeter, and he's not freaking out. It's either, okay, it's a decision in 0.5 seconds. I'm going to pump fake. I'm going to drive, attack, gain an advantage, and set up a teammate, or I'm just going to shoot the ball. I think he's really taken strides there. So I look for him to place, maybe starter level minutes or be just at least be a heavy rotation guy. Oso, I'm still trying to get a better feel for Oso because don't get me wrong, I love the idea what Damari Carroll, the Suns Summer League head coach, has done in terms of put the ball in his hands as that point forward, grab and go as soon as the ball comes off the rim on defense. He's pushing. We don't need to get it to a guard. Oso is our guard in those scenarios. But you see some turnovers, some head scratching plays, not really knowing when to be aggressive as a scorer. I think he's too unselfish to a fault at times. So I don't know. It's tricky, but this team does lack a bit of, they do lack some fours on the roster, and I guess you could call him that. So I think that he'll get minutes, but more so Ryan Dunn. Ryan Dunn's going to be the guy that is their, right behind Dylan Brooks. I think he's going to slot in there.
Shane Young, who covers the NBA for Forbes, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. We've seen both good and bad from Kobe Brea, the Suns' second round pick. First 2 games shot lights out, had a tough game, as most people did against Sacramento. What are your impressions of what you've seen from Kobe Brea? But we talked about it earlier in the week on this show, Shane. The stroke is so pure, and when you can shoot like that, sometimes you're going to find a role on a team.
Yeah, I could see a scenario where he really shines in minutes, I won't say garbage time minutes, but low stakes minutes. I'll say I could see him coming in and really shining and earning, week by week, earning his spot in a rotation or just getting some shine there. So it's funny to say that this team is kind of deep now. You look up and down the roster, it's like, well, how can he get some minutes? How can he get some minutes? So I think the Durant trade, bringing in Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, kind of added some depth, which makes it kind of tough for guys like Kobe to get minutes. But I think you're right. Off the move, he just reminds you a lot of the movement shooters, a lot of the I thought one name that came to mind for me was Kevin Huerter. I think he could be if he could be a Kevin Huerter in the NBA, just be a knockdown guy that can also fly off screens, catch on the move, plant his feet, gain his balance, and rise up. And it is one of the prettiest jump shots you'll see. And what I like about him is he's very confident. I asked him, I said, what's going to be the adjustment to NBA physicality? He's like, well, I think I'm already going to adjust really well. I might look skinny, but I'm really strong. Guys aren't going to knock me off my spot like they were in college. He's already making those declarations. So he is the right guy. He has the right attitude, and I can see him and Booker gelling. I'm not really into the whole he's the next coming to Devin Booker, but maybe give it a couple years, maybe. But I think he and Book, that's someone that Devin is going to take under his wing. Absolutely.
Shane, let me ask you about Bradley Beal, though, in this context. As you know, you just got back from Vegas. You have access to so many NBA people in a casual setting when you're hanging out there at the Thomas & Mack and the Cox Pavilion. I'm sure if you had any super hard real news, you'd report it yourself. But is there anything you can just kind of talk about, like the scuttlebutt about Beal, why this is taking so long, that maybe you picked up from some people in the know while you were in Las Vegas? Is there anything you can kind of speculate on or anything you heard?
It's funny. It's funny you say that because, I was, and I can say this, I was talking with Bobby Marks for a story that I'm doing on something else that's not, Suns or really basketball related. It's more so financial cap related. But I was talking to Bobby Marks, and he said that, it's surprising that it's taken this long, but he does expect, I think everyone around the league, according to him, kind of expects it to be done this week. So that's what we heard, and now it is, Wednesday. So I don't know. We're kind of running out of days for the end of the week, but that is what I've heard, and basically it's that Brad, I won't say holding it up, but rightfully he is taking his time to kind of dissect his options, figure out where he and his family would like to go, and that's another thing that I wish fans, and this is maybe asking too much, I understand, but fans to kind of dial it back and chill, because they don't think about the family aspect. Like, I mean, think about it from your perspective. If you had the opportunity, if you knew you were going to get bought out and you could go work for any radio station in the country, right? Like, you would at least talk with your family and figure out, where do we want to live? Sure. My next stop might be my last stop. Like, if he goes to the Clippers, they might like him after a year and sign him to a long-term deal. Who knows? So, I mean, I think it's definitely something that Brad has earned the right, despite all the nonsense that's happened the last couple of years here. I think he's played pretty well when he's been healthy. I think he's been really efficient, and I think he's earned the right to kind of figure out where he would like to go.
Shane, thanks so much for the time. Great stuff as always. We'll talk again soon.
Thank you.
Thanks. Shane Young covers the NBA for Forbes. He was our guest on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up, Diamondbacks fingerprints all over the National League's win and the All-Star game. That and more reaction next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Wednesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Card scan. 6 days away. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The app. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
I'm Diamond Dave, and I've been doing this for over 35 years, and my family for 4 generations. A lot has changed since 1990. Our marketing, our teams, even many of our sources. But one thing hasn't changed. Our commitment to offering the absolute best quality at the lowest prices possible. People ask why we don't do weekends, why we don't have 40 feet of showcases, why we work by appointment only. Simple. We're not a jewelry store. We're world-class importers, designers, and wholesalers. To give you elite quality at wholesale pricing, we have to do things differently. Think a high-end showroom where thousands of rings on display makes it better? It doesn't. It just makes it more expensive and a lot less personal. Come to Diamond Dave's and buy the smart way with insider access, wholesale prices, and zero pressure.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Exquisite. This oak door frame offers hints of aged glue, a fine sawdust finish, and delicate undertones of paint. A true culinary triumph for any discerning termite.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. If termites are treating your home like an upscale dining experience, it's time to shut down the feast. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know a lot of investors that don't really have a good relationship with their advisor because their advisor's checking with them like once a year. You guys aren't like that.
I think it's very important to have a real relationship with my clients. Clients and investors should feel the same way about their financial advisor. When things go wrong, you want to be comfortable making that call, because when you have this surface level relationship, or if you've been passed off to some customer service line by your financial advisor, then you know what? There's nothing personal there. You need to be able to have a one-on-one real relationship, and I just say this. If that relationship doesn't exist, it's time to find a new one.
And if it's time to find a new one, I want you to call Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. If you want a financial advisor that's going to be with you every step of the way and not just check in on you once a year, call 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
A summer
It can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks, with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Some Arizona sports history was made last night. Corbin Carroll became the first Diamondback to homer in an MLB All-Star game, but he wasn't the only Diamondback to have an impact on last night's game. Ketel Marte got the scoring started with a 2 RBI double off the reigning Cy Young winner, Tarek Skubal.
And he sends a rocket on the ground down the first baseline. It will roll all the way to the corner. Ohtani has scored. Acuna Jr. being waved. There's no throw. And there is the excellence of Ketel Marte.
But after 9 innings, it was knotted at 6 apiece. Extra innings, you might think. Nope, the first ever swing off, and it was Philly Kyle Schwarber who would win it for the National League in dramatic fashion. The MLB will get back underway on Friday, and your Diamondbacks will be hosting the St. Louis Cardinals. Today, we've got some breakfast basketball. The Mercury and Lynx will tip off at 10 a.m. in Minnesota. This afternoon, the Summer Suns will tip off in Vegas at 2 p.m. against the Minnesota Timberwolves. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of its energy while saving money. Be sure to schedule a free consultation today.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. We will react to how the Diamondback All-Stars performed in the Midsummer Classic, and of course the latest on the trade rumor mill. We start at 2 on Arizona Sports.
And he sends a rocket on the ground down the first baseline. It will roll all the way to the corner. Ohtani has scored. Acuna Jr. being waved. There's no throw. And there is the excellence of Ketel Marte. A double into the right field corner on a hard grounder down the first baseline that Vlad Guerrero had no chance on. It's 2-0 National League. That ball is hammered to right field. This ball is going and gone. A hanging breaking pitch from Mize, and Corbin Carroll destroyed it. About 20 rows deep into right center. Second home run of the inning for the National League, and they add to their lead and now lead it 6-0.
Yeah, big Diamondback influence last night at the All-Star game. Eugenio Suarez also in the game for the Diamondbacks. Didn't contribute offensively. Did get on base via hit by pitch that had everybody holding their breath late in that game. Made a really nice play in the 9th inning. I wonder, Tim, with the way that game shook out, this came up earlier, if the American League doesn't come back and tie it and force the swing off, which we all enjoyed, who would have been the MVP? Would it have been Ketel Marte?
It would have been Pete Alonso.
I think Pete Alonso, just because chicks dig the long ball, Vinny.
It would have been Pete Alonso.
And the chicks were voting for MVP.
Yes.
It would have been Pete Alonso because they revealed the voting.
Oh, did they?
Schwarber barely beat Pete Alonso even with that swing off.
Yeah,
they were the only two that got votes.
Schwarber was 0 for 2 in the actual game portion.
Isn't that funny?
But hit 3 home runs that don't actually count anywhere and won the MVP.
I don't think anyone has ever gone 0 for 2 and won the MVP.
That is going to be a great trivia question.
Yeah,
in about 15, 20 years. It's funny, speaking of like the box score, I'm like, how are they going to document this in a box score for historical purposes? And I went to the digital box score on ESPN, 0 mention.
Well,
of the swing off.
I've been to several different sites. Well, ESPN still shows the final as 6-6. Baseball Savant, tremendous site, by the way, 7-6. So I don't know if it officially...
Right, what is the official...
It's basically reported like a shootout score
and
or a penalty kick score in soccer.
Right, and I'm glad they didn't count it because Tim Kirkjian, when he interviewed Schwarber in the postgame, was like, how does it feel to be the first person to ever hit 3 home runs in an All-Star game? And I'm glad they didn't count that because that's something I always...
Making fun of our frequent guest, Tim
I
Kirkjian, who's the nicest man in the world.
He is the nicest guy.
That was all time right there.
No, but what I used to hate about the college football overtime is they used to count those all as touchdowns. So like a quarterback could throw 8 touchdowns in one game.
Hated that.
Even though they started on the 25-yard line.
Yeah.
So I'm glad they didn't count that as, say, like Schwarber hit 3 home runs in the All-Star.
Hey, a college football game that was tied at 24 somehow at the end of
72
triple
to
overtime.
71.
Exactly.
The quarterback has 9 touchdown passes.
Exactly.
Just dumb.
Yeah, I hated that.
Regardless of how they document it or who gets credit for what, I was enthralled. I thought it was a fantastic way to end a game like that ends in a tie. And I think the players that were still around were into it as well. They were all out of the dugouts. They were on the field. I thought that emotion was real. I thought it was entertaining, which at the end of the day is probably the most important thing, or at least it should be, especially for a game like that. Mm-hmm. And I thought.
And the D-backs did well.
I thought it was a home run, Vinny.
Yeah.
Hey!
And the D-backs did well, which was great to see.
That was easily the most Diamondbacks influenced All-Star game ever.
And it just shows you, again, what actual talent they have on this roster, and whether you think that makes it extra frustrating that they're underachieving, or maybe all the talent's on offense right now that's having a good year.
Nobody's doubting their offense. Even in a year they're 3 games under 500.
I mean, it's been an issue at times, inconsistent, but that's going to happen over the course of a season. Yeah, I mean, we talked about this earlier. The pitching, obviously the bullpen being a shambles or a shadow of its former self with the personnel that's making up that bullpen, but starting pitching's been a disappointment as well. And that becomes the next big story when they lace them up again on Friday night, starting that stretch. And I misspoke earlier. It's 12 games before I had it right first, and then I somehow included the athletic series. 12 games between now and the trade deadline. So that's exactly the number you brought up for the Diamondbacks to really give you any shred of hope, if that's what you're hoping for, to get back into this thing and avoid having a fire sale. 9-3 has got to be the benchmark.
9-3 or better.
But you're also, including 6 games in that stretch against division-leading teams. You got 3 against the Tigers. You got 3 against the Astros. And then, all 3 of the teams, including the Cardinals, have a better record than you.
There's been no indication that they are capable of doing it. But at the same time, that's why you play the games. I mean, I don't expect a 9-3 or better start out of the All-Star break for this particular club. I expect maybe not all 4 guys, but at least 2 of them, 2 to 3 guys are sold trade-wise at the deadline. Yeah, I just think that's. I mean, even listening to Chris Garagiola, who's a Diamondback employee, he's almost foaming the runways for Diamondback fans that this is what's going to happen. This is what should happen. This is what needs to happen. This is where this particular ball club has put Mike Hazen in from a positional standpoint in terms of what's best for the organization. Mm-hmm. And it's going to happen. So be prepared.
Yeah, we'll have a lot on that as we lead up to the trade deadline. If you subscribe to the Bickley and Murata Show podcast, subscribe right now on your iPhone or Android. Never miss any of the show. It's the Bickley and Murata Show podcast. It's brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, the Territorial Cup rivalry in football is huge in the state of Arizona. But do we have a skewed perception of it? Skewed. We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring in for Bick today here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Things that take a long time. Smoking a brisket. The formation of rocks and minerals. Compound interest. This Bradley Beal thing. When my new diamonds are finished forming, I'm going to enjoy a brisket sandwich while earning 0.04% APY from my savings account. And then maybe we'll finally know what's going on with Bradley Beal and the Suns.
What's the deal with Beal?
We don't know, but when we do, we won't make you wait to hear about it on Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan, the last piece of financing you will ever need. You can do your banking inside your mortgage and pay off your home in just a few short years. You keep access to your equity, which gives you great liquidity and allows you to buy new properties without additional mortgages. If you have home improvement needs, not a problem. Just borrow from yourself. Need a new car? No need to finance. Just borrow from yourself. Stressed out by college tuition? No worries, just borrow from yourself. Bottom line, if you have great credit and are good with money, there is no need to let the bank control your finances or your future, not when the future of banking and mortgage is here. And if you think it sounds too good to be true, they hear that all the time at Life Changer Loan. And like they say, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more at 480-504-0844 or online at lifechangerloan.com.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling.
ReadyServices.com. Ready. It isn't just any Ford dealer. It is Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and zero down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or you're having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvise here. We're not talking supplements, nothing. Boost your T levels like real testosterone. Book your free video consultation today, and they'll waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, lose that dad bod with testosterone available only by prescription at redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hi, this is Megan, your friend and jeweler from Shane Company. Did you know not all warranties are created equal? At Shane Company, our free lifetime warranty is all-inclusive and even protects the diamond in your engagement ring. We can offer such an incredible warranty because our rings are crafted to last a lifetime. As your friend and jeweler, our gift to you is peace of mind. At Shane Company, we also cover unlimited repairs, resizings, and cleanings for free for life, saving you thousands over time. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Wolf. How important is a quick start for the Arizona Cardinals in 2025? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports
Second down and 3. Levitt throws a quick pass, complete to Tyson, and Jordan Tyson's going to take it in for a touchdown. A slip screen to Tyson, and Levitt to Tyson clicks again, and Arizona State in command early on here in Tucson. A 20-0 lead over the U of A. And that'll do it to it. And the Territorial Cup is headed back to Tempe after a 2-year hiatus as the Arizona State Sun Devils defeat the Arizona Wildcats 49-7.
Just for Jared, I wanted to play all of the Sun Devil touchdowns from last year's Territorial Cup game, but
Song's not long enough.
It's only an 8-minute segment.
Yeah. I'll tell you.
What about the year before that?
We're off
ASU
the year
wins.
at 10. I mean, that doesn't matter. The year before doesn't matter, Sammy.
It's all right. When U of A ruins,
I live in the now, personally.
When U of A ruins ASU's playoff hopes this year, winning its 4th game of the season, that's going to be sweet.
I'm glad we started this discussion in this fashion. This is from last week. I didn't know if you guys had talked about it. Actually, Kellen was doing the show last week with Bick when I was on vacation, so you weren't here. But it was an interesting piece written by Scott Docterman on The Athletic, ranking college football's 100 best rivalries, who earned the top spot. And look, you get like 3 guesses to get the top spot. Everybody knows what it is. It's Michigan, Ohio State is number 1. But I was very curious, first of all, that there are 100 college football rivalries worth ranking. Secondly, where the Territorial Cup, Arizona versus Arizona State, ranks. It is huge here. And proponents of the rivalry, on both sides of the rivalry, will stand up for it and say it is one of the most intense, hate-filled rivalries in the country. But that's within the borders of this state.
All true.
Yes.
Just very regionalized.
Yes.
As we found out, at least in the eyes of The Athletic.
I was shocked to see that the Arizona State rivalry ranked 54th on this list. Not even top 50.
Give me 51, 52, 53.
Well, that's where
what's right above them.
That's where it gets frustrating, Jarrett. I mean, because there's some big names right around them, right?
Yes.
So like 53 is Tennessee, Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
52, Clemson, Florida State. Again, if you were to ask me before I read this article, is Clemson, Florida State even a rivalry, period?
But that's it, though. Those are big-name schools, you just said, but those are not in-state rivalries,
here's a
and then
better
not their
example.
major one for either one.
So Tim's right. The real estate right around them is just big school conference matchups. But then you go down.
Lafayette, Lehigh.
Well, TCU, SMU at 46. Okay. Lafayette, Lehigh at number 41. Just because they've met 160 times. At number 39 is North Dakota State, South Dakota State. The Dakotas have a great college football thing going on right now, but it's smaller schools. And those, if you're going to make the same argument, the Territorial Cup doesn't resonate outside of Arizona, nobody outside of the Dakotas gives a rat's behind about what's happening between those schools. In fact, they can't. You want to talk about not being able to name mascots? Try that with the Dakota schools.
The Bison?
I think you can talk about history.
Stanford, Cal at number 29.
Yeah, that's a...
Nobody cares. The Stanford side doesn't care about that rivalry.
Neither side cares about football in those schools.
I just think that the main, to me, outside of the history and the hate that exists between the fan bases, and how long they've been playing, and the tradition and the stakes that have been involved over the years, to me, really the biggest indication of is it a great rivalry is if you have no skin in the game.
Yes.
You still are like, oh, that game's on.
All right.
That's usually a good one. I want to watch that.
You have a different perspective than I do. I've lived here since I was 7 years old. I've been a Sun Devil fan since I was 7 years old. I went to school there. I've been in the rivalry for a long time. My eyes are probably not the most accurate viewpoint on this. You've worked all around the country covering sports. So you have a better angle, obviously, of how much this rivalry resonates around the country. What is your perception of it?
Well, fans here aren't going to like to hear it, but it doesn't resonate. I mean, I'm just being accurate, and that's just not from a college football fan. You know, that's from a guy who's been working in the media for 35 years. I grew up in the Midwest. I've had the good fortune to work, as you mentioned, all over the country, down in Miami, Colorado, Wisconsin, Chicago. Until I got here and I understood what it meant locally, obviously I was all in, right? It's kind of nice to not have a skin in the game covering these two teams because I didn't go to either school, and I want everybody to win. I mean, it doesn't really matter to me, which has actually served me well. But I can't stress enough, when you're not here, how little this game moves the meter from a national perspective.
But what
like,
makes
the Arizona State-Arizona game is on. Let's go out and watch that, or let's get that sucker on. Just doesn't happen.
But what makes a good rivalry, though? Is it that it has national relevance and it's two great teams, or even that the games are good? Or is what makes a great rivalry that the two teams and the two fan bases hate each other?
I think that
That's a great point.
I think in these rankings, Jarrett, the second point you brought up has been glossed over a little bit.
Right.
I think the intensity, and if people don't like to use the word hatred, fine. The intensity of the rivalry, I think there's few that can match the intensity on both sides of this rivalry. Again, this is my experience.
Right, but where it loses is the lack of national relevance in terms of the outcome of the game, and the importance of the game sometimes takes precedent over that. Like, I mean, one of the reasons, if Ohio State and Michigan, I don't know how I can quite articulate the comparison, but like there's usually high stakes involved.
There is.
Alabama, Auburn, usually high stakes.
I wouldn't put this rivalry in that class, but I would also proving that there's 53 better rivalries than this one is ridiculous.
Obviously, I disagree with the notion that it's 54.
Yeah.
But you asked me about, does it move the meter nationally?
Okay,
and
that's fair.
And
that's fair.
It's less than I think what people here want to believe or could even comprehend.
Mm-hmm.
Like it just doesn't. But having said that, 54 is ridiculous. Let me not bury the lead.
Yeah.
But see, the Pac-12, Pac-10, Pac-8 always had problems with that nationally because they were always seen as just their fan bases just don't care the same amount that like the SEC or Big Ten ones do. People said, the biggest rivalry in the Pac-12 was USC and Notre Dame, not even a team that was in the conference. But if you were lived in this area in the conference, you knew Oregon State, Washington State, ASU, U of A, what big rivalries those actually were.
Yeah. The other thing that it did for each of the rivalries is they list the biggest game, and I think this was a slight to the rivalry as well. They list 2014. Rivals engaged in a winner-take-all territorial cup in Tucson for the Pac-12 South title. Arizona won 42-35.
It was a great game, and both teams were 9-2, and that's where it gets to the national relevance part.
But that wasn't the biggest game in this rivalry. I mean, you want to go back to U of A victories in the 80s where they knocked ASU out of the Rose Bowl and ruined national championship hopes on a few occasions. Those were much bigger games if you're talking about national perspective. I mean, U of A, yes, they got to the Pac-12 championship game that year, and they got absolutely housed by Oregon. It was a big game, bigger than most recent versions of this rivalry. I don't know.
I don't know how old Scott Docterman is, the writer. He may not have been alive when that happened.
Yeah,
and that skews perspective too.
Sure, and I admit I'm totally biased in this, but I just think this is a slap in the face to both sides. As most things from a national perspective about this rivalry are slaps in the face.
And ASU fans can relate to this. I mean, how many times on ESPN do you see logos just interchanged?
Or they're just calling the wrong names.
Or just calling it the wrong name.
Yeah. You can check out that whole article on The Athletic. You can join us also for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday. Dbacks take on Christian Walker and the Astros. Text the word half to 620-620. We'll send you a link. You'll be able to buy lower-level tickets for half off. Once again, that's half, HALF, to 620-620. Coming up next, we'll talk some NFL. Omar Ruiz from NFL Network will join us straight ahead here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I don't want him to sell all four guys. I understand if there are guys you can't bring back, you can't just let them all walk. for nothing. You know what I mean? Like, if you knew, hey, we can't bring back Gallen or Kelly or Naylor or Gino, you can't just let all four of them walk for nothing if you're 5.5 games out of a playoff spot. I understand that. I mean, you have to deal in reality a little bit.
The numbers that are mounting right now, the 6-12 in the last 18 games, boy, that looms, that hangs in the air, because you know the guys inside that clubhouse knew exactly what was at stake.
Yeah.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips, so we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want. Like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
They call us Mom, Dad, Grandma, Grandpa. We call them our why.
My parents help me when I'm learning something new.
They always practice forgiveness. That support system makes me feel safe in expressing my true thoughts and feelings about what I need and what I'm struggling with.
They've been watching, learning, and counting on you every step of the way, from crayons to campus. They've always needed you.
Even though I'm in high school, I still need my parents' help to clarify things.
When I'm scared, they help me feel brave.
Because they love me and care about me.
I do think my parents have a plan in place if something were to ever happen to them. I am confident that they've prepared for that.
That kind of confidence comes from more than love. It comes from planning ahead. At Morris Hall, we've guided families through estate planning for generations, starting with our own children. From crayons to campus to confidence. Give your family the peace of mind that comes with an estate plan. Visit morrishall.com to schedule your complimentary consultation. That's morrishall.com.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies? Don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
And Team Bravo, backyard recon complete. And Command, lounge chair secured. Requesting permission to flank the watermelon at the picnic table.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Your backyard is for summer fun, not an ant invasion. Call 602 Blue Sky today. We'll defend your pool deck, secure your picnic spots, and stop ants before they overrun your summer. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Some Arizona sports history was made last night. Corbin Carroll became the first Arizona Diamondback to hit a home run in the All-Star game, and it sounded like this.
That ball is hammered to right field. This ball is going and gone. A hanging breaking pitch from Mize, and Corbin Carroll destroyed it.
Carroll wasn't the only Diamondback to make history last night. Ketel Marte became the first Diamondback with multiple RBIs in an All-Star game with his RBI double off the reigning Cy Young Tarek Skubal.
And he sends a rocket on the ground down the first baseline. It will roll all the way to the corner. Ohtani has scored. Acuna Jr. being waved. There's no throw. And there is the excellence of Ketel Marte.
But after 9 innings, it was knotted at 6 apiece. Extra innings, you would think. Nope, the first ever swing off. And it was Philly Kyle Schwarber who would win it for the National League in dramatic fashion. The MLB gets back underway Friday, and your Diamondbacks will be hosting the St. Louis Cardinals. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Remodeling your home from cabinets to countertops and everything in between. The Window Depot has everything you need in stock and ready to go. Browse online at thewindowdepot.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. How important is a quick start for the Arizona Cardinals in 2025? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, we continue here on the Wednesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports. Tim Ring, kind enough to fill in for Dan Bickley all this week. Bick will be back on Monday. We are 50 days away, I think. I used the first countdown website I could find. 50 days away from opening day of the NFL. Here to talk some Cardinals and NFL with us from NFL Network, Omar Ruiz, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Omar, welcome. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. You're exactly right about that. It is 50 days. That was one of the promos on one of our shows, The Insiders. 50 days from kickoff, Eagles, Cowboys, Thursday Night Football. And I don't know, we get to this time of year where it seems like the offseason, it's been a long time, and typically the off-seasons are long. And then, boom, right, we get before the start of training camp, things accelerate quickly, and then the season's underway. So it's kind of like the calm before the storm, if you will, in our calendar.
It's funny. We were just talking, Omar, off the air today, Tim and I were, about the length of, or lack thereof, of the NFL season. And when you're in the season, it seems like it's long. And yes, it's 17 games over 18 weeks for these teams. But when football ends and you get the dead periods, it seems like it takes forever to get back to training camp and games, doesn't it?
I feel the same way. I often reflect in the middle of the off season where I think, you get through free agency and the draft. And then I think when we get to the draft, you're still closer to the previous year's Super Bowl than you are to the next season. And so then you're like, oh, man, we still got to get through May and June and July and August before we get to that football. But I think that's why. I think, obviously fantasy football has played a huge role and everything else. But I think one of the big reasons why football has kind of taken hold as America's pastime is because people only see their teams play, 17, or if they're fortunate enough in the playoffs, 20-something days a year. And for the diehards, the preseason games, 22, 23 games a year. So they're so used to talking about their team, even in the regular season. So with that kind of attitude, the mentality carries over into the off season. So they're just as happy to talk about their team without necessarily watching them all the time. And so I think, that's one of the reasons why, fans are just as passionate in the off season, and the ratings are high for all the NFL off season events, just as they are for the regular season and the actual games themselves.
Omar, we want to get your perspective on the Cardinals, and we'll do that in a second. But, you look at the NFL league-wide right now in terms of the offseason. Typically, you have some wide receivers being signed, some wide receivers wanted to be traded, some wide receivers like Terry McLaurin waiting for a deal. Always drama with the diva at wide receiver. But it's outside of that, maybe a couple of arrests. It's been a quiet offseason, I think. So let me just kind of give you an open-ended one. What storyline or storylines have kind of really grabbed your attention as we embark on training camp 2025?
Well, it seems like it's been the focus of the offseason for maybe 4 of the last 5, and it's the Aaron Rodgers saga. And I think, we've talked about the Steelers kind of turning over the quarterback position since Roethlisberger retired. They always make the playoffs or at least have a winning record under Tomlin. We all know that, and it's primarily been because of a dominant defense. Well, now they have that quarterback in Aaron Rodgers. Is he the same Rodgers? Of course not. But when he went to New York, so much focus on him, so much attention, so much pressure that I don't think, obviously the injury in 23 derailed everything. And last season they couldn't overcome any of that, pressure, so to speak. With a dominant defense in Pittsburgh, TJ Watt, obviously unhappy right now, but if they can get that same stout defense, can that reduce some of the pressure on Aaron Rodgers and then him have one last hurrah in the 25 season? That's sort of been the fascinating picture for me, kind of what Aaron Rodgers might look like with an established dominating defense and a coach, a coach where Rodgers is not going to come in and dominate the organization the way Mike Tomlin, I don't think, would let him do that, nor would they want to. So that's kind of been, I think you're right, it has been relatively quiet for this offseason, and in large part because Rodgers sort of dominates it, whenever he makes news and is a headline maker, to be sure.
Omar Ruiz from NFL Network, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. In terms of the Cardinals, there's a lot of optimism here. It's a team that I think nationally is viewed as being on the upswing under Jonathan Gannon going into year 3. They did make some splashy offseason acquisitions and Josh Sweat and bringing back Calais Campbell. What did you make of the Cardinals offseason as a whole, and where do you place? I think the NFC West is a very intriguing division. Where would you place the Cardinals in terms of the NFC West going into this season, Omar?
I think it's a great point, and I'm one of those that continues to have that upward trajectory in mind for the Cardinals and what Gannon and Monty Ossenfort have built. I think they'll continue to climb. I think from a national standpoint, the bad taste in the mouth of that second half collapse, going into the bye week with the sole possession of the NFC West and then, fading out of the playoff picture entirely kind of leaves that bad taste in the mouth. But then you kind of remember they did improve 4 games. Their defense did go from one of the worst, even though they played hard and with energy and relentlessness in 2023, they went from, one of the lowest in the league ranked to middle of the pack last year. And if they can make another jump with those acquisitions that you mentioned to maybe the top of the league, the way Jonathan Gannon would ideally want that defense to be playing, then maybe that takes some pressure off Kyler Murray and that offense, as good as potentially they could be in 25. So when you put all that together, there is reason for optimism there. I don't know if anybody catches the Rams this year, because I think that defense is going to come into its own again with those, young, stout defensive linemen that we've been talking about the last couple of years, kind of, getting into their primes now. I think that could be a really, really good defense. And then Stafford showing no signs of slowing down the way they ran in the playoffs last year. But I think the Cardinals are right there to continue to take on the 49ers, to make strides past the Seahawks. So many question marks in Seattle with, the back-to-back winning seasons, but no playoff appearances. So I think, they're going to want to have a lot to prove. And I think the Cardinals at this point seem to be in a more stable position than the 49ers and the Seahawks at this point. So I think, a playoff position, second place in the NFC is right there for them. And if breaks go their way, then, there could be a surprise NFC West title contender.
All right, Omar, point blank, and don't feel like you have to placate the Phoenix audience in your answer. Where are you at with Kyler Murray? Do you still believe? Do you believe, period, with the quarterback?
Yeah, but I would say, from my perspective, the issue with Kyler for me is that he does some extraordinary things on the football field. And when you get a taste of that, when you see that, and not just extraordinary player too, he'll put together a game where you're like, oh, yeah, there's a reason why he's a 2-time Pro Bowler, former Offensive Rookie of the Year, the number 1 overall pick, and everybody has so much hype for him. And then there's other games, other plays where you scratch your head and you're like, what the heck was that? And so you're kind of fascinated with the potential there. But obviously, as we're getting deeper into his career, as the roster has been built around him, I think there is pressure on Kyler this year and to produce at a higher and more consistent level. Now, I think, Kyler has always shown that if there was a great team around him, he's probably one of those guys that can help you win games. But I think at this point of his career, the expectation is win games because of him. And so I think that's where we're at. And I think the talent around him on this roster going into 25, I don't think there's that excuse anymore that it's just the shelf is empty with the talent pool on the roster. I think they have a good roster put together, and I think there is some pressure on Kyler to produce at a high and a consistent level in 25.
Omar, great stuff as always. Thanks so much for helping us count down the 50 days till a kickoff.
Thanks, brother.
Always a pleasure, fellas. Talk to you soon.
Thanks, Omar Ruiz, NFL Network, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. When it comes to the Phoenix Suns, one of the burning questions people have right now is, how does Jalen Green fit in with this team? We'll hit that topic and that burning question next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring in for Bick here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Corbin Carroll smashed the first home run by a Diamondback in All-Star Game history. X-Rays come back clean after Eugenio Suarez is hit in the hand, and only one NBA team has less continuity than the Suns entering 2025-26. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know all about Game Changers, and all over the valley, that's what New Life Dental Implant Center is doing. They are changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find, and you don't have to settle for the standard all-on-4 dental implants. New Life Dental Implant Center uses more than 4 implants per jaw for rock-solid support and longevity. Each new smile is digitally designed so you heal faster with minimal bone removal. Plus, they craft your teeth from solid zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts, and their flexible financing makes it all possible. So heads up to all denture wearers, veterans, anyone tired of dealing with dental issues, listen up. At New Life Dental Implant Center, that new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. Call 602-855-0000 or online at newsmilearizona.com.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our Energy Support Program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Oh, it's heating up, Aceronians, but the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. And there's no better time than right now to get the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale. Now through July 29th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Arizona Sports.
This team is not going nowhere. This team ain't going nowhere. Nowhere. They're not even going to be a top 6 seed in the West. I don't care who they trade for.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
Jalen Green holding it on the Warriors logo. Now starts to work his way toward the three-point line, 5 to shoot. Covered by Green with 2 to shoot. Now squares, three-pointer on its way, and good. Jalen Green, a 22-18 Houston lead.
It feels good. A team that is excited to have me, an organization that's excited to have me. It's a good feeling. They understand and know what I can bring to the table, and they're ready to capitalize on that, just like I am. I'm ready to capitalize on the court and do what I got to do to help this organization. So, it's a good feeling, and it goes both ways.
Jalen Green talking to the media last week at Summer League up in Las Vegas.
I don't know what he said, but I assume it was something good.
Talking about the Suns wanting him. A lot of atmospheric noise going on there.
Ambiance.
That's one of the big questions is, and one of the questions coming out of the Kevin Durant trade from Phoenix to Houston is, how does Jalen Green fit? Now, we talked to Shane Young earlier from Forbes. He said he had inklings, intel. The Bradley Beal thing's coming sometime this week. It is Wednesday, as he pointed out. That clears up things a little bit at the guard position, although Gambo has followed up that inkling that's out there by saying, when that's a done deal, the Suns are going to go out and get a guard. It's not going to be these guys, but it's going to be a combo guard maybe, or a point guard, and then they're going to be done. But Jalen Green is going to be here. The first thought when that deal went down was, oh, they're just going to spin Jalen Green off somewhere else. It's not the case. How does Jalen Green fit with Devin Booker is one of the biggest questions going into this season for the Suns.
And the follow-up, how does he fit, and why will he fit better than Bradley Beal did?
I'm not sure he will. I'm not. I can. Well, I don't have a crystal ball. You could turn an ankle at any point. But Jalen Green, the last 2 years, has played 82 games. His entire career, he has started every game he's ever played. Mm-hmm. He's a 20-point per game scorer. He's only 23 years of age. The potential is there. His ceiling's extremely high still. He can't play the one, though. I mean, his 4-year career in Houston pretty much has told us that he is a classic shooting guard. Like Bradley Beal and Booker, they could shift over and handle that. Maybe not to great team success, but they could do it.
Yeah.
I'm on record. I continue to worry about Devin Booker playing the one. I don't think he's quite as he's not Devin Booker when he has those responsibilities.
He's shown flashes of being great at it. Oh, I think overall Devin Booker is serviceable as a one. And when we've seen it, the Suns have been pressed into using him at the one during his career. And you live with the results. I mean, I don't think you want to go into a season at day one with Devin Booker as your point guard. I agree with you, but it looks like from a roster standpoint, it's almost unavoidable right now. Because Jalen Green is going to play, and he's going to start.
He's going to start.
Yeah.
Like you're not going to sign a veteran point guard, whoever that may be, and then bring Jalen Green off the bench, nor are you going to put Booker at the 3. They tried that last year.
Yeah.
With Tyus Jones.
So
36 games.
Hypothetically speaking, because it's been reported it's not going to happen, but if they signed Chris Paul, you'd think he would be coming off the bench, not Jalen Green. Chris Paul.
I know Chris Paul is coming off a season where he started at 82 games. I think if he was in the fold with all the parameters you just gave, he would be a bench player.
I think so too, because I don't think they're not going to bring Green off the bench, and you don't want to play Booker at the 3.
So on what you just said about the biggest advantage Green has is his health over Beal. When Beal and Booker did play together in the same backcourt, did you think that worked?
Oh, because they're the same. Booker and Beal are both mid-range players, and Booker's a better playmaker. Jalen Green, what's different than Bradley Beal is he's a lot more downhill.
He's downhill, but he also shoots. I mean, he shoots a lot of threes, too.
Yeah,
he shot 8.1 three-pointers a game last year, and he represents the downhill point, Sammy, something that Bradley Beal did not offer this team on a consistent basis, and that's explosion to the rim. Jalen Green is upper echelon in terms of explosiveness and athleticism in this league.
You know, Jared, to answer your question, yeah, we saw him on the court together a whole bunch, but man, Beal's unavailability really put a damper on not only the Suns' ultimate team performance, but even trying to gauge in and out of the lineup, in and out, in and out, in and out. Year one, missing the first, 25, 30 games. Like it just never had time to click or gel or to find that chemistry and that cohesion that you wanted when you paired those guys in the backcourt. It was just so inconsistent from a playing time standpoint because Beal was completely unreliable from an availability standpoint. So it was really, they had moments. Vinny, you and I talked about it quite a bit over the last couple of years. When the Suns wrapped up season number 1 with the big three, down the stretch, they had 10 really tough games to try to even get out of the play-in.
I think you're the one that coined it the gauntlet.
The gauntlet, yeah. But first of all, they went 7-3.
Yeah.
And a big reason why, Bradley Beal.
Bradley Beal was at the center of that.
He was fantastic.
That was by far his best stretch of Suns basketball.
He was fantastic. So at some point, I'm just kind of going back to Jared's question, trying to evaluate, did it work, did it not work? Like, there were stretches where, yeah, it worked. The Suns were a pretty good team. But just his unavailability throughout the course of his 2 years here, you just never got a sense that it had time to properly bake and cook.
I'm just trying to go back to what you just said and trying to conceptualize how this Suns team could be the best version of itself if Devin Booker is playing point guard.
Well, you asked the question, too, about it working. And the fact of the matter is when Bradley Beal was brought here to be the third option, we can't forget the fact that Kevin Durant is no longer here. And that might complicate things on offense. It might free some things up on offense. You know, Jalen Green comes in here as unequivocally the number 2 offensive option for the Phoenix Suns. There's no doubt about it. And you don't have the Kevin Durant influence on the offense. Again, we'll see what that means, whether it's positive or negative. But I just think asking Jalen Green to be a 2, you're probably going to get better results than asking Bradley Beal, who's been the guy in his whole NBA career in Washington, to come in and take a third seat, if you will.
I understand
that was an ill-conceived proposition from the get-go, as it turned out.
I have no doubt Jalen Green's going to average between 20 and 22 points a game next season. Zero doubt. I think he's going to be really good at times. I think people here in Phoenix and even nationally are skewed by a very terrible playoff performance by Jalen Green. He was really good. He's a big reason why they won 52 games. And I know
the number 2 seed.
They were the 2 seed. And Jalen Green gets a lot of hate, and the team's analysts knock him, fans knock him, talk show hosts knock him. I get that. He's not a perfect player. He's also only 23. So there's room to grow and develop and to become the player, the complete player that many hope that he can be. I just coaches kind of know how to handle Book in that point guard position. I mean, they trap him, they double team him, they push him out towards half court. Like, he kind of struggles with that.
And especially everything you've heard from Jordan Ott and Brian Gregory is that they want to play faster. They want to play with more flow, faster pace. Can you do that without a real point guard?
It's certainly more difficult. To Vinny's point, too, they won't have Durant out there, trying to play point guard and throwing the ball into the third row 6 times a game.
Well, there's
so that's going to help.
I mean, go back to some of the things that we're seeing in Summer League now, and I'm not saying like a big slice of the ball handling duties are going to go to Oso Ighodaro, but flexible guys with the ability. It doesn't have to be Devin Booker initiating the offense every single time. And pace comes from a mentality, not necessarily from the way a point guard pushes, if that makes any sense. If your mentality is always to have pace, just get the ball out and go, create opportunities to run. I think we're going to see a much more increased pace.
I hope. Remember Frank Vogel? I mean, he was very honest about it late in the year. His 1 year here, obviously. We're not a good passing team. We're a bad passing team.
It was obvious to anybody who watched the team, but to hear him say it after like game 79 or 80, you're like, wow, finally.
And that was also, I think, a product of not having a point guard and having Booker and Durant consistently initiate the offense. And for a time, Beal, all those guys, great players individually, obviously, but also doing something that they don't normally do. You're asking them to do something that it's not the best versions of them.
Yep.
Playing the point.
Have you subscribed to the Bickley and Murata Show podcast? Subscribe right now on your iPhone or Android. Never miss any of the show. It's the Bickley and Murata Show podcast, brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefy.com. That's YREFY.com. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies to kick off the 9 o'clock hour next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring, and here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and there are a lot of ways to know when you need new windows. Warping, condensation, trouble opening and closing them, the age of your house, and then there was my stark reminder, spiking utility bills that proved my windows are shot, which is why I'm stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, Arizona's premier window replacement company, where they treat customers like friendships, where they offer the most affordable, high-quality, custom windows in the state. That's because there's no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it specifically for our climate, they install it, and then they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products currently offering a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you get a $2,500 discount. $2,500 off. So do what I did. Call today, beat the summer rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
More fiber and laxatives, eh? Who are you? I'm future you. Future me? Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Our doctor figured it out. It's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The National League, you could say, outswung the American League in the All-Star game last night as Kyle Schwarber shined in the first ever swing-off after it was tied after 9 innings, but the Diamondbacks' impact was felt. Corbin Carroll homered, and Ketel Marte hit a double down the line to start the scoring against reigning Cy Young winner Tarek Skubal.
And he sends a rocket on the ground down the first baseline. It will roll all the way to the corner. Ohtani has scored. Acuna Jr. being waved. There's no throw. And there is the excellence of Ketel Marte.
Marte became the first Diamondback ever to have multiple RBIs in an All-Star game, but the MLB will get back underway on Friday. Your Diamondbacks will be hosting the St. Louis Cardinals. Today, some breakfast basketball. The Mercury and the Lynx will tip off at 10 a.m. in Minnesota. And in the Summer League, the Suns will tip off in Vegas at 2 p.m. against the Timberwolves. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Disc physicians are the leaders in the valley for minimally invasive spine care. If you have neck or back pain, check us out online at sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. Enjoy your life again.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock hour is upon us here on this Wednesday post-All-Star game. And here to take us through some social studies, Sammy Sabolka.
Yeah, good morning. As always, you know where to find us on X at Bickley_Murata is where we post our questions every day. We're at Bickley and Murata on Blue Sky, Instagram, and Facebook. And shout out those watching on our YouTube at Arizona Sports. And we'll start with basketball. Really only Summer League going on. But yesterday, Adam Silver discussed the second apron and possibly some expansions teams. So we start with that. Suns fans, how do you think the last 3 years of Suns basketball would have gone if the second apron system didn't exist in the NBA, and why? A big theoretical here, you know?
It is a huge theoretical, and it really makes you wonder how much money would have been spent on payroll.
$1 billion, and I'm not even joking.
Yeah, how much further would he have gone?
Like, do you think the Suns would have been to the equivalent of what maybe the Dodgers and Yankees are in the MLB?
Well, without the second apron, there was still limitations on what you could spend. I mean, there's still a cap.
Right.
But you can go over the cap and just pay the luxury tax.
Yeah, but what I can't get past is it wasn't the spending that was the problem. It was the lack of cohesion between.
Yes.
So
right.
I think things would look probably pretty similar.
Well, they would have had more
apron.
ability to move around pieces.
Yes.
Like we talked a lot about at the trade deadline, like the stuff they couldn't and could do because of that. So that would have been different, maybe.
Maybe aggregating salaries.
Yeah.
Or you. Also, the players have to be available to. You just can't go to a guy. You can't say, "Hey, John Morant, come
play for us.
Come play point guard for us."
I'm curious what the answers are here.
Yeah, so one of them, PCA 2019, said last year the Suns had the highest payroll in the NBA and didn't make the playoffs. The aprons restrict spending. I don't think lack of spending was the problem, kind of to your point, Vinny. Space Ace said, I think Matt Ishbia would have continued to spend and spend and spend, and I'm not sure that would have put us in a better place than we currently are at. And then Matthew Warwick just said, my brain isn't smart enough to know what that would look like.
Bordertown Kid says Jarrett wears an apron. Is this true?
I should.
Yeah.
I do all the cooking in my household.
You get a lot of stains, frontal stains going on.
Well, when you're naked, you don't stain anything.
Man, we were doing
All right,
so well.
A lot of burns.
Well,
You should definitely wear an apron if that's the case.
You think
I
I learned my lesson after the Third, hot oil.
Anyway, so our next question surrounding the MLB All-Star Game. What was your favorite thing about the MLB All-Star Game, and why was it the D-backs players' success, the Hank Aaron tribute, the mic'd up players, or the swing-off? We've got some poll question there.
I like all 4 choices, but selfishly, in what has been a very frustrating year, it was a good night to be a Diamondbacks fan. They played, all 3 guys played well, acquitted themselves nicely, proved that they belonged on that stage. It was a rare, satisfying Diamondbacks moment. I'm going to go there.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. But I will answer that question with the swing off, because singularly, that was, to me, the most enthralling, exciting part of the game.
Yeah.
Probably the most exciting thing to happen in any sports all-star game in quite a while, right?
I would agree with that as well.
Probably since the
Elam ending.
The 2020 NBA All-Star Game, where they went to the Elam ending for the first time. I thought that was just, I thought they had figured out how to fix the All-Star game.
1 year.
But that 1 year was some of the most incredible basketball I've ever watched. It was so entertaining.
So they got rid of it because what? LeBron didn't like it?
No,
they didn't get rid of it.
They didn't get rid of it. They kept it, but the endings just didn't line up.
Didn't line up for the Elam ending.
Good with the same kind of drama, and there was decreased effort in the subsequent years too.
The difference with that and the swing off is that it was every year with the NBA. This is just in a circumstance when the game's tied in the MLB, like we've talked about. We may not see it again for another 10 years.
They should make it every year. They should add this
if a team's down 9-2, they get a chance to win it via home run derby.
They have to outscore them by 8 runs in the swing off.
No,
but
that would last. You're
getting to MTV Rock and Jock.
Yeah, that was so much better than the All-Star Game.
Put in the 25-point shot.
And just on the Hank Aaron thing, I wonder in stadium how that appeared. Because it was something that looked like it was made for TV because of the projections on the field from seeing it from above. So I wonder how experiencing it in the stadium, if it had the same impact.
I wonder.
I asked Vince the exact same question earlier.
Yeah.
Like, was that just for the TV audience?
Right.
Because if you've ever been somewhere where they do stuff like that, unless you're at the right angle, you can't really see what's being projected across the whole field like that. And stuff.
Yeah, it's how I've been fortunate enough to attend 2 Super Bowls, and seeing the Super Bowl halftime show, and I saw Springsteen in Tampa and Rihanna here in Glendale. It was cool to get that perspective, but it is a made-for-television event, those Super Bowl halftime shows. Not the same at all.
They didn't let you down on the field for Bruce?
No.
You weren't inside the ropes?
They didn't get the towel off Rihanna?
Oh, man. Quickly, the results. The Diamondbacks player success, overwhelmingly 65%. The swing-off, 19%. And then the Hank Aaron tribute and the mic'd up, both receiving 7% of the vote. I just want to read Chalk Riley's response real quick. He said, "He slept soundly knowing that my core beliefs apply across all space and time. The D-backs offense is prolific and no 6-run lead is ever safe." You make a good point there, Chalk.
Very funny.
So our last one, we talked a little bit about it this morning. Vinny mentioned the alarm was tough this morning, and Tim is here with us. And we've asked this question a little bit before, but what is your morning/wake-up routine, Tim, especially you filling in early in the morning? Do you have one?
When I do this show or like in general?
Both.
Either, both, yeah.
Both. This show, I'm up at 4:10, start the coffee maker, get in the shower. I'm a shower guy, even though it's so early. I like to wake up.
Have to
like
shower
to
in the
shave,
morning.
feel good.
Yeah.
Ooh, see, I'm out of bed and just roll.
Really? I can't wake up
I
without
can
a
tell
shower right there.
sweatpants Johnny there.
We can tell, Sammy. Put another hat on.
Yeah, well, that's it, though. Morning radio.
Sweatpants Johnny.
The difference between the morning shower and the nighttime shower. I can't get going without a shower in the morning.
I can't either.
I don't feel awake. I don't feel like clean. I don't know.
I actually even shave for that, just to, especially because.
Are you a shave every day guy too? Because Bickley is.
Bick shaves in the shower though.
I think
with a lady Bick.
There's just something
and I'm
about
not
the
talking
process.
about his wife.
Hey yo.
Also, with this particular job, it's not like you're rolling out of bed and you got to be on. You got to be ready to go at 6 a.m.
My routine is alarm goes off. I hit snooze. an expletive comes out of my mouth. It's the same thing every
Me too.
day.
Oh, you're a snooze guy?
Lay
Oh,
back
that's
down for
deadly.
about 9 minutes. I have 2 different alarms set. I finagle the time on the alarm clock to trick myself into thinking that it's later than it actually is.
Tell yourself you got to get a new job.
I do all the tricks. None of them quite
I'm getting
work.
too old for this blank.
I'm a 1 alarm guy, and it's like I'm up, it's there, I have my thing, my breakfast, and then I'm ready to roll. Like that's just how it is.
You eat breakfast at home too?
Yeah.
Before?
Mm-hmm.
I've never been I've worked morning radio for a long time in different stops and never been able to eat breakfast at home before.
I think that's
or
what maybe
coffee at
wakes-
home.
I think that's what maybe wakes me up instead of the shower. Like I have the food and all that stuff.
My
But
first sip of coffee, Vinny, comes in the car. Like I make it, go get ready, come out, grab it, grab the thermos, grab the cup, in the car.
Only one response that I'll read for time. D Bono says his morning routine is listening to Bickley and Murata every morning. Of course, you do fish, Jarrett. Jarrett's getting some
strays today.
Not strays. I think the apron thing is all right. But there you go. At Bickley_Murata on X, Bickley Murata elsewhere, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, thank you, Sammy. That's social studies coming up next. Yeah, lots of reaction from a very entertaining Midsummer Classic in Atlanta last night. We'll go over it again next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, with Tim Ring in for Bick.
You ever see that meme of the skeleton sitting on the park bench because it's been waiting forever for something to happen? That's us. What's the deal with Beal? We don't know, but when we do, we won't make you wait to hear about it on Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customize investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 22 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Got unwanted guns at home?
MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting its first ever used gun buying event, July 25th through 27th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability. Just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
Tired of running out of hot water? Right now at Precision Air and Plumbing, get 25% off a tankless or hybrid water heater. Systems that deliver hot water on demand, take up less space, and cut down on energy costs. It's efficient, reliable, and perfect for Arizona homes. And with flexible financing options, it's more affordable than ever. Make the precision decision today and call us at 602-765-PIPE.
Join the Arizona Diamondbacks for the 12th annual Diamondbacks Race Against Cancer presented by Dignity Health Cancer Institute. The 5K run or walk is downtown at Chase Field on Sunday, September 28th. Register now at dbacks.com/race.
Hey, it's Wolf. Which Diamondbacks stood out the most in the All-Star game? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
This was a good game. I don't normally enjoy the Major League Baseball All-Star game because the pitching is so good in the Major League level nowadays. And, you know, it's a new pitcher every inning. So every inning, somebody's throwing 101 miles per hour. The pitching's so good that there's normally not a lot of runs scored and there's not a lot of hits. But this was a great game. We had hits. We had 3-run homers. First time in All-Star game history, you had a pair of 3-run homers in the game. And you had 12 runs total scored. So I thought it was a really good game. But, I mean, Donald, do you feel like the National League won the game? Like, we were tied after 9 innings, and then we did a home run derby. I don't know. I don't feel like the NL won. I don't really feel like anybody won.
It's Jonathan Zaslow from ESPN Radio last night. Not necessarily a fan of the swing off. The first time we've ever seen a swing off in the Major League Baseball All-Star game.
But who cares?
Some people liked it. Others didn't. He brings up a good point. And even leading up to the game, when you talk about and you wax nostalgic about the Major League Baseball All-Star game, it's always great moments in the All-Star game. Nobody ever says, hey, that was a great baseball game. I can't think of a great Major League Baseball All-Star game off the top of my head.
Right, you think of moments.
Yeah, it's always moments. So last night had its moments, but it was also a good game. But to Jarrett's point, yeah, who cares?
Who cares who wins?
It's an exhibition. It doesn't lead to anything like home field advantage in the All-Star or in the World Series. So, what do you even? I mean, the swing off was entertaining, but under these rules and under this climate, do we even need the swing off to determine a winner?
People unbelievably overreacted to the game that ended in a tie.
You know why?
Because baseball doesn't end in a tie.
American sports fans hate tie games.
Right. Even though there's ties in the NFL.
I hate them.
I know.
I hate them. I can't stand when the first tie of the NFL season happens. You know why?
Because it screws up
Because it ruins the symmetry of the win-loss records.
Yes.
Right. I hate it.
And not to mention
Seattle or Arizona.
I was going to say, and not to mention the whole playoff picture.
Oh, yeah. Chaos.
Oh, now we got a tie.
Oh, there's half games involved now? Come on.
You know, it's funny. When I listened to him, he was talking about not a lot of runs being scored, and then you guys were talking about not great baseball games. It's interesting. Just quickly, the last several All-Star games, I don't remember the details of the games in terms of how we got to those final scores, but the final scores would lend you to believe they were very good baseball games. Let me just rip through them, beginning with 2024. 5-3, 3-2, 3-2, 5-2, 4-3, 8-6 and 10, 2-1, 4-2, 6-3, 5-3. That goes back to 2014.
Mm-hmm.
So in other words, not a lot of blowouts, certainly not the carnival that the NBA All-Star game has become. 196 to 154.
Yeah.
I mean, that you're getting it's by far the best of the All-Star games, obviously. That's not even a debate.
Yeah, but that's like, being the tallest building in
Dubuque
in Podunk.
And with the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king kind of thing.
So I have a question for you guys. So last night they did the automated balls and strikes, but with actual umps. How how'd that look? How'd that feel for you guys? Because it happened a couple of times where the pitcher challenged and it was a strike and it was a strikeout.
It was great. It happened in the very first inning. I'm sure the umpire hated being, shown up in national TV in front of millions of people, but I love the way it works. I love how quickly it takes to get it reviewed. Sammy, if they do go to this, when they do go to this, there will always still be a home plate ump.
Yeah.
For plays at the plate, obviously. And to actually, for the aesthetics of the game, he'll have an earpiece.
Wait, so let's get into this because we haven't talked about the ABS usage last night, and it did pop up for this, indicating it's very close to being implemented. Probably next year, we would say it's going to be implemented. Is this are home plate umpires? You're right; they're going to exist, but are they going to call balls and strikes as normal until there's a challenge, or is everything automated?
I am under the impression.
I think the system that we saw last night is how it's going to work. Correct?
Like in the minors or in spring training.
Yeah.
You'll call balls and strikes, but you could challenge it if it's wrong, and it's a very quick response.
That's
to
the
challenge.
system that I think needs to happen.
Right. I am of the belief that ultimately we'll get to a point where they're wearing an earpiece and it's an automatic computerized ABS call, and they get the call and they ring them up or call a ball, and it happens very quickly. I think it's going to be there's going to be a step, which is what you're talking about, what we saw last night, the challenge system. But I bet you ultimately 10 years we're gonna see it's just automated balls and strikes.
And then the umpires exist only to call safer out at home plate?
Yes, or to signal to the television audience and the players what the...
Oh, they could do that with a red or green light.
No, but
but you want the tradition of baseball, the guy back there, ringing them up. Dutch Renner. For those watching on YouTube, it was a lot.
Yeah, that's right.
A lot more humorous to see my Dutch Renner imitation.
I think the humorous part is that you just had Dutch Renner at the ready.
Yeah. That's hardcore.
I've got them all, baby.
I knew a guy once, a sports talk radio host, who almost worked in Phoenix, but never did. He came in, and I was his co-host for an audition show he was doing.
Okay.
And the topic he brought up was sports superpowers. Like, what's your sports superpower? Everybody, if you're a sports fan, you have one, like knowledge or whatever. His sports superpower was he was able to mimic the foul and violation hand signals in the style of college basketball officials. I was like, how do you realize you can do that? Like, he knew the mannerisms of college basketball officials and could imitate them making calls. And I thought, maybe that's not a superpower.
Not even NBA.
But you know what? It's great to break out at the pool with your buddies.
If they can do it, it's really funny. If they can't, they just think you're weird.
Right.
Sammy, as someone who's so much younger than the rest of us here, would you have any problem if they completely got rid of umpires and it was just completely automated, and they gave you a light or a signal or something, ball or strike, and they got rid of that tradition part of baseball?
Yeah, I think personally, just because I mentioned it briefly before, the aesthetic of the way it looks, I think is important. The tradition of, you've always had umpires, they've been there, and like just taking them away from the game, and maybe it's just a thing that it would look weird for a year or two, and then I'd get over it, but it's always been in my life. Like, I grew up playing Little League, the umps were there, and
you have to have an ump.
You have to have an ump.
I mean, an
Because then
umpire.
who can you yell at?
Well, you don't have that. You can't. There's nobody to yell at if it's automated. It's either a strike or a ball.
But manager umpire arguments are like part of the fabric of the game.
Who grants a timeout?
That's interesting. I don't know. I have to think about that one.
I mean, I do think there's going to be effects even with this challenge system if it comes into play, which is going to happen. Who's going to sign up to be an umpire? Well, isn't the glamour of being a baseball umpire working home plate?
On the argument thing,
well, they screwed it up over the last 20. Nobody to blame but themselves.
That's true.
From everybody having different strike zones and people being biased.
Fair.
And people wanted to get on an airplane, so you're ringing. It's their fault that we're at this point.
And on the argument thing being part of the game, we've talked about in the show, like, what would John McEnroe's career have looked like if he played modern day, where you can't argue with the chair ump about in or out because it's all the automated system?
He would find somebody to yell at.
The ball boy or something?
You cannot be serious. Yes, we are serious. That ball was out.
Join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday as the Dbacks take on the Houston Astros. Text half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to purchase lower-level tickets for half off. Once again, that's half to 620-620. Coming up next, a round of start, sit, cut on the Wednesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring in for Bick here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Card scan. 6 days away. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
At first I looked in the backyard because my mom had a pool. I did not see anything. So we went and looked in the other places. And then I was like, you know what? Let me just look one more time outside. And I see Eric in the middle of the pool. At that time, my husband had finally come into that backyard. He jumped into the middle of the pool, grabbed him, and brought him off to the side of the pool. And we both started CPR as my mom was calling 911.
And then they landed a helicopter in the middle of the street, picked him up, and flew him to Phoenix Children's Hospital.
That ride took forever.
As soon as we got there, they put us in a little room, and the doctor came in and said we tried for an hour and a half.
And they couldn't get him back.
Realize that it can happen to you? It takes less than an inch of water for a child to drown. As long as we are able to save one other child's life, that's what this is about.
Fulton Homes remembers Eric and reminds you, 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Take action today and visit Fulton2seconds.com.
It isn't just any Ford dealer. It is Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and $0 down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
A summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here, that is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge, love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks, with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, Green Goblin here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Last night, the MLB All-Star Game was knotted up at 6 apiece after 9 innings, and you would think extra innings. Nope, it was the first ever swing-off, and it was Philly Kyle Schwarber who would win it for the National League in dramatic fashion, but the Diamondbacks' presence was felt as well last night. Marte started the scoring with an RBI double off the reigning Cy Young winner Tarek Skubal, and Corbin Carroll hit the Diamondbacks' first ever home run in an All-Star game, and it sounded like this.
That ball is hammered to right field. This ball is going and gone. A hanging breaking pitch from Mize, and Corbin Carroll destroyed it.
The MLB will get back underway on Friday. Your Diamondbacks will be hosting the St. Louis Cardinals. Today, some breakfast basketball. The Mercury and Lynx will tip off at 10 a.m. in Minnesota, and this afternoon, the Summer Suns will tip off in Vegas at 2 p.m. against the T-Wolves. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford, and it involves last night's MLB All-Star Game. So should the MLB do a home run swing off like the one that broke the All-Star Game tie last night for extra innings, or keep it the way it is, or go back to straight up extra innings, no ghost runners? What would you guys want to do?
I might have an unpopular answer here. I thought I was going to hate the ghost runners thing. I think it's worked out pretty well. You very rarely get a game that goes past 11 innings. With everybody concerned about taxing bullpens and whatnot, it shortens the game. You can't have baseball doesn't lend itself to a gimmicky ending in a game that actually matters in the standings. So I'm keeping it the way it is with ghost runners.
I like the ghost runners when my team wins in extra innings. I don't like the ghost runner when the other guys win. But I'm with.
I don't like any of the baseball rules in place when my team loses.
It's bull crap. The Cardinals got a guy on second to start the top of the 10th.
I'll tell you,
That's not fair.
because of the shift sort of in analytics and stuff, the thing that I thought would happen every single game doesn't happen that much, which is first guy bunts the guy to third, sacrifice fly, and that's how they get their run. Because they just don't give up batters anymore. That didn't happen as much, which would make it seem really cheap if that was how they scored.
I thought that was going to be, but the same thing could apply in the bottom half of the inning too, for
that's
the
true.
home
Both,
team. So I think the system they have in place has worked out pretty well.
Yeah, I like it.
The results are interesting. 44% say go to the home run swing off. 35% say go back to how it was, straight up, no ghost runners. Only 21% agree with you guys. So interesting poll results, but kind of a fun question today.
If you went to the home run swing off, teams would be like signing high-end batting practice pitchers. Guys who really know how to groove them, throw it at the right velocity that helps the ball,
or they
exit the ballpark.
Stash up like a big barrel-chested beer league softball guy to come in and hit home runs.
We had a great free agent acquisition
like
in the offseason.
The equivalent of like the long drive guys in golf.
Yes, exactly.
All they could do is.
This guy led the majors last year in swing off home run pitches. We're so happy he's a part of our organization.
He didn't have one regular game at bat.
You can't hit anything over 70 miles an hour.
That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now at arizonasports.com.
Bickley and Murata want to know, who would you start, sit, or cut?
All right, it starts at cut time. I will be presenting 3 options to Vince Murata and Tim Ring. They will have to tell me which they would start, sit, and cut, essentially ranking them 1 through 3 based on the question and the topic, and with some help from Sammy. These are the questions today. We'll start with just a couple of sports general, straightforward ones here. We talked a lot about the Diamondbacks at the trade deadline. Who will they trade? Who will they keep? Who should they trade and keep? Most likely to still be with the Diamondbacks after the trade deadline. Start, sit, cut. Gino Suarez, Zach Gallen, Josh Naylor.
All right. Most likely?
Most likely to still be with the Diamondbacks.
I'm going to start. I'm going to start Josh Naylor. I'm going to sit Gino, and I'm going to cut Zach Gallen.
Do you think that's because of the market or because of their future possibility to be on next year's team?
I think more so the future, the possibility of being on the 2026 Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
I think Gallen's market, it might be too pricey for them. I'm really curious to see what happens with Gino Suarez. Because I wonder how confident they are in third base moving forward without him playing there every day.
And I really like him, and he's been really good.
Been fantastic.
On and off the field for the team.
And he wants to stay here, too. He's on record. Says he wants to stay here.
And Gallen does as well, but I think on the open market, pitchers, well, I mean, power hitting third baseman will draw you a haul as well.
Yeah.
So I shouldn't quite say that, but a competent pitcher, if you still believe Gallen is that, probably you can get a nice return. But again, it's about, do you feel confident you can re-sign him in the offseason? If you can't and you don't feel confident, I think he brings the biggest haul. So yeah, I'm gonna go with the exact same order on the start, sit, cut.
And I guess also the difference on the open market is that Gallen could get a 8-year contract or something by somebody, 6, 7, 8 year, whereas Gino's only going to get 2 or 3. So maybe that factors into it. Okay. Looking forward towards the future, we're still waiting on what the H is going to, pardon my language, is going to happen with Bradley Beal.
Family show,
I know. But who would you rather have on your roster now and going forward? Start, sit, cut, Bradley Beal, Paul George, Damian Lillard.
Oh, you can go first on this one. Ringer. The Ringer. What is up?
I would cut Beal. Literally.
You're going in reverse order.
Yeah, you got to start, sit,
It's not cut,
sit, start. It's even hard to say.
My bad. So start Beal.
Well, no.
No, who would you most like to have on your team?
Right now, if they had to be on your team starting now, with their current contracts and injuries and all that stuff.
Even with the injury, then Dame Lillard. Okay.
And then
sitting Paul George.
Sitting Paul George, yes.
Okay.
I got it. Okay.
I would
even though Beal only has 2 years left.
I would start Dame Lillard, even with the injury. I would sit Bradley Beal, and I would cut Paul George. I don't want Paul George anywhere near this.
The only reason I like that Paul George trade was the potential to get the number 3 pick, which to me was all that was about.
Yeah.
Which all seemed like just potential.
All
All right,
it's not possible.
We're in the true dog days of summer, so a couple of summer questions for you.
Okay.
What is the biggest joyful...
Are you making this up on the fly?
No,
Jared?
I just forgot the exact phrasing of...
You don't actually write these down.
I just write sort of like the...
Were these the ones I sent you, Jarrett?
Well, this is... It was inspired by what you sent me.
Okay.
What is something that you most appreciate and enjoy during the summer, okay?
Okay.
Start, sit, cut. Rain in the evening or during the day, just some nice summer rain. A shaded parking spot that's close to wherever you're going.
Now, I need clarification on this shaded parking spot.
Yeah.
Is it one that's been assigned to you or one that you have just fraudulently claimed?
Not fraudulently claimed. I don't know what you're talking about, first of all.
That spot is still not assigned to you. And I know if I took one, they would crack down. I know it.
Do you get one, Vinny?
No. Oh. Jarek,
This was not meant to start
got
any...
a new car for the first time in 30 years, so he just took
17
one.
years, but yes. Not took, I anyway.
Cleared it.
I'm just talking about like when even if you're going shopping or to some...
I asked for a covered spot. I got laughed at.
Rain.
Gambo has a covered spot.
Does he really?
I got laughed at. Rain,
shaded parking
spot,
or a Diamondbacks walk-off win.
I'm going to start... I'm going to go in that order. I'm starting Rain. I'm going to sit shaded parking spot, and I'll cut the Diamondbacks walk-off win.
No, you know what?
It still makes me happy.
They all make me happy.
Yeah.
But I'm going to start the shaded parking spot because I know what that can mean. on a hot summer
It
day.
really is a big difference.
Massive difference.
I'm going to sit the D-backs walk-off, and I'm going to cut rain, although, man,
We could use some.
we could use some.
All right. Most annoyance, most frustrating, most upsetting annoyance of the summer. A bad sunburn.
I just had one. It was miserable.
Me too.
Your
I have it right now.
Your air conditioning breaking in your house. Or your big summer vacation plans falling through or something going terribly wrong.
Tim, you get first crack at this order.
I'm actually going to, even though we know where that comes from with an expiring passport, I'm going to start the AC breaking because, man, when that happens, that is no bueno here in the Valley. I will sit the vacation and whatever that third one was. Sunburn.
A bad sunburn.
Sunburn, yeah, we'll cut that one.
I'm going to start the...
Put some aloe on it.
The AC breaking. I'm going to cut the sunburn. I just, like Sammy, I'm coming back from a trip where I got a sunburn in 70-degree weather. That's how idiotic I am.
That's how they get you, though.
Yeah,
San Diego is the worst for sunburns because you don't feel hot, so you don't feel like you're getting sunburned.
And vacation plans going south. You have to make vacation plans for them to be ruined.
You've had vacation plans come through, and they went south during the vacation.
Sure,
so that's
sure.
what happens. All right, there you go. Start, sit, cut. Thank you very much.
You unequivocally or unintentionally might have given me a song of the day during Start,
Oh,
Sit.
fabulous.
We'll mull it over. Thanks, Jarrett. Final thoughts straight ahead on this Wednesday edition. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring in for Bick today here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
They're going to need Kyler Murray to play very, very well. They're going to need him to be in the MVP conversation going into the second half of the season. For me, December, especially now that the season bleeds into January. So for me, it's going into December. If he's in that conversation, that means the Arizona Cardinals are winning games.
It's got to be like you could bring it up in December and you wouldn't get laughed out of the room.
Correct.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away without getting bogged down by all the complications of waiting to sell your old place first? Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. How's that for freedom? It's the best way to do it. So here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no extra hassles. You don't need those right now. Take care of all of that. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades. So once they're done, a local Orchard agent is going to be able to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy, move into your new home first, and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Still getting top dollar is a huge part of this equation. So if you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
And Team Bravo, backyard recon complete. And Command, lounge chair secured. Requesting permission to flank the watermelon at the picnic table.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Your backyard is for summer fun, not an ant invasion. Call 602 Blue Sky today. We'll defend your pool deck, secure your picnic spots, and stop ants before they overrun your summer. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite.
That's what makes it for me. Like, that's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Brad's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where batteries are as low as $89.99. Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Brad is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
Baby.
Swinging, baby.
Swing, baby, yeah.
So much talk of the swing off. This is going back to 1994. Big Bad Voodoo Daddy, King of Swing. The swing phenomenon in the 90s in this country.
Thanks to Swingers, the movie. I'm convinced of it.
Fascinates me. It helped. It had a life outside of that. Swingers is one of my favorite movies, but it feels like it's an 80-year-old movie when they do the actual swing dance scenes.
There was something.
Am I wrong here?
I don't know. There was something about trumpets in music in the mid to late 90s. Had a resurgence not since like the 50s, because you had swing music and ska music.
Yes.
For whatever reason, both became popular, like with pop music. I don't know.
I mean, obviously both styles had existed before.
Right.
And ska had been around for a lot longer, but yeah, because like Mighty Mighty Boss Tones got big and a lot of horns.
Early No Doubt had a lot of.
Knock on wood. Yeah.
Even the styles worn at that time with like the bowling shirt look and the chain wallets. And
the big skirts. So you're saying when you see the swing dance scenes in Swingers, it looks like it's...
I lived through it, and I was like, wow, it seems like it was 80 years ago.
Like they're celebrating the end of World War II? Yeah. Right.
I just like that for a period of time, every 10 years, Brian Setzer would become popular again.
Yeah, he's about due for another resurgence. Yeah. Did you ever get into the swing thing at all?
I did not. No, not really. No. I did like the Mighty Mighty Boss Tones, and I did like the movie Swingers. But no, it never reached me on a personal level. Like I was never out.
Never learned how to swing
dancing. No.
Sammy, you ever seen the movie Swingers?
No.
All right, that should be.
That should be next.
Should be some homework for you.
Okay.
Yeah, tonight. It'll be a quiz tomorrow. How many days do you have to wait until you call a girl after getting her number, Sammy?
Tim, the ESPYs are on.
Here's your question. Who's the player in NHL 94 that it's not so much him, but this guy's good?
That's from the movie?
Awkwardly phrased question.
Okay.
Or what hockey legend gets his head to bleed?
Can you make a player's head bleed?
Make his head bleed. Superfan 99 over there.
Where
King
did
of
Sue
Swing,
grow up?
Big Bad.
Anaheim.
You grew up in Anaheim.
You're not from here, Mikey. I grew up here. Anaheim.
Oh, that's a young Vince Vaughn in this movie.
Oh, yes. A young, thin Vince Vaughn.
Hey, this movie made Vince Vaughn.
Yes, it did. King of Swing, Big Bad Voodoo Daddy. Today's Song of the Day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
And if we were going to do the quintessential list of cringe-worthy movie scenes in our lifetimes.
Oh, that's number one.
The answering machine scene from Swingers is right near or at the top of the list.
It's almost one of those ones where you just can't. I can't watch it.
Yeah,
I can't watch it.
No.
Did you ever see Made? What was
never saw Made.
I never saw Made.
It was
either.
like the spiritual sequel.
Yeah.
But not with the same characters, kind of thing.
And not without the success. I have the DVD of Made because it came in a set with Swingers when I bought it.
Is it so weird? Like Black Sheep, they did that to Tommy Boy. They did that with, there's a movie called, I think, Fierce Creatures, that a fish called Wanda, with the same cast and different. Just make a sequel. I don't understand.
Yeah. The spiritual cousin never does very well. Did you see the news on a uniform front? I can bring this up because Bick's not here. Bick hates when I bring up uniforms. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are bringing back their original white creamsicle uniforms to start the season. And I know there was a news last week that the Commanders are going back to their old Super Bowl eras. Yeah, that era uniform. But that's a mistake. They should have those full-time. Tampa Bay just sprinkling in the creamsicles. It got me to thinking, and that's I love that look personally.
The creamsicle look.
Yeah, that color combo.
It's aged well.
I think so.
It wasn't great back in the 70s when they were going 0-14.
That's like most of nostalgic things like that.
Here's my question: if you could bring back old uniforms for any of the Valley teams, which one would you bring back?
Permanently, you're saying, or just to like see it?
Permanently.
I can't give you the exact year, but I love the old school Suns uniforms, like from the Westfall era. There's something
the block
about
letter
it.
ones.
No, with the
Rainbow Phoenix,
the Western font
the
that
Western,
said Phoenix.
Yeah,
on
the Western
Yeah.
font that said Phoenix on them.
That would be a popular choice.
Like that's my personal favorite.
That's close to the top of my list.
Were those were the uniforms all the way up until the Barkley years, right? Or did they have many variations?
From 68 to 92, they had those uniforms.
Right.
Yeah.
You're going to go D-backs purple, aren't you?
No.
Okay.
No.
Where are you gonna go
That's
with?
what everybody says, but
I'm going back to the Cardinals uniforms when they moved to the Valley. The plain red jerseys, which they kind of have now, but they spruced them up a little bit. I don't love the Cardinals' new uniforms.
I like
They're
the white.
they're-
I like the white ones.
Yes.
I don't love the all red.
you like the Arizona flag though? Is
But
that
their
weird?
white jerseys with the red pants when they moved here with the black trim and they had the Arizona jersey on the sleeve with the Cardinal head. I love that uniform.
I say bring only back to 2021. The Valley jerseys.
They're back.
They are back.
Those ones, the sunset ones.
Yeah.
They're back
Okay,
this
good.
season,
Because those
Can
are.
we talk about the worst uniforms?
The sleeves.
The sleeves on the Suns with the trash can gray.
Man,
I
was
have.
that the worst?
I own one of those jerseys.
That we all
Goran
do. because
Dragic
they
era.
gave all. I know it hangs in my closet.
The
They
Eric
gave
Bledsoe.
it as a media gift one
Right,
year.
the Eric Bledsoe era.
Have you ever tried that thing
Yeah,
on?
it's like it would fit like a 7-year-old. I mean, it's like super tight. Like how do they play in these things?
I just got my memory jarred too, Jared. I have a bone to pick with you.
And then there's also the D-backs chimney sweep uniforms from maybe a decade ago. Remember Rob Lowe actually was criticizing them on social media.
Yes. We played Mustache, Not a Mustache on my birthday. It was birthday themed.
Correct.
My son, after the show, called me and he's like, man, those questions sounded really familiar. And I was like, yeah, sometimes they pop up again. He's like, no, like the identical questions were asked when he played Mustache, Not a Mustache against me for his birthday.
That's not true.
Well, a few of them were.
A few of them were repeated, but yes, they were. Is your son's birthday March 19th or something like that?
Yes.
Yeah. But that's not.
He even brought up the fact that the Rocky IV clue.
That was the same one.
Not
yes.
only the same one, but I made the same joke, and I don't remember doing it.
See, that's part of the beauty of it. I think 5 out of the 10 were repeat from that one, but
You
it
two
was a
got to
different
move
one.
on. Do something else. Sammy and I will take over.
Yeah.
You're just doing the same stuff again.
I
It's the
know.
same bit.
Thanks to Shane Young and Omar Ruiz. We're back tomorrow morning. Wolf and Luke are up next. Have a great day, everybody.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I hope they, as an organization, know what they're doing when it comes to building a basketball franchise.
Well,
around
we're going to
them.
figure that out.
I mean,
we're going to know, and Booker's going to figure it out too.
And honestly, if you're going to ask me which of these thoughts do I believe in more, that Devin Booker's going to be fine and he's going to get back on track next year, or the Phoenix Suns, they know exactly what they're doing and how to build this around him, I have way more doubt about the Suns organization and their ability to build this around him than I do about Devin Booker and whether he's going to be fine or not. I just don't know.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and having and maintaining a grass lawn can be very hard to do in Arizona and very costly. I tried it once and it was an unmitigated disaster, and this is one area where my friends at Turf Monsters can give you a great alternative. Turf Monsters is a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you that beautiful sparkling lawn without the seeding, the mess, the hassles, and the water bills. All of their turfs are of the highest quality. They look fantastic. And Turf Monsters can also take care of the maintenance, making sure the turf is always looking great, smelling great, and free of debris. Remember, Turf Monsters, a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams, and their customers rave about their dedication, their professionalism, and their finished products. Schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4men.com. It's time to get it back.
Hey, Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. Doc, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
People come from all over the world to see you. Why is that?
Well, I think we've built a reputation for cutting-edge surgery, getting people back to life quickly and with less downtime. My father pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, which is an ultra minimally invasive treatment option for treating herniated discs and stenosis. And I guess word's getting out.
You're being modest, Doc. Athletes from all over the world come here to see you.
It's certainly a privilege to take care of professional athletes, but most of our patients are just everyday people wanting to get back to work and back to enjoying life with their families.
If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One question I'm always asked is, how did you become the largest injury firm in the world with over 1,000 attorneys and $25 billion in verdicts and settlements? One way was our financial strength. Medical malpractice is the 3rd leading cause of death in America. To prosecute a typical case costs up to $250,000 in case cost. We advance them all. Product liability cases can have similar costs with an army of lawyers on the other side. Automobile insurance companies have the resources to fight. Guess what? So do we. Many law firms simply may not have the financial firepower to work up your case the way you deserve. And we don't charge by the hour. No recovery, no fee. If you have a question about your case or wish to become a client, go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer. 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you're dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. During your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you. It helps decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Their big goal? Long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without going under the knife. They use advanced regenerative therapies like platelet-rich plasma and cellular treatments that target the problem at its source. People all over the country have been able to avoid surgery just by getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. And right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain. Book your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Corbin Carroll made some Arizona sports history last night. He became the first Diamondback to homer in an MLB All-Star game, and it sounded like this.
That ball is hammered to right field. This ball is going and gone. A hanging breaking pitch from Mize, and Corbin Carroll destroyed it.
Corbin wasn't the only Diamondback to have an impact on last night's game. Ketel Marte got the scoring started with a 2 RBI double off the reigning Cy Young winner Tarek Skubal. And after 9 innings, it was knotted at 6 apiece. You would think extra innings, right? Nope, the first ever swing off. And it was Philly Kyle Schwarber who would win it for the National League in dramatic fashion. The MLB will get back underway on Friday. Your Diamondbacks will be hosting the St. Louis Cardinals. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602 Blue Sky. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Yeah, not exactly.
Not exactly what?
Wolf and Luke and Paulie pinch hitter.
Yeah, Paulie filling in based on needs, and we do want to emphasize the fill-in.
Really? Because it's funny, with camp a week away, I said to myself, I don't need to be the best broadcaster on the air today. What I need and what I plan to do is be this much better than Ron Wolfley. Segment to segment, drill to drill, each practice here as we go through this camp, I just need to be a little bit better than Ron Wolfley. And then, boom, by the time we're done, I will have a roster spot.
Okay, Paulie, get in line, okay? That's all I'm going to say right now. I'm feeling it too, Paulie. Can I just tell you today, based on needs, I am struggling. I'm struggling a little bit because I am going to take some time, a little bit of time before training camp, Paul. Before training camp opens, of course, I'm going to take a little bit of time. I'm going to step away.
You already take a lot of time?
Well, what do you mean? No, Paul, I did not take a lot of time.
Okay.
It took
It's
a
sort of
couple
like
of days.
So like Rick eating the ice cream cone at about 9:45 this morning. I walk in, I'm like, wow, nothing says work ethic and ready to go like eating an ice cream cone 15 minutes before the show.
Yeah, the diet's screwed up.
Oh, Rick, really? It crashed.
So
Okay,
Jamal
well,
didn't.
it happens.
Jamal didn't show. He's on the Bradley Beal plan, like Mitch. So I don't know
He'll be
where
here at
Jamal
noon.
is.
He'll be here at noon.
He's
Okay.
going to be here at noon.
Okay.
So, Paul, he's got stuff to do. He's working.
See, my plan
by
of
the way-
feeding off you guys and just ripping whatever you say and going opposite-itis, it's not working so well because I can tell nobody's bringing Jack except me.
Okay. Yeah. Let me just say, Paul, you're wandering a little bit today as well because, Paul, you're not working tomorrow. You're not working the rest of the week, are you?
You know, like that fan in left field for the D-backs? I am like so out of here tomorrow, okay? I'm going to evict myself for the rest of the weekend and before camp starts.
I see.
So you know what? 2 words.
Okay.
Scorched earth. Me and you need to go scorched earth. You're leaving town. I'm leaving town. We're leaving the airwaves. You know what? Let's just go out. You know, if you smoke them, if you got them, let's go.
Well, you don't have one, do you?
Well,
Just
no.
saying right now,
Easy.
a lucky strike.
Easy.
Base Orleans, honestly, son of a truck driver, back in the dark days, I would smoke a cigarette from time to time. And, man, when I still pour...
A cigarette or a carton of cigarettes?
Paul, just knock it off. All right, it was a dark day, there's no doubt, but I would have coffee. And when I had the coffee, oh, my goodness, did I want to light up the lucky strike, Base Audience. And to this day, whenever I have a cup of coffee, I think... Man, where's the lucky? Okay.
Again, it was
Next.
a carton of cigarettes and a
Well, it
pot,
was not a
pot of coffee.
Wasn't it motorcycles too?
Yeah.
Well, there were motorcycles. There was a Harley involved.
Yeah, I think I've seen a picture of you smoking a cigarette next to a Harley or something.
Well, I was young, and it was a dark time.
We
Kids don't smoke. It's bad for you.
I mean, don't go there. We don't have time for the bar fights, okay? We don't have time for that right now.
Stop it.
So Wolf enjoys himself. Here's my segue: a cigarette and a cup of coffee, like Corbin Carroll was enjoying the swing off. You know it's a good time when highly paid professional athletes who play baseball seemingly every day of the year, and he was literally jumping around like he was in Little League. That's how much he enjoyed the Kyle Schwarber. Did you see that replay?
I did.
When Schwarber went 3 for 3.
Him.
No, it wasn't. It was the entire dugout. They're up on the field. Nobody's sitting down. Everyone's bouncing around. And you know what? That's one of the most enjoyable All-Star games in any sport, any year. And I've had a lot of years at this point that I've ever experienced. That was really well done from start to finish.
Can I just say this right now, Basin? It's by far and away the best All-Star game of the 4 major sports. By far and away.
I used to be able to challenge the NBA All-Star game, but that was like 15 years ago.
Now listen, I will say this, not better than the 4 Nations face-off in the NHL. All right, that is, oh my goodness, that is so good. That is great hockey. That is playoff hockey, man, in the middle of the season.
Yeah. The World Baseball Classic, that's good stuff too. When you had Shohei against Mike Trout, okay.
But the All-Star game in baseball, man, they play baseball. They do.
Man.
Yeah, and it's, it's not like they're locked in, hyper intense. You see the smiles over there in the dugout, of course, but it's an all-star game that is competitive. It is, and you can see these guys actually trying to go out and do their job and play baseball last night. And they're just fantastic, man. And honestly, the swing off, the swing off. I don't know, can we... what are we going to call it? The at-bat off or something? Can we get a better name for it than the swing off? I don't know about the swing off. It just sounds a little weird, doesn't it?
Can you get a better cleanup hitter in the swing off if you're Aaron Boone than Jonathan Aranda? What are you doing?
Well, apparently they were on the flight home. I don't know if you heard about that.
No.
Yeah, so I guess you can just leave the All-Star game after you're done playing.
So Aaron Judge wasn't there?
I don't think so. There were certain players that were not there at that time.
So Big Dumper was in first class somewhere going home?
I'm pretty sure. And the thing is that I still feel like there was somebody other than Jonathan Aranda. He was a great player. He's hitting .324 this year, but he's a contact hitter. He's not a home run guy.
Yeah, let's also just revel in the fact Kyle Schwarber was a dude who actually, came through with it. Basin Indians, once again, think about this, the swing off. Have you heard about this? You know what? We'll take 3 guys from the American League, and then we'll take 3 guys from the National League, and then we'll give each one of these guys three opportunities to hit the ball, 3 swings, right, Paulie? And then we'll go ahead and record how many home runs. It's a home run derby is what it is, but it's the swing-off, Basin Audience. And here Kyle Schwarber was the only guy to get up there and hit 3. Of all 3 of his swings, they all went yard. And did you see, it wasn't just the dugout. It was the entire stadium. It was electric to watch this guy hit 3 consecutive home runs. Have we seen that, of course, in the home run derby? Yeah, it does happen. There's no doubt about it. It happens on a regular basis. But when you only have 3 swings, oh, man. Kyle Schwarber, too. And Kyle Schwarber, to me, this is the definition of a blue-collar player, to me, is Kyle Schwarber.
Dbacks fans were watching that, and they're saying, okay, let me get this straight. Schwarber, 3 home runs on 3 swings. After Jazz Chisholm, he was in the home run derby in place of Gino Suarez. And just to refresh everyone's memory, Jazz had 3 home runs on 38 swings.
Yeah.
Let that hang in the air.
Okay, thank you.
Ketel Marte, he repped Arizona in the first inning, right? The 2-run double.
Oh, that was awesome. That was awesome.
Like I said yesterday, the best.
And he sends a rocket on the ground down the first baseline. It will roll all the way to the corner. Ohtani has scored. Acuna Jr. being waved. There's no throw. And there is the excellence of Ketel Marte.
And
the excellence of Ketel Marte, Paulie.
Everyone in the AZ, like, oh, yeah, okay, flexing that one. And then Corbin Carroll. How about that?
Yes, Corbin Carroll, of course. Let me just talk about Shohei and the fact that he blooped that thing out there.
Yeah.
Shohei blooped it out there.
Back control.
And then Ronald Acuna Jr. as well with the infield single. Two guys up there that are just lethal, as we all know, get up there and they just bloop one. There's a bloop and an infield single, and suddenly here comes Ketel Marte. Ketel. And he slaps that thing down from the right side, slaps it down the first base line for a double, drives in 2, as you said. How about this? Not only the swing off, not only Corbin Carroll, not only Ketel Marte, not only what Gino did as well in the field, but also, did you happen to hear the singing of God Bless America from Timothy Miller?
Wow.
Oh, Timothy! Basin audience, did you hear this guy? My goodness, just please. Whenever we do God Bless America, just have Timothy sing it.
When I saw it was trending, I'm like, what? And so then I went and searched it out, and I was mesmerized. I was locked in from the first note to the very end of the song.
Was unbelievable, man. Timothy Miller, well done.
By the way, I enjoyed the ABS. No, not the automatic braking system on your F-150, but the automatic balls and strikes. I enjoyed the ABS. I like that. More of that, please. I did enjoy the interviews.
I don't know about that. I'm not down with the challenge.
You know,
you're going to do it or you're not. You're going to do it. You're going to just let it call balls or strikes, or you're not.
No, you get a limited number of challenges, sort of like the NFL. You get and if you're right, you keep going.
We'll talk more about this, Paulie. I know you love delays and you love weights, and you were probably against the pitch clock.
Speaking of, we're on the clock right now. All right. I have more to say about Are we concerned about Will Johnson not being signed less than a week away from training camp? Well, let's see. There's 30 of 32 round 2 picks unsigned. We need to talk about this next. Calvisian for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Things that take a long time. Smoking a brisket. The formation of rocks and minerals. Compound interest. This Bradley Beal thing. When my new diamonds are finished forming, I'm gonna enjoy a brisket sandwich while earning 0.04% APY from my savings account. And then maybe we'll finally know what's going on with Bradley Beal and the Suns. What's the deal with Beal? We don't know, but when we do, we won't make you wait to hear about it. On Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, man, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. Google it, my young crooks. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. Did you hear me? #1. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. That's what I say, Google them. That's right, All Pro Shade Concepts. Check it out. They've got over 1,000 5-star reviews. It's incredible. Installation is done by their in-house team. That's right, Basinonians. All Pro Shade Concepts. There's never a contractor, a subcontractor, I should say. Never. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades here in the Basin. You got to go to allproshade.com. They came over to the Wolfley compound, and they hooked us up. Go to allproshade.com.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Aloha! Dreaming of sandy beaches and ocean breezes? JTV's Tropical Treasure Sweepstakes could make that dream come true. Enter for your chance to win a fabulous Hawaiian getaway for two with luxury accommodations, airfare, and spending cash. Plus, just for entering, get $30 off your next qualifying JTV purchase of at least $99 when you opt in for emails. Don't miss out. Visit jtv.com/sweeps and enter by August 3rd. JTV, where paradise awaits.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Walt's, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
A summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge, love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Here are the top three headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Corbin Carroll smashed the first home run by a Diamondback in All-Star Game history. X-Rays come back clean after Eugenio Suarez is hit in the hand, and only one NBA team has less continuity than the Suns entering 2025-26. Those are the top three headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
This is the portion of the show sort of known internally as Let Me Tell You About Football.
Oh, okay.
Will Johnson. Yesterday we were talking about the players you're going to be identifying early. Where will your eyes go early in camp?
Yeah.
And before the pads ever go on, you know what? You can tell a lot about a cornerback and how they're keeping up against receivers and a lot of the drills. If they're doing pretty well, that's not the end-all, be-all. It's not a declaration that they've arrived. But if they're getting roasted and toasted, there's a problem.
Yeah.
So right away, Will Johnson. That is going to be a focus by yours truly down there and checking it out. How does he look? Agent 0, okay. Can he be cornerback 1?
Yes.
What are we thinking? Because you know what? Day one that Sauce Gardner and Patrick Surtain and Derek Stingley got healthy. All these guys were the dude.
So you're gonna go ahead, Pauline. You're gonna jump to a conclusion based on what you see early about Will Johnson. Is that what you're saying, Paul?
Formulate it, you know. Wolf,
give him the buzzer on
Wolf,
that, Rick.
Are
That's
you
just,
kidding me?
Outrageous. It really is. Give a guy a chance, Paul. Not every human being is created the same way, Paul. And this is the one thing about it. You have to make that determination. I don't care how talented you are physically. Basinonians, you have to make the determination in your heart. You have to know in your heart, I belong here, and I can play with these guys. You can't just say it. You can't Jedi mind trick yourself. You got to go do it at some point in time, Paulie. And I think for each individual, it's a little bit different. Some guys may look at it and go, hey, don't overreact on this. Take it easy. Go out and use your ability. You know you're talented. Go out there and just let it come to you. And then there's other guys who are man, I've got to go out and I've got to show myself that I can do this and prove it to everybody else that you're built differently. I think human beings are built a little bit different. So some guys, it may take them a little bit longer to make that adjustment. Some guys, bam, pick it up immediately. But let me tell you this, whether you're going to be one of those guys that you wait for it to come to you more or you pick it up immediately, you have to do it. You have to make the adjustment that this is no longer college, this is the National Football League, and this is a whole new level, and I've got to prove myself that I belong here. I've got to prove it first to me that I belong here. And because of that, it takes different guys a little bit longer to develop. And some guys, Paulie, will never develop.
But some guys will develop, and that's my point. Tyrann Mathieu was a dude from day one.
And what were they saying about Tyrann Mathieu coming in? No, there were guys that were, it was why he was drafted in the third round.
The only reason he went in the third round is because Patrick Peterson vouched for him, or he would have gone in the fifth or sixth round probably.
Exactly.
My point is, from day one when he was out there,
to tell Tyrann that.
The veterans knew. They knew what they had. Veterans knew when David Johnson came on as a third-round pick a couple years later. They knew. Wolf, as your friendly neighborhood sideline reporter, there have been a handful of times in the preseason now where veterans have gotten off the bench with their sunflower seeds and come to the white stripe and said, get out of the way, let me see. And there have only been a couple of guys that they wanted a front row seat to watch. Tyrann Mathieu's debut in the preseason, David Johnson's debut in the preseason. I think Will Johnson will be that guy. Here's the thing. What if he's not signed and not in camp? Here's Jonathan Jones from CBS Sports HQ this morning on 30 of the 32 second-round picks not being under contract.
In talking with folks around the league, some of it is a little bit overblown because you could see that at the top of the second round, more and more of these deals were becoming more and more guaranteed. Not fully guaranteed, but just as an example, last year's number 33 overall pick, the first pick of the second round, well, he had almost 96% of his contract guaranteed. And so now you just had to go just a little bit above, right? You're really talking about a couple $100,000 in the fourth year of a contract. Some of these GMs may not even be around at that point. And if you actually drafted well and correctly, you don't have to worry about this because you're probably signing that guy to a deal anyway.
Okay. So what do you say? You crack the door open. That's what happened. You cracked the door open, and now every agent is like, "Oh, we got to get a little bit more." You know, and this is the way that it's developed in the NFL for the last 30 years.
Because that's how agents are graded. That's how the agents sign the next crop of clients when they can tell their client,
Correct.
"Yo, right here, man, I was able to get guaranteed money in round 2."
More guaranteed money than anyone else in the history of the game. Yeah. They can actually say that.
Here's the problem. For us who follow the game, who enjoy the game, this is, to me, the worst part of professional sports. Nobody wants to hear about the minutia and the guaranteed money in round 2 contracts. In fact, just listening to that soundbite, it's like, I mean, this is the microphone hitting my forehead. I mean, the older I get, the less I can stand of this. And here we are listening to another soundbite from Jonathan Jones talking about how it's going to be interesting to see what happens with the rest of the second-round deals.
It has been trending in this way for some time, and Nick Caserio, the general manager of the Houston Texans, said, I'm not haggling over a couple $100,000 4 years down the road for a guy that I hope is a franchise pillar of mine in Jaden Higgins. No, I'm just going to go ahead and guarantee it, and maybe I can start my vacation a little earlier. That happened in the second pick of the second round. And so then that made the Browns, who had the first pick in the second round, Carson Schlesinger, have to guarantee that. What is going to be interesting is what happens with the third pick of the second round, and then from then on.
We don't care.
We've got a problem. Houston, we have a problem here. First of all, Rick, pull that sound of Paul hitting the microphone with his forehead. That was so clean, so crisp, so perfect.
So freaking authentic because I'm sick and tired. We're already talking about contract situations.
We want to be able to go to that at some point in time. as the show unfolds. But having said that, right now,
He's not the boss of you, Rick. Don't listen to him.
Will Johnson, this is all a lot to do about nothing right now.
That's really?
That's
what you're telling us.
Yeah.
So this time next week, he'll be out of camp.
They're going to hold it. Yes, Paul.
Okay.
They're going to get this done. These second-round picks are not going to hold out. That is my gut feeling. If it happens, Paul, crazier things have happened in the NFL. There's no denying that. Yet at the same time, I just don't see it based on Orleans. I think this is Will Johnson is going to be ready to go. He'll be day one at training camp.
Wolf, I hate to break it to you.
Yeah.
But, the Chargers are playing in the Hall of Fame game, so they've already opened camp. And Trey Harris, one of their second-round picks, he is holding out. So some of them are already holding out.
Facts.
No,
So you don't have any concern, though?
No, I have no concern whatsoever.
I have concern because of that.
Well, they're playing it. Yeah, they're playing in the Hall of Fame game.
Yeah, but their camp's already started.
Yeah. Hey, listen. I'm not talking about the majority of guys here in two teams. Okay? So the Hall of Fame game, to me, that doesn't count. It's a fifth game. When you get the 4 games and training camps open and everyone's in, yeah, man, this is not going to be an issue. They're going to get this resolved.
Yeah, no big deal. Maybe the Cardinals' best cornerback, who's never played a down in the NFL, gets a late start into camp. Nothing to see here. Nothing to worry about.
No, honestly, you know what, Paul? Is camp starting today? Is it? I mean, do you know how quickly this stuff comes together, especially when you're slotted for the most part? It comes together very quickly, Basin Audience. Trust me on this.
Is it ever too early to talk about your week 1 opponent? Is it ever too early?
Second-round picks. We're going to hold out.
To game plan for your week 1 opponent. Who is it again, Rick?
Beat the Saints.
That's right.
Yay!
So we have news, sort of. The legend of former Saints tight end Jimmy Graham continues. Do you see this? Jimmy Graham and his rowing team completed the Arctic Challenge, rowing 584 miles in 10 days across the Arctic Ocean, setting a world record for a team of 4. I bring that up because that might be the only victory the Saints have this year, including week 1, where my over-under is 5.5. I have 5.5 sacks as the Pauly prop bet by the Cardinals defense against either Spencer Rattler or Tyler Shook, and either one is going. It's going to be fish in a barrel.
Might not be Tyler Shook because he is also unsigned right now.
Yeah, that's right. Don't worry about it. He will be signed. You know what, Paulie? I just the thought of you rowing with the mustache across the Arctic. I could see that in this full-blown
That's right.
jumpsuit.
Have mustache will travel. Darn tootin'. There's a lot of things I do a lot better with the mustache. There's no doubt about it. Because, confidence is everything. In fact, Emil Sawday is going to join us a little bit later. Do I have the guts to ask Emil Sawday with a mustache like this, can I be your 7th inning guy, like Andrew Chafin?
I don't think so.
If you subscribe to the Wolf and Luke Show podcast, subscribe right now on your iPhone or Android. You'll never miss any of the show. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, should ABS or a swing off come to the MLB in the regular season? That's on deck. Calvi in for Luke, Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I am nervous about this upcoming ASU football season for the simple reason that our organizations in our valley the last few years have not done well with expectations at all. Try to think about the last time a team in our town lived up to high preseason expectations. It's an irrational reason. It really is. It's irrational. Everything about their team says they're going to be good. Yeah, they got to replace Scadaboo, obviously, but they've got so many guys coming back. Everything about ASU football says they should be good. And why am I so nervous? Why do I feel like I've heard this one before?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfleger from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. We're rolling through the summer with back to school already happening for so many families. Do you believe it? The Arizona heat is brutal. We all understand that. The last thing you want to do is move, man. You don't want to move yourself. You want the moving team professionals, and that is Moving Team 6. Moving can be difficult, and Moving Team 6, they understand that. You want to trust the professionals to pack your belongings safely and move your most important possessions safely and securely. You're going to be glad that you hired Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6, they strive for excellence. They're the moving and storage pros right here in the basin, whether it's local Basinonians, it's long distance, commercial, residential, with a massive air-conditioned storage facility right here in Phoenix as well. You need Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Your move is their mission.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid for below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory,
The ones who get it done.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks were a big part of the National League's victory in last night's MLB All-Star Game. Corbin Carroll hit a home run, Ketel Marte had a 2-run double, and Eugenio Suarez made a great play at third base. Here's how Carroll's home run sounded on ESPN Radio.
That ball is hammered to right field. This ball is going and gone. A hanging breaking pitch from Mize, and Corbin Carroll destroyed it.
The Phoenix Suns play their final game of the Summer League today in Las Vegas against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Tip-off for that one is at 2. And the Phoenix Mercury are in action right now against the Minnesota Lynx. It is currently 23-15 Lynx, with about 6:44 left in the second quarter. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602 Blue Sky. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Arizona sports. Breaking news.
Oh, come on.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy. I know.
All right, guys.
Here we go.
According to Shams Charania, Three-time NBA All-Star Bradley Beal has agreed to a contract buyout with the Phoenix Suns and plans to join the Los Angeles Clippers on a 2-year, $11 million deal with a player option after clearing waivers.
Oh.
So there you go. It's finally over.
Okay. Is it finally over? When you say he's agreed to a buyout, do we have particulars on the buyout?
We do not. This is all we have.
Okay. So we don't know if this is a wave and stretch. We don't know if that's it. We don't know if this is just,
as of now, just contract buyout.
A contract buyout. We don't have particulars on that Basinonians right now.
Considering.
So it does. So, okay, I thought you were going to break it again, Rick. Like we've got an addendum to the breaking news.
Wolf, this is serious stuff here. Can you get it together? Can you be a professional here?
Okay.
What is going on over here?
Yeah,
okay?
I don't know, Paul. I'm trying to figure it out.
We've got Bradley Beal, who's been told, don't let the door hit you on the way out in the keister, okay? And he's on his way to the Clippers. The fact that it's a 2-year, $11 million deal, right off the top of my head, #no math, seems and sounds like he got most every single dollar owed to him from the Phoenix Suns. Because if he's getting $5.5 million a year, and I'm guessing there wasn't a lot of willingness from Team Beal to take a haircut in terms of the guaranteed money coming his way over the next 2 years. Now, according to Luke, when I sat in for you during your summer sabbatical a couple of weeks ago, there was some sort of provision where the Suns weren't even able and eligible to pay out every single dollar because of the second apron restrictions and the percentages allowed, et cetera, and more, et cetera. So he had to take less than what was owed to some degree. But the fact that he signed for a paltry 2 years, $11 million. Yes, he wanted to go to L.A. reportedly.
Yeah.
That's where his family was before they then eventually moved him here to the PHX, but now they're going back to L.A., so I'm guessing that was his first, second, and third choice all along to go to L.A., and he's willing to take less. But overall, how much of a haircut did he take, and what does it mean for him in terms of the dollars he might have sacrificed just to go back to L.A., his desired destination?
Yeah, it's, once again, there was a possibility based on Ian's that they were going to waive him and stretch it out over 5 years, or you're going to go ahead and you were just going to cut him and eat it for the most part, eat the contract. To your point, Paulie, I get what you're saying, but there's still some particulars here that I think we've got to get cleaned up. But this is it. We've all been waiting for this, have we not, Basinonians? This is it. We've been waiting for this news to come down. It's a little anticlimactic, is it not? We've all expected this to happen. This is what was going to happen. They were going to eat it one way or the other. And now it's come down. Bradley Beal is no longer a Phoenix Sun.
And look, you can't change the head coach, change the GM, trade away Kevin Durant, and still bring Bradley Beal back into that locker room.
Couldn't do it.
There's no way.
Yeah.
There's no way. You can't effectively hit the reset button without making this move. As distasteful as it might have been to pay him off, to go away. And, I mean, my stance in this all along. I would have preferred just to bring him back, actually try and make him earn it again. But bring in, maybe a Dylan Brooks is that guy, a Chris Paul, whatever. Moot point. He's gone. It was probably untenable behind the scenes. We know he wasn't going to play unless he felt 100% physically and mentally. And so guess what? That's not the culture that you're trying to establish now. What did Matt Ishbia say when he made the moves in the front office and he made the move at head coach? He wants grit. He wants toughness. He wants determination, motivation. Yeah. Well, Bradley Beal encapsulates none of that based on the last couple of years with the Suns.
Yeah, and once again, a very affable human being, Bradley Beal. Yet at the same time, there was no way you were going to allow him to walk into that locker room. No way. Because, again, you're trying to establish this culture. And to your point, Paulie, you get one shot at doing it. You get one shot at establishing this is the way that we're going to play. Because you can't do it. It's kind of like It's kind of like Cliff Kingsbury. Remember Cliff?
Mm-hmm.
Cliffy, of course, a very smart, intelligent guy, a guy that is proving that in Washington right now with the Commanders as well. How smart and good coach that he is offensively. He's got that mind. I don't believe Cliff is a head coach. I think he's a coordinator. That's what he is.
And you know what? As two guys who hosted his TV show the entirety of his Cardinals career, he's an even better human being.
He is without a shadow of a doubt.
He is a great person. He really is.
I agree with you, Paulie, 100%. Yet at the same time, here was a guy that he came in with his culture, and then he tried to establish a different culture, like year 3 of that, and it didn't work. It went over like a lead balloon because it was going to be more physical, and we're going to be tougher, and this is what we're going to do. No, Coach, we all know who you are. You get one shot. Jordan Ott knows this. One shot to establish this kind of culture. It's one of the reasons why you can't bring a Kevin Durant or Bradley Beal into a new culture that you're going to form because they don't fit that culture.
Especially when you have a first-time head coach. When you have a first-time general manager.
Critical.
I mean, look at the last couple of years. You had title-winning head coaches in Frank Vogel and Mike Budenholzer. How'd that go over with, namely, Kevin Durant? If you believe the reports, he eventually shunned both of them. And guess what happens? When the best player on the team, the highest paid player on the team, the most respected player on the team, an NBA legend and surefire Hall of Famer, one of the best ever play the game, when he isn't listening or adhering to the rules and the culture trying to be set by the decision makers, how do you think the rest of the locker room responds? It's impossible if you're the head coach or general manager to get any traction with anything you're trying to establish when the alpha dog in the locker room ain't listening. Ain't following anything you say.
Imagine a guy standing there, basing earnings with a chainsaw in his hand, and a big one. And you just, you pull that thing, you fire up that chainsaw, and you saw the legs off of your coach.
Why do I have this vision of Elon Musk?
Everybody. You get my point. It destroys everything from that point forward. There was no way Bradley Beal was going to be brought back and allowed to walk into that locker room. Not because he's a bad guy. He's a good guy by all accounts. Just because he didn't fit the culture and never would.
So once again, according to Shams, breaking news, 3-time NBA All-Star Bradley Beal has agreed to a contract buyout with the Suns, plans to join the Clippers on a 2-year, $11 million deal with a player option after clearing waivers. And that's according to Mark Bartelstein, his agent, and that's what he told ESPN, according to Shams.
There you go.
All right, how much better can Trey Benson be? How much can he improve? And how much will that improve the Cardinals, the offense, and beyond? We'll talk about that next. Calvisi and for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A Dbacks decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke this morning at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? Oh, that's what I'm talking about, Basin Onions. We all know it's hot outside, and I'm talking frying egg on the sidewalk hot. Psst. But inside the Wolfley compound, it is cool, and I mean real cool. That's all the thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. It's like sleeping on a cloud that's been chilling in the fridge, if you know what I mean. And here's the deal, Basin Earnings. You don't have to suffer through sweaty nights. Right now, during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online now through July 29th. Oh, you got some time. That's right, July 29th. Mattresses, pillows, sheets, whatever you need to build your sleep sanctuary, they've got it. They got 12 Basin locations across Phoenix as well, and you know what? One is going to be close by you, Basinonians. Don't sleep on this deal unless you're sleeping on a Brooklyn Bedding mattress. Go to brooklynbedding.com. That's brooklynbedding.com.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
The Lund team prides ourselves on getting pre-approved before you buy. This makes you a stronger buyer with a stronger offer. The good news is the full pre-approval is free of charge. No upfront application fee. Some companies will charge an application fee to suck you in. At Lund, we have no hidden cost and no surprises. Just straight talk, and we walk you through the process and provide a clear path to your new home purchase. Give the Lund team a call today, where you're always treated like family. For all things mortgage, call Lund Mortgage.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REP. AIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. We will react to how the Diamondback All-Stars performed in the Midsummer Classic, and of course the latest on the trade rumor mill. We started too on Arizona Sports.
All right, once again, Bradley Beal heading to the LA Clippers. A buyout with the Phoenix Suns, a 2-year, $11 million deal with the Clips, a player option after that, according to Shams Charania. So as more info trickles in, we'll definitely get that your way. But as expected, Bradley Beal, no mas!
Yes.
With the Phoenix Suns.
A little bit of clarity, no trade whatsoever, and we all speculated. I remember months ago having that conversation. Oh, my goodness, would they be able to do anything with Bradley Beal? Could they possibly get anything in return for Bradley Beal? Who might have to be packaged up for Bradley Beal? And apparently that probably was part of the process as well, and one of the reasons why they just decided, let's eat this thing, period.
Has there been more airtime on this station this offseason spent on Bradley Beal or all the NFL lists that have come out ad nauseum?
Man.
I mean, I'm looking at lists here, quick recap, top 10 breakout candidates entering year 2. There's Marvin Harrison Jr., number 3. Top 8 bandwagons to jump on. Cardinals, number 3 there. 6 off-season champions, NFL.com.
Wow.
Cardinals are in that. 16 day 3 picks who could compete to start. Number 3, Cody Simon. 10 perfect team fits. Number 4, Will Johnson.
Speculation, Paul.
Most likely to win their first Super Bowl. Cardinals are there at number 7. I mean, on. And then you're like, wait a minute. Is Trey Benson making any of these lists anywhere? And then Wolf. I mean, you surprised everyone because you're mailing it in. You're leaving on vacation tomorrow. You actually did a little bit of prep, and you sent along Here we go. ESPN's second-year player spotlight, and Trey Benson declared an undervalued fantasy football pickup.
Yes. Why do you think that might be, Paulie? Do you have any ideas as the Arizona Cardinals sideline reporter? Do you have any ideas as to why Trey Benson may actually blossom this year?
Well, let's see. I got 3 words. Cram it vertical.
Oh, okay.
Cardinals like to run the ball.
Here we go.
That means there's plenty of carries to go around. And, look, you got.
Will he cram it vertical, though, Paul?
Well, based on the last 2 or 3 games before he ended up with the ankle injury that curtailed the rest of his season. But if you go to those last 2 or 3 games leading into the bye, yes, he was cramming it vertical. And yes, he did admit that, guess what? James Conner's running style rubbed off on him a little bit. In fact, here he is from last month, Trey Benson there, Rick, and he was just asked, all right, look, how much more comfortable are you this year at this time?
Around this time last year, I was anxiety, panicking and stuff, but now I'm just, you can see the difference in between this year and last year. It's so much different now. I look way more confident, and I'm just ready to work.
Man, I love that answer right there because it's so true. It's
honest.
It's honest.
He's really honest. Anxiety? Not just I was a little uneasy. Anxiety. He said that a couple times.
And, honestly, if you're not, I don't care if you're the first-round pick. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you were taken number 1 overall in the NFL draft. You deep down inside, you're nervous. You've got to go prove this. You have to prove everything that you did. You have to justify everything that you have done. You have to do it from day one when you get the opportunity in the NFL to do it. And I think that's just an honest answer from Trey Benson right there, and an accurate answer. Because now all of a sudden, once you prove to yourself, and that's where it always begins. When you prove to yourself, you belong. Now, Paul, get ready, because year 2 is about building on the fact you belong.
So, Dadrian Taylor Demerson, he was on last month and had a chance to talk with him and ask him, from what you've seen, has James Conner's running style rubbed off on Trey Benson?
It did. It's crazy you say that because I was telling him, you starting to run like James, James a little bit.
So now if you take that and the fact he says he's put on 7 pounds, so if you take his listed weight a year ago, 216, and now he's 223 or so.
I like it.
And he runs a 4.39, which, by the way, he hated his 40 at the Combine 2 years ago. Said he should have run closer to a 4.3 flat. And in this little article you sent along, he's described as a power runner with 97th percentile speed.
Yes.
No idea how they calculate that, but whatever.
I know.
Okay, he's big and he's fast.
Yes.
And now if he's gonna go north, if he's gonna stop looking for the home run carry every single time, and he's gonna go north and he's gonna take 4-5 yards a pop.
Love it.
Because what have the Cardinals done better than every other team except one the last 2 years? The team with Lamar Jackson at quarterback, by the way, is yards per carry.
Run the ball.
They've been number 2 in that category as a rushing offense the last 2 years running. Guess what? Trey Benson's going to make that even more potent.
Yeah, and Kyler too almost ran for 600 yards last year. Nobody thinks about that. That was his highest total since, I believe, year 2. I think it was year 2.
He ran for over 800 yards. I looked it up in year 2. Had 11 rushing touchdowns.
Yes.
In the second year in the league. If he can get anywhere near 11 rushing touchdowns this year, holding the defense honest, especially in the red zone, look out.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I want to see it unscheduled, Paulie, more than anything else. Do I want to see them schedule a few Kyler Murray runs? Absolutely, based on our needs, because you have to do that and do it early in games. Because you just show the defensive coordinator. I talk about it all the time. Hey, listen, you don't think we're going to run him because he's Kyler Murray? We don't want him to get hurt? You don't think we're going to run him? Well, watch this. Yeah, we're going to run him, and you're going to have to prepare for that. The entire game, you're going to have to honor the fact that we will call his number, and we will run him. You want to be able to do that, brothers. You just don't want to do it 10 times a game. That's just me. But having said that again, it's the mentorship of James Conner right now that really is something that I think is bringing Trey Benson along. The mentorship, the model right in front of him as to how I want to be in the National Football League and how I want to play this game and the kind of person that I want to be as well. James Conner has got this unbelievable power. When you're around him, Basin audience, you could just see it. He's a guy that influences guys around him because of who he is and how he plays.
You had Drew Petzing on this show last month, and you guys asked him how Trey Benson and James Conner can play off each other.
It's so hard because they're both so talented. You know, James has done it at such a high level for us the last 2 years and really throughout his career. But I think Trey has really learned a ton from him his rookie season, just in terms of how to be a pro, how to run with that violence and attitude that we talked about, how to make sure that you're doing the things, you know, in between games to make sure your body's ready to go. So I think it's just continuing to take that process to the next level for Trey that's going to be really important.
When James Conner met the media last month, last question I asked him about Trey Benson, and it wasn't necessarily what he said. It was, you know, a lot of praise. It was the look in his eyes when he said it. How Trey Benson, how much different he looks in year two.
Yeah.
Just the shape he is in, the knowledge, the comfort level. He's not thinking, he's playing. I mean, look, there were a number of guys last year on both sides of the ball who were really slow on the uptake with the playbook. It's way beyond the college game.
Yes.
And so that learning curve is significant. And once they feel comfortable in the offense, that's when you truly see what sort of player they are. And I really think that'll be Trey Benson this year.
And the best thing about this is James Conner gets a blow. If Trey Benson can come in and uphold the level of play at the running back position, James Conner gets a blow, and that is going to pay off. That's going to pay dividends over the course of a season.
All right, once again, Bradley Beal breaking news this morning, headed to the Clippers, a buyout with the Suns. Details still trickling in. We got you covered here. Meanwhile, the Dbacks, what do they need to do in their 12 games before the trade deadline to avoid selling? We'll talk about that next. Calvisi and for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp. 6 days away. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Listen, the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, they have helped me understand no two retirement plans are the same, and that is not always a given, Basinonians. They offer guidance on a variety of financial objectives, including ways to earn higher potential returns and tax concerns as well. Call the team I work with at Trajan Wealth to help you develop a plan that will meet your financial goals. Give them a call today at 480-990-3300. As a veteran, Trajan Wealth CEO Jeff Jr. fully appreciates the importance of true independence. He founded Trajan Wealth as an independent firm, allowing fiduciary advisors the ability to customize a portfolio to meet your unique goals and needs. Pick up the phone and call 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Hit by a drunk driver who chose to get behind the wheel. Hit by a reckless driver who didn't care about the safety of others. It starts an endless road of pain, uncertainty, and financial hardship. If you've been hit, it's time to hit back.
Call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Get the all-hybrid Camry with 4.99% 60-month financing. Or get a gas or hybrid Tacoma with 4.75% 60-month financing. Even get low 1.99% financing for up to 72 months on a new Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with 1887 and 4.75% with 1876 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 1.99% with 1475 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 8/4/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
You know, I couldn't stop talking about it to my family and friends. My knees are my trouble spot. But for me to tell them now that I'm doing so much better, they were amazed, and I've been amazed.
QC Kinetics Cellular Therapies. Yes, it is amazing how these non-surgical treatments deliver joint pain relief for patients like Dr. Eric Williams, a successful chiropractor.
Each week, I just started noticing that I could sleep and not have pain. I could play pickleball. I could do a CrossFit exercise routine.
QC Kinetics revitalizes your joints so you can move again without the pain pills or invasive surgery.
You know, I'm 60 years old and I want to stay competitive as long as I can. And QC has allowed me to do that. They did me right and really made a difference in my life.
Book your free consultation with QC Kinetics today and experience the difference for yourself.
I like to go, move, move, move.
QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Breaking news, according to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Phoenix Suns and Bradley Beal are finalizing a buyout, and he will sign with the Los Angeles Clippers. For more on this, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Arizona Diamondbacks were a big part of the National League's victory in last night's MLB All-Star Game. Corbin Carroll hit a home run, Ketel Marte had a 2-run double, and Eugenio Suarez made a great play at first base. Here is how Corbin Carroll's home run sounded on ESPN Radio.
That ball is hammered to right field. This ball is going and gone. A hanging breaking pitch from Mize, and Corbin Carroll destroyed it.
The Phoenix Suns play their final game of the Summer League today in Las Vegas against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Tip-off for that one is at 2. And the Phoenix Mercury are in action right now against the Minnesota Lynx. That score is currently 37-33 Lynx at halftime. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worry about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602 Blue Sky. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Shot.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Who are some of the players the Suns could target
everything
if
you
they
ever
eventually part ways with Bradley?
One moment.
All expect. The Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Just let it slip. Yo. His palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. There's vomit on his
The D, the 313, Wolf. Eminem.
Oh, yeah. The 313, Paul.
Motown.
Okay.
Detroit.
There you go.
So we have breaking news.
You actually lived in Detroit for a while.
Birth certificate says Detroit, Michigan.
Okay, there
Just to let you know.
I thought so.
Moved when I was very young. Here's the deal. We have breaking news left and right, Wolf. I don't even know if you can keep up. In fact, you know what? You start vacation tomorrow. You might want to just leave right now. I'm not sure we need your services the rest of the show. We've got so much to talk about around
Drifting,
here.
Paul, but fighting.
The Cardinals have announced officially that the joint practice is like so on with the Broncos in Denver. That'll be on Thursday, August 14th, 9 a.m. Arizona time, and then the preseason game will be Saturday night. So that's officially official,
all right,
according to the Cardinals. So Marvin Harrison Jr. against Patrick Surtain, the second NFL Defensive Player of the Year, but I digress. We have other breaking news. When Shams Charania, about a half hour ago, said the Suns have agreed to a contract buyout with Bradley Beal. He plans to join the Clippers on a 2-year, $11 million deal with a player option after clearing waivers, meaning that next summer, Team Beal thinks he'll be one of the most sought-after free agents because he has a player option after this coming year.
Okay.
Now, what we care about, the Suns and their increased team-building flexibility, according to Shams, right? That now this deal, the buyout, takes the Suns not only out of the second apron, but the first apron, providing access, I'm quoting now, to more tradable draft picks in the future and opening up part of the mid-level exception.
Oh, my goodness.
To utilize.
My goodness.
Heretofore
huge.
Unavailable to the Suns, right?
Yes.
But here's the big question. How exactly did this buyout get executed? And according to Shams, Beal is giving back nearly $14 million out of the $110 million on the final 2 years of his contract to complete the buyout with the Suns.
Wow. So he worked with the Suns to get this all done. And maybe that was the holdup to all of this.
Still a big dub for Bradley Beal, as he only had to give up $13.9 million out of the $110 million coming his way. But the Suns now will likely waive and stretch the remaining salary over 5 years, according to sources, what they told Shams.
Okay, so you're telling me right now, Paulie, they think that not only the second apron, but the first apron?
That's according to the latest.
Okay, according to the latest right now, we're still hunting this down, Basin Earnings. That is a big deal. And, you know, this is a win, as far as I'm concerned, for the Phoenix Suns. If you tell me this is what is happening right now, the Bradley Beal situation is going to be resolved, and they're going to be able to waive and stretch him over the next 5 seasons, and you're going to tell me they're out of the second apron and out of the first as well? If that is accurate on that, and you got Bradley Beal to work with you, you know what, Brian Gregory and the Phoenix Suns, well done.
I mean, can you think of it this way? Let me simplify it.
You didn't have to give up Ryan Dunn. You didn't have to give up anything. You didn't have to trade that, package it to actually get him moved.
If you owed him all that money, right, and you did, it was a guaranteed deal, why pay him and have him hinder your future? Pay him off to go away, and if it gets you out of the second and even the first apron, okay, you got to pay him either way.
Man.
At least don't have him restrict your future options and team building going forward. So for the Suns, to me, that's the victorious aspect of this. The fact that he's still got, $96 million to go away.
Listen, Brad's going to be fine, everybody.
Yeah.
He's going to be fine. Yeah. Nobody worry about that. He's going to be fine. He's doing well. His family's doing well. This is a win-win. It's what Bradley Beal is getting, I think, once again, the opportunity to go back to L.A. and play with the Clippers. Yeah, he's still making a bucket load of money still. And, the fact that he's going to do well and the Suns are over this and can step forward now, that is just huge.
So here's the segue. Are the Dbacks the next team to sell? Are the Dbacks the next team to have empty lockers in the clubhouse, in the locker room? You have 2 weeks, essentially. You have 12 games. We had Chris Garagiola, radio voice of the Dbacks, on yesterday, and here's what he said when it comes to the big picture and what the Dbacks need to do to avoid being sellers.
I just think with this group right now, I think they'd have to go realistically like 15, 16 games over 500 from now to the rest of the season in order to grab one of those wild card spots. And I'm just not sure right now they have the manpower to be able to do that, especially in the bullpen. And so the only way to get there is you'd have to mortgage some of your future to potentially add. And again, is that value worth more than trading some very attractive expirings. I mean, the Diamondbacks have two of the biggest needs teams want at their disposal. And I just think you look at the sample size right now, they're 3 games under 500. Of course, they could get off to a roaring start to begin the second half, and maybe that would change the direction of what this group is going to do. But I think we've seen enough to know right now that the injuries have decimated this group, and it's hard to envision that they're going to be able to finish that strongly when you're just missing so many key pieces. You know you're not going to get back before season's end.
Yeah, it just honestly at this point in time, it's very, very clear, it seems to me. I think that Mike Hazen, this is just a guess based on needs. Again, I know nothing on this, but just looking at it from the outside in, I would say that Mike Hazen has seen enough at this point in time to know that, hey, it doesn't really matter what happens over the next 12 games leading up to the trade deadline. This is the way that we're going to proceed, whatever way that is. I think they've already made their mind up. I would be surprised. I would. I'd be surprised if suddenly you heard Mike Hazen get in front of a microphone and say, you know what, no, we're still going to wait and see how this plays out with the last 12 games. I would be surprised.
It would be miraculous to get back into the playoff race. It would be so unexpected for them to actually get into the postseason, and then from there make a run similar to what they did in 2023, just based on the injuries alone. They're so decimated by injuries. So if that's the case, and Chris Garagiola made this point as well, you have so many attractive players on expiring contracts. If you really want them back and you really think they're part of your future, you have to strike a deal with them, long-term contract with them anyway this offseason. Why not cash in that chip, get some assets in return, and then you can just sit at the negotiating table come the offseason. So I'm with you on that one.
You know, I think, Paulie, again, Eugenio Suarez is Exhibit A on this. This is a guy that he's been a 2-time All-Star. The last time, 7 years ago. We all understand that. But, he's been very inconsistent and very streaky as well for the most part.
High.
Yes. And I think he is the guy that I think of right now in terms of saying, yeah, we're going to do this. We're going to move Eugenio Suarez and I think Zach Gallen, those two guys. And I don't think that's going to surprise anybody.
By filling in today, you guys are saving me a lot of money, so I'm not home day trading, okay? So Geno Suarez is like that AI high-flying stock that's really volatile. So you know what? When it's at its high point at a 52-week high on the stock market, sell, cash it in before all of a sudden it plummets. And the best thing that happened to the Dbacks last night was that play he made in the 9th inning. Right? The barehander, just to prove, okay, guess what? And then the x-rays came back negative after he got beamed in the 8th inning.
Paul, we all know you have money, Paul. We understand. You're good with money.
Maybe I would.
We all get it, Paul.
My buddies in the Silicon Valley keep giving me bad stock picks. So we're going to talk about Bradley Beal. If only we all had Bradley Beal money. $96 million or so to go away. The lessons learned for the Suns. We'll talk about that next. Calvisi in for Luke. It is Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I don't think the legacy of James Jones to me is all that complicated at all. I think it's actually really simple. But James Jones, in part, constructed a basketball team that got closer to winning an NBA championship than any Phoenix Suns team ever had before. They were up 2-0 in the 2021 NBA Finals. And that team, while certainly having some of Ryan's fingerprints on it and certainly some of Robert Sarver's fingerprints on it, also had James Jones's fingerprints all over that team.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Listen, summer is calling. Can you hear it, Basinonians? Well, you know what? Are you ready to answer with a brand new pool? That is the question. With temperatures already rising, the best time to start building is right now. At Presidential Pools and Spas, they're known for the fastest build times in Arizona. Start today and be splashing, grilling, and relaxing this summer. That's right, you can get it in before the end of the summer. But you know what? The Clock is ticking, so you got to get going on this. Now listen, Presidential Pools and Spas and the Arizona Diamondbacks are giving away a pool, and you could win. It's a summer pool giveaway at Presidential Pools and Spas. One winner will win a stunning new pool with Pentair equipment and beautiful decking, perfect for endless summer fun. Enter now by visiting dbacks.com/splash for more details. That's dbacks.com/splash and win a new pool from our partners at Presidential Pools and Spas.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know a lot of investors that don't really have a good relationship with their advisor because their advisor's checking in with them like once a year. You guys aren't like that.
I think it's very important to have a real relationship with my clients. Clients and investors should feel the same way about their financial advisor. When things go wrong, you want to be comfortable making that call, because when you have this surface level relationship, or if you've been passed off to some customer service line by your financial advisor, then you know what? There's nothing personal there. You need to be able to have a one-on-one real relationship, and I just say this. If that relationship doesn't exist, it's time to find a new one.
And if it's time to find a new one, I want you to call Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. If you want a financial advisor that's going to be with you every step of the way and not just check in on you once a year, call 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting its first ever used gun buying event, July 25th through 27th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability. Just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday. Forget about the ESPYs. We'll give you the awards that really count, the AZs. The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports. Well, in some ways, the new version of the Suns starts now. Yes, a new head coach. Yes, a new GM, minus Kevin Durant. New players via draft picks and free agency, etc. But now is when you can truly turn the page with the departure of Bradley Beal. And according to Shams Charania, this is breaking news this morning, 2 years, $11 million deal he struck with the Clippers after agreeing to a buyout with the Phoenix Suns, where he gave up $13.9 million. We'll call it 14 of the $110 million.
Psh, ain't nothing but $14 million.
And now the Suns, you know what, can truly look into the future and realize, okay, we're not hampered and hindered by the second apron. Man, we don't even have to worry about the first apron. This is brand new territory for Matt Ishbia and company, at least based on his ownership. Because now all of a sudden, all right, they might have the ability to maneuver. Now, they don't have a lot of draft picks, but if they come into some of these draft picks and they have the ability to acquire certain draft picks because no longer are they restricted by things that were in place before they got rid of Bradley Beal.
Yeah, the era of cash is over for the Phoenix Suns, and now it's the era of culture. That's what it is. They have to establish an idea, an identity. This is how we're going to play the game of basketball here, and we need to go out and get guys who fit that identity. Not the, hey, you know what? We're just going to pay the big three. That's what we're going to do. We're going to go out and we're going to get. I think that model was, no doubt about it, it was an effort at trying to win. And I think Matt Ishbia came in and said, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to come in here, and to his credit, said, I don't care what I have to do. I'm going to spend the money to win games. We're going to get Kevin Durant. We're going to go ahead and pay him. We're going to get Bradley Beal, and we're going to pay him in a big way. And we're going to have our big three, and we're going to be able to compete. The era of cash, there was nothing wrong with that. He was trying to win. It just seems to be an outdated model at this point in time. And culture now is taking over. This is how we think we need to play to win and build around Devin Booker. Now you need to get the pieces that fit that idea.
So if there's a lesson learned for a young owner in this league, could I summarize what you just said by saying it's not about expenditures, it's about expertise?
I like that, Paul.
And is that not the main lesson learned here? You can't just throw money at building a team in the NBA and expect it to be an NBA champion. This is not fantasy basketball. You just can't go out and, based on a player's prior resume, expect it to all come together when you got a bunch of all-stars, former all-stars, and then you put them together. So this reminds me a lot of the early years of Robert Sarver, when there were certain moves made that later was revealed, went straight to the owner's office, and the acquisition of Josh Childress and that whole era, and then all of a sudden, okay, there was a lesson learned the hard way, and then eventually...
He wasn't spending money, though, like Matty Ish.
No,
Yes.
Those were back in the days when
Right.
the first-round draft picks were for sale for $3 million apiece in the team shop.
Yes.
This is different. You're right. The level of commitment financially is radically different.
Yes.
But guess what? That's not the answer. There has to be team building. And so if you talk about lessons learned, I mean, Wolf, this has to have been a very sobering past 18 months.
Yes.
And you would hope that learning the hard way at least has been the one positive you can take away from what has transpired.
Yeah, and through all of this, once again, I keep coming back to Devin Booker. I do, Basinonians, because we all love Book for the most part. I mean, what do you think Book's Q rating is here in Phoenix? What do you think it is in the state of Arizona? I know it's pretty high throughout the entire nation, let alone right here. It's got to be very, very high.
In the stratosphere, maybe a notch or two behind Larry Fitzgerald.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to put him in the Fitz class, as a matter of fact. I'll put Devin Booker right there in the Larry Fitzgerald class, which I think is pretty significant. We haven't had a lot of, maybe Shane Donor. I'm going to take Donor. I'm going to throw Donor in there as well.
Gonzo.
Gonzo.
Yep.
That's good, Paulie. I like it. We'll just throw some people into that class that just are at a whole different level. But Book, now you've got to build around him, and this is the task that is going to be painful. It's going to be something they have to do going forward. And because of that, how quickly can they get this done, Basinonians? I don't know. I expect them to lose over 40 games. I'm going to say 50 games, maybe. 50 games. It's a possibility this season. How quickly can these young guys develop? It is a lesson that I think Matty Ish is not going to forget. But can I just say this, Paulie? I think Matty Ish is going to be a better owner at this point in time because of this experience. He's going to learn from it and get better. His background tells me that. He's a billionaire, and it's a great thing to have a billionaire owner who doesn't mind spending money. But I think his background in Michigan State, of course, and having Tom Izzo as his coach and learning the building blocks of a basketball team and the fundamentals of the game, I think all of this is coming back right now to form this culture that we're seeing. And I think he's going to be better as an owner because of it.
All right, let me ask you a question. Your name's on this show, Ron Wolf. You've been talking about this every single day, all year long. You take your notes during the Suns game. So here's my question for you. For all the change the Suns have enacted, and it has been by design this offseason, has there been enough change? And by that I mean specifically, true or false, the person responsible for the past poor roster construction is still constructing this roster.
I don't believe so.
You don't think so?
No, listen, this is once again, and I've said this before based on needs, but it's the truth. I think Brian Gregory can look at Matt Ishbia because of their relationship and say, Matt, sit down and shut up. Because this is what we're doing. Because they have this bond. I believe they have all of these years, this bond. It's one of the reasons why I was like, hey, don't be so sure to look at Brian Gregory and say, oh, this alignment, and all of a sudden, he's just going to be a yes man for Matt Ishbia. Don't be so sure, because, Paulie, you could say stuff to me that not a lot of other people could say to me. I'm just saying, it's the truth without me bristling. It's the frying pan to the face because of friends. And friends sometime they need to swing the frying pan to the face. And you deserve it sometimes, do you not? Metaphorically speaking, of course.
But you're not my boss.
Metaphorically speaking, of course.
Rick.
The alignment, this is just me from the outside looking in. The alignment, the true alignment.
Paul, he's got years and years and years of experience with Matt Ishbia. Brian Gregory.
The alignment is with the owner's comfort zone. The GM and the head coach are within the owner's comfort zone. So,
okay, we get the Michigan State thing. Just don't play this as Sparta.
You know what you need, Wolf? You need an analogy, all right? There's analogy radio where you make an analogy to real life. You know, what if you had a restaurant and hey, perfect for you. You used to have Wolfleys. What if you went in and you changed the waiters and the hostess and the accountant?
Yeah.
Okay, but it's still the same chef. Do you think the patrons notice change? If it's still the same food on the menu, it's still the same chef making that food. So if it's still the same decision maker in charge of roster construction, that's why I was telling Luke earlier, I fully expect a return of Planet Orange cones.
Okay.
This is going to be a construction zone for several years.
Yes, I would agree. Thank you for that, Paul. And once again, the reminder. I appreciate that.
Whatever happened to my
It wasn't my idea to have a restaurant either, Paul, okay?
Well, whose idea was it to put my name on a salad? It was your best-selling salad, and then I saw nothing from that. I saw no remuneration whatsoever. What's going on with that?
Got Jack and liked it.
Whatever happened with that lawsuit I filed? Have you subscribed to the Wolf and Luke Show podcast? Subscribe right now on your iPhone or Android. You'll never miss any of the show. It's the Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, how important is it for Isaiah Adams and the success of that Cardinals O-line? Yes, they are linked, and guess what? He met the media. We'll talk about that next. Calvisi in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Beal deal is done.
Three-time NBA All-Star Bradley Beal has agreed to a contract buyout with the Phoenix Suns and plans to join the Los Angeles Clippers on a 2-year, $11 million deal with a player option after clearing waivers.
Reaction to the Suns parting ways with guard Bradley Beal on the way from Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, an astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came packed to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for speedy security. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
What we love about our ability to help patients at QC Kinetics is seeing their pure delight at finally being able to do the things they enjoy without pain.
I had a patient start treatment with me. He wanted to be able to be active again and do some of his sports that he really enjoyed.
Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics, treats patients with chronic joint pain using their body's own biologics. The goal? Get them back to living their best lives without surgery or harmful drugs.
He came back and he goes, what I wasn't expecting was the ability to play on the floor with my grandchildren. Even just saying it now, I have goosebumps because it's changing those small moments that you take for granted.
Don't let joint pain rob you of those moments. See if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments.
It just warms my heart to be able to help people live the life they want to live and get those small moments back.
Call QC Kinetics 602-837-7246 in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Breaking news, according to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Phoenix Suns and Bradley Beal are finalizing a buyout and he will sign with the Los Angeles Clippers. For more on this, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y Refi. The Arizona Diamondbacks were a big part of the National League's victory in last night's MLB All-Star Game. Corbin Carroll hit a home run, Ketel Marte had a 2-run double, and Eugenio Suarez made a great play at third base. Here is how Corbin Carroll's home run sounded on ESPN Radio.
That ball is hammered to right field. This ball is going and gone. A hanging breaking pitch from Mize, and Corbin Carroll destroyed it.
The Phoenix Suns play their final game of the Summer League today in Las Vegas against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Tip-off for that one is at 2. And the Phoenix Mercury are in action right now against the Minnesota Lynx. It is currently 64-51, or actually 64-53 Minnesota with about 8 minutes left. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. We will react to how the Diamondback All-Stars performed in the Midsummer Classic, and of course the latest on the trade rumor mill. We start at 2 on Arizona Sports. And Burnsy will have the latest on Bradley Beal. It's the Wolf and Luke Show starring Paul Calvisi. And my t-shirt. By the way, I need to stand up here. Everyone can get a look at the vintage Speed Racer t-shirt that we're rocking this morning that Wolf's purposely ignoring. You know.
YouTubers don't care, Paul.
You know, Wolf, the kind of respect you have for the t-shirt. But I'll give you a pass because there's a lot of breaking news.
Yeah, I know.
Bradley Beal giving back $13.9 million.
Okay.
He can still afford a Mach 5, right? $110 million is what he was due over the 2 years, and then he signs a 2-year, $11 million deal reportedly by ESPN. But as you've been saying, the key here is the team-building flexibility that takes the Suns not only out of the second apron, but the first apron?
Yeah, Paulie. Yeah, honestly, based on things, I didn't know that was possible. I really did not know that was possible right now. This is a massive win, as I see it, for the Phoenix Suns. You're rebuilding this culture, and again, the one thing that cannot happen is for Bradley Beal to step inside that locker room and start modeling a culture, whatever culture he's going to be modeling at that point in time. It's probably not going to be very positive. Now, he's a very amicable person. He's a great guy from all accounts, but for the most part, that would have been a bad situation coming back when you're trying to establish a culture and suddenly you've got a guy walking around who's not going to be that culture, not going to model that culture. Now, this opens it up for the Phoenix Suns. They have wiped the slate clean. And now you're telling me, and I'm reading this from ESPN right now, they're not only out of the second apron, they're out of the first apron?
And for everything that Bradley Beal is, and you mentioned amicable, affable, whatever you want to use, it's sort of a filter that Jonathan Gannon and Monty Ossenfort have employed in rebuilding the Cardinals. When they assess players and whether they want to draft them or sign them, they ask themselves, is this player serious enough about football? Bradley Beal was not serious enough about basketball.
Why do you say that, Paulie?
Well, the fact he needed to be 100% physically and mentally to even get out on the floor. And then once he was out on the floor and he's messing around and smiling with other players while the Suns are getting their tails kicked by 30. And it was just a lot of, if you're building a new culture, to your point, it's addition by subtraction. Put it that way.
Yes.
Now, what the Cardinals have also done, because we're going to get into the Bradley Beal throughout the rest of the show, but as promised, as advertised, Isaiah Adams met the media earlier today. And remember, the Cardinals are also building from the inside out, investing heavily into the defensive line, into the offensive line. He was a round 3 pick a year ago, 2024. In fact, Isaiah Adams there, Rick, his takeaways from year 1, here's what the guard told the media.
I'd say just stay and even kill, kind of not getting so high when you're having a good day. And, when things don't go your way, don't get too low. I think the more you can kind of just stay consistent is, I think, what I saw good players do, especially even guys on our team. You can't really see if they're too excited or too in their head. It's just one next play after the other. So I think that's a huge takeaway.
What do you think he's been working on in the offseason? I know we've had our thoughts. We've had our free advice. But before we answer that, let's hear what Isaiah Adams told the media when he was asked what he'd been working on this offseason.
I think, obviously physically, kind of things that I have on my list, but I think it was more so from a mental aspect, just kind of trying to slow the game down, trying to look at the game, going into this offseason from not really just the kind of with blinders on, but maybe just kind of broaden my vision and kind of understand what's happening out there and why things are happening. You know, more defensive coverages could influence a D-line game. So just not trying to look at it just from a 1v1, but more like from an 11v11.
Wow. That kind of blows my mind right there, Paulie. It blows. Did he say anything else after that? Because it kind of blows my mind because, once again, I did not expect him, based on audience, to go mental on that. I thought it was going to be more physical. That's very, very interesting. The fact that he pointed to that and said, hey, listen, you know, just mentally slowing it down and actually understanding what a defense is doing in certain coverages and things of that nature. I've got to tell you, that is a surprise to me that he said that. I thought for sure we were going to hear, you know what, I was in the weight room a lot, and I got bigger and I got stronger. And that is going to give me a lot more confidence going forward. I did not expect to hear him say that. I'm not saying, once again, there's anything wrong with it. I'm just shocked he said that.
Well, during mandatory minicamp, we had him on the Big Red Rage. He did confirm that his weight has been up to as high as 325. He was listed at 315 a year ago.
Yeah.
He is much stronger.
Okay.
He feels it out on the field.
Good.
The explosion, he knows it.
He's got to have it, Bully.
He can sense it. Now, you're not truly going to know until you put on the pads and it's O-line, D-line drill. And by the way, that's day 5 of training camp if you read the CBA correctly. So once again.
Is it really day 5?
Call in sick that day and come on out and check it out on your own. Here's the next question for Isaiah Adams. Does he think the right guard gig is his to lose at this point?
I just say just take it one day at a time. Continue to, you know, build trust among the guys. Give Kyler some confidence. You know, same with James. Same with, you know, the whole offense. You know, I think it's just kind of just trying to give them, you know, the feeling that Isaiah's here, and I can trust Isaiah. I can Jonah, Yelda, both those guys. I want them to know that like they can count on me.
Wow. Okay, there it is. Your take on that, Paul.
I'll answer it for him. It's his job to lose.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to say it. I get it. But it's his job to lose. In fact, I think it's one of the reasons why you didn't see a free agent acquisition in the offseason at that position. Now, there are a couple of names still out there. Brandon Scherf, for example. Will Hernandez. It's sort of like, well, if I forget which training camp it was, but the Cardinals had brought in a brand new center. And in the first week of camp, he struggled. And all of a sudden, they got on the phone, and they're like, okay, hello, Lyle Sendline, you still out there?
Yeah.
And they brought back their previous starting center, and he started that coming season because what they thought maybe they had at center didn't materialize. And when he was getting his face kicked in the first week of camp, we need to call an audible.
It's not a good thing. It really is not. Coaches want to be confident about the guys that are out there on the field. Never forget that. That means you've got to know what you're doing first. And that's one of the reasons why I loved what he just said. In regard to that, slowing everything down. He's learning, yes. You've got to go out and you've got to show that you belong. I keep talking about this, but it's the truth. You belong. And I think the last 5 games that Isaiah Adams actually got the opportunity to play, he proved to himself when he was sitting there at night, and it was 2:30 in the morning, and he was wide awake in bed, and the shadows were creeping across the ceiling. He said to himself, I can do this. And that, to me, is critical. It's critical that every rookie comes to that point. Every young guy that is trying to play at the highest level our species can generate has got to make that claim to himself when it's just him and the shadows creeping across the ceiling at night. I can do this. I belong here. And once you say that, now it's time to build on top of that. And I think that's what Isaiah Adams is talking about in regard to slowing it down and just being more confident and knowing what to do. Think about it, brothers. If you know how to do something, you can do it as hard as you possibly can. If you think you know, now you can't really commit to doing it as hard as you can. It's a big difference.
And he did admit on the Big Red Rage that he learned a lot in those last 5 games. And he lost a number of matchups against really good 3 techniques and interior D linemen. So to your point, he went into the offseason knowing where he needed to get better. That's why those 5 games at the end of the season were critical and pivotal in trying to fuel his improvement. All right, join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday. Dbacks take on Christian Walker and the Astros. Text half to 620-620. They're going to send you a link to grab lower-level tickets for half off. That's text half to 620-620. Text half to 620-620. All right, what do the Dbacks have to do to avoid selling at the deadline? Well, guess what? We're going to ask their assistant general manager and senior VP, Amiel Saade. That is next. Calvisi in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, full of Get It Nowhere Else content from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but, okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4men.com. It's time to get it back.
Are you afraid of running out of money in retirement? If so, you're not alone. In fact, studies show it's people's #1 concern, but there is a solution. Canvas Annuity offers a retirement savings product with one of the most competitive crediting rates in the country, up to 6.2% per year. The best part is you can get access to these industry-leading rates online in a few simple steps by visiting canvasannuity.com. Great rates, simple online products.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Front Office Focus with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement.
All right, a lot to like last night in the All-Star game when it comes to the Diamondbacks, no doubt about it. Right from the get-go in the first inning, could tell Marte a 2-run double. Corbin Carroll with the home run. 414 feet, Wolf.
Beautiful.
First D-back ever to homer in an All-Star game. You saw Gino Suarez in the 9th inning with a nice barehanded play. But maybe the best news of the night was X-rays negative on the left hand of
Thank
Gino
you.
Suarez. And with that in mind, we go to the Dbacks Senior VP and Assistant GM, Amiel Saaday. So what sort of a sigh of relief did the front office exhale when you got that news?
Yeah, that was it was good to hear. I mean, obviously getting hit, I think it was the same pitcher that hit him in Chicago a couple weeks ago, and getting hit twice by that guy. Yeah, I mean, we got news that the athletic trainers on site gave us news right away, and then obviously went in to do X-rays, and Gino wanted to stay in the game and made that great play. So yeah, we were very fortunate. We escaped another injury.
Yeah. What did you think about the All-Star game overall, Amiel?
I thought it was entertaining. Obviously, I watched, I didn't watch the whole thing in its entirety. I watched bits and pieces. I watched all our guys at bats. I was in and out of doing different things. But it was fun to watch our plays, our guys not only perform offensively, but defensively. You could tell with a really nice play in the first inning, obviously the big double to lead the scoring in the beginning of the game, and then Corbin with the big shot. So it was fun. And then the end of it was awesome. I mean, it's just, you don't want to really play extra innings or end in a tie. So that was a really cool way to watch the end of the game.
Can you put into perspective the degree of difficulty of what Kyle Schwarber did with 3 homers on 3 swings?
Yeah, I wish I could. I've never been in that position. But yeah, that's hard to do. I mean, you watch BP every day, and these guys are professionals, and even the best ones can't just don't hit 3 home runs in 3 swings, and to do that with the pressure and all the eyes, and knowing that that's something that he needs to do to win the game. And that's a really cool moment, and honestly, a really cool moment in baseball history, because it was the first time it was done, and the way it was done was awesome.
Yeah, but Amiel, you'd never see that being something that Major League Baseball would implement for a regular game, would you?
I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say. I think we need to think about things to do to spruce up the game. It was fun to watch. I think they'll always get the players' input and see how they feel about it. But never say never on these things. I think especially when fans enjoy it, and if players buy into it, I would never say never on anything.
What about automatic balls and strikes? If we took a poll of front offices around baseball, what do you think, yay or nay?
I think the answer to that is everybody just wants the balls and strikes to be called equitably, and we want to get the call right. And so if the best way of doing that is a challenge system one day, then maybe that's the way to do it. If the best way to do it is ABS, then maybe that's the way to do it. And if it's just staying with the umpires and obviously, as they get, the young guys get more experience, then we get back to a world in which, I think there are some days where it can frustrate you, and some days where we think it's frustrating you, and the umpires have a great game. So, I'm all for making the game better and obviously more accurate.
Yeah, Amiel, obviously the trade deadline is looming right now, and I'm sure your guys' phone is ringing a lot. Your thoughts on the trade deadline right now and being buyers or sellers?
Yeah, it's funny because I think Mike has talked about this. I can't remember if it was last week or whenever. And we've been getting phone calls, both buying and selling, for the last couple of weeks. And it's not that we're trying to sell or we're trying to buy necessarily. I think there are a lot of teams that are just in it, and they want to make baseball trades. So it's not necessarily just trading one of your players for a bunch of prospects. A lot of times it's trading one of your players for something else that might be a need on your major league team that maybe you can control for the next few years. So, we've been fielding those calls for a while. I think after the All-Star break's over, when people get back into the office, it'll be interesting to see taking the temperature of what teams are really going forward and what teams are really selling. It's hard to say. We still have another 2 weeks. I think the overall hope is that we continue to play, we play well, and we can continue to kind of push forward towards a playoff run. But obviously, we've taken on a lot of injury, and we have a good group of players that people want. And so, it's certainly want to keep pushing forward to the playoffs. But, we're going to field the phone calls in the next couple of weeks, too.
Yeah, it's amazing because, Amiel, I think all of us didn't expect you guys to be in this position right now. I think we all expected a little bit better and probably being buyers at the deadline coming up now, and that is definitely in question. But what about the volume of calls? I would imagine, is this one of the busiest trade deadlines you've seen thus far? And I realize you still have time before the end of the month, but is this as crazy as it's been in terms of volume of calls?
I don't think so. I think we generally check in with almost every team every year. I think that, the challenge is people realize we have a very talented team and we can run off 6 or 7 in a row and put ourselves in a position where we're back in the thick of it. And so it's always it's a tough phone call for other GMs to make and other executives to make, because they don't want to necessarily assume you're just going to sell. So nobody wants to just call you and say, hey, you guys haven't been playing well. We'd have interest in X, Y, and Z. But I think, we have probably phone calls with certain teams more than others. And they do check-ins, and I think that'll probably ramp up in the next couple of weeks for sure. It's hard to say which way it goes, but that definitely will ramp up with certain teams.
Hey, Dbacks Senior VP Assistant GM Amiel Saadeh, our guest. So things seemingly ramped up a little bit, at least from the media side. You might have seen the headline on ArizonaSports.com, Bob Nightingale, USA Today. Rival executives believe the Diamondbacks, quote, have no choice but to sell ahead of the deadline. What would you say in reaction to that?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think everyone has their own opinions. I mean, I think that we have really good players that, we feel like, we obviously, some of them we have, whether we get a draft pick for them at the end of the year, there's I don't think it's just you have to dump certain players. And I think that's the difference where, when you have a talented team that you expected to be in the playoffs, it's hard to just say, we have no choice but to trade. I think we know the way this team can play. Look, there are other teams that probably call us and expect us to trade certain players, and I don't think that should be the level of expectation that anybody goes into the deadline with. I think, we're going to try to make this team better, whether it's for 2025 or 2026. We're always going to be listening and being opportunistic, but our hope is that, and I know it's tough to say, but we still have a little bit of time before the deadline. We can see where this team is as we get closer. And generally teams don't make trades until they get closer to the deadline.
Yeah.
But, sellers don't like to sell and buyers don't want to buy until they're actually pressured to do it.
So, Amiel, 12 games left. Are you saying right now you think that Mike Hazen's minds, your minds, could be changed with these 12 games and the outcome thereof?
I think I guess what I'm saying is I don't know that anybody's mind is cemented in one direction.
Okay.
I don't think we're going into it and saying we're selling, or we're going into it and saying we're buying. I think that again, you don't have to trade certain players. I think people want some of our players. We don't have to trade certain players. And there may be opportunities to make the team better in 2025 and 2026. And you may trade somebody, but get somebody with control for the next couple of years that's still on your major league team. So, it's a tough needle to thread, but we're going into it with eyes wide open.
Amiel, thank you. Thank you,
Amiel.
Appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, guys.
There you go. Dbacks Senior VP and Assistant GM. And you know what? That's what teams get when they call.
Paulie is king of the segue, is he not, brothers?
It's no surprise that.
Oh,
boom.
Don't build on it. Just let it hang, Paul. It was good. Just the way you said it. You nailed it.
It's not the boss.
The segue was there.
Coming up next, we'll take you through the top stories of the day, wolfing down your lunch, minus the lunch, of course. It's funny how there's never a lunch attached. Calvisi in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Diamondbacks Front Office Focus, brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Torey Lovullo asked him about his thoughts on the trade deadline. Torey said, I don't know what Mike's thinking. We have to concentrate on baseball. Our goal is to make it easy for him to make a decision, and we're not doing that. And I went, well, you kind of are. By being a floundering 500 team, you really are making the decision, what should be the decision, easy. And you got more than a healthy sample of what the Arizona Diamondbacks are this year. And they've showed it. They showed it this week. They showed it in Anaheim. They showed it in San Diego. And they've showed it up to the All-Star break.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. A question I get all the time is, how did we become the largest injury firm in the world? We have over 1,000 lawyers in all 50 states and close to 6,000 coworkers. Our call center is on duty 24/7. You can reach us at any time at forthepeople.com. But the real reason is we won a lot. When you visit our website, go to our verdicts and settlements. There you will see what our clients were offered and what they were awarded at trial. All those verdicts help us resolve many cases fairly and early. You see, nothing beats reputation. The insurance industry knows who we are. We even have insurance adjusters call us for representation because they know too. We've made it easy. On your mobile device or computer, go to forthepeople.com and we will get busy. It's that easy. Call today. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Phoenix Suns and Bradley Beal are finalizing a buyout, and he will sign with the Los Angeles Clippers. The Arizona Diamondbacks were a big part of the National League's victory in last night's MLB All-Star game. Corbin Carroll hit a home run, Ketel Marte had a 2-run double, and Eugenio Suarez made a great play at third base. Here's how Corbin Carroll's home run sounded on ESPN Radio.
That ball is hammered to right field. This ball is going and gone. A hanging breaking pitch from Mize, and Corbin Carroll destroyed it.
The Phoenix Suns play their final game of Summer League today in Las Vegas against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Tip-off for that one is at 2. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
Wolf and I basically agree on nothing. We talk over each other.
Yep.
Try and talk, against. It's not really the Wolf and Luke show when I'm in. It's more like Wolf versus Calvisi.
I see. Versus.
Yeah.
That's what we ought to just call it. Versus.
Wasn't there a TV network that was Versus for a while? And then they went.
Became NBC Sports Network, and now it's no more.
But we do have one thing in common.
Rick would know that kind of thing.
One thing we do have in common, Wolf, that we do share, and proudly so, is that, in about 2 hours, we are so out of here.
Good night, everybody. Okay. Sorry
Long weekend.
That. I'm sorry. Sorry you have to come back Thursday, Rick, and Friday. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Paul and I are out of here. After
the skid marks in the parking lot, that'll be me.
Hey, Amiel. Hey, thank you so much, Amiel, for joining us. We gotta go.
I could use a vacation, to be completely honest with you guys.
Okay.
But I will. We'll just talk about the Suns. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Phoenix Suns and Bradley Beal are finalizing a contract buyout, and Beal will sign a 2-year deal with the Los Angeles Clippers. What do you guys make of the Bradley Beal situation appearing to finally come to a close?
Yeah, that's finally with like 14 L's in it.
Man.
Finally. Reminds me of driving across West Virginia with Wolf in that rental car, and I got a 2-hour story about the Mothman prophecies. That's what it reminds me of. Just, can you get it down to first gear? I'll do a tuck and roll. I'll just fall right out of this passenger side door. I was ready to do a tuck and roll out of this Bradley Beal thing months ago. Are you kidding me? I'm actually somewhat impressed, considering it was a nuclear disaster.
Yeah.
The fact they were able to, placate him enough. And I'm not surprised that it was L.A., because I'm guessing he wanted L.A. all along. So once they figured out what he wanted and what he would accept, then they reverse engineered a deal. And yes, it cost him $96 million in straight cash, homie, just a buyout. You know what? At least now they can see the light at the end of the tunnel.
You know, for me, I have to tell you, Basinonians, just reading the ESPN article right now, it said, quote, "It also gives the Suns increased team-building flexibility by taking them out of the first and second apron, providing access to more tradable draft picks in the future." Just blown away by the fact that it's the first apron as well, not just the second apron.
So that's not just a ding, that's a double ding. Is that what you're saying?
That's a double ding, Paul. And not only that, the clarity that comes to the team now. And I think we've all expected this, Basinonians, and we've all been waiting for this. We just didn't know how it was going to be implemented. Right now, I think this is a win-win. It's a win for Bradley Beal. That's great, Brad. It didn't work here. He's going to be able to go out, support his family. out in L.A., a place that he loves, and the Phoenix Suns can actually get on with the rebuild. It's over.
The Arizona Diamondbacks were a big part of the National League's victory in last night's MLB All-Star Game. Corbin Carroll hit a home run, Ketel Marte had a 2-run double, and Gino Suarez made a barehanded play at third base. What was the best D-backs moment from the All-Star Game?
Well, I joked with Ami El-Saade it was the negative X-ray on the left hand of Gino Suarez. But no, for real, to me, it was Ketel Marte right off. I mean, with all the eyes still tuned into the beginning of the game and Ketel Marte getting the scoring going, rocketing that ball down into the right field corner, to me, especially hitting third in that lineup, to me, that was the moment to behold.
You know, honestly, Basinonians, it was Gino getting hit on the hand. Gino. Would you say that may have impacted his value at the trade deadline? Can you imagine this guy that you're waving around right now? This guy that, I mean, honestly, could get the Arizona Diamondbacks something of value, real value. And suddenly he's taken out of the equation because of injury. Can you imagine that? The Arizona Diamondbacks dodged a bullet last night in the All-Star Game.
Yeah, the best thing to happen was the fact he stayed in the game and he made that defensive play in the ninth inning.
You know what? I'm going to say that it was Ketel, and I'm not going to say that him being or Gino having negative X-rays was the best moment of the game. I feel like that's just, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that.
By the way, the Hank Aaron tribute
I know how
was amazing.
Cool.
I know how Mike Hazen feels about that, Rick.
Yeah, but like as far as best moment, like, oh great, he got hit and then now his X-rays are negative. Cool, but like, wish he hadn't gotten hit. I don't know if I can put that as my best moment.
Yeah, I would say if I had to pick one, it would be Timothy Miller singing "God Bless America." That to me blew my mind, bro.
The God Bless America was great. The Hank Aaron tribute was great, and I thought the Dave Parker tribute was nice as well that they did.
The Cobra.
Cobra.
If Wolf is lucky, later I'm going to tell him my Hank Aaron story.
Oh, good. I'd love it, Paulie.
Paulie,
I think I've heard it 3 times.
Great
already,
friends with
but
Hank Aaron.
Love to hear it again.
Not exactly.
The National League won the game on a swing off, which takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at ArizonaSports.com, and it asks, should Major League Baseball do home run swing offs like the one that broke the All-Star Game tie for all extra inning games? Yeah, that was fun. No, ghost runners are my thing. Back to straight up extra innings with no ghost runners.
No, ghost runners are my thing. I hate to say it.
What?
I do. I mean, but you're still playing the game of baseball. You're not taking BP.
You know what's amazing is when you asked...
I wouldn't want to swing off.
You asked Ami El-Saade about it, and he did not dismiss it.
I have to tell you, Paul, I was surprised at that as well.
He said, you know what, if the fans love it, then baseball
Right.
needs to consider it. Interesting.
Man.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. Hockey fans, do they love the penalty shot?
But
I don't know.
Right there was kind of an exposition at that point. It's not a competition anymore because your guy is the one throwing him the ball.
It's true.
You're basically doing batting practice. It's a home run derby.
Here's what I think they should do.
So it goes from competition to exposition
Here's
to
what
decide the game?
Here's what I think they should do. They should get rid of the ghost runner thing. They should make it like hockey. What they should do is they should play 12 innings, and if the game is still tied at the end of 12 innings, then
Rick.
you do a swing off. But play normally. No ghost runners. 12 innings, then a swing off.
No, what they need to do is change the name Swing Off.
Home run derby.
I mean, not like that.
It makes it sound like an adults-only cruise. I mean, what is a swing off? What is going on?
Knock it off.
What are we doing here? It's a family game.
I didn't like it either, Paul. I wasn't talking about, I have no idea what an adult family cruise is, Paul. I don't know if you do, Paul, or
All right.
whatever you're talking
Well,
about, but I have no idea.
I guess since Wolf said ghost runners are his thing, I'll vote that, even though I would Of the three choices, back to straight up extra innings with no ghost runners is what I would go with. Yeah, that was fun. Leads at 43%.
Oh,
back to straight up extra innings with no ghost runners, 36%. And no, ghost runners are my thing, 20%. That just shows, Rob Manfred, if you're listening for some reason, that nobody likes that. So maybe get rid of it. Except for Wolf. Wolf loves the ghost runners on second.
I don't love the ghost runner. I don't. But at the same time, it's kind of like the pitch clock all over again.
Wolf just wants a nice 2 hour and 15-minute baseball game.
By the way, if you're Tarek Skubal, right, and in the first inning, he's given up a couple of runs, and he's given up all the base runners while he's conducting an interview with a broadcast booth.
Yeah.
They're asking him these extended questions while he's trying to deliver a pitch within the confines of the pitch clock. I mean, I think he regretted his decision to conduct a live interview while he's pitching to Major League All-Stars and getting knocked around a little bit because he's got to answer their inane questions as he's trying to save face out there.
Just can't even imagine that. Can you imagine if I was trying to bust a wedge ball and they're asking me questions? That'd be hard.
How many bleeps would it have required if you were mic'd up in a game?
There was no bleeps.
Come on.
Paulie, I was not. No, you know me. I was not that guy. I was the guy that was going to line up and talk trash, but it was going to be clean.
All right, you want to talk trash? Well, now's your last and final time in regards to Bradley Beal. What's his legacy with the Suns? We'll talk about that and more. It is next. Calvisi in for Luke. Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Beal deal is done.
This is it. We've all been waiting for this.
He's on his way to the Clippers. The fact that he signed for a paltry 2 years, $11 million. Yes, he wanted to go to L.A. reportedly.
Yeah.
That's where his family was before they then eventually moved him here to the PHX, but now they're going back to L.A., so I'm guessing that was his first, second, and third choice all along.
Reaction to the Suns parting ways with guard Bradley Beal on the way from Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DIS. Listen, my brothers and sisters, you might have some back issues, and if you do, you got to go see DISC. You got to go check them out. Listen, I've got a condition known as spondylolisthesis. I got it in my low back. The spine surgeons at DISC, they've helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation because of it. Especially if you're battling spine or back issues, can't do the things you want to do, you got to go see DISC. DISC surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery. The DISC founder, listen to this, Basinonians, the founder pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, and now their surgeons train other surgeons not only in the United States, but worldwide. It's incredible. Get back to enjoying life again. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the Desert Sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time on a fancy water bottle with ultra titanium alloy metal. You're not sure why you need all that. I mean, it just holds water. But you're getting it anyway. Because if you're hiking near an active volcano and you accidentally drop the bottle into molten lava, your water will still be icy cold. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for water bottles. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Meanwhile, in the Hall of Justice, Superman prepares for his battle with Lex Luthor.
I'm sorry, I misread that. It's not the Hall of Justice, it's Derek Hall who's joining Bickley and Murata mornings. Tune in at 6 a.m.
Metropolis needs you.
All right, maybe the most surprising aspect of the last 24 hours wasn't the Beal deal. It was the fact that Wolf, on the eve of going on vacation, actually did a little prep, actually rolled up the sleeves, sent along some info the rest of us could sink our teeth into. For example, there's a Bleacher Report story that described every NBA team's offseason in one word.
Yes.
One word.
Yep. What would it be, that one word? And what was the word they actually had for the Phoenix Suns?
I don't know. Envelope, please. It was regretful.
Regretful.
Interesting. Okay.
Okay, how do you... I think of regretful for the Phoenix Suns in their offseason. I don't know if that applies. Maybe it's...
I got it.
Maybe it's regretful, Paul, because they're in the position they are.
Ding.
Because of what they had to do with Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal. I don't know. Is that really how you would characterize? Wouldn't you characterize that in season? Regretful.
Regret.
Watching them play the way they did, or the lack thereof, Bradley Beal, of actually playing in games. And, you know, was the season regretful? Yes. That's what was regretful to me. It was failure. That is the one word that I would use for the Phoenix Suns season, is failure. Now, the offseason, I wouldn't say regretful. I wouldn't, because we all knew this is exactly what has to happen.
I would have used regretful 2 months ago. Regret denotes past tense. Look where we are. On the outside of the playoffs looking in, look where we are in the second apron. Look where we are having to deal away Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, make other maneuvers because of past sins, past mistakes. That would be the regret aspect of it. Well, I can see why they went with that word.
Yeah, but Paulie, you could look at it during a season and go, this is not working, and be filled with regret.
See,
because
the word,
it's not working.
The word I would use when you posed that question last night, the first word that came to mind, one word to describe every NBA team's offseason for the Phoenix Suns, sobering. Because the reality is that you have a long road ahead.
Yes.
That there is a serious degree of difficulty. However, with the Bradley Beal news today, guess what?
Man.
Are you paving the way to be able to see the light at the end of the tunnel? When, wait a minute, they have allowed themselves to escape not only the second apron, but the first apron?
This is according to ESPN, basically. This is according to the report. They have escaped the first apron as well as the second.
A moment of silence for that.
You know, I mean, Paul, I'm just
Hello.
saying, yes, once again, I'm not an agent based on earnings. I don't try to be an agent. I don't try to actually work out the calculations of all this.
No math.
But no math, exactly right, Paulie. But, man, I did not expect to actually see this, although Bradley Beal did give back $13.9 million. Psh, ain't none but 13.9. He did yield that, which obviously allows them to get to where they are at this point in time. And I regret does not come to mind when I think of this move by the Phoenix Suns and the other moves they've actually made. Yes, I didn't think they got enough for Kevin Durant. Yet at the same time, they were in a tough situation with Kevin Durant, and everyone that was dealing with them knew they were in a tough situation with KD.
So doing the quick math, waiving our rule, he gives up $14 million, but then signs a 2-year, $11 million deal with a player option at the end of this season if he clears and when he would clear waivers. So he takes a $3 million haircut off $110 million that was owed him over a 2-year span. And he gets to go to L.A., theoretically, ostensibly where he wanted to go all along for family considerations. So you can see why maybe this took some time because Team Beal held out for this kind of deal that checked every box for his interests.
Yes, and, you know, once again, in terms of the direction of the Phoenix Suns right now, it brings me back to what word would you use? What word would you use for this offseason? For me, it would be necessary. This was necessary. This had to happen. It's the only door they could walk out the current room they were sitting in. One way out of that room, and it was through this door. It was necessary what they've done. And I think they've done an admirable job in terms of the cards they were holding in their hand in regard to what they got for Kevin Durant. Man, did I want Jabari Smith Jr.? Yes, I did. I wanted him as opposed to Jalen Green. I wanted Jabari Smith Jr. I wanted him, and Jalen Green seems repetitive to me. Yet at the same time, I'm willing to see what this young man is going to do when he comes in because he's wildly athletic, wildly talented. He's still developing. Let's see what he's going to do and what kind of commitment he's going to make on the defensive end of the floor as well. But listen, with the cards they were dealt, I think they've played them pretty well. And I'm going to give Brian Gregory a bit of a shout-out right now because this deal and getting it done with Bradley Beal where you didn't have to actually move Bradley Beal and throw in Orion Dunn by way of example or any other capital that you had to get rid of Bradley Beal.
Or throw in a first-round pick to move Nurk.
Yes, but now, exactly, like they did there. You don't have to do that. Now it's just eat it.
Look, as far as the Rockets deal with Kevin Durant, we've talked about this. Just seemed like Houston was all too willing to give up Dylan Brooks and Jalen Green. And, okay, the 10th pick, sure, we'll give you that. But we're not giving you any of your other picks that we own. No. And, second-round picks? Sure, you want 2, 3, 4, 5 of them? All right, we'll give you all the second-round picks you want. So in terms of Houston, and look, Kevin Durant held all the cards. He didn't have a no-trade, but in some ways he did have a no-trade because no team was trading for him if he wasn't willing to do a long-term extension, or at least a 2-year extension.
Thank you.
So once again, they did not have the leverage, just like they didn't have the leverage with Bradley Beal either. But if you're looking for that one word, I would say with this news that came down earlier in the show, and once again, Bradley Beal has agreed to a contract buyout with his Suns, plans to join the Clippers on a 2-year, $11 million deal. I would say the word I would use now, from sobering to just reset. You had to hit the reset button. This is a reset. And in a lot of ways, you're building from the ground floor up.
Agreed.
Good news is you still have Devin Booker. And as Calvisi Consulting, the Pauly Roundball Division has said, free book. Just make it his team in every single way. Empower and enable Devin Booker.
Yes, and Book's got to accept that and embrace that, Pauly, and then do something about it.
Have you subscribed to the Wolf and Luke Show podcast? Subscribe right now on your iPhone or Android. You'll never miss any of the show. It's the Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com. All right, Tyler Drake. What is he watching when Cardinals training camp opens? Oh, we're going to name names and position groups next. Calvisi in for Luke. Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp. 6 days away. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even I added too much water to the pizza dough day?
Yep.
How about getting a call from my daughter to pick her up at the airport because her boyfriend is unreliable day?
Especially that day.
What about finding out that one of my pipes suddenly burst in my basement day?
Progressive has every day covered 24/7 with the Home and Auto Bundle. Also, you have a lot of bad days.
Oh no, that was all the same day.
At least you're covered with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Phoenix Suns and Bradley Beal are finalizing a buyout, and he will sign with the Los Angeles Clippers. For more on this Bradley Beal situation seemingly finally being over, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by YRefi. The Arizona Diamondbacks were a big part of the National League's victory in last night's MLB All-Star Game. Corbin Carroll hit a home run, Ketel Marte had a 2-run double, and Eugenio Suarez made a great play at third base. And the Phoenix Suns play their final game of Summer League today in Las Vegas against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Tip-off for that one is at 2.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. We will react to how the Diamondback All-Stars performed in the Midsummer Classic, and of course the latest on the trade rumor mill. We start at 2 on Arizona Sports.
This Pauly right here reminds me of watching the kicker tee up the ball.
Okay.
When he was getting ready to kick it off. Like, getting ready, he'd tee it up and you'd be lined up and you were breathing because you knew what was coming.
And your pulse quickens.
And he's out there and he's fiddling with the ball and trying to get it just perfect on the tee. And it's just, would you please, honestly, would you please just tee the ball up and back up so we can get this thing going, this kickoff cover going, as a matter of fact?
Wolf, don't look at me like I've never covered a kickoff.
Yeah,
okay?
Paul.
4 years of high school football, I was on the kickoff, covering those things and coming down.
And then he'd kick it, and there it goes. Run down the field like a madman, ladies and gentlemen. Look, there's 5 guys trying to kill you. Hit them first before they hit you. Find out who's looking at you without letting him know that you know he's looking at you, and you have him in the palm of your hand. Never forget that.
Well, if they're still talking about my kickoff cover against Gunderson High School and Pioneer and stinking Willow Glen, Terry Fine, I've got your all CCS right here, Terry Fine.
Willow Glen! Okay, everyone just calm down.
We got to pace ourselves. Camp isn't even started. We're still a week away or so, and then it's full pads, 5 practices in. Let's get a preview.
Man.
Here you go, Wolf. You need to get coached up about Cardinals camp. You need Tyler Drake, Arizona Sports, Arizona Cardinals reporter, who joins us now.
Right.
Tyler, let's just start. When the practices start, where's your eye going to go? What are you most curious to find out from the get-go?
Well, first, guys, before we even get to that, I almost went off the road today hearing your swing-off talk on the cruise ship. Yeah. What's going on here? I thought that was the morning show that did that stuff, not you guys.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, are they? Is
that was
baseball?
Paulie, Tyler.
What is Rob Manfred doing with the whole swing off moniker? I'm just saying. I mean, if you go online and you look for a cruise, and then one of the options is like one of these adults only booze cruises. I mean, what's going on here?
Well, somebody needs to change your key code or something, man.
Yeah, Tyler, I don't know what Paul was talking about.
I don't know what kind of
by
show
the way.
that Wolf's running here. Tyler, save us.
All right. Let's get to football. Okay. When I walk onto the field of training camp, one of the first spots I'm looking at is going to be right guard, because that's one of the biggest question marks, I think, heading into camp, even though really it's Isaiah Adams' job to lose. And that's what I told him today. I asked him a question and said, hey, man, do you go into this thinking that this is your job to lose? And he gave a very good answer. The mentality is day by day. You don't know what you're going to get into week 1, running out of the tunnel. So he's just looking to mentally and physically put himself in the best position. But I think for a lot of people, that's position group number 1, because there's just some question marks there, especially when Will Hernandez did not come back. I think that shows you they really trust Isaiah Adams. But I also think, if something were to go south, if maybe he's not performing up to what they want, there's always that chance where maybe you have that reunion down the line or somebody else that could come in.
Tyler, of course, JG has gone on record as saying he wants his camp to be more friction. He wants to see more friction going into this camp. What do you think he means by that, Tyler?
Ooh.
I think you are going to see a lot more with being in the lines of what the CBA lets you do, a lot more hitting each other, but in a way of training camp hitting each other. And I had a really good conversation with Rob Fredrickson. He joined the Cardinals Corner podcast this week on Monday and spoke about, that's what can get you calloused for the season ahead. You don't want to go too far, but if you can get some of those hits in you early and get those calluses on your body and be so frustrated and so over hitting the guy next to you on your own team that you can't wait to go up against another team, that's what you're going to get out of this more friction training camp. And I think that's what we're going to see. There's going to be a lot more, hey, let's go one-on-ones. Let's really see who the better man is in these matchups. And I think that's really going to help them moving forward if they can stay away from the injury bug doing so.
You know what? I saw the clip that you put on social media where Fredrickson said there was one year Vince Tobin had 14 straight days of 2-a-day practices. I'm sure I covered that camp. I don't exactly remember it being that medieval.
That's
14
circa
straight days.
1985, Paul.
That's okay. So
stop. Gotta guess, Rick.
If you're Tyler Drake, Cardinals reporter, Arizona Sports, if you're Jonathan Gannon, Monty Osifort, give me the top 2 questions you want an answer to coming out of camp. For example, middle linebacker. You already talked about guard a little bit. I mean, how wide open is corner? What about wide receiver 2? Where are they at right tackle with Jonah Williams? I mean, look, there are still questions that need to be answered. You have all of August, 3 preseason games. In an ideal world, where do you think they most want to get an answer where?
Well, I think one of them is going to be defensive line, because there is just so many mouths to feed in that room now that are all serviceable guys. I mean, when you look at it, I think they took 6 last year going into week 1. There's about 6 or 7 that you could easily say right now should be locks to get it. And there's going to be guys left on the outside looking in, potentially veterans in like a Bilal Nichols, Justin Jones, some of these guys that were some of the more main targeted guys last year in free agency that aren't going to have a spot on this roster. So how the defensive line shakes out, you've got Calais Campbell, you've got Dalvin Tomlinson, you've got Walter Nolan, you've got Darius Robinson, you've got LJ Collier, got Dante Stills, who I think is one of the most underrated players on this team right now. And that right there looks like it's your room. So how are all these other guys going to fit in, or are they going to be on the outside looking in? Then you look at cornerbacks. And I think the big thing here is, I hate to say it, can Will Johnson get through training camp and really just stay healthy? Because I think if he can stay healthy and avoid those question marks of injury concerns, what have you, he talked with me on Cardinals Corner and said that he was feeling really good and he's going to be in a good place come training camp. But that's it too. If he's healthy, he should easily be in that starting lineup, in my opinion, or get close to it. So I'm really looking at that, especially with Sean Murphy-Bunting being sidelined. You've got Starling Thomas there, who's also going to fight for those starting reps. So that's definitely right there. And then middle linebacker, yes, like you mentioned, Mac Wilson, he's not going anywhere. He's going to be a kind of hybrid player that you saw last year. Maybe get a little bit more. Who knows? Maybe he gets the green dot this year. But Cody Simon, can he come up the ranks fast enough to really be an impact player right away? Because he seems like the heir apparent. He seems like he's got the cerebral side to him that really could take this defense to the next level and get guys lined up in the way that they need it. So those are some of the early spots. And then obviously looking at wide receiver, Marvin Harrison Jr., Kyler Murray, getting that connection. I know me and you talked about this earlier, Wolf, off camera, but just if they can make this work and really show everybody where it's at, it's going to open up everything else for this offense, which didn't go out and get revitalized like the defense, because I think they like what they have. They know that they can run it back with this group and be successful, and it's put up or shut up time, plain and simple.
So, Ty, I want you to go big picture right now and think macro, not micro. All 3 phases, offense, defense, and in transition with special teams right now. Where do you think this team needs to improve the most?
I mean, I think we've just got to say it. We've seen it on paper. We've seen it. We've seen the additions defensively, but we've got to see the pass rush and the secondary play as one a little bit more. And I think if you have some of these guys who are batting down balls, putting takeaways up in the air for these guys in the secondary to grab, if you have a cohesive unit like that, it should do wonders. And with the guys they have on paper, it should look like that. And obviously, you've got to get through training camp. Obviously, you've got to get through all of this 53-man roster and all that good stuff. But if they can play connected football on the defensive end, they will no longer be a liability, which at the end of the year, I didn't really think they were a liability. I think they were more of an asset, but now it's a consistent asset that has to continue to go week by week. And if they can really play up to what I expect them to play, especially in the takeaways game, if they can improve takeaways, this defense is going to look like another animal. So those are the big things. And that's why I say Will Johnson, if he can stay healthy and really force his way up the depth chart, he could be that takeaway guru that really sets this team off moving forward. Because I think we all know Garrett Williams is going to bring it day in and day out how he has. But if Will Johnson can get in there and get some of those extra picks that are probably going to turn into pick sixes based on his history, it's going to do wonders for this team.
By the way, Wolf is reporting that Will Johnson will be at camp next week, despite the contract issue. Wolf assured us earlier in the show that Will Johnson will be in attendance. So, rest assured on that one. That's good. Tyler, last thing as we say goodbye, just make sure when O-line, D-line drill happens, don't get between me and my line of sight, okay? Don't block, okay? Just be sure, all right? Be cognizant of that, okay? Because, boom, that's like a national holiday.
I'm always looking for you, man.
Yeah.
I'm always
Yeah.
looking for
That's
you.
right.
I always want you to have the best viewpoint.
Because you know Paulie will clip you, no doubt.
Oh, I know.
Actually,
I've seen his tape in high school.
Actually, it's because he can.
That's right. He was a baller, as far as I'm concerned.
Tyler can see over
Great
me. And,
form, too.
And I can't see over Tyler, so that's really. Thank you, Tyler. Appreciate it. We'll see you
Nice
out at
time.
camp. There
See you
go.
guys.
Yep. Hey, are we concerned about Geno Suarez after he was beamed in the All-Star game? If you didn't see it, and it was the same dude with the White Sox who beamed him earlier in the season? We're going to talk about this next. Calvisi and Feluk on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Picture this. You find your dream home, you just move in right away. None of that monotonous waiting around to sell your old place first. None of that. You don't have time for that. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Find your new home that you want, buy it. Now, sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard's going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, none of that. No living your life on everyone else's schedule. That's not going to work. You got stuff going on. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades, and once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, which is huge. Sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Getting top dollar is a huge part of this equation. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com. That way you can get your free home valuation, figure out what you're working with. That's Orchard.com.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com. That's Viking.com. Viking.com.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Nation.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Kids Free Weekend is back. When the St. Louis Cardinals visit Chase Field starting on July 18th, kids get in free courtesy of Wendy's. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com/kidsfree.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. We will react to how the Diamondback All-Stars performed in the Midsummer Classic, and of course the latest on the trade rumor mill. We started too on Arizona Sports.
Wolf failing to appreciate my vintage Speed Racer t-shirt and the mustache, the summer stash.
Yeah.
Via Twitter, we get reaction. Calvisi, are you auditioning for a role in the off Broadway? Think Apache Junction Dinner Theater and Bingo Hall version of Tombstone the Musical.
I thought that was good.
Mustache.
Somebody said you looked like Dale Earnhardt Sr. yesterday.
No. Oh, no. Okay.
That's awesome.
Well, it can always get worse. It just did. It almost always got worse for Geno Suarez. There he was, minding his own business, having the time of his life. Right? Here I am at the All-Star game, living my best life. Life is good. And then, bam!
Suarez looking.
Whoa!
Oh, boy. No.
You're going to first. Man.
Eugenio Suarez, one of the top home run hitters in the league and one of the key trade deadline pieces potentially.
Can you imagine? Oh my goodness. Mike Hazen had to be face down on the ground. Just face down. If they're going to move him or not, just the fact that that option may have been taken away from him. I don't know if they know if they're going to move him or not based on some of the deals they may be.
Oh, they're going to move him.
Well, based on some of the deals, I don't know what they've been offered for him. Okay, we can all think they've been offered something really, really good, something juicy, but maybe he's not getting the offers on him for whatever reason. He knows, but for me, just the fact the option could have been taken away from him and the Diamondbacks because he gets hit in the hand in the All-Star game and breaks something in the All-Star game. Thank goodness, Basinonians. The X-rays were negative. Thank you.
Before we get further into that, let me ask you a question, Wolf. As someone who had his share of fights in a 10-year playing career.
Oh, will you stop? It was on the field.
It's finally something you're qualified to talk about. Here's my question. If you're Gino Suarez, do you charge the mound in an All-Star game? This dude beamed you earlier in the year. Same guy.
Yeah.
Throwing high and tight.
Couple of weeks ago.
High and tight. Same dude. What is going on? I don't know if you guys can look this up. Has anyone ever charged the mound in a Major League Baseball All-Star game?
You know what, honestly, too, Paul?
Because that would have been a first.
It could have happened. It could have happened. You know, when you think of the All-Star games of the four major sports, think of it. This is by far and away the most competitive. When you watch this is baseball. You're watching baseball. That's not the way it is with a Pro Bowl. No. It's not the way that it was, Basinonians. It just isn't. It's the best All-Star game by far and away of any of the majors.
I cannot confirm. I do not see any charging the mound history in the All-Star game. With that's a bummer though. It'd be fun to see all the best players in baseball just brawling out there.
There are two players who might have charged the mound during an All-Star game. Ty Cobb and Pete Rose. Those are the two players that might have charged the mound. Or maybe someone charged Ty Cobb because he was just widely regarded as the biggest jerk in sports. But, yeah, that's at that moment, if I'm Gino Suarez, and then if I'm the Diamondbacks, I mean, think about you're holding talks, I presume, right now. When the Yankees call Mike Hazen calls the Cubs. And then when he gets the Cubs' best offer, he calls the Tigers. And then when he gets that best offer, he calls the Mariners. And he's leveraging all four of these teams against each other, trying to get the best deal possible for Gino Suarez. But last night was an illustration. Maybe you should sell quicker than July 31st. Because could you be sitting on an asset that all of a sudden, with one injury, goes from netting you a nice return to being worthless? It's like having a nice sports car and then it blows the engine. Oh, I was going to sell that car. Now the engine's blown. I get nothing.
You wonder if that's going to impact Mike Hazen at all. Could that impact Mike Hazen at all? What a gentle reminder it was last night, to your point, Paulie. It's an excellent point by you. Could that be the gentle reminder that, hey, you know what? We've got 12 games left. That's right. We'll take it right up to the trade deadline, and you would think that's the way you'd want to do it because here comes the deadline, and that is a pressure point. That is a move point. That is a deciding point, and maybe you want to get the most you possibly can, and then maybe you might look at it and go, these 12 games, I wonder if that's a gentle reminder that guys can go down at some point in time, and Mike Hazen may have learned that firsthand last night, just watching it and being reminded, hey, maybe if we've got a deal that we like, take it.
In fact, if he's on the verge of a deal, you might want to sit Gino Suarez. If it's this close to being finalized, hey, Gino, you know you had a long All-Star break. You didn't get much of a break. You got Bean. Take off the St. Louis series this weekend. How many NBA teams do it all the time? You know what? Go ahead. Just go ahead, grab some hardwood over there, and when we get a deal done, you know, because they do not want to risk injury with one of those big contracts. So maybe, just maybe, But beyond Geno Suarez, Wolf, and the play he made in the ninth inning was probably the best news possible, along with the negative x-rays, because it demonstrated to the rest of the league, okay, he stayed in the game. He's ostensibly okay. And, oh, by the way, his defense isn't bad either, even though he has a number of errors this year. We get it.
I know.
But he's got 31 homers, 78 RBIs. And,
but he did make a great play in the All-Star game. Did he not?
Did, yeah.
Yes. Oh, talk to me about his glove. Look at his hand.
How about Corbin Carroll, though? How about Corbin Carroll and him barreling that ball and 414 feet to become the first Diamondback ever in an All-Star game with a jack?
Just stop and think about what you just said in regard to the first Diamondback ever to hit a jack in an All-Star game. There's something about the Predator, isn't there? There's something about Corbin Carroll based on this guy. I asked Chris Garagiola this yesterday, as a matter of fact, when we had him on. I asked him in regard to Corbin Carroll, what are we looking at here? What are we seeing in Corbin Carroll? What are we witnessing right now? This is still so young in this guy's career. But when you think of Corbin Carroll and some of the numbers that this young guy has posted, man, it's fascinating to me. He just does some things that not a lot of people do. And Corbin Carroll did it again. No Diamondback has ever hit a home run in an All-Star game. Knocked that thing 414 feet, crushed the ball into the right field seats. He just has something about him. It's who he is. It's what he does. It's in his blood. And I think he's only going to get better. What are we looking at right here, Paul? That's what I wonder.
You know what I didn't need with the home run, though, was the TV commentary. And I don't know who said it, but there was a line as he was rounding the bases, small man, big pop.
Well, Paul, it's applicable.
As a fine diminutive American myself,
small man.
I didn't like it.
Well,
didn't like it. Because you know what? Bigger isn't
small man.
Bigger isn't better. Better is better.
Hey, listen.
And Corbin Carroll is better than 99.8% of the baseball players on the planet.
Yes.
Who cares about his size? Jose Altuve, whatever. Dude went yard. Give him some props.
Most people would like to have the career you've had, Paulie. I think most people in broadcasting would point to you and say, small man, big pop. I think they'd say the exact same thing.
And big forehead.
Yeah, well, it goes with the territory.
Okay. Note to self.
Paul, are you going to hit the? Did you rip the audio of Paul hitting the microphone with his forehead? Listen
By the way, I have a mark on my forehead, Jamal. You finally showed up to work. Yes. This is what happened earlier.
I mean, Rick, at some point in time, that should have been ripped immediately.
I took one for the team.
So we can hear Paul actually Oh, are you going to play that?
That's good.
You're going to.
That's good. Keep him humble.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Sounds like a heart monitor in the ER.
Yeah, that was Paul hitting his forehead, base audience, off the mic earlier. Interesting.
I mean, I'm taking one for the team over here. And
the thing is still vibrating because it hit his forehead.
And now I'm catching strays from all you guys after you called me at 8:45 at night and I showed up on my vacation and this is how I'm treated.
You know, what else were we supposed to talk about, Paulie, in this beautiful part of the program? Because I'm looking at the show sheet right now, and I think there was more Bradley Beal conversation, was there not? The buyout has happened, based on audience. Ron Wolfley reporting. Bradley Beal has
my sources.
That's right. Bought out. It's over. It's done. It's finished. It's ended. Thankfully. It's a fait accompli right now.
Yes, according to Shams Charania, he's agreed to a contract buyout with the Suns and agreed on a 2-year, $11 million deal with a player option with the Clippers. It was L.A. all along. You knew it was. So they finally got it done. And so he ended up taking, a $14 million haircut.
$14 million, let's just call it that.
With the Suns. He gets $96 million to hit the bricks for L.A., and the best part is the Suns are out of not only the second apron, but according to Shams, the first apron as well.
You got to be kidding me, man. That is big news right there, Paulie. That is huge for the Phoenix Suns going forward.
By the way, can you also rip, if Wolf's going to rip the forehead with the microphone, can you rip Wolf using the word and bending the word boughten? Can you go ahead and grab that?
Right.
Is there anyone more important to the Cardinals' success?
Where is the coffee?
Other than Kyler Murray or Marvin Harrison Jr.? We'll talk about that next. You know what Wolf needs to at some point here? Need or want the game show.
Oh, no.
It's Calvisi in for Luke. Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports. Local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com, especially if your teeth are all jacked up like Polly's. Listen, I can tell you, Aria Dental right now, they will save you thousands and thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers that are out there. One of the things I love, they're locally owned and operated, and they pass the savings on to their patients. And when I say locally owned, Dr. Joe, that's right, Dr. Joe lives here in the Basin. He has actually owned Aria Dental Implant Center for over 20 years of dental implant experience. And not only that, Dr. Joe, he trains and he lectures all over the world all about dental implants, and he happens to live right here, basically. That is Dr. Joe. And again, if you want a brand new set of beautiful teeth, you can have that. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks, with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if you are dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. Now, you've probably heard me talk about QC Kinetics and their innovative non-surgical treatments for joint pain, and during your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you, and that'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Phoenix Suns and Bradley Beal are finalizing a buyout, and he will sign with the Los Angeles Clippers. For more on this, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The D-backs were a big part of the National League's victory in last night's MLB All-Star Game. Corbin Carroll hit a home run, Ketel Marte had a two-run double, and Gino Suarez made a great play at third base. And the Suns play their final game of Summer League today in Las Vegas against the Timberwolves. Tip-off for that one is in just about an hour. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Hey, everybody, it's Burns. Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. Who are some of the players the Suns could target if they eventually part ways with Bradley Beal, like we all expect? The Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports. I was looking here to see if maybe Ron Wolfley was a throw-in into the Bradley Beal deal. We can always just hope that maybe to make the numbers work, Wolf had to be included and shipped out to SoCal. No clarification or verification as of that yet. We'll keep you posted. Yes.
Out. Yes, thank you for that, Basin Reigns. That's what you get for sleeping 3 hours a night. Button out.
Was the
okay?
I mean, that's in addition to the back problems you cited earlier. I mean, honestly, I'm the one with back issues carrying this show like I have been for the last 3 hours. We'll see what happens here in the 1 o'clock hour. A little bit later here, moments away, in fact, Need or Want, the game show that's been sweeping the AZ. Really no wrong answers unless Ron Wolfley's playing and participating. Then we tell him just how wrong he typically is. Wolf, let's just start with Marvin Harrison Jr., though. There was a reason the Cardinals did not add a receiver of significance either in the draft. Man, how wrong were the mock drafts? Cardinals did not go receiver, not in round 1, not in round 2, not at all. The receiver they added, first name Jack, last name Squat.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing the reason is because of Marvin Harrison Jr. and what they expect from year 1 to year 2. It's almost like adding another playmaking receiver because that's how much production that I think we both agree was left out on that field a year ago.
Yes. No, honestly, right now, the biggest improvement, we've talked about it many, many times, but if you tell me Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr., they get at base earnings, their chemistry improves, and they're able to throw the ball down the field. Not just throw it down the field. You got to be able to throw it short, medium, and down the field with your wide receiver 1. You've got to be able to do all 3 things, no doubt. But still, if they improve that part of it, just that part of it, and being a deep threat, and this is where Marvin Harrison Jr. has got to totally prove it by going up and attacking the ball and using his verticality. He's a long guy. Use that verticality to go up and high point a ball and attack it and not let it come down to you, so to speak. If at all possible, if you can high point it or go get the ball, this is the biggest area of improvement for Marvin Harrison Jr. And if it happens, that is going to change the dynamic of the Arizona Cardinals.
I'm looking at the transcription of his press conference in the offseason where he got up there sleeveless, right, with the guns, #gains.
By the way, did you see the picture that the Cardinals posted yesterday of Marvin Harrison Jr.?
No.
Oh, my gosh, he looks like Iron Man.
Yeah, I didn't see that. Let me see.
Or maybe it was a few days ago, but
he smiled.
It's on Instagram. It's crazy.
And he said he wouldn't answer, but he said, I definitely put on some pounds. But then he also said, obviously, football is a physical game. A lot of contested catch situations, run after the catch, things like that. I want to see how things play out during OTA's training camp and see where it goes in terms of his newfound strength and size, the muscle mass, right? Then later in that press conference said, I do get adjusted to the game's speed. Everything moves faster at this level. So, okay, there is definitely an adjustment period. There's no doubt. And the reason I say that, look, the numbers, 8 touchdowns, he had numbers on par with Larry Fitzgerald his rookie year, for example.
Yes, he did.
But it was the plays that were not made. It was the targets that were not successful. It was this sense that, you know what, it really could have been Jamar Chase / Justin Jefferson-esque. 2 guys in their rookie years who went to the Pro Bowl and had over 1,400 yards receiving. And I just think as we watched it unfold, you just realized, okay, you know what? There was a little bit more of a learning curve than perhaps we all anticipated, mainly me. I mean, I was marking it down for a Pro Bowl campaign as wide receiver 1, but that was part of the rub. And Frank Sanders told us that to begin the offseason. When he came in, he had Rob Moore alongside him. When Larry came in, he had Anquan Bolden, who was coming off a Pro Bowl as a rookie. So, you know, Marvin Harrison Jr. was the dude, and he got everyone's best corner week in and week out. And they all wanted to take on the number 4 pick in the draft. So I think he learned both the physicality and just the degree of difficulty in the league. But here's Field Yates real quick from NFL Live in June, just talking about how the Cardinals need to make Marvin Harrison Jr. the focal point of the offense.
They're going to continue to focus on the scripted stuff for Kyler, though. Let's get a few more things scripted for Marvin Harrison Jr. Think back to last year, 4th overall pick, and teams like the Minnesota Vikings and New York Giants might have been interested in coming on up to that 4th overall pick. The Cardinals said, we're taking this player because he's that good. He fills that big of a need for us. Look at the top 10 wide receivers in the 2024 NFL Draft. See the guy right after Marvin Harrison Jr.? He had 9 games with 7 or more catches last season. That was tied for the most in the NFL with Jamar Chase. Something about that LSU water that RC knows all about. Man. Marvin Harrison Jr. is too talented for you to not make him the focal point of your passing game. I know Trey McBride is the highest paid tight end, now second behind George Kittle. But the bottom line was he was not involved enough last season. I know that there's a rookie learning curve and all that. The college tape looked pretty darn good for Marvin Harrison Jr. to be an immediate impact contributor. Didn't think there was enough. And don't forget his very first game last year, a game in which the Cardinals were up huge against the Bills. They ended up losing that game. Marvin Harrison Jr. was invisible. We can't have weeks like that at all going forward for Arizona.
Yeah. You heard the word need in there, Wolf? Yeah. That's all we need to bring you the game show that's sweeping Arizona.
Oh, no. Rick, you're playing along with Paul. Need or want. Okay.
I list the category and you tell us, is it a need or want?
Need or want.
Today's edition, mandatory Marvin, we'll call it. Marvin Harrison Jr. We did an all-Kyler edition with Luke. Now you're up, Wolf.
Okay.
Number 1, play angry. Does Marvin Harrison Jr. need to play angry?
Need or want. What do you mean, play angry?
More intense.
Just Paul.
More intense, Wolf.
What you need to say, need or want, is he needs to play more angry. He's a wide receiver, Paul. You know what? Honestly,
did you see Anquan Bolden? He played angry. No, Steve Smith played angry.
Guess what? There's a lot of wide receivers in the National Football League, Basin Needs, that didn't play angry. They just went out and played because they were that good.
Okay, then answer
want. You
want.
don't have to worry about.
Then just answer
want. You don't
want.
have to worry about. I want him to play angry. Just say. Why don't you say? Does Marvin Harrison Jr. is he a need or a want in terms of the success of the Arizona Cardinals?
Well, if we're drilling deeper than that.
He is a need, Basinonians.
This isn't football 101 over here.
He's got to be at the focal point of this offense and what they do.
This might be too much football for Ron Wolfley, but we continue.
What does he need to play angry?
Number 2.
Stop it.
Number 2, more catchable targets. The reason I say this is because he had 62 catches on 116 targets. Okay, but there's a stat out there. Maybe it wasn't his fault. Pro Football Focus says he had 45 what they deemed uncatchable targets, which led the NFL. So more catchable targets.
Need or That is a need. It's a need. They have to do that because will he catch them? I don't know. We're going to see. He's got to prove that he can improve in terms of contested catches.
Okay.
We've talked about this many, many times. So that would be a need.
It's good. You're not fighting the game show.
Okay,
Well, if you're
yeah.
playing along now, here we go.
It's just weird.
Cardinals last year were top 5 in chunk runs, bottom 3rd in chunk pass plays. So more chunk plays, more explosives for Marvin Harrison Jr. Is that a
need? That's perfect. That is a need. This is exactly what the Arizona Cardinals need because of what it will do. It will make their offense complete. If they can throw the ball down the field, chunk throws down the field to Marvin Harrison Jr., it opens up a world of goodness for their offense going forward. And that means they're going to win more games.
last one? Trey McPlay, his rookie year was more like Trey McOrdinary, right? Trey McDismay. He struggled his.
We get it, Paul.
So
not your best work.
Does Marvin Harrison Jr. post a picture of Trey McBride in his locker as inspiration of how good you can be after a subpar rookie season? Is that a
need or want? That's a want.
Post a picture of Trey McBride in his locker as daily inspiration.
That's
Hey, join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday as the Dbacks take on Christian Walker and the Astros. Text the word half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to grab lower level tickets for half off. Text half to 620-620, half to 620-620. I think we all agree that Luke was much better at need or want and would beat Wolf in the showcase
We need to
round.
bring back the power pole.
What lessons can the Suns learn from their trade for Bradley Beal? And guess what? We're going to hear from Shams. We're going to hear from Tim McMahon. That is next. Calvisian for Luke on Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I hope they, as an organization, know what they're doing when it comes to building a basketball franchise.
Well, we're going to figure that out.
I mean,
we're going to know, and Booker's going to figure it out, too.
And honestly, if you're going to ask me which of these thoughts do I believe in more, that Devin Booker's going to be fine and he's going to get back on track next year, or the Phoenix Suns, they know exactly what they're doing and how to build this around him, I have way more doubt about the Suns organization and their ability to build this around him than I do about Devin Booker and whether he's going to be fine or not. I just don't know.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts. And their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000. Online at newsmilearizona.com.
Today at Burke Simpson, we're helping another client who's seriously injured. We're taking on the insurance company to help that client with their medical bills. We're helping them get access to great doctors and great therapists. And today, we're joining that client on their road to recovery because their better future begins with our help. Help that starts today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Morgan Wallen Live. I'm the Problem Tour 2025. 2 nights at State Farm Stadium. Friday, July 18th with Miranda Lambert. And Saturday, July 19th with Brooks and Dunn. Plus, Ella Langley on both nights. Morgan Wallen. I'ma need some whiskey glasses. On sale now at livenation.com.
When it's time to party, we will party hard.
Meanwhile, in the Hall of Justice, Superman prepares for his battle with Lex Luthor.
I'm sorry, I misread that. It's not the Hall of Justice, it's Derek Hall who's joining Bickley and Murata mornings. Tune in at 6 a.m.
Metropolis needs you.
We'll see if they ask him about Bradley Beal. That seems to be the topic du jour, and that is definitely the headline. Once again, Bradley Beal heading to the L.A. Clippers. Suns get her done. And it's better maybe than we even imagined, considering where it leaves the Suns going forward.
Man.
So Shams Charania, who broke the news, joined NBA Today earlier today. And Wolf, before you go off on some rant, and we know you resist authority, and I'm running this show over here, so just go ahead and listen to this and react accordingly here.
You're running Jag.
Shams on the Bradley Beal buyout, and he says...
Malika, I'm told Bradley Beal gave up almost $14 million to buy out of the Phoenix Suns and join the Los Angeles Clippers. 2 years, $11 million. His deal will have a player option next summer, so he's slated to be one of the top free agents next offseason. But this is someone that had $110 million left on his contract over the next 2 years. Obviously, did not work out in Phoenix. It was a failed 2-year experiment with Bradley Beal, Kevin Durant, and Devin Booker. And so over the last few weeks, Bradley Beal, his representative Mark Bartelstein, they've been talking and meeting with several teams around the league. Aside from the Clippers, we've seen the Bucks, the Lakers, Warriors, Timberwolves, Heat, all were involved here in this process. But Bradley Beal this morning decided to sign with the Clippers and team up with Kawhi Leonard and James Harden.
Oh, where do you begin on this one? It is over. For me, that's where I begin. The failed experiment of the big three and Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal. And now it is done. There is closure on that era. And to me, it's both depressing and yet exhilarating because you know what's ahead of the Phoenix Suns right now. You know it is clear their path. And you know how difficult this rebuild is going to be and the path they have to climb right now. That is not going to be easy. But at least there's clarity and there's direction and you know what's got to happen going forward.
I might
closure, Paul.
I might not know much, but I'm pretty sure I know this much, that Matt Ishbia will never, ever trade for a player with a no-trade clause. That will never happen again. That might be the biggest lesson learned by a young owner.
Well,
because that was beyond problematic, the whole no-trade clause. And when Shams listed all those teams interested, at first I was skeptical. And then I thought, well, if it only costs you 2 years, $11 million, then yeah, maybe there is significant interest.
Paulie, I'm not trying to attack you on this at all.
It's never stopped you before.
I know, exactly. You know, I will disagree with you on certain things from time to time. We disagree a lot. But don't you think the biggest lesson you could possibly learn in this is championships aren't just bought? You can't just pay the cash and you win a championship. Isn't that really the best lesson that Matt Ishbia? Again, I look at Matty Ish and the fact that he came in here and he's like, that's right, I'm owner one day and we got Kevin Durant. We're going to pay him, of course. We got Book. We're going to pay him. And we got Bradley Beal. We're going to go out and get Bradley Beal, and we're going to bring him in here. I got my own big three. Here we go. I'm going to pay them all. We're all over we're into the third apron, even though there isn't a third. We're into the third apron, ladies and gentlemen.
This just in. Adam Silver created a third apron just for the Suns.
So you get my point. Matty Ish came in, and he was just going to, we're going to do this. Championships can't be bought. They got to be earned.
Well, wasn't it me over an hour ago who said the biggest lesson learned is that it's not about expenditures, it's about expertise.
Paul,
so I'm on board with what you're saying.
You ripped me off after I said it's not about cash, it's about culture. Did you hear that, Basin audience? I was the one who said it's not about cash, it's about culture. Using the C, of course, obviously, to make my point. And then Paulie followed it up. And Rick, you could pull it. You followed it up with expenditure.
I'm going to go from bashing myself with this mic to bashing you with this mic in a moment.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Speaking of the interest, according to Shams, James Harden, the former Sun Devil, forks up, was the biggest advocate for Bradley Beal.
Here's something interesting. I'm told James Harden was a focal point in recruiting Bradley Beal internally, but also speaking directly to Beal and his camp. And the Clippers really view Bradley Beal as a perfect fit alongside Kawhi Leonard and James Harden, being able to shoot 50% from the field, 40% from three-point range last season. He shot career highs in two-point field goals as well as at the rim last season. And so this is a player that has three-time All-Star experience. He's a former All-NBA player as well. They see him as a natural, seamless fit at the starting shooting guard position after the trade of Norman Powell.
Yeah, for $11 million. I get that.
I shake my head at the former All-NBA, three-time All-Star. I mean, that is so 4, 5, 10 years ago. It is not applicable anymore when you're talking about Bradley Beal. Save that stuff for when he retires and you want to go ahead and write his epitaph as a player. That is not applicable nor relevant here in 2025. We'll see. We'll see what James Harden and the Clippers get out of him. Good luck, though, on that ball moving when it's Kawhi, James Harden, and Bradley Beal. We'll see how that goes in running an offense. How about Tim McMahon, NBA Today, earlier today, as we focus now on the Suns? Look, they're starting to dig out of the hole they dug themselves into, says Tim McMahon.
The KD trade was a bust for them. They took back, I'll say nickels on the dollar. I won't say pennies on the dollar. They're letting Beal go for nothing. Yes, they're getting some flexibility, but he's going to count $19 million a year on their cap for 5 years moving forward. But this is a recognition in Phoenix that their all-in, all-in, all-in philosophy is a failure. And again, they have a shovel. They are starting to dig out of the hole that they've created.
Yeah. Philosophy is a failure. Their all-in, all-in, all-in philosophy that they had is a failure. And again, I credit Matt Ishbia that he was willing to spend the kind of money that he was. It just seems like maybe it was a decade too late in regard to some of the NBA rules, of course, and the aprons that they installed and the punitive nature of said aprons. And also, too, just the way that the game has changed and how much more now defense is really, really important, especially defense, creating turnovers, creating deflections, creating takeaways, and then leading into quick points.
Because this will be the third head coach that was brought in with the emphasis being defense. Am I wrong? Frank Vogel was brought in. All they talked about was defense. Mike Budenholzer was brought in. All they talked about defense. And guess what? It got continually and progressively worse with every passing month to where the Suns were almost dead last year ago in defensive efficiency. So you can talk about it all you want.
Yes.
Can you achieve it?
You need models. You need players that will do that, Paul.
And you're still not answering my question from earlier, by the way, as you continue to pat yourself on the back. When I said true or false, big picture on the Suns, the person responsible for this poor roster construction is still constructing this roster.
Yes.
So there's been change, but
he is
not enough critical change.
No, Paul, he is not constructing it. Brian Gregory is constructing it with Matt Ishbia. And Brian Gregory, I believe, can tell Matt Ishbia no and keep his job.
And that is why I bashed the microphone into my forehead earlier in this show, because I vehemently and stridently disagree with you just presuming that Brian Gregory has any
I'm presuming that
final decision-making.
Matt Ishbia is a smart human being. That's what I'm presuming, Paul, that he's a smart guy. He's not a billionaire because he's dumb, Paul. He's a smart guy.
But
at some point, he's got to understand, just like Coach Izzo taught him at Michigan State, he's got to be accountable and say, this is what I did, and I made a mess. Somebody else needs to take over.
Again, he changed the waiters, he changed the hostess, he changed the accountant. It's still the same chef making the food at the restaurant.
Doesn't look like it.
Hey, can the Dbacks still potentially buy at the deadline? We'll talk about it next. Calvisi and for Luke on Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
The Beal deal is done.
Three-time NBA All-Star Bradley Beal has agreed to a contract buyout with the Phoenix Suns and plans to join the Los Angeles Clippers on a 2-year, $11 million deal with a player option after clearing waivers.
Reaction to the Suns parting ways with guard Bradley Beal on the way from Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
If a small budget's cramping your big summer plans, consider a low-rate home equity line of credit from America First Credit Union. Right now, with a new HELOC, you'll get an introductory 4.49% APR for the first 6 months. And that means more cash to get stuff done. Helping your money do more means helping you do more. So apply for a limited-time HELOC at americafirst.com today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to eligibility, terms, conditions, creditworthiness, and change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When you stay in your home, what you love gets to stay too. From the gardens that grow wild to the grandkids that run wilder. From the Friday night baseball games to the Sunday morning brunches. Even the daily crosswords and weekly book clubs. There's room for it all with help from Home Instead, the largest in-home senior care network with over 30 years of trusted experience delivering the peace of mind you deserve. Visit Home Instead online for a better what's next.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Phoenix Suns and Bradley Beal are finalizing a buyout, and he will sign with the Los Angeles Clippers. For more on this, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Dbacks were a big part of the National League's victory in last night's MLB All-Star Game. Corbin Carroll homered, Ketel Marte had a 2-run double, and Gino Suarez made a great play at third base. The Phoenix Suns play their final game of Summer League today in Las Vegas against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Tip-off for that one is in about 30 minutes. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, home of the no-fee emergency. Want to save money on your AC or plumbing issues? It's Ready Services, saving you money since 1957. Get ready, because here we come.
Oh.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday. Forget about the ESPYs. We'll give you the awards that really count, the AZs. The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
Bring it down, Paulie.
I see more Nirvana t-shirts today than I ever saw back in the day.
No fooling. Are you kidding me?
What's up with that?
It's people that know Smells Like Teen Spirit.
It's remarkable. It really is.
That's it. They know Smells Like Teen Spirit.
Never.
That's it.
When I actually saw Nirvana live, Wolf, on a Tuesday night back in the day,
you're not gonna say it,
I
Paul.
never ever thought they'd have this kind of staying power. And there was Kurt Cobain, and he came out and he looked at us, and then he let it rip.
Paulie, correct me if I'm wrong here, but you saw these guys in a small venue, did you not, Paul?
A hockey barn in Kalamazoo, Michigan.
Oh my goodness, can you imagine, Basinonians, you walk in, there's 3 dudes that walk out on stage, you're like, oh man, who are these guys?
It was the In Utero tour, right? And this is where I think his drug use started to kick in. He walked out. He looked like he was 120 pounds. He had a dirty cable knit sweater on and some old jeans with about 50 holes in them. And he walked out and he looked at all of us. And he sort of did a pause, said, it almost, if you put a thought bubble over his head, it was like, where am I? What am I doing here? All I know is the show's about to start. He just launched into it. And it was
I love that story, Paul.
Almost 2 hours of just mind-bending, aggressive, intensive grunge rock, and then he dropped the guitar and just walked off about half speed. I mean, he was the epitome of leaving it all on the stage.
Oh, my goodness. That is, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, an eyewitness account of Nirvana in the beginning from Paul. Interesting.
So kids today ask themselves the why. Okay. We're asking when and who and what exactly are the D-backs going to trade away? Are they even sellers at this point? In fact, that was one of the first questions you asked Amiel Saadeh, the assistant GM and VP, earlier today. And Rick, if you have that, here was his answer: buyers or sellers?
I think after the All-Star break's over, when people get back into the office, it'll be interesting to see taking the temperature of what teams are really going forward and what teams are really selling. It's hard to say. We still have another 2 weeks. I think the overall hope is that we continue to play, we play well, and we can continue to kind of push forward towards a playoff run. But obviously, we've taken on a lot of injury, and we have a good group of players that people want, and so it's certainly want to keep pushing forward to the playoffs. But we're going to field the phone calls in the next couple of weeks too.
Yeah, it's such a tough situation when you think about it. You've got a team that is underachieved as well. And I know the injuries, you know the way I feel about this, Paulie. They're not excuses, but they are reasons. They are reasons why. When you suffer the kind of injuries that the Arizona Diamondbacks have suffered, there are reasons why you're underachieving. But I want to bring it up that the season never really got off to the kind of start that I thought they were going to. Even before the injury bug really hit them, they were underachieving at that point as well. I thought they were going to be better than 500. They got off to a 14-13 start. That, to me, that was below expectations. And, I thought they were going to be better than that. And I think they thought they were going to be better than that. But I think it's short-sighted and inaccurate to just point to the injuries and say this is why the Diamondbacks are where they're at right now, because it's underachieving as well.
But you have to face reality. The injuries are extremely real. It mitigates, the possibility, the viability that you're going to go on some ridiculous run. What Chris Garagiola told us yesterday, you got to play 14, 15 games above 500 to really have a realistic chance
the rest of the season
to get into the postseason. So if you're the decision makers, you're like, okay, is that...
Have we seen that at any point
exactly
so far this season?
So
have we seen it? No.
Have they been fielding calls? Yes.
Yeah, it's funny because I think Mike has talked about this. I can't remember if it was last week or whenever. And we've been getting phone calls, both buying and selling, for the last couple of weeks. And it's not that we're trying to sell or we're trying to buy necessarily. I think there are a lot of teams that are just in it, and they want to make baseball trades. So it's not necessarily just trading one of your players for a bunch of prospects. A lot of times it's trading one of your players for something else that might be a need on your major league team that maybe you can control for the next few years. So, we've been fielding those calls for a while.
And I get it. But once again, to the point of being realistic, the D-backs have given up more unearned runs this year than they did all of last year.
I know.
And we're at the All-Star break.
One of the biggest disappointments, Paul, of all. How many errors they've already committed.
So there's the Bob Nightingale report a couple days ago, ArizonaSports.com, where rival executives, they believe the D-backs have no choice but to sell. And we asked Amiel Saadeh about that.
Yeah, look, I think everyone has their own opinions. I think that we have really good players that we feel like, we obviously, some of them we have, whether we get a draft pick for them at the end of the year, there's certain, I don't think it's just, you have to dump certain players. And I think that's the difference where, when you have a talented team that you expected to be in the playoffs, it's hard to just say, we have no choice but to trade. I think we know the way this team can play. Look, there are other teams that probably call us and expect us to trade certain players, and I don't think that should be the level of expectation that anybody goes into the deadline with. I think, we're going to try to make this team better, whether it's for 2025 or 2026. We're always going to be listening and being opportunistic.
Yeah, and that is the right way to do it, of course. You're never going to let the other guy know. we're trying to say it's a fire sale going on here right now. Of course, you would never do that. You'd want to be like, what? You think we're moving Zach Gallen? You think we're moving Zach Gallen? We're getting ready to sign this guy. You're not going to say there's a fire sale. No GM's going to do that.
When was the last time you had a garage sale at the compound, just out of curiosity? And did you clear it with your HOA, by the way? I hope you cleared that garage sale with the HOA.
I don't like people looking at our stuff, Paul. You know what I mean? You touch my stuff, and I kill you, metaphorically speaking.
Appreciate that, Francis.
Metaphorically speaking, of course.
Name the movie, Paul.
Stripes?
Yeah.
Was it Stripes?
That's right.
No, was it?
You touch my stuff, and I kill you.
I've actually seen Stripes, Wolf.
No, you haven't.
Yeah.
No.
Great movie.
Man,
Classic.
that's awesome. Well done.
Everywhere
on your
we
part.
go. Don't they do that, right?
Yeah.
When they march.
It took 2 full shows, but Rick has redeemed himself.
I know,
He earned some credit. The Nirvana,
Thoroughly.
first Nirvana, now Stripes.
If we weren't up against the break, we'd play Jamal or Nothing. I feel like we should play Jamal or Nothing when we come back to see if he's seen Stripes.
Well,
Man.
I thought it was nothing from, 10 a.m. to 12:15 when Jamal wasn't here. It was definitely nothing. Hey, when will we see another Cardinal crack the NFL's top 100? We'll discuss that next. It's Calvisi in for Luke, Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The Suns wanted to be hardcore about it and said, look, we're knocking it down. Book, we appreciate you. You got to go. We have to cash in on you while we can. That is such a tenuous tightrope that this ownership group would be walking, because they're not exactly exuding goodwill from their pores right now among the Suns fan base because of the way this experiment went. Devin Booker represents goodwill and an olive branch to the fans. Like, you love him, we love him. He's going to be here forever.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Listen, this just isn't any old Ford dealership, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. Man, I'm ready for the vacation, my friends. And they're reimagining affordability for you. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and zero down, ladies and gentlemen. That's right, zero down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT. That's what Paulie likes driving around. Like driving around his Mustang, of course. He's got the top down up there at the Pace and Car Show. We all understand this. The Escape and even the Bronco Sport. That's right. You can have zero down on the Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Where do you get that, ladies and gentlemen? You get that at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford in Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Go to santanford.com for more information. That's santanford.com.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm.
For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Cool things down with energy-efficient windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom order windows to fit your style and budget. Choose from our SI window brand, made in the USA for quality you can trust, or custom order from top manufacturers for a perfect fit. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
It's been over 2 years since Bobby Carpenter had regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics. He needed relief from knee pain, but he wanted to avoid surgery.
I thought I might have to have my knee scoped, had some injuries, some lingering pain from stuff that I had been dealing with from years of playing professional football, and things had kind of flared up again. I started talking to a friend of mine who's orthopedic, and he was like, well, try to avoid surgery if you can.
And you absolutely can avoid surgery. QC Kinetics provides patients with state-of-the-art regenerative treatments, orthobiologics from your own body that help heal and restore damaged, aching joints. And we'll let Bobby tell you about that.
It was all of a sudden that one day, a couple months later, I was, let's go jog, let's try to see what I could do. And the more I did, I was pain-free with it, and it was actually a pretty remarkable process.
Before going under the knife, see if you're a candidate for non-surgical joint pain treatments at QC Kinetics. Call them today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
That's going to be a game. You're going to throw out a question. We have to bet on if they know who it is or not.
My young crunk brother, Jamal.
Are you ready for that question?
Yes.
Jamal or nothing.
All right, final segment of the show here. Wolf and Luke.
I just got to say it. Jamal or nothing.
Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday. And the topic of the movie Stripes came up in last segment. The 1981 comedy war movie with Bill Murray and John Candy. So, first off, we got to ask if Jamal has seen it. And then, well, we first have to guess if Jamal has seen it. I'm going to say he hasn't, and then Jamal will reveal if it's a Jamal or a nothing.
I'll go hard no.
Yeah. You have screened these cuts that you're going to play, correct?
Oh, I'm not playing any cuts.
Okay.
Well, we just gotta guess if you've seen it or not. That's the point of the game.
All right, that's good. I'm good now, Rick.
We
That's
guess
so much better.
if our youngest member of the show has seen or not seen a pop culture thing from, relatively long time ago.
Okay, that's good, Rick.
What's your answer, Wolf?
Wolf is already on a flight out right now mentally. He checked out.
No, I don't think he's seen Stripes.
Jamal, have you seen Stripes?
I have absolutely not.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I know.
In my defense, like all my friends get on me. Like I make the joke all the time. Like I've seen like a total of 12 movies, and 3 of them are Cars 1, 2, and 3.
Wow. That's awesome, Jamal. So you're not big into movies?
No. Like the classic movies, if you were to name like 10 classic movies, there's a good chance I haven't seen any of them.
Have you even heard of the movie Stripes before today?
No.
Okay.
No, this is first
time. That's good.
Hey, Jamal, you probably found this out the hard way, but some free advice: don't run into Bernsey in the hallway, okay? Because Bernsey will. He's one of those guys. He'll give you the full recap of the movie.
He's not listening, is he?
And then he'll tell you who the director is and the producer and probably the cinematographer. Yeah. So just steer clear of Bernsey in the hallway.
By the way, don't get on stage with him either, ever.
Yeah.
Okay, because
don't even bring that up.
It's going to be hard for you. Yeah. It's not going to go well for you.
You know what? With
David Charles.
Just that memory of me getting absolutely trounced by Bernsey on stage makes me angry.
Oh no! Oh, the angry chair? Why?
I'm in the angry chair right now. Forget Bernsey. I'm past it. I think that was a lot of years ago. Past it. This NFL Top 100. First off, Are you going to tell me when the post is,
No,
Wolf? Or are you just going to jump me?
missed it.
Did I already miss it?
missed it, Paul.
Well, if I'm sitting in the angry chair, now I have further reason to be angry.
My goodness. It's one of the best posts you could possibly have, and you missed it.
First off,
I nailed it.
how long are they going to extend this top 100 out till? I mean, Wolf's truck gets washed more often than this NFL top 100. Are you kidding me? But even worse than that is the entry at 79. Did you see who was listed at 79, Ron Wolfley?
I did not.
Dak Prescott.
I know. I did see that, Paul.
He played 8 games. He had 11 touchdown passes, 8 picks. He ran for 1, and he had 4 fumbles that he lost. So let's do the math there. He had 12 scores and 12 turnovers. He only played 8 games. And he's number 79 in the top 100.
He's got the star in his helmet, Paul.
I mean, you talk about living off past glory and achievements.
It's not like Dak Prescott either. When you watch him play, it's not like he's a guy that runs an offense at a high level in regard to reading coverage. Really is not big on that. So it doesn't do a great job. I think he needs to get better in terms of reading coverages.
So once again, why Dak Prescott is grandfathered into the top 100, I have no idea, as it continues to be unveiled at a glacial pace.
Okay.
So there you go. That's my angry chair. That's
Rick,
why I'm sitting in it.
Okay, Rick, can you start Angry Chair over again just so Paul can hear the post of this? Just listen to this, Space and
Wolf's going to show me how it's done.
Just listen to this.
I get it.
Okay. Did you hear that right there, Basin audience? That is just a wall of duh. That's the post. That makes me feel like I'm busting up a wedge once again.
Wolf is really proud of himself at this moment, so we'll just let him revel in his own perceived success.
No, just Paulie. And where's the post? It's Angry Chair. Where's the post? Okay.
All right, little rehearsal next
time. How are we going
time.
to tie this into this beautiful part of the program?
What is this beautiful part of the program?
I have
Is
no
it more
idea.
Bradley Beal? Of course it's Bradley Beal, because Bradley Beal has
seriously?
dominated the stinking offseason, but now he's somebody else's problem.
Look,
he's somebody else's no-trade clause.
That's right. There's 4 more hours of Brad Beal coming up, ladies and gentlemen. Just get ready for this.
That's absolutely true.
Okay, I mean,
Yeah.
David Jarrell's going to walk in here.
You got
He's gonna
Kellen
blow
coming
it.
up, too, in for Gambo. It's going to be
and
a lot
it's Killer as well.
It's going to be a lot of Bradley
Killer's
Beal.
coming in here. Maybe that's why he turned you down, Rick, is because he doesn't want to. Maybe it's because he doesn't want to come out here and, I don't know, blow his take, knowing he's got
Right.
to take on all of this.
All right.
Maybe that was well played.
He'll
by
be on with
Killer.
us tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
I don't
There
know.
we go.
I
When
heard
the
a rumor.
dust
But not you.
settles. Oh yeah, I'll be.
I don't know. There was
right.
There was a rumor.
I forgot about that. That I was off tomorrow.
Sources
Paul, how about you?
in the newsroom say that he was kind of sick and tired of fielding Wolf's inane, sort of fundamental basketball 101 questions. So it really had to do more with Wolf than it did anything else.
Interesting.
I was looking forward to showing off my vintage Speed Racer T-shirt again, and that didn't happen. So, as I go ahead and just put that on display for the YouTube cameras. So
Gray Mantle said that he likes your shirt.
there you go.
What's
I
up,
used to watch
YouTubers?
Speed Racer as a kid. I love your shirt, not just likes your shirt. Gray
wow.
Mantle on YouTube. Yep.
Jamal or nothing. Have you ever heard of Speed Racer? Jamal, have you ever heard? Forget about seeing the. I mean, that's from way, way back in the day. Have you ever heard of Speed Racer?
No, but I have heard of Lightning McQueen.
Okay,
So that's what
Lightning.
it's
Yeah, you've seen that multiple times.
I think my dad took me to the theaters to see that like 6 times.
Man.
Yeah.
Okay,
Shout out Pops.
That's awesome.
They did make a movie out of Speed Racer 10, 15 years ago. You need, just like Bernsey in the Hallway, steer clear of that movie and the remake. It was not well done. Not well done at all.
Paul, is there anything else you want to say
That is a good
before
question.
we shut this thing down? Because I know you also are going on vacation tomorrow.
I will see you at training camp, Ron Wolfley.
ah.
I'll see you at training camp, and
All right.
we'll see how it goes. Once again, don't get in my line of sight when it's O-line, D-line drill. Just want to let you know on that one.
You just like, what are you going to do, Paul? what would you do, Paul? I mean, honestly, don't get in your line of sight Man, how could you not
Well,
get your line of sight?
have they figured out your replacement yet? Dave Pash was asking that yesterday. Have they figured out your replacement yet? Don't deflect the real question.
I honestly think they know who it is. They're just not telling anybody, Paul, at this point in time.
All right.
I am curious. Yeah. I do ask myself from time to time, what did you do? Who are you? You really, walked away from that?
You're really just mad that you aren't getting the gumbo in week 1.
That's true.
Well, a lot of people think Wolf is retired from this show as well, based on the last 2 days and his performance or lack thereof. That'll do it.
Especially today, I'm getting all sorts of comments.
That'll do it for this edition of the Wolf and Luke Show starring Paul Calvisi. Burns and Gambo are next.
Peace and strength.
He ain't likely to be cold without him, I dare say. No!
Cards Camp. 6 days away. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks, with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teameyedoctor.com.
1877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, Bradley Beal and the Phoenix Suns are finalizing a contract buyout. Beal will now sign with the Los Angeles Clippers. And the Phoenix Suns are getting ready to play their last Summer League game this season. They will play the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Wednesday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show. Here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, Kellen Olson, filling in for Gambo today. Hi, Kellen.
What's up, buddy? Didn't check my phone until our last show. Did anything happen, or are we talking about anything specific today? What's up?
No, just another garden.
Let me read the show sheet. What?
Yeah, we Bradley Beal, baseball, Bradley Beal, John Morosi, Bradley Beal. Yeah, no, it's not quite that like that, but it's not that far off.
Should be like that.
You know what? First of all, on behalf of the entire Burns and Gambo Show team here, of which you were, of course, an honorary member, congratulations on winning the Bradley Beal baby pool and coming closest to the date and time of the birth of the Bradley Beal buyout, right?
Thank you.
And in true Price is Right fashion, you even, well, no, I guess you technically went over, but that's okay. You know, we don't play the Price is Right games here with this one, right? You said
40 something.
1140 something.
I don't remember. All I was doing was trying to manifest, because you got to manifest for yourself sometimes. It would help our show in the format of our week, and both of us going on vacation next week to have this happen this week, and it did.
It did. It's done. They did it, and in classic Burns and Gambo fashion, we're going to kind of talk about this in terms of what we know and what we think, but we're going to do it a little bit differently. What we know and what we think about this deal from a positive slant, from a negative slant, that is our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Malika, I'm told Bradley Beal gave up almost $14 million to buy out of the Phoenix Suns and join the Los Angeles Clippers. 2 years, $11 million. His deal will have a player option next summer, so he's slated to be one of the top free agents next offseason. But this is someone that had $110 million left on his contract over the next 2 years. Obviously, did not work out in Phoenix. It was a failed 2-year experiment with Bradley Beal, Kevin Durant, and Devin Booker. And so over the last few weeks, Bradley Beal, his representative Mark Bartelstein, they've been talking and meeting with several teams around the league. Aside from the Clippers, we've seen the Bucks, the Lakers, Warriors, Timberwolves, Heat, all were involved here in this process. But Bradley Beal this morning decided to sign with the Clippers and team up with Kawhi Leonard and James Harden.
Sharania with the news we've all been eagerly anticipating basically since last weekend. I don't know, the last 9-10 days or so. Bradley Beal agrees to the buyout with the Phoenix Suns. I just saw moments ago the Phoenix Suns official Twitter account did a thank you, Brad tweets. So from their standpoint, this is done as well.
Only like 500 replies on that, by the way. I think it might be up to 600. Let me go check.
Okay, now
I think they're all really nice, by the way.
Again, because I don't want to sound like the old guy trying to sound young, because I learned yesterday from Jamal and Kellen there's a real danger to being the old guy trying to sound young. I don't want to do that again. But is that what we would call getting ratioed on social media? Is that the proper use of that phrase when more people are commenting than they are liking the tweet? You just got ratioed, right? Yeah?
I'm actually unfamiliar with that one. Ratioed? I don't know if I've heard that one.
Yeah, ratioed. Just the type of thing
Did
where
I just
like
out young Jamal?
get that AARP ready for Jamal. Yay.
Man, those discounts you get when you're over 55, Jamal, they rock. They're awesome. You can't beat them.
I'll take them.
Yeah, it's called getting ratioed, right? People are commenting more than they're liking, and that's usually a bad sign. Bradley Beal is officially no longer a Phoenix Sun, and the benefit, if we're looking at this from a good news, bad news standpoint, okay, we've all known this day was coming. We were just kind of waiting until it became official. Today was that day. Obviously, the good news is if the sole goal was to do away with the second apron, to do away with the first apron, to do away with all of the restrictions that come with being a first or second apron team, the Suns, just like that, they're done. They're gone. They're out of it. They can aggregate salaries and trades. They can use mid-level exceptions if they want to sign players. They can send cash out in a deal. It doesn't completely unlock their draft picks yet. That's going to require a little more time. But there is an immediate, instant benefit to cutting Bradley Beal, right?
And from a basketball standpoint, from like a roster building standpoint, and I also think they just wanted to be done with this completely. They wanted to move on into their new era. They did all of these things. They brought in Brian Gregory, brought in Jordan Ott, preached certain attributes that they were looking for in the offseason, and they added players with those attributes. They completed this brand new look, and it wasn't going to be such a brand new look if Bradley Beal was still a part of it. So they get that part of it done as well. There are a lot of positives here. This is just a very subjective basketball move. I don't think this is one where you can look at a trade and say someone got fleeced per se. This all comes down to the nuance of the reasons why you do it and your belief in the Suns being able to take advantage of that nuance. You mentioned some of the free agency openings that they have now. They can use those in ways on the trade market beyond free agency. So they can use those as, I believe, trade exceptions in a certain way specifically. And then also there's other different ways for them to use them right now. There aren't really many free agents available. You would have loved to have got this done a month ago instead of in mid-July so you could sign some guys around here. But second apron, first apron, both gone. So every single kind of possible trade now is open to you. The question is if we will see it utilized this year. We'll have to wait and see for the next couple of weeks, because if you do it now and you do not utilize all of these newfound possibilities, what was the point of doing it now as opposed to just waiting a year?
Any journalism student, anybody who does what we do or went to school to do what we do, you learn very early on, the who, what, when, where, why, and how, right? Like it's one of the first things about any story. Give me the who, what, when, where, why, and how. I think to your point, the win is especially kind of important here and worth talking a little bit about. Yes, they've unlocked these benefits. Yes, they've unlocked this level of freedom that they've denied themselves for the last couple of years. When are they going to flex that? When are they going to use that? When are they going to take their newfound freedom out for a spin? Is it this offseason? Is it next offseason? Is it a couple of years down the road when they feel like they're in a position to be able to strike? Like just because, I know a lot of people. You might know this too because you come from a different generation than I do. There are a lot of kids when my daughter turned 16. A lot of her friends, even though they were eligible to go get their driver's license, they put off getting their driver's license.
I did too.
Because they just felt like they weren't ready. I'm just not ready to have that kind of responsibility. And they waited until they were 17, 18, whatever the case may be. I kind of liken what the Suns have right now to that power. Okay, you just turned 16. You can go down to the DMV. You can get your license. You can, if you've got a car, you can drive it. Are you going to do it now? Are you going to wait? What are the benefits of doing it now? What are the benefits of waiting, et cetera, et cetera? That's one of the questions that you have for this. The other question is just getting Bradley Beal out of the room. I mean, forget about the financial benefits to it. Is there a benefit to just getting Bradley Beal out of the Phoenix Suns room? I think that's a question a lot of Suns fans are asking themselves.
We asked this question too when DeAndre Ayton left, and I was under the belief that there were really only going to be two ways for that trade to go, where you trade DeAndre Ayton and you get rid of him, and the burden of trying to keep him happy, get his touches, the way that he could be inconsistent, that being lifted would elevate the Suns, or the flip side, he would go to Portland, thrive, and the Suns were wrong. Both sides ended up being wrong in this situation. But yeah, there is something to the belief of like, okay, how much of just being freed of not only Brad, but everything that went wrong with Kevin as well, being freed of that is going to help this team next year. It's not so much about the team, though, because Book is really the only important guy that's back anyway. Like, the coach is gone. The front office is new. Grayson, Royce are back. The rookies are back, Ryan and Oso. But it's more about how it's going to open up things for him potentially. Obviously, there is another benefit here that we should mention. The Suns no longer are a luxury tax-paying team at the moment. These numbers are all over the place. I continue to be astounded by how we can't land on a central figure. Some people say 170, some people say 195. I should always listen to Bobby Marks. I believe he had 176, so that's the thing I put in my story.
Book of Bobby. Let's read from the Book of Bobby.
Some people have 200, whatever, but there is an obvious benefit there to saving that much money, and this is a situation where Matt Ishbia will absolutely, and has proven time after time, that he will spend an inordinate amount of money to compete and be in that type of situation. This is not a team that is going to compete next year. It is not worth paying that extra money.
Nope.
So it makes sense to get off of that money, and it's okay to say that is one of the reasons why the Suns did this. It's okay, everyone.
Okay to
it's
say
fine.
that.
We're not calling Matt Ishbia cheap. We're not doing any of that. It's just an obvious benefit to the situation, and in my opinion, the biggest one, because part of getting out of the luxury tax as well is getting off the repeater, because these penalties, they multiply more and more in a way designed to get you away from being in the luxury tax year after year after year. That is going to help them in the future when they are going to be paying the luxury tax, not really soon, but the next time they're competitive, Matt Ishbia is probably going to be back in the luxury tax again. And when he is, those repeater penalties will be less severe than they would have been if he would have stayed here an extra year, maybe an extra 2 years with Bradley's contract as well. Those are some benefits too.
I don't think, and this is just me, I don't think pointing out the financial benefits of this move, both in terms of the apron or the tax, I don't think that is accusing the Suns or Matt Ishbia of anything, as long as it goes hand in hand with the notion of what you just said. The assumption is that when they're in position to strike, they will strike. That when they're in position to spend, they will spend. You know, like you have to have a certain like foundational belief system in Matt that, okay, this is not the time to do that right now, but the time will happen. Do you believe that he'll spend when that time comes? I do. You know, I just don't know. Now it's up to them to correctly and rightly decide when that time is. And again, I'm going to keep going back to that word, when. When is the right time to pounce? When is the right, because if you mistime your jump, all right, like if you mistime your window to spin, you're going to screw this up again, right? Like, and that's where, do you have faith in the Suns organization to time their jump as to when to spend again? That's where it gets a little queasy on this, right?
You and I both get queasy, and there are some people who have watched what the Suns have done the last couple of months and are very encouraged by what they have done and believe that they are going to use this flexibility to their advantage. You and I have severe hesitations with how they'll be able to do so.
I'm a little queasy about it. So when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we'll get into some of the things about this that make us queasy. We just talked about the benefits of the Bradley Beal buyout. What about the problems? Because there are problems. That's next on the Burns and Gambo show. Kellen filling in.
The Beal deal is done.
Three-time NBA All-Star Bradley Beal has agreed to a contract buyout with the Phoenix Suns and plans to join the Los Angeles Clippers on a 2-year, $11 million deal with a player option after clearing waivers.
Reaction to the Suns parting ways with guard Bradley Beal on the way from Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives.
It's really about giving patients their dignity back, the ability to have teeth again for those who are missing multiple teeth or have gum disease where they have loose teeth or just not comfortable wearing their dentures, having problems wearing their dentures. They can't smile. They can't really eat the foods they love. This is giving them the ability to really live their best life.
How do your clients react when they see their new smiles?
To see yourself as a new person looking into the mirror is really life-changing, and it's something that everyone deserves to experience. it really changes your perspective on who you are as an individual.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
Summer's a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from models like Camry, RAV4, Highlander, Tundra, and Tacoma. Or check out the all-new 2025 4Runner. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today.
Oh, it's heating up, Acenonians, but the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. And there's no better time than right now to get the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale. Now through July 29th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then just moving in right away. No waiting around to sell your old place first. None of that. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. It is the best possible way to do this. It's so much less stressful than the other way. Here's how it works. Orchard's going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no living your life on the schedule of a bunch of strangers. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home, and they're going to make price-boosting upgrades. So once they're done, a local Orchard agent's going to be able to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell, still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation, figure out what you're working with. That's Orchard.com.
Speeding while driving gives you less time to react. Another car could turn out in front of you. A pedestrian could be walking their dog. Follow the speed limit to keep them safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
Hey, it's Wolf. What is next for the Phoenix Suns now that Bradley Beal is reportedly headed to the Los Angeles Clippers? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
The KD trade was a bust for them. They took back, I'll say nickels on the dollar. I won't say pennies on the dollar. They're letting Beal go for nothing. Yes, they're getting some flexibility, but he's going to count $19 million a year on their cap for 5 years moving forward. But this is a recognition in Phoenix that their all-in philosophy is a failure. And again, they have a shovel. They are starting to dig out of the hole that they've created.
This is Tim McMahon on NBA Today reacting to the news that the Phoenix Suns buyout of Bradley Beal has become official. The Suns, as I mentioned in the last segment, on their Twitter account officially said goodbye to Bradley Beal. I don't think there's been a formal announcement from the organization yet, but that's dotting I's and crossing T's. According to all reports, 2-year, $11 million deal with the LA Clippers. Bradley Beal is going to sign it. It's got an opt-out after the first year, so he could be a free agent a year from right now, where he could presumably recoup some of the money that he lost in this. He gave up, $13.8 million to make it happen, right? I think is the final number. And he's only going to, I think he can only make 5.3, 5.4 back with the Clippers this year. So in the short term, he loses some money, but he bends, he acquiesces, he gives, and he's free, and he's with the Clippers. And now the Suns can move on, but they still have a heavy, heavy burden to pay on this, and it's something that's going to hang over the organization. To what degree is debatable, but it's going to hang over the organization now for 5 years when the bill is due for Bradley Beal.
And again, this just simply comes down to your belief in what the Suns are going to be able to do or not going to be able to do over the next 4 to 5 years, their ability to walk this tightrope, because it is a restriction they are putting on themselves. I understand the cap is going up. You cannot just say the cap is going up and then act like this isn't a thing that matters at all, because the Suns are going to be operating somewhere between 85 to 90%, like 93% of the cap because of Beal's dead money that is on the books. I said this yesterday. I trust a handful of organizations in the NBA to navigate that walk that tightrope, and get out there. I don't trust the Suns to be able to do that. I think that this will be a handicap to them that really does matter and impact their flexibility going forward. Again, they're operating from behind, and something that we've talked about throughout the week and something that I wrote about on ArizonaSports.com is that this, along with like some of the CBA wrinkles where like you can act as an over the cap team and open up these free agency openings and stuff, it just reeks of like thinking you're the smartest guy in the room again. And we've been here with that sentence a lot over the last 2 years. And it just makes me nervous that this doesn't really come from a sense of like learning from past mistakes at all. Yeah. Because this dead money goes all the way to 2030. What also happens in 2030 is the Suns are finally done with swapped out first round picks from this Bradley Beal trade as well. So there's not only one thing from 2 years ago that is out to 2030, it is now this thing from this year that is out to 2030 as well. And one thing I'm going to say right now, because I have a microphone in front of me with people listening, and I'm going to continue to say throughout the show, this was not the only way for the Suns to get out of the second apron. It is very clear for me to say that and continue to say that this was not the only way for the Suns to get out of the second apron. They could have not traded for Mark Williams, dumped that $8 million from Vasa Micic. They could have not guaranteed Nick Richards' contract. That's $13 million I just created right there. There are other trades that they could have explored in the last couple of weeks. Maybe guys' value isn't where they were expecting it to be. But all of this, again, like executing the plan. It just didn't feel like everything came together in a way where they could have ducked under the second apron. Now, ducking under the second apron is important because you get out of this frozen, unfrozen draft pick thing. You get out of the possibilities Bobby Marks pointed out on Twitter of having your first round pick moved to the end of the first round. That is a crucial part of getting out of the second apron and why you needed to do it this summer. I completely agree. But do not act. There are other ways of doing it. But do not act like that waiving and stretching Bradley Beal was their only way to do this, because it just was not. It was not.
Yeah, and I guess the question then becomes: was there a better way of doing it? Was there a more efficient way of doing it? Was there a? I mean, this certainly. I mean, let's not be naive about this. This certainly does scratch a couple of itches for the Phoenix Suns. It scratches the itch of getting under the second apron, and it also scratches the itch of getting rid of a player that, quite frankly, his goodwill with the fan base in the locker room seemingly had run dry. His goodwill within the organization had seemingly run dry. I mean, it seemed it's very, very clear from the minute Gambo said there's zero chance Bradley Beal comes back. And then he kind of backtracked a little bit at first because he said, you know, there was like an emotional response to how the season ended. But it's very clear there's an emotional kind of component to all of this too, whether it's the Suns or whether it's the fan base, in just wanting to get rid of Bradley Beal. Look, here's the way I see it, and I am not as knowledgeable about this as you, not even close, so I'm not going to pretend to be as knowledgeable about this. There were no great options in how to do this. If you get under the second apron with all the other ways that you're talking about doing it, and you still have Bradley Beal around, right? Now you got to contend with yet another shooting guard that you got to deal with and get minutes to, or you got to send him home, and that's going to be awkward too. There were no good ways to do this at all. Absolutely none. I'm going to keep going back to the thing that we said in the last segment that I'll say again in this segment, that it's just a matter of trusting the Suns to be to do this right now that they've got a little bit of a do-over. I even hesitate to call it a do-over. 45% of their salary cap is going to be eaten up over the next 5 years by Devin Booker and Bradley Beal. Two players who essentially play the same position and one who's not even going to be here anymore. Do I trust them to get that right when so much of these last 2 years has been wrong? It's hard, Kellen. It's really hard to like manufacture. You know what? Everything's going to be fine. They've figured it out. They've learned their lessons. They're going to build and grow off of this and do things differently. Before I make any kind of proclamation like that, I got to see some evidence that they're going to do things right. You know, like I got to see some proof that things have changed around here before I'm absolutely convinced every decision they make from here on out is going to be the right one.
Well, and you'll remember Matt Ishbia speaking to Tim McMahon back in March and declaring like this is not so much going to be a rebuild, not a fan of a rebuild. This is more of a pivot and reload situation. Yeah. This looks like a rebuild, doesn't it? This looks like a rebuild to me.
Yeah, it does.
If you look at the roster, how young it is, where they're projected to be this year, the understanding that they're not going to be that good this year, this looks like more of a rebuild to me. So, are they going to be okay with that? Are they going to be okay with winning 27 games next year? Or are they not in that mindset at all? Do they believe that they're going to win 40 next year? Do they think they have a shot at making the play-in next year? Do they believe that they have a shot at making the playoffs next year? I do not. I'm ready to be wrong. Guess what would be awesome? If we were both wrong.
Yeah.
We would love to cover a fun, surprising Suns team. Are you kidding me?
That plays with grit and tenacity
Would love
and toughness. That'd be great.
But the reality is this is going to take at least 3 years and maybe longer. And are they going to be okay with that, or are they going to get impatient, and are they going to act on this big new shiny toy, as you put it in our pre-show meeting, that could come across for them in a year or two, another opportunity to make this really big move to all of a sudden accelerate where they are right now. So that's part of, again, just like the downsides of this is that this works if you're patient and you take advantage of the flexibility.
Yeah.
I have extreme doubt that they're going to have that patience and that they're going to use the flexibility properly this year, by the way.
Yeah.
They have to use it this year, because if they don't really do much this summer and they don't really do much at the trade deadline, then why didn't you just wait a year? You could have just waited a year, reevaluated this a year later without all that dead money.
Because you know the answer to that as well as I do. They wanted to get
They just wanted him gone.
They wanted the player gone.
They wanted him gone, and they wanted to save $175 million, and guess what? It's okay.
And
it's fine.
And the fan base wanted him gone too. There's definitely a reflection of that too. They absolutely wanted him gone. Have you subscribed to the Burns and Gambo Show podcast? You can subscribe right now on your iPhone or your Android. You'll never miss any of the show. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast, brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. We wanted our Diamondbacks to have their All-Star game moment. One or two of them, but all three? Yeah, let's talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Card scan. 6 days away. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
They call us Mom, Dad, Grandma, Grandpa. We call them our why.
My parents help me when I'm learning something new.
They always practice forgiveness. That support system makes me feel safe in expressing my true thoughts and feelings about what I need and what I'm struggling with.
They've been watching, learning, and counting on you every step of the way, from crayons to campus. They've always needed you.
Even though I'm in high school, I still need my parents' help to clarify things.
When I'm scared, they help me feel brave.
Because they love me and care about me.
I do think my parents have a plan in place if something were to ever happen to them. I am confident that they've prepared for that.
That kind of confidence comes from more than love. It comes from planning ahead. At Morris Hall, we've guided families through estate planning for generations, starting with our own children. From crayons to campus to confidence. Give your family the peace of mind that comes with an estate plan. Visit morrishall.com to schedule your complimentary consultation. That's morrishall.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes. We make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindow.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but... okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It is official. Bradley Beal is no longer a Phoenix Sun. ESPN's Shams Charania reported earlier today that Beal and the Suns had agreed to a buyout, and the Suns have now posted "Thank you, Brad" to their X page. For more on Beal's buyout, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Suns are currently playing their final game of Summer League in Las Vegas against the Minnesota Timberwolves. And the Phoenix Mercury lost 79-66 to the Minnesota Lynx earlier today in their final game before the All-Star break. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday. Forget about the ESPYs. We'll give you the awards that really count. The AZs. The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
It was all 3 of them. It was Cattell.
And he sends a rocket on the ground down the first baseline. It will roll all the way to the corner. Ohtani has scored. Acuna Jr. being waved. There's no throw. And there is the excellence of Ketel Marte.
It was Corbin.
That ball is hammered to right field. This ball is going and gone. A hanging breaking pitch from Mize, and Corbin Carroll destroyed it.
And it was Suarez.
1-2 to Garcia. Yeah, that's a Baltimore chop left side. Won't be an easy play. And Suarez makes the play. We talk all about his power. How about the defense right here?
Bravo to the Arizona Diamondbacks last night. We got our wish in triplicate for what they did.
To say the least. Yeah, just a lot of new things we hadn't seen from the Diamondbacks before in the All-Star game. The first multi-RBI game for a Diamondback, that was Ketel Marte with 1 swing of the bat. First time we've seen someone homer. That was Corbin Carroll. It was great to see, and I think that this is the type of thing where those moments all together, there's part of your brain that's like, oh, you would love to see this for like when the Diamondbacks like were on top and they were one of the best teams in baseball or whatever. But then part of your brain is also like, man, it's good for those three guys to get those moments after how hard this year has been on this team.
I had a similar thought watching last night. Like you're happy for the guys. You're happy for they're clearly happy to be there, right? Like there was just a lot of joy in all three of them being able to be there. There is a little bit of like wistfulness about it when you think, man, is that going to be the last hurrah for the 2025 Diamondbacks as we know it, with the trade deadline looming? And I know that's a real Debbie Downer kind of a negative way of looking at it, but I'd be lying to you and everybody listening if part of my brain didn't go there last night thinking, man, what a cool moment. It just sucks that it's coming on a team that's below 500, not really competing for a playoff spot, at least not right now, and might be sellers in a couple of weeks. So you try to compartmentalize that, you try to put it away, you try to enjoy it for what it is, because the truth of it is that of those three guys, two of them are going to be back next year, right? Like, I mean, I know Suarez is a who knows, and of course the other guys who weren't at the All-Star game are who knows, but two of the three players who popped last night are foundational pieces for this year and next year and the year after that. And so there is still very much a, hey, your future was on display again last night. And wasn't it cool they came through in those big, it made the whole affair, it was a very entertaining night. I mean, really, the whole game I thought was well played, crisp. It was fun to watch the guys. The Hank Aaron tribute was moving, but it always means a little bit more in an All-Star game when your guys do well, and the Diamondbacks had never really done well in a game like this, at least in terms of the positional players.
I want to say it was you that, in terms of who you were looking forward to watching the most last night, non-Diamondback, you said Skubal, right? You were the most excited to see Skubal pitch. Was that you?
I said Skubal. Yeah.
Rightfully so, because Skubal's awesome, and for Ketel to destroy that baseball the way he did down the line against arguably the best pitcher in baseball right now was just one of those, like, yeah, he's not just from this little small unheard of province called Phoenix, Arizona, where he's hidden away from the baseball public. He's one of the best players in the world. That is what Ketel Marte is, and he can go bat to bat with Tarek Skubal or any other awesome pitcher.
I laugh because we took the at bat live yesterday for Ketel Marte while we were still on the air, and if you weren't with us, it was hilarious because I think it was Carl Ravitch, and Carl Ravitch is a very knowledgeable baseball guy. I'm not trying to knock him.
Oh, are you kidding me? Like my childhood growing up, Baseball Tonight.
I know.
Carl Ravitch, Peter Gammons, Tim Kirchkin, the gang. He's
the best,
legend.
Right? He's the best. But the whole, well, it's nice to see a guy like Ketel get his due there playing in Arizona, where it's like, come on, man. We're one of the largest media markets in America. It's not like we're some southern outpost here.
But he is also
mail is delivered by Pony Express.
But he is also right, because that was all about the Dodgers that were there. It was all about Aaron Judge that was there. It was about Ohtani. It was about Skeens. It was about Skubal. So the Diamondbacks guys really weren't getting their due, especially with how, let's be honest, irrelevant they have been outside of the trade deadline in the national picture of baseball this year. Like, they really haven't been that relevant. So I'm sure there were a couple of like pretty knowledgeable baseball fans who maybe don't pay attention to the National League as much that were like, wow, Ketel's having an awesome year this year. Didn't know that. Or wow, Corbin's had hit that many homers this year. And those are the moments that make me happy as well, because every baseball fan should know how good those three guys have been this year.
And to be fair, and I'm not just saying this to be fair to Carl Ravitch, but to be fair to everybody, I would be lying again to you and everybody listening if every single dude who played last night, I would say to myself, oh, yeah, man, that guy's having a great year. There were a couple of moments where it was like, oh, that guy's having a great year. There was a little like voyage of discovery last night where you look at it and you go, oh, man, I didn't realize. I knew he was having a good year. I didn't realize he was having that good of a year.
Aranda had to be like Tampa, right?
Right.
I'll be honest.
So I wasn't the only one, right?
Yeah.
There were a couple of moments where I'm like, oh, okay, you're an all-star. I look at the numbers. Yeah, you deserve to be here. I was not aware you were having this. So it's not, maybe it is sort of in this media world where we just get inundated with everything from everyone all the time. Sometimes players like that slip through the cracks. I'll give you credit, though, because you had your eyes on Corbin Carroll. And I couldn't help but noticing when this was on the national TV broadcast. I was home by then and I was watching it. As he's rounding the bases, first of all, two things I noticed. Number one, His home run actually went a further distance than Pete Alonso, and given that Pete Alonso outweighs him by about 150 pounds, is kind of interesting. And number two, they made the reference on the air, hey, small guy, big pop, right? Boy, how does somebody that slight hit the ball that far? And look, let's be honest, I think Diamondback fans, we've all kind of had that conversation amongst ourselves, especially this year when the slug has gone way, way up with Corbin. We do look at him and go, man, he generates a lot of power for being such a little dude.
Yeah, because the narrative around him and just how he was one of like the great wonders of the baseball world was his speed, right? Like that was the thing with Corbin, and rightfully so. He is one of the fastest players in baseball, if not the fastest player in baseball. But the new thing with him is how much power that he generates from such a small stature. So it's one of those things where you run through all the superstars and all their incredible abilities, like Ohtani's two-way ability in this game, the power of Cal Raleigh, and then you'll mention someone like how you line up Corbin Carroll next to Pete Alonso, next to Cal Raleigh, next to Kyle Schwarber, and you're like, yeah, all of these guys hit for power in a similar way. It was really cool to see, and also just see them also get to be a part of what we're going to talk about in the next segment, which was the Derby at the end, and like how none of them were featured per se, but like to see Corbin be able to be a part of the celebration for the NL, like that's another cool part of this too.
No doubt. When Suarez gets hit in the hand, was your first thought, oh no, not again? Or was it, oh my God, the trade deadline's in 2 weeks? Be honest.
To be honest, I just felt horrible for Gino immediately because it's like, again, seriously, like, can you leave this guy alone, please? And it wasn't even that it had to do with Smith. We'll talk about that later, of course, but excuse me.
No, so for you, the reaction was more about, God, seriously, again, with the Suarez and the hand thing? Because mine was exactly the opposite. Mine was, oh no, the trade deadline.
And then immediately my brain went there, yeah. And then
was just like, oh no, the trade deadline. Oh no, oh no.
I was there within 3 seconds. Don't get me wrong, but the first two were like, oh come on, poor Gino. And then, oh, is that broken? And then when you saw the replay and it just hit his pinky and that was it, I was like, oh no.
It's one of those things where they'll tell you that when a dog is out, like outside at a park, right, the dog is sniffing something, like 90% of the dog's brain is only focused on what it's sniffing. And so that's why you have to call the dog repeatedly to finally get its attention to come when it's called. Last night I had a similar situation. My wife was talking to me during that Suarez at-bat, and as soon as he got hit, Kellen, I could not tell you what she said. It was just like all of a sudden my brain just went, oh no, he got hit. Oh no, trade deadline. Oh no, he got hit. Oh no, what are they going to do? Oh my God, he's got a broken pinky. What are they going to do? And it's like, did you listen to what I said? I'm like, were you talking? I had no idea you were speaking to me. I'm sorry.
The zombie apocalypse we talked about yesterday could have been happening outside your door and you would not have heard a thing.
Honey, I love you, but the minute that ball hit his pinky, my brain just shut you out. Like, and it wasn't until about 10 seconds later, oh, you're speaking to me still. Oh, yeah. Okay, let me pretend like I heard every word you said. I didn't know. Look, this is one of those things where x-rays were negative. Hopefully he's fine. I'm a little queasy about this one because with Gabby Moreno, remember the x-rays were negative there too. And, I'm not trying to speak anything into existence. I'll feel a whole lot better when he gets thoroughly examined and everything's fine because I understand there's still a season to go, but he is one of your top candidates to get traded, and that's a little nerve-wracking. Now, when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the other fun talking point in last night's All-Star game was what happened when the game was over. I mean, not over, but over. That swing off. We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo. Kellen filling in.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The Suns wanted to be hardcore about it and said, look, we're knocking it down. Book, we appreciate you. You got to go. We have to cash in on you while we can. That is such a tenuous tightrope that this ownership group would be walking because they're not exactly exuding goodwill from their pores right now among the Suns fan base because of the way this experiment went. Devin Booker represents goodwill and an olive branch to the fans. Like, you love him, we love him. He's going to be here forever.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. You're bummed because you missed all the great 4th of July sales. They're not over at Liberty GMC. Not even close. The 4th of July savings are going on all month long at Liberty GMC. Amazing deals on trucks. Amazing deals on SUVs right now. Inventory is strong. A lot to get moved this month. it is the time to buy. Whether you're talking about terrains, you can lease one for $299 a month for 36 months. 7-passenger 2025 Acadia's $4,250 off. You can get, if you want truck, 2025 Sierra $1,500, $12,500 off. The Hummer EV, perfect time to make the leap to EV. You've been thinking about it. 0% financing for 60 months on a Hummer EV, and it is all at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
These days, there's nobody more important than my guy Robert from All Pro Shade Concepts. My backyard stays cool and private thanks to the roll-down shades he installed. Robert, you're saving backyards, man.
That's what we do, Wolf. We block the brutal Arizona sun so you can actually use your backyard even when it's triple digits.
Absolutely. Your team did an awesome job from the console to the install. I can't thank you enough.
We're happy to help. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free estimate and free installation. That's allproshade.com.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
Morgan Wallen Live. I'm the Problem Tour 2025. 2 nights at State Farm Stadium. Friday, July 18th with Miranda Lambert. And Saturday, July 19th with Brooks and Dunn. Plus, Ella Langley on both nights. Morgan Wallen. I'ma need some whiskey glasses. On sale now at livenation.com.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if you are dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. Now, you've probably heard me talk about QC Kinetics and their innovative non-surgical treatments for joint pain, and during your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you, and that'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Our man Jamal is here. He's got today's Twitter poll question of the day. You can find it on that website known as X at Burns and Gambo. Lots of ways to get involved with the show on social. Instagram and Facebook and TikTok and all the things. YouTube, of course. Subscribe to the show. Subscribe to the station at youtube.com, and you can watch our show whenever you want. You can watch the show at arizonasports.com, the Arizona Sports app. Lots of ways to consume us. Consume away and vote on the poll question, which is?
Based on the home run derby last night to end the All-Star game,
yes.
Would you like to see Major League Baseball institute a home run swing-off in place of extra innings next regular season? Yes or no?
No.
No, but I like where everyone's head is at.
No, you guys love the Ghost Runner too much?
No, it's not that. I think the appeal and the fun and the improv kind of nature of last night, even though it wasn't improv, I think if you saw it, I mean, the Diamondbacks play, probably 20 or 30 extra inning games a season.
Yeah.
I think after about 10, the newness of it would wear off, and it would just be another thing. I think this is one where less truly is more on this one, so I don't. Well, how do you qualify your answer there, Kel?
I think that you could work out some sort of alternative where if we go 5 innings into extras, so if we're past the 14th inning and we're still going, like eliminate the ghost runner, but let's go 5 more innings, and if after that, let's go swing off. I'm down.
I could be convinced of that.
Yeah.
Maybe not even as deep as 14 innings, but I could be convinced of that. What's our audience say on this one?
So no is leading the way with 69%, and yes is at 31 right now.
Okay, thank you. That is the poll question. Thank you, Jamal. Good to have Jamal on the show with us here as well. It was fun.
He swings and sends one down the line and right. He's on a knee, and he has gone 3 for 3 to put the NL on top, 4-3. What a show by Schwarber.
Kellen, calling it fun is really doing it a disservice. It was magic for a minute last night, right? Do you agree?
Yes.
I felt like we truly captured lightning in a bottle for just a minute last night.
Well, it's because we all have this fascination, and I'm not trying to get too like big picture here, but like we love experiencing something new and fresh that has never been seen before. Like a lot of us like to do that. A lot of us will wait in lines for 7 hours to get something new or fresh, for a new piece of fan merch or just go see a movie, whatever.
A video game.
We have always been fascinated with that, especially in the last 10 years. Everyone has been fascinated with it. I am one of those people who just loves to see something new, fresh, and feel like you're the part of a moment. And it was a moment that was happening. I compared it last night on Twitter to the 2020 NBA All-Star Game, where it was just so weird and like not completely channeled in and like honed in. And what I mean by that is like it just kind of felt like loose and wild, like something new to that extent, where it's like Jonathan Aranda's up, Kyle Lowry's taking charges. What is going on right now? And it was one of those situations where you heard about it and it sounded really fun, but the way that it happened for someone like Kyle Schwarber to step up, one of the defining power hitters of this generation of baseball, to step up in that moment the way that he did, for like the randomness that unfortunately I would have loved to see Gino hit, but for Stowers to be put in that situation as like the kid who didn't think he would ever be in that situation. It was all great. The replay of it is happening right now, like Rosa Reina to get up there and put the hat on backwards and all that kind of stuff. It was a really great, unique moment. And I think that the biggest challenge now to the poll question is not trying to overcompensate here. Like just, you've got something that works, just stick with it. You don't have to do more here. You don't have to force this outcome to happen. Now it's just when it comes, every 5 All-Star games that end in a tie, maybe even less than that, then you get this awesome moment at the end. And hopefully everyone will stick around now, because it would have been great to see Aaron Judge or Shohei Ohtani or other guys participate in this. You were telling me during the break, it's always been a thing in All-Star games. Guys always leave early. So it was going to be some random guys for the AL that were up there. With all due respect to guys like Jonathan Aranda, you would much rather have someone like Vladimir Guerrero Jr. or Aaron Judge up there.
Sure, the randos that were left for the National League were much better home run hitters than the randos that were left for the American League. There's no doubt about that. I mean, it was. I remember I was telling you the story about I was host of the Bob Brenly show back in 2002 after that infamous All-Star game that ended up in a tie, and that was where I first learned. He's like, everybody left. I mean, there weren't players leave. Players, Aaron Judge was on his way to the airport. Shohei Ohtani was long gone. Even a guy like Cal Raleigh was there. I saw him on the side. But Boone said after the game, I don't want to ask a guy who's been out of the game, who's been sitting around for an hour and a half, to come back in and swing the bat that violently. That's just like an invitation to an injury. I'm going to use guys. And Robert said the same thing. I'm going to use the guys who are in the game and warm in kind of the back half of the game as my choices. And Dave Roberts just had better choices than Aaron Boone did at the time. He had Schwarber, and he didn't even use Pete Alonso. He was going to use Suarez, but Suarez got dinged in the hand. You could convince me that if after 12 innings, a regular season game is still tied, and you've done the ghost runner thing, or even if you want to drop the ghost runner thing, and just do 2 extra innings of baseball, play the 10th, play the 11th, you're still tied. You want to go to a swing off then in that set of circumstances? You could twist my arm and convince me it'd be okay, because I don't think it would completely lose its charm if you did it that infrequently. I think if you just flat out replace the ghost runner thing, or just 10th inning, hey, let's just have a swing off, then I think it becomes trite, boring, overplayed, overdone. I wonder, too, if it's going to change the way they do like home run derbies in the future. I mean,
would hope so.
The beauty of it was just how simple it was. You get 3 swings, right? You get 3 pitches, three swings of the bat. That's it, and you're done, right? 3 swings, not 3 pitches. You get 3. Go back to a home run derby that's got more of a simplicity element to it, and maybe more guys would participate because last night was so genuine and fun.
I'm watching it happen again, and like Schwarber hits the ball. We track it. We pan to his teammates who are really excited. Like you can imagine those types of situations in the home run derby the day prior where you could have just let the moment breathe a little bit. Like it felt like it really soaked in all of the drama that it needed. Like the catcher even behind Schwarber was like celebrating as he hit it as a member of the team as well.
He got up and he did this before the ball was even out of the infield, right?
It was awesome. Like seeing Gino jump up and down, Mizorowski's jumping up and down. Like that's the type of like letting the moment actually breathe that the home run derby needs to learn from for sure.
And I know all those guys they're jumping around because they just earned an extra $25,000, but they're also jumping around because ultimately they're playing a kid's game. One of my very best friends sent out a text last night in our group, and he said, this is like something we all would have come up with as 10-year-olds in the backyard, right? Like, hey, let's just do this we used to play a home run derby at this park in Tempe where we take a wiffle ball bat, wrap it in duct tape, and pitch tennis balls to each other. And just, they jacked them over the fence. My swing was terrible. I didn't jack that many over the fence. But it just had that, it was cool, it was special, it was fun, and it was great seeing the players act like a bunch of little kids out there. They were all so into it. It was great. And it was new, but I think if you kept going back to that well again and again, it would lose that newness and it would just be another thing. One other quick thing about the All-Star game, if I could last night, the ABS system, bring it. I mean,
But the sensitive umpires, Dave,
bring it.
Will hurt their feelings.
Seriously.
Oh, no.
It added, 45 seconds to the game last night? 4 challenges. It added maybe 40 seconds to the game last night. It was fun. There was drama. Where's the ball? Watch the flight. There it is. It just nipped the strike zone.
And just how about, like, the enjoyable nature of watching a game and not having part of the narrative of the game be how the umpire is having a bad night. I am so sick of watching games where I hear something along the lines of like, oh, so-and-so. I don't even like naming umpires. I think that they should just be anonymous. Like, I don't think they should be characters in the sport
Diaz,
at
go
all.
ahead and name him.
Yeah, whatever. It's like, oh, Laz isn't really having a good night tonight. And it's like, I don't care that he's not having a good night. I just don't care. And I would rather it not be a part of the sport at all. It is. So for Cal Raleigh, as soon as he caught the I don't even think the ball was there yet. And he already tapped his helmet as if to say, challenge, please. And then 10 seconds later, it's a strike. He struck out. Amazing.
Join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club. It's next Wednesday as the Dbacks take on Christian Walker and the Houston Astros. Text the word half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to get lower level tickets for half off. Again, that's half to 620-620. Where did things go wrong with Bradley Beal in Phoenix? That is a loaded question that we'll try to answer next on Burns and Gambo.
The Arizona Sports Universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high. Deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, back here to say about Berg Simpson and the lawyers over at Berg Simpson who are just different than all the other options that you have out there. And trust me when I know, you have a lot of options out there when it comes to injury attorneys. I see all the billboards. I see all the buses. I see it all out there. A lot of choices. How do you know Berg Simpson is the one to call? Well, first of all, I hope you don't need to make the call. But if you are in that position, as my wife and I were many years ago, this is the reason why Berg Simpson is different. They have over 24 lawyers who have been named in the Best Lawyers in America publication. They have over 12 lawyers who have been named in the Super Lawyers publication. They are listed consistently as one of America's most influential law firms by the National Trial Lawyers. They are just different at Berg Simpson. You'll do your homework. You'll find that out for yourself. But they'll be the ones that you're going to want to have on your side because you are going to need somebody on your side. If you're ever in need, let the best team represent you. Call 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000 or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers changing lives.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
A summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here, that is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge, love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks, with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit, because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It is official. Bradley Beal is no longer a Phoenix Sun. ESPN's Shams Charania reported earlier today that Beal and the Suns had agreed to a buyout, and the Suns have now posted "Thank you, Brad" to their X page. For more on Beal's buyout, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Suns are currently playing their final game of Summer League in Las Vegas against the Minnesota Timberwolves. And the Phoenix Mercury lost 79-66 to the Minnesota Lynx earlier today, and their final game before the All-Star break. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Here are the top three headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Suns find their price by waiving and stretching Bradley Beal, writes Kellen Olson. X-rays come back clean after Eugenio Suarez is hit in the hand at the MLB All-Star Game, and Corbin Carroll smashed the first home run by a Diamondback in the All-Star Game. Those are the top three headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
3 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo show. And yeah, as you heard Zim talk about a second ago, Kellen, who's filling in for Gambo, has a piece up already at Arizonasports.com presented by Y-Refi. There are more coming when it comes to the Suns and Bradley Beal. But the news of the day, and we kind of, after a false start early last week, we kind of had a feeling yesterday or today was going to be the day. Came down about 10:30, 10:45 this morning. Bradley Beal waived by the Phoenix Suns with the presumption that it's going to be a waive and stretch deal. They don't have to do that until August. It's going to sign a 2-year, $11 million deal with the LA Clippers. The second year of that deal is a player option, so he could, in theory, opt out and cash in on a bigger deal if he wants. Bradley Beal on $5.4 million seems kind of like a steal for the LA Clippers. We'll talk about that a little bit, too.
Seems pretty great.
Seems like a pretty good deal
just
for
like
them.
Just like how the Rockets got Kevin Durant. Seems like it worked out pretty good
for them, too. Yep, But Bradley Beal is gone, and I know you're rejoicing in particular because here endeth the chapter of one of the weirdest, most depressing 2-year little spurts of Phoenix Suns basketball. And Kellen, I'll never forget where I was when I heard Bradley Beal was coming to the Suns, how excited I was that Bradley Beal was coming to the Suns, and all of this stuff that has gone down these last couple of years and these last couple of weeks has got me thinking, why was I so wrong? Where did they get it wrong? Where did this all go wrong? Because I'll never forget that moment when they got him. Why didn't I realize in that moment what a bad idea this was? Where did it go bad, Kellen?
Yeah, I'll have a story on ArizonaSports.com either tonight and tomorrow morning, kind of diagnosing the whole thing, looking back on the last 2 years, looking back on like the history of all-time bad trades for the Suns, because this deserves to be in the conversation for sure. For me, it starts and ends with their read of him and Devin Booker coexisting. And I think that has gone really, really under the radar here in terms of what we have watched the last 2 years, talked about the last 2 years, because the whole pitch here and the unavoidable thing that was going to come with acquiring him is like, you are committing to Devin Booker and Bradley Beal starting basketball games next to each other in a starting backcourt for the next 3 years. That is what you are committing to by doing this. 4 years, excuse me. Because you are not going to have a way out of this. You are not going to be able to trade him. You are not going to be able to find a way to get off of his money in a way that really makes sense and doesn't really hamper you in some kind of way. Like, you're going to have to take quite the lick. They have taken quite the lick in sort of getting rid of him. And this was a thing where at the start of that year, I remember at Media Day, talking to Brad, talking to Book, talking to Frank Vogel, and them just kind of shrugging and being like, it'll work out. We don't need a point guard. It's okay. And I believed that as well. I believed that they didn't need.
So I wasn't the only one.
A point guard. No, I was optimistic about the trade, and for a couple of different reasons. But the mistake that I ran into in evaluating it, and I'm sure you did as well when you were talking about it the next day, was you added a lot of qualifiers. If he stays healthy, this is great. If they don't need a point guard, this is great. If the three of them can make each other better and develop chemistry, this is great. If it works out on defense, this will be great. There were too many qualifiers. All of them failed colossally, and sort of here we are. But the moment for me where it really went wrong was signing Tyus Jones, not signing him specifically, but what it signaled. Because what it signaled was this backcourt doesn't work. We need a supervisor with them. We need a point guard with them to make sure that this works. That was the moment to me where it was just completely, totally cooked, and it was a terrible misread by them and anyone else who thought this would work, myself included, that Beal and Booker could coexist, make each other better, not need a point guard, because that was the only way for this to work, and it didn't.
Yeah. That's a well thought out answer. Mine wasn't mine wasn't nearly that complex, but it was. I just remember thinking in the moment that, and Devin Booker said as much. Good luck stopping us. Good luck stopping us. Got three of the premier offensive players in the game. You know, good luck. And like the defensive concerns, they were there. I kind of figured they were punting on defense and they were just leaning into we're going to outscore you every night. And I know, boy, looking back on that with the way the NBA has kind of like mini evolved over the last few years, what a mistake it was thinking like that. But in the moment, I think I was like them, coming off of that run in the playoffs of Devin and Kevin and Chris getting hurt, thinking, man, it's just too easy to stop up the plumbing on this team. If you can shut down one of those two and the other's having an off night, wouldn't it be great to have a third who could just alleviate that pressure and just say, okay, yeah, you're going to shut that guy down, and maybe this guy's going to have an off night, but you can't stop all of us. It's impossible for you to stop all of us. And I bought into that, and I leaned into that, and I thought it was going to happen. In retrospect, the injuries, very real thing. And I think we were I don't want to say I was too quick to dismiss those as something that was a fluke or you could get past or wasn't going to be that big of a deal. But the contract and the no trade clause and what do you do if this doesn't work? I think all of that stuff I underestimated, and I just didn't. And it didn't occur to me in the moment. The giant, like you're thinking risk reward, right? Like you look at everything through a risk reward filter. What's the risk if this doesn't work out? I think in the moment, I was not giving enough credibility to the risk and what would happen if it didn't work out. We're living it right now, it not working out. And I didn't think about that enough in the moment.
I think also one of the factors here at hand with just how this really didn't work was the idea of what this team was supposed to be. And remember, this was supposed to be the best offensive team in the league. You were going to be maybe a passable defense, maybe a below average defense, maybe a slightly above average defense. There were arguments there that it could work because of how much Devin Booker had improved defensively. Remember that 2 years ago. That hasn't come to fruition at all with how Brad could be freed up to play defense. I thought that he defended better than I expected he would, but he still had his moments just like everyone else. And then we know the inconsistencies for Kevin there in terms of his overall play on defense as well. But the offense, it just, whatever it was, again, I'm so excited to never say that again, or at least not say it for a couple more years about, like, I don't know why, or like, I don't know the reason why they never played a cohesive system or there was a recognizable style of play. That was just the death of this as well, because not getting any buy-in at all. Frank Vogel didn't get any buy-in at all. Mike Budenholzer got it for about a couple of weeks when they started off pretty well, and then it faded pretty quickly. The buy-in needed into a system and the system to succeed as well and put them in the best positions to succeed, that is a very complex thing that teams do so routinely all the time that we take it as this elementary thing. It isn't. But it is a very complex thing, and we see why it is when it fails like this.
Yeah, and it failed so spectacularly, and without any explanation or reason as to why, that it kind of left us all just hanging, holding the bag like that. So I think about something you said yesterday, and I think about the why those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it. Right, that old cliche that goes round and round. Something you said yesterday about the Suns, learning from this and moving on from this. Presumably, one thing that at least could, in theory, help is that Jalen Green does not miss games to the level which Bradley Beal does. And if you're looking for any kind of foundation to build your house upon as to why this two-guard system is going to work this time around when it didn't work last time, maybe that's the one thing you lean on, is that Jalen Green just doesn't miss games. But that's also suggesting then that Bradley Beal missing games was the reason why it failed. Would we even put that as the main reason why it failed? It's a reason. I won't deny you that. But is it the reason why it failed? Because he missed, 63 games out of a possible whatever it was?
I think it put them in a position to not be able to see this thing out fully. It was always the what if factor of this. I don't think this is a what if off of just what if he had stayed healthy? What if we all know why it failed, and there wasn't just one magical moment that could have been fixed for it and all of a sudden it would have worked. But I do think the injuries were the dominating factor in why this didn't work. But you and I share a lot of skepticism that even if he would have played 70 games back-to-back years, that this still would have failed.
I think it would have failed still. I really do. I think it still would have failed, even if he were healthy when it was all said and done. So now that Bradley Beal is officially out, the question is, what's next for the Phoenix Suns? In the immediate short term, what's next future? What's coming around the bend? That's coming up on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if you are dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. Now, you've probably heard me talk about QC Kinetics and their innovative non-surgical treatments for joint pain, and during your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you, and that'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
At the UPS Store, we ensure your small biz stands out with a variety of high-quality paper stock options, banners, posters, brochures, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Walt's, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Walt's.
Of justice, Superman prepares for his battle with Lex Luthor.
I'm sorry, I misread that. It's not the Hall of Justice, it's Derek Hall who's joining Bickley and Murata mornings. Tune in at 6 a.m.
Metropolis needs you.
Nope.
We totally both didn't snicker while our mics were off, by the way. Didn't get that at all.
Derek Hall, the Hall of Justice. Yeah, no. Kellen Olson's filling in for Gambo today. You'll be back tomorrow, yes? Promise?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
Took a sec.
Took a second to rattle it around in your brain. John Morosi, National Baseball Insider for the MLB Network. He's going to join us in about 15 minutes, and I imagine there's going to be a lot of trade deadline discussion with John, and I'm curious to see what he thinks this is going to go and how this is going to play itself out. In the meantime, more reaction to the Bradley Beal situation. Obviously, it's the story of the day. It's weird. It's a story that we all knew was coming, and we were all kind of waiting for it to come, and then knowing that we had all these angles and these ways of talking about it, trying to keep it fresh, trying to keep it new, and trying to talk about what it all means. Because, and Kellen and I were talking about this during one of the breaks. Like, as far as the to-do list this offseason, this is it, right? Like, we're done. We're sign a player, maybe 2 to a contract, and unless there is some big salary aggregation trade coming our way, this presumably is the roster that you're going to battle with next season. Now, I say that, and things can change at the last minute. DeAndre Ayton's trade didn't happen until about a week before the training camp started a couple of years ago. But what's next now for the Phoenix Suns that Bradley Beal is no more? What's on the to-do list?
They got to reshape their roster still. So Devin Booker and Jalen Green will be starting. I assume Dylan Brooks is going to be starting too. That leaves Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal still coming off of the bench and in need of minutes. And it's just too many guys at that size to find minutes for. You probably want to find Colin Gillespie or a backup point guard some minutes as well. So there is just some reshaping there. And I think I'm talking about this just as much from the standpoint of okay, like this just makes sense. Like the Suns are going to be able to get playing time for these guys, but like that these guys have value. I know that there's a perception out there that Grayson Allen might not have trade value. I don't really see it. For what it's worth, he has been the best shooter in the NBA statistically the last 2 seasons.
Even at that price? Even with the salary that it makes with the extension?
Even at that price,
Okay,
I really think he makes 16.8 this year, 18.1 the next year. I think his shooting, he is not just like a Kobe Bryant, to put it that way, where he is just a specialist. I think he's a good all-around basketball player, and I think that a team that was able to see through the sludge of the last 2 years is going to see that, and is going to see that for someone like Royce O'Neal as well. Royce is the easier guy to trade. He only makes $10 million next year, but would you trade both of them? Would you throw in one of the centers? Would you throw in Nick Richards? Would you throw in Oso Ighodaro? I think that there's some rebalancing there that can get done. You have multiple things that you need on the roster. This is not just about getting a 6'8", 6'9", 6'10 wing. Those are players that every single team wants, so it's going to be tougher for you to add. But you could use another point guard for sure. One to come off the bench and be the third guard, be the Ty Jerome, if you want to compare it to what Cleveland did last year, to Green and Booker, to give them someone to play make off of. We talked about the need for that 2 years ago. Tyus Jones came in and provided it in a different way, but you do need a bit of that on your roster now as well. And like I said, like I believe Nick Richards has trade value. I believe Grayson Allen has trade value. I think Royce O'Neal has trade value as well. What would help is to have more assets to sprinkle in along the way.
To convince teams to take them.
You do not necessarily have that anymore. The Mark Williams trade all but eliminated that. All of the moving around in the second round all but eliminated that as well. They have a couple seconds left. That's just about it with what they can move around and use.
If this is the roster, you're like, let's assume that they sign a point guard. And I was texting today with Gambo, by the way, before he got on his return flight, and he, once again reiterated some of the things that we had said yesterday, that he had said yesterday. No Chris Paul, no Russell Westbrook, no. In fact, the big belief now is that Chris Paul is going to join Bradley Beal and company with the LA Clippers and just unify there for a crazy backcourt. No Ben Simmons. He ruled out Ben Simmons today. He texted me that earlier today. The common belief is that they sign a point guard, some point guard. Maybe they sign another player because Kobe Bryant is on a two-way and they do have a roster spot. Maybe they sign another guy. But I agree with you. If there's no other moves to make and they don't do anything else, this roster is horribly imbalanced. And I think watching them on a nightly basis next year, trying to figure out the right matchups and trying to figure out who guards who and who's playing out of position and who's trying to defend guys and stop guys is going to be a nightly Rubik's Cube for Jordan Ott and staff to figure with this roster the way it's configured right now. I would hope, I don't know if it's going to happen, my hope would be that even a week before training camp, there is some sort of a Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, Nick Richards, like spraying a little WD-40 on a stuck nut, trying to loosen things. I think this team is going to need to have the nut loosened a little bit to play a better version of basketball, because I just think too much in one spot, not enough in another. And I hope they can address that before the season starts. I don't know what the possibilities are that they can. I hope they do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking up at the TV right now. Like, Rasheer Fleming grabs an offensive rebound, puts it back, has a nice defensive possession where he gets a hand on the ball. Like, I would like to see him get minutes next year. I would like to see him get opportunities. Where is his opportunity going to be? Like, I think that guy that you're going to prioritize to make sure it gets minutes is Ryan Dunn, and he will. Also, Ighodaro's had another really strong game, but there just isn't room for him to play right now. There is none at all. And again, your entire next couple of years, and by default, the next 5 to 10 years, is going to be contingent on your player development over these next couple of years. And the only guys that are really going to get prioritization right now with that are Jalen Green, Mark Williams, and Ryan Dunn. But you would like to see those other guys get opportunities if they're warranted, and honestly, in some ways, even if they're not warranted, to give them an opportunity. But you've got vets that you have to appease, and you're trying to win a certain amount of basketball games again. But again, I believe that's just a mixed vision, and that shouldn't be what they're trying to do next year.
I think that's a missed priority. I don't think, I know winning games always should be the priority, but I think there are just sometimes you kind of have to punt on that vision a little bit and focus on what's important. And I want to make a distinction here too when I talk about this. That there's a style in which you can play basketball where you don't have to worry so much about who's your power forward, who's your 4, who's your 5, who's your 3, who's your 2. You just want to see him go out and play hard and with effort and with passion and with connectivity and all of that stuff. That'll only get you so far, though. And I understand this new management team is prioritizing that vision of guys who play with that kind of pulse and that kind of fever every single night. But there still is just kind of a fundamental, you guard that guy, you guard that guy, who's going to guard that guy? And you can play as hard as you want. You can play with as much effort as you want. At the end of the day, if you have the wrong matchups out there and the wrong personnel, doesn't matter how hard you play. It's kind of an invitation for you to get obliterated at times.
You're not working with a great margin here either. Like from a talent perspective, you are somewhere between a 30 to a 35 win team. But if everything doesn't click into place together, you're lowering that ceiling by default. And I believe that's what you're doing. It starts at the top with the starting backcourt you're projected to have. And it starts with all of these pieces that don't really fit together and are a bit redundant in other places as well. And again, like this is something that we talked about throughout the offseason and just evaluating it as a whole, is that they made a couple of moves that position themselves in a need to make other trades later on. And it's very easy to make moves and say, okay, well, we can move them if it doesn't work out. We can get these other moves done. If it doesn't happen, we can just move them over here and it'll be fine. It's a lot easier to say that than actually do it. Yeah, it is. And there's going to be, assuming there are no other moves to make, I mean, they'll sign a player. But that's kind of be it for Suns. Like it'll get real quiet with the Phoenix Suns for a couple of months until we get closer to media day and training camp, unless something kind of comes along and shakes things up. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we will talk a little baseball. The Diamondbacks are the one team that seems to have all eyes on them with the trade deadline looming. What do the other teams have to offer? We're going to go national and ask John Morosi of MLB Network. He'll join us next on the Burns and Gambo show with Kellen filling in.
The Beal deal is done.
This is it. We've all been waiting for this.
He's on his way to the Clippers. The fact that he signed for a paltry 2 years, $11 million. Yes, he wanted to go to L.A. reportedly.
Yeah.
That's where his family was before then eventually moved him here to the PHX, but now they're going back to L.A., so I'm guessing that was his first, second, and third choice all along.
Reaction to the Suns parting ways with guard Bradley Beal on the way from Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Back here for Global Credit Union, 10 branches throughout the valley. Super easy to use mobile app that always puts you in control of your finances. You could bank with a bank. You could do your savings and your checking accounts and your loans with a standard typical bank, or you could go with Global Credit Union, an organization that is committed to its membership, committed to you when you become a member, me since I am a member. Global members pay low to no fees on their accounts. They get a higher interest rate than they can at the bank. Collectively speaking, Global members saved about $195 million last year because of this commitment to low to no fees and the better interest rates that you can get. It's a better way of banking, more benefits to you, easier to do, all of it, which is why you should explore the benefits. Look into it by becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back and back and back. If your symptoms keep coming back, talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C. Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did an awful lot of research on Aria Dental Implant Center, did you not?
I looked at a lot of different places, and I just found Aria Dental was the best. The care that I was getting, the finances that were available to me, and the quality.
Yes. You both have had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment, have you not, Leo?
Yes, I have. Once I met the staff and the way they treated me and set me down and walked me through the procedure, I felt real comfortable. Joe came in, talked about what my needs were and how I felt about myself. 3 days later, I have a set of teeth in my face. I feel back in my young days again. You can't quit smiling.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. If you're shopping for an engagement ring, we want you to feel like a kid in a candy store. All of our diamonds are in stock, in-store and online, so you get to use your eyes, not your imagination. Come in and look at marquee-shaped diamonds right next to ovals and pears. As your friend and jeweler, you can trust you'll get your dream diamond at an everyday competitive price. We have the widest selection in-store and at shaneco.com, because a friend knows choosing a diamond is personal. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It is official. Bradley Beal is no longer a Phoenix Sun. ESPN's Shams Charania reported earlier today that Beal and the Suns had agreed to a buyout, and the Suns have now posted "Thank you, Brad" to their X page. For more on Beal's buyout, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Suns are currently playing their final game of Summer League in Las Vegas against the Minnesota Timberwolves. And the Phoenix Mercury lost 79-66 to the Minnesota Lynx earlier today in their final game before the All-Star break. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday. Forget about the ESPYs. We'll give you the awards that really count, the AZs. The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
It does sound like fun. Welcome back. Burns and Gambo here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Gambo, on his way back from his European vacation, Kellen is filling in here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. And unfortunately for our next guest, the last time he was on the show, he and Gambo spoke in Italian for about the last 90 seconds of that interview. John Morosi, insider from MLB Network, is joining us right now. John, I apologize, not for Kellen, but because Gambo's not here. Neither one of us speak Italian, so it's just going to have to be good old-fashioned English. Is that cool?
All right, well, I guess that's the end of this interview. No, I'm just kidding. I'm all set. I tell you what, I was actually promised before the segment started that Kellen had actually practiced his Italian before this began. So I think we're ready. Kellen's got some hot takes on Italy's qualification for the World Cup coming up. But we got to make sure we get him into the big World Cup final here next summer in the States. So, Kellen, my friend, I'm putting a lot of trust in you, okay?
As the great Brad Pitt once said in one of my favorite movies of all time, Buongiorno.
There you go. You got it.
Buongiorno.
Hey, even it may not necessarily be pronounced perfectly, but I appreciate the effort, Kellen. This is outstanding, and thanks for having me on the show today, guys.
No, John, it really is our pleasure to have you on, especially the day after the All-Star break when things are so busy. We've got a gazillion questions to ask you about the Diamondbacks and the trade deadline, but I do want to start because it's still kind of fresh in our minds, and we've already had a couple of conversations about it. What are the reverberations around the sport from what we saw last night, how that game ended, the lightning in the bottle and the magic that baseball seemed to capture in that moment? What are you gauging as the reaction around the sport, either from the sport itself, from players in the league, managers, coaches, whatever, on how that game ended and kind of how special it was in the moment?
Sensational, Dave. And I think that, listen, it's hard in our modern times to get 100% support for anything, but I think a strong majority of people who watched that game turned off the TV last night and said, man, that was entertaining. And that is the point. That is the point of sports in general, okay? This is the entertainment business. And also, specifically, the All-Star game. History will probably forget in a few years exactly what the final score was or how it all played out. And they're going to remember the moments at the end, the anticipation of, hey, we're about to see something and do something that we've never done before. And we can argue about how that should decide an actual game, and that's not what anybody's suggesting here. But the reality is major significant events in other sports, specifically soccer and ice hockey, have been decided by similar structures for a very, very long time. And in fact, some of the most dramatic moments ever. Italy winning the World Cup in 2006, by the way, which I'm sure Gambo remembers well and wants to talk about. But these are things that have been decided by similar devices, and it was just the first time it happened in baseball, and I would say that it was a rousing success. And Kyle Schwarber, I want to make sure people don't lose sight of, and John Smoltz did a great job in the moment of explaining this. That is almost impossible to do. There are no fielders out there. There's no batting cage turtle around you. You're stepping there in front of millions of people watching. 3 swings, 3 homers. I don't care if it was off a batting practice pitcher. That was absolutely epic. And I just love the notes. I think the inimitable Twitter follow, Cespedes Family Barbecue, said that was the first ever position player to win an All-Star Game MVP without having a hit, but also while having 3 home runs at the same time. And if you had shown that post to someone 24 hours before, they would have said, what? How is any of that possible? It doesn't make any sense. But to all of us who watched it last night, it made total sense.
No doubt.
And that, to me, is what I like the best. It was pure entertainment, guys, and that's why we are on this show. That's why we love sports.
John, good news. Don't speak any Italian, but I can talk Italian soccer with you all day. John Luigi Buffon, nice. Giorgio Chiellini, Francesco Totti. I got all the names covered for you. We're all good. To focus on the trade deadline specifically, we've formed this narrative around here the last couple of weeks that the Diamondbacks are somewhat in the driver's seat with because of what they have available and what they can offer to other teams. They can sort of dictate where things go over the next couple of weeks and be the team that is above all others with what they can offer. Do you buy into that theory at all, that they are the team that is going to receive the most calls?
I do. I think they are one of the handful of teams, at least on the potential seller side, that can really dictate the pace of all this. Now, I have one caveat to start. I checked in with one D-back source today. I said, hey, where are we at? Are you ready to potentially move and make some transactions? And basically I was told we got to wait. We have to gather some more information and see how things play out in the next little while, which I respect. You look at baseballreference.com, they've got a 7% chance of making the playoffs. It's a fairly remote chance, although in the modern game with all these additional wild cards, there are certainly ways and pathways to getting in there. And I think in fairness, 2 years ago, they didn't have that great of a first half in the year in which they made it to the World Series.
Right.
So there is at least some precedent for them to let this thing play out for a little while. But there's also no denying that the way this team is structured, with Suarez being a free agent, with Gallen being a free agent, Naylor, similar situation, they have the kind of pieces that a lot of teams would want. And I do think, too, with enough of a bullpen of marketable guys, you could put Ginkel in that conversation, that have had track records in different seasons, is that if you're having a conversation with someone that says, listen, I can't give you prospect X for Gallen straight up, but if you start putting in Suarez, if you put in some bullpen pieces, then maybe it becomes a bigger deal. And I think that's why the D-backs really do have the driver's seat if they want it. And again, for now they're saying we need more time, and I get that.
Yeah.
But pretty soon, guys, decision time is upon us. And I would say the D-backs are going to be one of those teams that eventually will come around to the thinking that, yeah, they probably should be sellers.
John Morosi from the MLB Network is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show, and we do appreciate him joining us via the air link as well. It's an interesting notion about combining some of these sellable pieces that Diamondbacks have, but just from your perspective, on an individual basis, who do you think is the one that nets the most in return specifically? Who is that guy for them, John?
That's a great question. The answer is Gallen for me. Now, and this is where it's interesting. I'll mention this for a couple different reasons. Number one, he really got going again in a good way the last couple starts before the break. And Zach being Zach and just being such a cerebral guy, I think if he's able to bottle what was happening before the deadline and come out and sustain that for 2 more starts, his value is only going to go up higher. I think that's number one. So his value is peaking in the sense that he's a pending free agent who's been at times one of the better guys in the league, and it looks like he figured something out at exactly the right time. That's good news all the way around. The other thing is this, and I remember years ago, Doug Melvin, who was then the Brewers GM, told me something that I've never forgotten as a journalist, which is during the season, when you're moving somebody at the deadline, there's almost always going to be more action on your pitchers than your bats. And here's the reason why, is that for basically every single team that's a contender, Zach Gallen is better than everybody's 5th starter, with maybe a handful of exceptions. You could argue if a team is totally stacked, but in almost 29 times out of 29, he is better than someone who is in everyone's rotation, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Whereas Suarez is, maybe his market is 4 teams, maybe it's 5 teams. In this case, though, I would say this. It's the right group of teams, because the Cubs need a third baseman, the Yankees need a third baseman, and the Mariners need a third baseman. And all 3 of those teams are, I would describe as clear buyers with fairly strong mandates to win right now. So if I'm the Diamondbacks, I'm feeling pretty good that the right teams are involved in this conversation, and you're probably going to get a very good offer for Suarez. Certainly a big sigh of relief last night after the injury scare, but all things appear to be good. He had made that amazing play in the 9th inning. That was certainly a relief in a lot of ways for the D-backs. So it's a fascinating conversation, but I do think that Gallen, just based on the market forces and the number of teams that need a starting pitcher, that there's probably a little bit more interest in him, but the market, the teams that are in there on Suarez, they want to win, and it's the right teams with the right urgency to make a significant offer.
John, I know in this case sometimes the standings can lie. What I mean by that is just how bunched up it is at the top and how many teams seemingly have a real shot at contending for a championship this year. Do you believe in that sentiment, that it's as wide open as the standings look? And if so, can that benefit the Diamondbacks with teams being more aggressive with that mindset?
I think so, Colin. That's a really good point. There's a lot of teams, especially in the American League, who feel like they've got a shot. And you look at the Tigers, they've got the best record in baseball, but they're not this inevitable juggernaut that is on a march to the World Series, no questions asked. I mean, the American League is wide open. And I would say for that matter, Kellen, the National League is wide open too. We all watched the Dodgers carefully. They didn't have a good 2 weeks right before the deadline. Now, maybe the deadline the All-Star break, I should say. Maybe the All-Star break arrived at the right time. They needed a reset. You know, that team stands up to a lot of pressure all season long. They're supposed to win, and they know it. I get all that. But look at how many injuries they've dealt with in the rotation. And I would have thought, actually, if the Dodgers had struggled to the extent that they have in the last couple weeks, that the Giants or Padres would have charged right up there and gotten it within a game of them or so. And that really hasn't happened either. I think the Padres and the Giants seem to be a little bit more ordinary right now, which honestly, Colin, for me sets up a fascinating conversation with the Padres. What happens if some team walks in and they're calling the D-backs on Gallen, and then they call up A.J. Preller and say, hey, how about Dylan Cease? And where does that go?
Yeah.
That to me is one of the probably untold stories to this point in time. If we think we have figured out exactly what A.J. Preller is going to do with the Padres, we probably haven't, because they're almost always willing to make more moves. So I think the Padres could still be a buy and sell kind of a team. I do think the Brewers are certainly in there as a legit buyer. Maybe they add one more bat. I'd be really interested to see if Suarez becomes an option for them, because they've got a pretty good farm system. But the Cubs, to me, they're a team that believes with the depth of their lineup right now, this could be their best team since 2016. And there's been some heat on them the last couple of years. Craig Counsell, year 2, it's time to show some results. The Cubs, to me, feel like one of the more aggressive teams in all of baseball at the deadline.
Yeah. John, really, really good stuff as always. I know you're super busy with everything going on in the sport, especially coming off of last night. We really appreciate it. I promise you the next time you're on, 5 full minutes devoted to Italian soccer. Okay, guaranteed. Just put it down right now, okay?
Ci parliamo presto. You got it. I believe I'm in Phoenix right after the deadline is over. So if you're at the ballpark, we'll catch up there and maybe even we'll do that conversation in person. So I'll make sure I follow up with you guys about when I'll be there, and we can make it a whole show.
Please, absolutely. We would love to catch up with you when you're in town. Absolutely
Sounds
do that.
great.
Safe travels. John, thank you for your time,
Thanks
man.
so
We
much.
really appreciate it.
Looking forward to it. All the best. Thank you so much.
John Morosi from the MLB Network joining us here on the Burns and Gambo show. We do appreciate his time and joining us. Thank you, John. Absolutely, especially via the Airlink. He's busy, got a lot going on. You see him all the time on MLB Network, and it's good to have him here on the show. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, first let me remind you about the Burns and Gambo show podcast, because you could subscribe right now on your iPhone or your Android. You will not miss our show. You can listen to our show like you would any of your favorite podcasts. The Burns and Gambo show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Heaven forbid the Diamondbacks are given another scare, and in the All-Star game of all places. We can all breathe. He's fine. At least we think. Next on Burns and Gambo.
Cards Camp. 6 days away. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, just south of Glendale, and Sanderson Ford is America's most awarded Ford dealership. I've been shopping Sanderson Ford ever since I moved to the Valley. The late, great Al McCoy first told me about Sanderson Ford. I've been shopping there ever since. My good friend Luis Gonzalez, Gonzo, also shops at Sanderson Ford. So if you're looking for a new car, truck, or SUV, they've got a great selection with about 700 vehicles on the lot right now. You'll always find what you're looking for at Sanderson Ford. Whether you want an Edge, a Bronco Sport, or how about the best-selling truck in America, the F-150, Sanderson Ford is going to have what you're looking for. You can go online at sandersonford.com and comb through the inventory and see what you like, or just head on down to Sanderson Ford. Again, they're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, just south of Glendale, America's most awarded Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. For more info, go to sandersonford.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters is here to help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Right now, get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox air conditioning system installed for as low as $99 a month. That's serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins has been taking care of the Valley for over 40 years. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule your appointment today.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When you stay in your home, what you love gets to stay too. From the gardens that grow wild to the grandkids that run wilder. From the Friday night baseball games to the Sunday morning brunches. Even the daily crosswords and weekly book clubs. There's room for it all with help from Home Instead, the largest in-home senior care network, with over 30 years of trusted experience delivering the peace of mind you deserve. Visit Home Instead online for a better what's next.
Speeding while driving gives you less time to react. Another car could turn out in front of you. A pedestrian could be walking their dog. Follow the speed limit to keep them safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
Hey, it's Wolf. How crucial is the Diamondbacks series against the Cardinals this weekend? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Suarez looking.
Whoa!
Boy. No.
You're going to first.
Man. Hey, Eugenio Suarez. One of the top home run hitters in the league. And one of the key trade deadline pieces, potentially.
No. I mean, like, I think everybody had, watching that moment last night, Kellen, probably had a very similar reaction, but just for different reasons. The people who are optimistic the Diamondbacks can still get back into this was like, oh, please, no, not again. There were probably just a segment of fans who were thinking just that. Oh, my God, seriously, again? And with this guy, same guy who hit him, Suarez versus Shane Smith on June 23rd.
No balls and a strike. The pitch from Smith. And that hits Suarez on the hand. And he is going to be awarded first base. He's holding his hand. He's headed straight towards the dugout. And now out comes Torey Lovello, and now out comes a trainer. And just when the Diamondbacks suffered an injury like this to Corbin Carroll, an aspiring all-star, and looking like it might have just happened again here to Eugenio Suarez.
And then the other reaction to have to it in the moment is that might be your biggest trade chip at the deadline. Who just got, right? Like, it was just this symphony of reactions to watching a Eugenio Suarez get hit last night. And I know which one you felt the first, which was...
oh no again, and then just like feeling frustrated for Gino on his behalf and feeling frustration for Torey and Derek Hall, because I'm sure their same reaction was cursing at the television and then saying, again, seriously, and specifically with that pitcher as well. It's just been a frustrating thing that has happened a lot this season. It has been the scouting report on a couple of guys, Gurriel in particular, getting up and in, and it's always been this age-old baseball thing where don't pitch up and in if you can't control the ball. Mm-hmm. You're in the All-Star game where everyone should be able to control the ball. Mm-hmm. Apparently not. Did you think it was on purpose? Some fans did.
Some fans did. I didn't. I thought it was incompetence, not intentional. But a lot of people whose opinion I respect very much, think it was intentional, which kind of had me second-guessing myself throughout the course of the night. I think Shane Smith is one of the top pitchers in baseball and hitting guys, which is remarkable that he's an all-star, but I think he's actually one of the more common, prolific guys at it. So I tend
Gino, after the first up and in pitch, looked back at the mound like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
It's the All-Star game. What are you doing?
And because it's that look that has some people thinking it was intentional.
Yeah.
Like, hey, dude, you did this, and then to come back up and in again after that is sort of the, man, are you trying to throw at him in the All-Star? I'm like, were you upset that he was upset the first time you hit him back in Chicago on June 23rd? If so, that's a you problem, Shane Smith. That's not an Eugenio Suarez problem. That's a you problem. Don't get upset with him because you keep hitting him in the hand. So maybe it was. Did you think it was intentional?
I didn't think so, but the coincidence is strong.
Very strong. The force is strong.
It's asking for a lot.
To suspend disbelief that it's not intentional? Yeah, it's asking a lot.
Or for that, again, that first pitch, throwing it up and in and just being like,
I guess I just
probably shouldn't do that after the way it happened last time. And I think that what I'll say is I think that Smith was not considering the possibility of hitting him, and I'm not saying that he should per se, but if you've thrown up and in on this guy in the past and you've hit him before, or you're hitting guys in general because you're throwing too far up and in, don't do it in the freaking All-Star game, an exhibition.
And that's why I think at my core I didn't think it was intentional. Like, of all the places to throw it, dudes, you're going to choose that moment, right? Like the All-Star game. Hey, we're all brothers. We're all in this together. We're all trying to put on. That's where you're going to play out a personal vendetta. That's where you're going to get into a pissing match with a Eugenio Suarez. It just seems like even the most low-down, dirty affair between two baseball players shouldn't be played out at the All-Star game. It just so I hope it's not, but like I say, a lot of people who I respect thought it was, and so hopefully, like, he had the X-rays, they're negative. He asked out of the little swing off at the end. He was one of the three, And Dave Roberts designated his 3, so did Aaron Boone, before the game started. Hey, just in case, if we're in a tie, you're my guys. Suarez was one of his guys, and Suarez had to ask out of it because he just didn't want to run the risk of damaging the finger any further. But X-rays checked out. He was still in the game. He still made that slick play over at third, albeit with a different hand, because I know what Mike Hazen was probably thinking when that all went down. No. That's my chip. But what if I'm trading, if I'm selling, that you don't, because you damage that, that's it. It's done. You're not trading Eugenio Suarez.
The only guy that played in that game that other GMs could look at and be like, I could have him. Everyone else, like, not going to be available at the deadline. Gino will be available at the deadline.
Yeah. To the point where they even, like you heard in the play-by-play cut, they even brought it up there. Ooh, one of the National League's best third basemen, and certainly one of the biggest trade chips in bit. Like it's not a secret, right? Like you brought this up yesterday. He was the one guy playing in yesterday's game that you're reasonably confident is going to be playing for somebody else when the trade deadline comes and goes. Hopefully he's okay. I imagine came home, got more imaging done, and hopefully it's with Gabby Moreno, there was kind of a delayed effect of when he got hit in the hand and he kept playing and it looked like he was going to work his way through it. And they did some more imaging and they realized it was really more messed up than it was. Hopefully that's not this and that he's fine and everything's okay, because it would really screw a lot of things up if not.
And you guys will talk to Torrey Friday, right?
Oh, yeah. And that will be something we bring up. The other awful thing that happened last night, and I'm not saying the Gino thing was awful, but it seems like they've avoided disaster. The other awful thing that happened last night is a story that just posted on ArizonaSports.com. Scottsdale police are investigating a high-dollar residential burglary at the home that is listed to be owned by All-Star Marte.
Man.
According to the police, there were signs of forced entry into the house and numerous personal items, including jewelry, were stolen. There was nobody home at the time of the crime. The investigation is still active, but according to the listings, that is his residence, and police say they are looking into a burglary of his house last night. Wasn't there a whole string?
This continues a trend, of players being away. Like I think it was Burrow was one of the more notable guys where he's not going to be home because he's playing in Kansas City or whatever. Like for a fact that he's not going to be home now. Is everyone not going to be home? You don't know. That's where I was thankful for you to read off that part that no one was there
right
at the time. But it continues this thing where apparently if you're a high-profile athlete and you're going to leave town for a couple of days, you got to hire security to be around your house. That shouldn't be necessary, but it looks like it is apparently.
Yeah, it's a great night for the Diamondbacks last night, with the exception of Suarez getting hit in the hand and now that, and it's kind of taken at least a little bit of the luster off last night for the organization. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, man, fast-moving show. 4 o'clock, Jamal is here. He's going to get us caught up on everything going on in sports. 4 o'clock reset is next here on Burns and Gambo. Stay with us.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play.
And on score!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Ready! Hi, this is Chris with Ready Services, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. I've been with the company for going on 15 years. What you're going to get is not only get your problems fixed, but you're going to leave with peace of mind knowing that it's done right and done well by a qualified technician. Ready Services won't ever take advantage of any of our customers. Our goal is always to be the most accurate in diagnosing and providing top flight service for any service, air conditioning or plumbing.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid for below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It is official. Bradley Beal is no longer a Phoenix Sun. ESPN's Shams Charania reported earlier today that Beal and the Suns had agreed to a buyout, and the Suns have now posted "Thank you, Brad" to their X page. For more on Beal's buyout, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Suns are currently playing their final game of Summer League in Las Vegas against the Minnesota Timberwolves. And the Phoenix Mercury lost 79-66 to the Minnesota Lynx earlier today, and their final game before the All-Star break. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at AmericaRoofingCo.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Fast moving show here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Always love to see that on a Wednesday afternoon. Let's get you caught up on everything going on in sports. Jamal is here with us. Rumor has it you're going to be with us for the rest of the week, we think.
Tomorrow for sure.
Tomorrow for sure.
Okay,
cool. Sounds good. Well, you've been doing a bang-up job so far. Tell us what's going on in sports.
Boys, I have good news to start the reset.
Good news?
Good news.
Good news.
It's official. Bradley Beal has been bought out. He is no longer a part of the Phoenix Suns.
Jamal, you're very happy about this, I can tell.
Oh, I woke up this morning. Well, actually, I was up before, but I saw it, and I haven't stopped smiling since.
You're a pretty happy guy to begin with, so I imagine it doesn't take a lot to push you into a happy zone. But I'm glad you're happy. That's good.
Well, thank you, guys. Thank you. And how does it feel to be finally over? It's done.
Kellen, you're the one who was chained to that desk down there for the last 2 years trying to cover this basketball team.
It feels good to just know that the new era is officially upon us and that it is actually what it is being advertised to be. What I mean by that is there are situations where you could transition, like Matt actually said, we're going to make a lot of changes, and then there aren't really that many changes. There have been a whole lot of changes. This is not going to be the same basketball team that you saw last year with the personnel. We'll see if style of play, competitive fire, all that kind of stuff is going to be back on the team. They're probably going to not win as many games as they did last year, but it should be a far more refreshing product to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it's not ideal. There was no, I appreciate Jamal's enthusiasm, I really do, but there was no good way to solve this problem. It was just what way is the least worst way to solve this problem. And whether this is that or not is up for debate, and whether they should have done the other. Or but I do think now this puts an extra onus on this owner and this general manager and this coach to, quite frankly, earn back a little bit of trust when it comes to how to run the Phoenix Suns, because there has just been not much that has gone right in the last 2 years, and it's asking a lot to ask us as Suns fans collectively to just buy in and believe your plan and your vision when things haven't worked out very well. You know what I mean? Like there's very much okay, you cleaned out the guys you didn't want. Now let's see you go do your jobs and let's see if you're good at it. You know, and there's kind of that unknown element to this right now. That's how I'm feeling when it comes to the Suns and their ability to dig out of this hole they've made for themselves.
Yeah, kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place with Bradley Beal.
Yes, lots of rocks and lots of hard places.
The MLB All-Star Game was last night, and all three of the Diamondbacks put their imprint on the game. What was your favorite Diamondback moment of last night?
Carroll.
I think Marte at the beginning, just because of the significance and how it started the game, and just like him owning the first big moment of the game in general.
Carroll, because I like the national audience getting some exposure to this 5'10", 170 whatever pound dude who just hit one longer than Pete Alonso, right? Like who just and the recognition of that. Not that it matters that he's a shorter, slighter dude, but it does. You just look at it and you're like, I'm glad everybody got exposed to that, and I'm glad finally somebody in a Diamondbacks uniform hit a home run in an All-Star game, because we've had nearly 30 years of Diamondbacks baseball and it's never been done before. So I'm glad somebody finally did it.
Yeah, it was cool to see all three of those guys kind of have their moment last night. Now, at the end of the All-Star Game, the home run derby swing off. It was the first ever. It was a record breaker, I guess. A two-parter. Did you like the derby? And did Kyle Schwarber deserve the MVP for hitting the 3 home runs after the derby?
I thought that Smoltz on the broadcast did a really great job of like emphasizing how much pressure was on him in the moment, and just how much it would mean significance-wise, and just the performance that he put together in that moment with everything that was on the line. I do think that it was worthy of it, and it also helps that like Pete Alonso didn't have like 3 home runs in the game, right? Like if there was someone in the game who had done more than just like one thing, like Ketel Marte's double or Alonso's homer, then I think you could have made a case that Schwarber didn't deserve it, but he was the guy who won the game.
Yeah. I think my answer to your question, Jamal, might be a little different if he took that award away from a Diamondback. You know, like if Corbin Carroll's home run was the deciding run, or if Ketel Marte's 2-run double was the deciding run. You know, obviously it couldn't have been with a tie game given the circuit, but you know what I mean? Like if you're telling me it's either Kyle Schwarber or Corbin Carroll as the MVP, I might not like it as much. But yes, I love the format. I thought it was magic in a bottle. They really, really tapped into something last night. And yes, I think Kyle Schwarber should have been the MVP of the game.
Yeah, I was kind of on the. I think he deserved it too. It was funny. I saw a tweet. Pete Alonso was favored -1,000. I'm not the betting guy. -1,000 going into the 9th inning last night.
To be the MVP?
To be the MVP.
Okay. Well, and to Kellen's point, usually, and he made this yesterday, usually in these games, the MVP is somebody who plays later in the game. It's not one of the starters because usually it's a close game and it comes down to the guy who has the game-winning hit, the game-winning moment. Hey, somebody answer that. So Schwarber, but that's interesting about Alonso for sure.
The Phoenix Suns wrapped up their summer league action today playing against the Minnesota Timberwolves. They lost 89-85. What stood out to you guys with the Summer Suns this year?
I think so far it's just been seeing Ryan Dunn and Oso Ighodaro continue to improve at points that you wanted to see them improve with. Today's game, from what I was able to watch while we were on the air, a lot more of Oso Ighodaro getting downhill, scoring at the rim, setting up for his teammates. Ryan Dunn had a brief scare where he appeared to tweak his left ankle or something. He was in a lot of pain and then bizarrely continued to play, presumably because ankle sprain can't make it worse. Well, what you can do is compensate for that ankle sprain and then make something else worse. I don't know what they were thinking, honestly, in keeping him out there. Probably Kamal Malawach's best game of Summer League as well. Just a lot of him being a presence around the rim, but just having all of that together. We didn't have this type of talk the last 2-3 years about someone young putting together this much excitement, and there's multiple guys doing so.
Kellen was better at paying attention to the game while we were doing the show than I was.
And you were doing a better job of participating in the show than I was.
I wasn't looking for a compliment, but I appreciate you saying that. But it looked like Malawach had a better game today, a more involved game today. But my number one takeaway was probably Ryan Dunn and just how he has consistently looked like he was too good to be in the Summer League. I was surprised he played today. I was surprised he played after getting hurt today. I'm a little squeamish about that. But he's probably been my number one take. Because all the other guys, Kobe Bryant, if you'd asked me 3 days ago, I would have said him. But he didn't have a great outing the last time. He didn't play today. I really wanted to have a takeaway from Rasheer Fleming. I don't know what he did today. I wasn't really able to pay attention. I want to go back and watch and see if he popped a little bit because I really wanted him to pop, and I don't know if that itch got scratched for me.
It was more of the energy guy involved, on the offensive glass defensively. He was more involved in that kind of way in terms of the 20-point game. Not really. I think it was 7 points and 7 rebounds for him in 17 minutes, a couple offensive boards. He had 2 steals as well, so a little bit more there.
Okay.
Yeah, Kobe Bryant was one of the guys that I was really looking forward to.
And they're not done, by the way. They do. There's still another game. We don't know when it needs to be scheduled yet, but there's still another Summer League game to go, right? They play at least one more?
Yeah, I don't know if it's tomorrow or Friday, how it exactly works out, but they've got that whole tournament thing that they do, and they'll have some sort of consolation game to play, I believe.
Okay.
Good deal. Cardinals second-round pick cornerback Will Johnson has still not signed his rookie contract yet with the Arizona Cardinals. And we've seen it from a few guys around the league, Shamar Stewart being one of the guys with the Cincinnati Bengals. Does this worry you guys? Are you guys thinking about this at all?
I haven't paid as much attention to this story. I'm going to start paying a little bit more attention to it. I believe a vast majority of the second-rounders have not signed their deals yet. So as long as he's not the only one who hasn't, I will not be that worried about it and just assume it's going to get done. If he were the only one, I might feel differently about it. But the last time I looked in on this story, I think 30 of them hadn't yet. So I'm going to say no, I'm not that worried about it right now, even though he's the only Cardinals draft pick who hasn't.
As long as he's doing what he needs to do and gets it all done by camp or is participating in camp as much as he needs to, we need that. Yeah, get it done.
That is your 4 o'clock reset.
Wow.
Thank you, Jamal.
Jamal, you are efficient with the 4 o'clock reset.
Oh, thank you.
Efficient. It's just savvy in there. Thank you. We do appreciate that, Jamal, with the 4 o'clock reset. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, back to the top story of the day, Bradley Beal. Is he the main focus of blame for the Suns' struggles the past 2 seasons? That's next. Kellen's in for Gambo here on Burns and Gambo.
The Beal deal is done.
3-time NBA All-Star Bradley Beal has agreed to a contract buyout with the Phoenix Suns and plans to join the Los Angeles Clippers on a 2-year, $11 million deal with a player option after clearing waivers.
Reaction to the Suns parting ways with guard Bradley Beal on the way from Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about Christian Brothers AC, Plumbing, and Electrical. If you're not happy with a price quote you just got from an AC company for a new AC unit or a repair, thought all you needed was a repair, and they're telling you, hey, you need a new AC unit that's going to cost upwards of $10,000, $12,000, $15,000, more often than not, it may be a tech trying to upsell you. Well, before you sign on the dotted line, do what so many in the Valley are doing, getting a free second opinion from Christian Brothers. It's quite possible that all you need is a repair that may cost a few $100 instead of a whole new unit. So make that one extra call to 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com. Don't forget, Christian Brothers can also help you with any and all of your electrical needs and your plumbing needs as well. So if you need a water heater flush or you've got a drain that's backed up and you need to get that taken care of, just call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online for more information at cbrothers.com.
At the UPS Store, we ensure your small biz stands out with a variety of high-quality paper stock options, banners, posters, brochures, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if you are dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. Now, you've probably heard me talk about QC Kinetics and their innovative non-surgical treatments for joint pain, and during your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you, and that'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
On July 21st, the Dbacks host Jose Altuve and the Houston Astros at Chase Field for a 3-game series. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. What is next for the Phoenix Suns now that Bradley Beal is reportedly headed to the Los Angeles Clippers? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Look, I'm told Bradley Beal gave up almost $14 million to buy out of the Phoenix Suns and join the Los Angeles Clippers. 2 years, $11 million. His deal will have a player option next summer, so he's slated to be one of the top free agents next offseason. But this is someone that had $110 million left on his contract over the next 2 years. Obviously, did not work out in Phoenix. It was a failed 2-year experiment with Bradley Beal, Kevin Durant, and Devin Booker. And so over the last few weeks, Bradley Beal, his representative Mark Bartelstein, they've been talking and meeting with several teams around the league. Aside from the Clippers, we've seen the Bucks, The Lakers, Warriors, Timberwolves, Heat, all were involved here in this process. But Bradley Beal this morning decided to sign with the Clippers and team up with Kawhi Leonard and James Harden.
Shams Charania earlier today on NBA Today with the news that we've been talking about for the better part of the bulk of our show here on Burns and Gambo with Kellen filling in. Kellen's already got a really good read up right now at ArizonaSports.com presented by YRefi. Sources close to me can confirm there are other articles by Kellen coming on this particular topic soon at Arizona Sports presented by YRefi. There's one thing that's very clear about this, Kellen. There is, not among everybody, but among a lot, many Suns fans, a great sense of joy that this has finally happened for a couple reasons. Probably one, because it's been a long slog waiting for it to happen. We thought it was going to be early last week. Instead, it was the middle of this one. Partially because, as you've said many times, this now officially closes the book on the disaster that was the last couple of years. But I think, if I'm generalizing here, most Suns fans are happy because they held Bradley Beal responsible for what has gone down. And I know that's an oversimplification and an overgeneralization, but I think a lot of Suns fans blame Brad for what has happened and for how bad it has gotten. Have you gotten that same sense?
Yes, for sure.
Is it
I
justified?
think that there is... Well, this is the part where you ask me to evaluate other people's feelings, and I feel delicately kind of stating you can feel how you want to feel, right?
Okay,
as long as it's not,
you know what? That's a good response.
As long as it's not too dispirited, right? In mean spirited.
As long as you're not mean about it,
you're being respectful about it. You can be mean, you can boo him, but just don't be disrespectful with the way that you kind of go about it. I remember a conversation we had in the offseason last year, it might have been 2 years ago, where you and I were talking about the Suns and how is this going to work? What's the key to making all this work? And I told you Brad was the key, and you got very nervous right away. You were like, uh-oh, I don't like hearing that. And that, to me, makes him in some ways the guy that is the most responsible, because he was the guy who had the most difficult job. He was the third banana. He was going to have to be the Chris Bosh guy that was going to have to change the way that he played. He was going to have to be that guy in the big three that completely changes his style of play, where he impacts the game, so on and so forth. So in many ways, he is the guy primarily responsible, but it was also such an incredibly difficult role where you need a perfect ecosystem, nearly perfect ecosystem, to make a guy like that successful. And the Suns did just about the worst job possible in making that possible for Brad. So my main takeaway here in terms of him being the guy that is the biggest culprit, I think that the Suns themselves are the biggest culprit. This comes with moves for Durant, for Beal that you and I agreed with, but what they went on to do in the next 2 years, what their coaches went on to do, how the players blended with the coaches, how the players blended with the players, that's why they get paid the big bucks, to evaluate those fits, those personalities together, and if everything gels together. It clearly did not, and it was a huge misfire.
Yeah, I'm glad you reminded me of a conversation that we had about this, because now that you mentioned it, I do remember getting squeamish about that, and the idea that, okay, it's kind of on Brad to be the third banana, and how I was worried about his ability to do that. I was worried about his ability to stay healthy enough to do that, but did Brad have the biggest change in terms of his role that he had to go through? Yes, he did. Does he still have that on him now with the Clippers? Yeah, he kind of does. He went from being the third banana on the Suns, I think, if we're being honest, to being the third banana on the LA Clippers. And so in some regards, it's kind of it's a similar ask that's going on out of him there. But I also think that if we're talking about what went wrong for the Phoenix Suns, the malaise that we saw all big three play with all last year, I just don't know how you could put that on Brad and Brad only. Did Brad at times play dispirited, passionless basketball? Yes. Did Devin Booker? Yes. Did Kevin Durant? Yes. You know what I mean? If you want to say it was just one of them, I don't know how anybody who watched all 82 basketball games for the Suns last year could possibly single out Brad and say he was the only one who played that style of basketball. They all were like that. I did a national hit with ESPN Radio last week, and they asked me a very pointed question. What did Bradley Beal do wrong with the Phoenix Suns? And at the moment, I was kind of flabbergasted with the question, because I hadn't really framed it in my own mind that way. And I said, well, look, at times he played with a lack of passion. At times it looked like he was just kind of going through the motions out there. But you know what? So did Devin Booker. You know what? So did Kevin Durant. And I do think, to your point, there is an effort to really vilify Brad as the villain in this story. The ones who made the mistakes are the Suns. They're the ones who traded for that contract. They're the ones who traded for that no-trade clause. They're the ones who maybe didn't properly assess the downside of Bradley Beal not working and the corner they'd be painted into if they ever had got out of it. It's not Brad's fault that he's got a contract with a no-trade clause, and it's not Brad's fault that he's making $110 million over the 2 years. The Suns knowingly acquired that and maybe didn't properly assess the downfall and the risk of acquiring a player like that. But there's much more on the Suns than I do on Brad.
I think so. And I think Brad specifically does deserve blame and quite a bit of it, because you look back at year one, for example, there was this whole, like, who's the point guard of the team? We don't have a point guard. And then all of a sudden, Frank Vogel at the turn of the new year in January, he's like, oh, Brad's now the point guard. We're going to make Brad the point guard. I was like, what does that mean? And they tried to describe it to us, and it didn't make any sense. We asked Brad. He didn't really have any good answers either. And all of it kind of dwindled down. And you'll remember that stretch in like March where Brad was taking like 9 shots a game. And it was like his lowest field goal total over like a certain spurt of games since his rookie year. Like he had completely lost his aggression. And yes, that's on the Suns for like the lack of a fit there. But Brad came here and accepted the challenge that he was going to have to be versatile and he was going to have to be adaptable. And he was not adaptable to this situation at all. I think that he really accepted the challenges in some ways with the roles that he had to play defensively, with how he had to impact the game when the ball wasn't going to find him as much, without knowing for sure that he was never going to be Batman ever. And he was maybe going to get to be Robin every now and then, but he really wasn't in a position to do that either. He had to do everything else, and he did a fairly okay job of that when he was healthy. But the overall, like, fitting in, being adaptable, being versatile, I don't think he did a very good job of that.
So are you saying he should have been Alfred then?
He what?
He should have been Alfred? If he wasn't Batman and he wasn't Robin,
yeah,
is he Alfred?
But this goes back to our initial conversation. Like, no one can be Alfred. There's one Alfred.
I'm just trying to think who the third banana is in the Batman and Robin canon in that universe. Who's
There's no other Michael Caine. You know this. Come on,
Alfred.
now.
Alfred's the only guy that I'm. But I will say this, and I in light defense of Brad, there were very few pockets over the last 2 years where this worked. Okay, very few pockets that gave you hope that it could work. One of those pockets came in the last 10 games of last season as they were playing their way into the playoffs and into that Minnesota series, right? And Bradley Beal was a key guy during that 10-game pocket, playing with energy, passion, spirit, leadership. I remember Devin Booker making some comment about how he's like the pulse of the team or the heartbeat of the team. I don't remember exactly what. I know that the moments for Bradley Beal were few and far between, but you remember that. There was that moment and that pocket where you thought, my God, this could work maybe. And I thought Bradley was a centerpiece to that pocket.
When they went 12-3 after the Christmas debacle 2 seasons ago, that was Brad. He played in all 15 of those games, averaged like 22 points per game, was shooting over 50% from the field. He was playing very well. And that was our moment, like, okay, this took a long time. He's healthy. They're finally clicking into place. And then we started to see some of the same signs yet again.
Yeah, we've got the Burns and Gambo Show podcasts. You can listen to us the way you would any of your favorite podcasts. Subscribe on your iPhone or your Android. You won't miss any of the show. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Is there a scenario where the Bradley Beal buyout backfires on the Phoenix Suns? That is next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I don't want him to sell all 4 guys. I understand if there are guys you know you can't bring back, you can't just let them all walk for nothing. You know what I mean? Like, if you knew, hey, we can't bring back Gallen or Kelly or Naylor or Gino, you can't just let all 4 of them walk for nothing if you're 5.5 games out of a playoff spot. I understand that. I mean, you have to deal in reality a little bit.
The numbers that are mounting right now, the 6-12 in the last 18 games, boy, that looms, that hangs in the air, because you know the guys inside that clubhouse knew exactly what was at stake.
Yeah.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about Dr. J. Schwartz from the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. It's where I went for my LASIK procedure about 15 years ago. I'm so glad that I did. Here I am 15 years later, 58 years old. No glasses, no contacts. I see great daytime, nighttime, up close, far away. You can have that too. Dr. Schwartz is the most experienced eye surgeon in the Valley, performing over 60,000 LASIK procedures, including mine. And my good buddy Vince Marotta had his LASIK surgery done at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. J. Schwartz is a team eye doctor for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks, and he has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. Call right now for a free thorough eye exam if you're interested in a vision correction procedure. I highly recommend LASIK surgery. You can call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. Or go online at teamidoc.com. And don't forget to ask about 2 years of interest-free financing.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It is official. Bradley Beal is no longer a Phoenix Sun. ESPN's Shams Charania reported earlier today that Beal and the Suns had agreed to a buyout, and the Suns have now posted "Thank you, Brad" to their X page. For more on Beal's buyout, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Suns wrapped up Summer League play today in Las Vegas against the Minnesota Timberwolves. They will next be on the court for NBA preseason in the fall. And the Phoenix Mercury lost 79-66 to the Minnesota Lynx earlier today in their final game before the All-Star break. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and Dbacks. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Meanwhile, in the Hall of Justice, Superman prepares for his battle with Lex Luthor.
I'm sorry, I misread that. It's not the Hall of Justice, it's Derek Hall who's joining Bickley and Murata mornings. Tune in at 6 a.m.
Metropolis needs you.
The shame of it is that Jarrett remarkably channels the voice of the Justice League guy from the Saturday morning cartoons back in the day. He actually sounds like the guy from those Justice League cartoons that I watched as a kid growing up. I know that's probably a reference that's...
Missed opportunity for Lauren. She's a huge cartoon head. She watches Scooby-Doo all the time. So if she was here, I think she would be able to back you up. But
Saturday mornings with Superman and Batman and Wonder Woman and Aquaman and the Wonder Twin powers activate, form of an iceberg, form of an eagle, like all that stuff. Oh my God, that's my childhood right there.
Animaniacs and Pokemon was mine on like WB when I was like 6, 7. That was about it though.
Okay, but he very properly channeled the voice of that guy. It's just the application was horrible. I mean, Derek Hall of Justice is like, no, we're not down with that. But whatever. Welcome back, Burns and Gambo. I hope Lauren's enjoying her vacation. You know, Gambo's not the only one traipsing all around the world. Lauren is off too, and I hope she's doing well. When she gets back from her vacation, I'm on mine, so I won't see her much. So tell her I said hello when y'all see her, okay?
I don't think she's going to answer her phone.
You don't think so?
I think she's doing just fine herself. She's going to be just fine enjoying the beaches that she is on in San Diego at the moment.
Is she not the answer your phone on vacation type? I mean, typically I'm not.
No, she does. I was just poking fun.
Oh, okay.
I was just poking fun.
Sounds good.
I was just saying she cannot be bothered right now with any of us over here.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Get away from all this work stuff over here. I'm poking fun. I'm prodding. Of course, she'll send her a text right now. She'll reply.
I will. You know,
I guarantee.
Hi, Lauren.
Tell her you hope she's enjoying her 70 degrees on the beach right now.
See if she's enjoying not being around for this Bradley Beal story, because obviously it's the story right now, and we've talked about it a lot today, in large part because we've kind of been building to this. We've been expecting this for some time, and now that the day is finally here, we've had a lot of I just don't know how else to say this. We've had a lot of conversations that we've kind of been saving up for this day, knowing that it was going to come, and also knowing that, quite frankly, when this move is done, we expect the Suns will sign one player, maybe two. I don't think it's going to be a dramatic move, but I could be wrong. And then that's probably it. The Suns kind of get put on the back burner for another 2 months until we get closer to media day and training camp. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's some other big move coming, but it doesn't feel like that's the case. The question now on the docket for us is, okay, you got this buyout, and it's going to be about $19.5, give or take, $1 million per year against your salary cap for the next 5. He gave some money back, took a little bit of a haircut, and now you're splitting up about $97 million into 5 equal payments. The percentage of what you're paying him against the cap goes down because the cap goes up, right? Like, so it's not as much relative to the cap each year. So at least there's some good news in that. But I think the question that looms over everybody in this, Kellen, and you're poised to answer it better than anybody because of how much you know about how this works, will there be a day the Suns regret having done it like this? Will there come a moment in year 3 or year 4 where we'll look at it and go, man, if you had just bit the bullet with Bradley Beal and gotten this thing done in 2 instead of 5, you'd be able to do X, or you'd be able to do Y, or you'd be able to do Z. Do we think that day is coming? Is it at least possible that day is coming for the Suns?
It's possible for sure, and just I think it's going to be difficult for them still to get things done. Like, if you're off of these aprons, you have the flexibility open, but you still have to get trades done. You still have to get certain moves done. You still have to utilize your resources properly here, and that is not a given. We've seen it this offseason as well. Like, you and I were underwhelmed by the return for Durant. You and I were underwhelmed by the Mark Williams trade. Like, we've seen recent examples with this new regime as well that have left us underwhelmed and wondering if they deserve our trust, to put it that way, I guess. And both you and I are hesitant to give them that trust right now. I think the main thing, and I repeated it earlier in the show, I'll repeat it here again, this was not a move that was absolutely necessary to get out of the second apron. There were other ways for them to get out of the second apron. They could have used some of their non-guaranteed money from a few weeks ago in different ways. They could have made different trades a couple of weeks ago that could have helped them get out of the second apron specifically. But what Brad's buyout does and this wave and stretch does is gets you all the way beyond that. It gets you out of the second apron which is where you were worried about another draft pick getting frozen.
Yep.
It starts the other one getting unfrozen, and it prevents you from being in this scary spot where that frozen draft pick could then get moved all the way to the end of the first round. That stuff, you're out of the woods on that. And then, of course, all of the roster limitations that come with the second apron, that come with the first apron as well. And now you get out of that tax money too as well. But it's just, how do you take advantage of these benefits that you've created for yourself, and how do you do so this year? And I think the urgency here needs to be clearly defined. The urgency to do it this year is just taking advantage of the timing that you're doing it with. I'm not sitting here and saying they need to make some trades right now to try and compete next year. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, to your point, they could have just waited a year. What they would have done with Brad, that is where we can, again, subjective, like, do you think it would have been a toxic situation if he would have spent the year at home or been playing 15 minutes off the bench, and it would have ruined what the Suns were trying to get done? I don't know. But with that being said, you could have waited a year. It could have been an entirely different situation. Next year, you could ducked under the second apron, still paid a whole lot of tax money, to be clear, and be gone with this possibility of being somewhere between 85 to 90% of the cap to your limitations, or to your availability, I should phrase it as, to be a hindrance to you, to be a real hindrance.
Yeah, and it's just trying to figure out how much of a hindrance it's going to be. You know, I get it that, you know, by the time this is over, he's accounting for about 8% of the salary cap, which on its surface doesn't sound that bad. But then when you add it with Devin Booker, and by doing that, I'm not trying to imply that Devin Booker is the problem here. I'm just saying 2 shooting guards are going to account for about 45% of your salary cap on average for the better part of the next 5 years. That is not a proper allocation of resources, right? It's just on its very basic sort of 2 shooting guards, one who's not with you. They're accounting for just a tick or two below half of your salary cap for the next couple of years. That's just, nobody would draw it up like that. I clearly, they thought it was going to be a toxic deal if he was going to be around. Clearly, they were having a response to like needing to cleanse themselves of him. Because I think there was an alternate reality where you could have considered keeping. And I want to be clear about this too. There were no good outcomes. There were no good ways to deal with Bradley Beal in this equation. None. All of them had bad side effects. All of them had negative ramifications. I think it was just trying to figure out what is the least worst thing you can do here. They thought it was this. Time will tell if there's right. I think the thing with all of this is going to be like Matt Ishbia's, and we'll probably talk more about this a little bit tomorrow too, like Matt Ishbia controlling his own urges to make bad deals, you know, and to kind of jump back into the fray with things that mess you up. Because if you do that, then probably the whole exercise was a waste of time. But if there can be some level of discipline and a plan and a process for deciding the right way to use this newfound freedom they've got, then it probably isn't going to be as harmful as we think. It just, like you said, depends on our trust level of the organization to make the right decision when it's all said and done.
Yeah, and that's what it's going to be about for the next couple of weeks, next couple of months. And remember, this is something that could extend into the season as well. Like, you have these mechanisms now available to you and to use in the middle of the season as well. So if you're still working with this roster logjam and you want to clear it up, or if you are someone who is going to be a quote-unquote seller at the trade deadline, a lot of teams would love to have Dylan Brooks on their team. A lot of teams would love to have Royce O'Neal on their team. I still do think a lot of teams would like to have Grayson Allen on their team. There will be interest in these guys in the middle of the season if the Suns wind up in the position that we think that they will be in. So maybe they do have that type of mindset where they are going to try to make moves to clear this up, but they just don't like what's out there right now, and they'd rather wait at the deadline or next offseason when they have more available to their disposal in terms of what they could be getting done. Because that's part of the issue here is you're doing it in the third week of July when so many teams are pretty much done.
Yeah,
already.
They're done. Most of the moves have been made. Most of the money's been doled out, right?
I kept waiting for the Brad news to drop in like May, if I was being honest, because it made the most sense to get this done very early. So you had all of these mechanisms available to yourself for as much of the offseason as possible. We haven't even really mentioned it too much on the show yet. This opens up everything in free agency outside of signing guys with outright cap space. They're not going to be doing that, but the MLE, which is worth up to $14 million, they can use that in other ways right now. I don't expect them to do that necessarily with the tightrope they're walking in terms of staying under the tax, but that is something that they can implement next year, year after that. But again, that's not really the point. It's about doing it right now and the timing of doing it right now.
Join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday. Diamondbacks take on Christian Walker and the Houston Astros. What you need to do is text the word half to 620-620. We're going to send you a link to grab lower level tickets for half off. Again, that's half to 620-620. Text half to 620-620. Cardinals training camp, not that far away. An early primer with me and Kellen next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The next man up philosophy to me is really fascinating when you think about it. The teams that say it are the teams that have been faced with injuries, and they have somebody come in and do the job to an excellent level. There was a year where the Cardinals, you couldn't talk to a member of the Cardinals coaching staff or player without hearing next man up, because the guys that they were elevating were doing the job. When you elevate guys or you get hit with a rash of injuries and your replacements don't perform, nobody's talking about next man up. And nobody's talking about that now with the Diamondbacks.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about the Lund Mortgage. If you're renting right now, this is a great time to buy. So many homes on the market. That means that buyers have more choices. Sellers are moving out because they're buying another home. What does that mean for you? Home prices are dropping. That's a good thing. You don't want to play the waiting game. You may miss out. Once it turns, there's a lot more competition. Right now, it's a buyer's market. Don't wait until it becomes a seller's market. Take advantage of seller concessions, and don't worry about interest rates. You can always negotiate a better interest rate. But right now, a lot of houses on the market. That means it's a good time for you to make an offer and get your choice of house at the right price. Remember, this is a home, not a stock. All you have to do is contact the Lund Mortgage team to get pre-approved for a mortgage. They do it for free. Call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130, or go to lundmortgage.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hey, this is Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. How you doing, Doc?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
DISC has been a pioneer in endoscopic spine surgery. What is endoscopic spine surgery?
Endoscopic spine surgery is a cutting-edge, ultra-minimally invasive procedure designed to relieve pain from herniated discs and spinal stenosis that causes sciatica. With a tiny incision and advanced imaging, we can target the problem with greater precision, leading to faster recovery, less pain, minimal scarring, all without a hospital stay.
Amazing that you can target the issue through a tiny incision. If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update.
Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Jamal is here. He's got today's Twitter poll question of the day with a very basic question about last night's game that I imagine a lot of baseball fans are asking themselves today.
Oh, yeah. Very black and white. Very black and white. No gray area.
Should we just do it like that all the time, right?
Yes, actually, Burnsy. Would you like to see Major League Baseball institute a home run swing off in place of extra innings in the regular season? Yes or no?
So in the regular season, forget the ghost runner. Just 9 innings, we're tied. Let's do a swing off to figure it out.
Home run swing off.
If that's the basic question, my basic answer is no. Now, we want to throw in a bunch of qualifiers and caveats. I could be talked into yes, depending on like a different way of doing it. But just that very basic 9 innings, you're tied, swing off, I'm a no. I don't like it that way.
Yeah, and it seems like with everything, there's been too many extra inning games to add these qualifiers and caveats and to expand on it a little bit. You know, like the games where it's like, all right, there is no one available to pitch now for the Diamondbacks, and they're going to have to use Ryan Nelson out of turn in rotation here, or they're going to have to put a position player out there. Those extra inning games, let's get rid of those. And whether it's a home run swing off or something else, like I'm not saying they should tie, but like let's just get rid of those games for good. And if this is the answer, where after 5 innings without a ghost runner, no one scores or it's still tied, great, just end the game there.
Yeah, and I think to extend the qualifier even more, like what I don't want is a ghost runner gimmick and a swing off gimmick, you know? So you want to use this as a way to figure out ties, play a 10th, play an 11th without a ghost runner, see if you get a winner, and if you don't after that, knock yourself out with a swing off. Just to avoid what Kellen's talking about, that idea that you're going to, trust me, as the host of Diamond Talk for 10 years, I wasted many a night watching many a game going into the 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th.
I was there for the record, the 19-inning game during the pandemic when there were like 300 total people in the building left, I think, because there were no fans there. It was this meaningless September game against the Cardinals, who also had like clinched their fate already. I remember the dugouts were like yelling at each other because it was so quiet they could hear each other. And it was just like, I think Nick Ahmed at the time, at the end of the game, and said like, thank goodness it's over. Like that's what those guys are thinking. Like they want to win, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, but
they've like, got a really long season.
Yeah,
really long.
I want to go home and get some rest because we're going to play another game tomorrow. So that to me is the middle ground here. I could buy it, but I think you still have to play some normal baseball extra before you get to that point. So, long-winded way of answering no on the poll question for me.
Oh, yeah, no, I loved it. Also, 19 innings.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was a lot.
It was
a lot.
I remember one of those long games where, like, you go, it's the middle of the night, it feels like. You go down to the concourse looking for some food because you're hungry. Everything's closed.
And I was thinking,
like I'm starving.
Yeah.
And it was what do we do here?
One of those nights where I didn't really have a plan for dinner, and I was going to get something on the way home, and like I was only looking at like 24/7 spots that were open at 2:30 or 3 a.m. at that point that I could eat at on the way home. The players were getting like really visibly frustrated too that the game kept going. It was so Baxter was running down foul balls because there were nobody fans around to do it. It was so weird. It's maybe my favorite game I've covered just because of how weird it is and how weird baseball is in general. But man, it was just don't need another one of those.
But that shouldn't take away from how fun last night was too. Last night was a lot of fun.
It was a blast.
It was a blast to watch. What's the results of the poll question?
So the audience agrees with you guys. So far, it is no, 69%, and yes, 31%.
Okay, that's the poll question. Again, there's a lot of gray area in that one, but I do like it. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. So we had a in case of emergency and Bradley Beal doesn't get cut, plan B for today's show. And there's a whole alternate universe. There's an alternate timeline here where Bradley Beal doesn't get cut by the Phoenix Suns today. And we're doing a lot of Cardinals training camp preview. Instead, there's probably going to be a lot of Cardinals training camp preview tomorrow because we're close. I think the guys report on Tuesday of next week. The first show that we're doing from out there next week is Thursday.
Always sneaks up, man.
I know, right? Like it's here. It feels like it's starting a little earlier this year. So kind of a primer for tomorrow's, what we think is going to be a pretty Cardinals heavy day as we get ready for training camp. What are you the most excited about with camp? What are you like? What questions need to get resolved? What is the thing that Kellen Olson goes into camp and says, this is what has my eye when camp opens up?
I think it's everything with the defense, and we can go super simple and broad and say, and something we talked about during the draft show, you'll remember when they made all those moves, when they got Will Johnson, all that kind of stuff, right? Like, is this an identity shift completely? Like, is this now a defense-first football team as opposed to an offense-first football team? Because you and Gambo were aggregating some ringer story, I think, from like the preseason last year that was like, big question, will the Cardinals be a top 10 offense? And the both of you were like, they better be.
Yeah.
Because that's how they're going to be a good team. They were not that offense as well, and I don't expect them to be that offense next year, so they have to win through their defense. So you can keep it super simple in that kind of way, or you can get really into the weeds and just be like, okay, how about the position battle of all position battles at defensive line, where you've got a bunch of guys, a bunch of NFL caliber defensive linemen vying for jobs. You could look at the youth that is there. You could look at just how at middle linebacker, you didn't really replace your guy. Keem Davis-Gaither comes in. Or you could look at corner, where no Sean Murphy-Bunting with the injury, and it's just a bunch of kids that are going to have to work it out there. I'm really excited to see how it pans out.
I would imagine tomorrow we're going to get into the weeds with some of the specifics, but I do think there is a very specific conversation about the defensive line and all the names that I find very, because you just went from feeling like you had nothing in the cupboard to having everything in the cupboard. And now it's like, okay, what meal do you want to cook now? Whereas before it just felt like hamburger helper on defensive line for dinner that night. I think for me, if I'm going 30,000 foot here view of things, the most intriguing question going into camp is the second year guys now, because, and I've said this a few times, but it's been explained to us time and time again, the jump between year one and year two is maybe the most crucial part in the development of a football player. And the Cardinals have some key dudes who are making the year one to year two jump. Obviously, Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be the headliner. I think Max Melton is a key dude. I think Trey Benson is a key dude. I think Isaiah Adams is, if he's your starter at right guard, obviously he's a very important year one to year two kind of leap guy. So I think there are 3 or 4 guys right there that the difference between being a good team, wins 9 games, 10 games, maybe competes for a playoff spot, and a really good team that exceeds expectations, I think lies in the details of that. How many of those year two guys are really poised to be excellent football players next year? Because if there's more of them than not, I think the jump can be a little dramatic. Now, are we going to learn that in camp? Are we going to see that in camp? I don't know. And I think the other thing, too, is Jonathan Gannon said multiple times coming out of the OTAs, friction. There's going to be more friction in camp. And everyone's like, what does that mean? Are there going to be more fights? Is it going to be more physical?
Yeah.
Is it going to be more intense? Is he going to dial it up? Is he going to ask them to dial it up? If we're talking specifically what we're looking forward to watching at a camp, it's that. What does friction look like in a training camp for Jonathan Gannon? I want to know.
Yeah, me too. I'm really excited to see. You didn't even mention Darius Robinson, by the way, who is one of those second-year guys.
You know what?
As well, and he's so easy to forget because he was barely around last year as a rookie. And to your point, like, he has the talent to just be the best defensive lineman on the team next year. Like, he really has the talent to do that. Marv has the talent to be one of the 5 best receivers in football next year. Max Melton, based on what we saw from him last year, has the talent to be one of the better starting corners in football. They're relying on him a lot more. Trey Benson could be one of the best backups. And then Isaiah Adams, with everything that they've been touting about and the looks that he got last year, could be one of the better interior linemen as well. There's like a lot of talent that we have to see play out, a lot of young talent that is really going to, in my opinion, shift from whether this is a 7-8 win team or a 10-11 win team.
I went and did it again. I did the same thing last week when Tim Ring was filling in. I just completely forgot about Darius Robinson because there's just because of the season he had last year, and I mean this is no disrespect to him. It's easy to forget about him with all the new faces on the defense and everything like that. But absolutely, he's certainly a year 1, year 2 leap guy. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, there have been a lot of moves to compare it to. Is Bradley Beal, the trade, the worst in Suns history? Ugh. Next on Burns and Gambo.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax, and my fiduciary, Stuart Willis. Are you worried about volatility in the market? We've seen a lot of it lately. Or how about tariffs and how it can affect your investment and your future income? Well, that's why I want you to know about a great local company that I have been using for many years in asset preservation, wealth, and tax. They've got 5 locations in the Valley: Gilbert, Goodyear, Peoria, Scottsdale, Tempe, and they can help you with all of your financial needs. Whether you're doing a retirement plan, a financial plan, an estate plan, they can even help you with tax services. So if you're looking for a financial advisor that you can have a real relationship with that can help you through this tough time, all you have to do is give them a call at 602-877-PLAN and set up a free portfolio review. That's 602-877-PLAN, or go online for more information at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
They call us Mom, Dad, Grandma, Grandpa. We call them our why.
My parents help me when I'm learning something new.
They always practice forgiveness. That support system makes me feel safe in expressing my true thoughts and feelings about what I need and what I'm struggling with.
They've been watching, learning, and counting on you every step of the way, from crayons to campus. They've always needed you.
Even though I'm in high school, I still need my parents' help to clarify things.
When I'm scared, they help me feel brave.
Because they love me and care about me.
I do think my parents have a plan in place if something were to ever happen to them. I am confident that they've prepared for that.
That kind of confidence comes from more than love. It comes from planning ahead. At Morris Hall, we've guided families through estate planning for generations, starting with our own children. From crayons to campus to confidence. Give your family the peace of mind that comes with an estate plan. Visit morrishall.com to schedule your complimentary consultation. That's morrishall.com.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
It's been over 2 years since Bobby Carpenter had regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics. He needed relief from knee pain, but he wanted to avoid surgery.
I thought I might have to have my knee scoped, had some injuries, some lingering pain from stuff that I had been dealing with from years of playing professional football, and things had kind of flared up again. I started talking to a friend of mine who's orthopedic, and he was like, well, try to avoid surgery if you can.
And you absolutely can avoid surgery. QC Kinetics provides patients with state-of-the-art regenerative treatments, orthobiologics from your own body that help heal and restore damaged, aching joints. And we'll let Bobby tell you about that.
It was all of a sudden that one day, a couple months later, I was here, let's go jog, let's try to see what I could do. And the more I did, I was pain-free with it, and it was actually a pretty remarkable process.
Before going under the knife, see if you're a candidate for non-surgical joint pain treatments at QC Kinetics. Call them today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Hi, I'm Trisha, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you, your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. Are you looking for a style that's classic, modern, vintage, or something in between? Not sure? At Shane Company, we're here to help. We have so much style under one roof because a friend knows you like options. Drop by or visit us at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It is official. Bradley Beal is no longer a Phoenix Sun. ESPN's Shams Charania reported earlier today that Beal and the Suns had agreed to a buyout, and the Suns have now posted "Thank you, Brad" to their X page. For more on Beal's buyout, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Suns wrapped up Summer League play today in Las Vegas against the Minnesota Timberwolves. They will next be on the court for NBA preseason in the fall. And the Phoenix Mercury lost 79-66 to the Minnesota Lynx earlier today in their final game before the All-Star break. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and Dbacks. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday. Forget about the ESPYs. We'll give you the awards that really count, the AZs. The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
Bradley Beal, no longer a member of the Suns organization, as we welcome you into the 5 o'clock hour here on Burns and Gambo. Kellen Olson, our lead Suns writer at ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi, and of course, co-host of Arizona Sports Tonight, along with Mitch. He's filling in for Gambo today. He'll be back in for Gambo tomorrow as well. Timing is perfect because Kellen, obviously being our Suns guru, knows more about this, has forgotten more about this than any of us know. Kellen reached out to me a few days ago, can't remember exactly when, and said, hey, here's a list of some of the worst transactions in the history of the Phoenix Suns. Am I missing one? And
Trades.
I'm sorry, not transactions, trades. Yeah, you were being specific about trades.
We're not going Hakeem Warwick on everyone with signings, too. Just trades.
And I said, yeah, as a matter of fact, there is one that I remember very well. And it's a story I've told on the show many times about 11-year-old me, 10-year-old me, riding my bike from my house in the middle of June to McClintock High School for a Phoenix Suns basketball camp back in 1980, 1981, whatever year it was, with my rolled up black and white DJ Dennis Johnson poster in with me, like tucked under my arm as I was riding my bike, only to get to the camp, only to find out that on that day, that exact day, Dennis Johnson was not going to be making an appearance at the camp because he had been traded to the Boston Celtics for Rick Roby in what was basically considered one of the worst trades in the history of the Phoenix Suns. That still is talked about as one of the worst trades in the history of the Phoenix Suns. I went home and I cried that day, Kellen. I cried that I didn't get to meet my guy because he was on my favorite team. He was my favorite guy. He was my guy, and I was very upset. Is Bradley Beal worse than that? I know. I don't know when your piece is going to hit, but I know you went through a lot of the different trades that were made trying to figure out if the Bradley Beal trade is the worst we've ever seen.
I think it belongs in the conversation. Is it the worst? I don't think we can declare it as definitively the worst because there are a couple of different instances where it was sort of clear at the time how moronic it was, what the Suns were doing, and just how it benefited the team in certain ways and the logic not adding up for the reasoning as to why, and the way that it turned things around in quite a negative direction. I think some of the examples that really come to mind for me are all of the grotesque cost-cutting moves by Robert Sarver. The most infamous one, in my opinion, being trading the number 7 pick in the 2004 NBA draft. Think about someone doing that in modern day, a number 7 pick in the draft, and trading it for a second rounder, a future first, and $3 million. Think about someone doing that. Those two players they could have taken there were Luol Deng or Andre Iguodala, and knowing those players as well as you do, I'm sure, can you imagine them playing with Steve Nash and the athleticism and the wing they would have provided, especially what was on the doorstep with Joe Johnson, as well, the extra wing that they could have used. And there's just a lot of cycles of that kind of thing. Like they used that future first to acquire Kurt Thomas, who they later had to attach 2 first-round picks to get off of him to save some money as well. They traded out of the first round in 2006. Rajon Rondo was taken there, for a first rounder in 2007, which was later packaged with James Jones to dump him in Portland. There was just this
constant cycle of
awful use of draft picks for a team that needed some youth, needed some athleticism to it, and never got it. And we know how close so many of those teams were to a championship that it really does feel like, if they would have had Luol Deng, if they would have had Rajon Rondo, if they would have had Nate Robinson, they would have been that one guy away. Rudy Fernandez, whoever it was
Andre Iguodala,
exactly.
whoever,
Yeah, whoever. So I think that there are more, I don't want to say relevant, but yeah, I'll go relevant. I think there are more relevant trades in terms of the worst in franchise history. But the point is, we're talking about it because it belongs in the conversation, and it does, rightfully so. With the damage that it has caused over the last 2 years and the damage that it is going to cause for the rest of this decade. Like, it's going to be there. Like, that $19 million matters. Those swapped picks do matter.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, like framing it up in my own mind, and I mentioned this last week, I think. So if you listened last week and I said this and I'm repeating myself, I apologize. But the one word I would, and this goes to Kevin Durant too, to a certain extent. The one word I would use to describe the last 2 years of our lives following the Suns basketball team is wasteful. I mean, just an incredible waste of resources to get to where we are right now. And not just what you gave up in the Kevin Durant trade, and not even so much the Bradley Beal trade necessarily, but just all of the money, all of the cap space, all of the apron stuff, all of the things you couldn't do, all of the every single way you took resources and wasted them. I don't know if there's ever been a more wasteful period of time in the history of the Phoenix Suns than the 2 years that we just experienced right now. I mean, it's just an incredible mismanagement of resources. And to be fair, in real time, wasting of resources that I endorsed, that I was down with Kevin Durant. I was down with Bradley Beal. I mean, I'm not running from it. I'm a little bit of a hypocrite on this one. I'll tell you the two that I wouldn't put on the list, though. I mean, they're on the list, but I wouldn't have them high on the list.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't have the Marley for Hot Rod trade very high on the list. And I wouldn't even have the Marion for Shaq trade very high on the list. And okay, so I clearly touched the nerve here because you've got those high on your list.
Well,
can I just say my reason?
No, go ahead.
Okay, the reason why I wouldn't have either high on the list, I think both of those trades happened at what was already the natural decline of those eras. And all they were doing was kind of accelerating the decline a little bit. Like that team, both of those teams, they were going down.
Trading Chris is like in that similar light,
yeah,
right?
He was done. The run was over. The run was done. You're not trending up. You're trending. That's certainly with Dan. I think that was the case. The only caveat with the Marion one was that a couple years later under Alvin, they made that last push to the Western Conference Finals. So maybe it wasn't as done as we thought. But for the most part, both of those trades kind of signaled to me this is the end, and everybody knows it, and we're getting a little desperate to kind of hang on to things a little bit before it all goes south on us.
And I remember reading that article that came out after Marion got traded, how excited he was to be in another situation, how much he was looking forward to sort of being like the guy in all accounts. So there were some extra layers there. Can I give you my pick?
Yeah, sure.
I'm going to go 55 years ago. I'm going to go to 1970 when the Suns traded future Hall of Famer Gail Goodrich to the Los Angeles Lakers at the age of 26 for center Mel Counts. Mel went on to average 8 points and 5 rebounds in 2 seasons for Phoenix. Gail went on to make 4 All-Star teams for the Lakers. He made first-team All-NBA in 1974 as well. He was the leading scorer on the 1972 world title-winning Los Angeles Lakers. He was the third banana to Jerry West, an older Jerry West and an older Wilt Chamberlain. He was like that guy in his prime those teams needed. Let me know if these two things sound familiar. The Suns prioritizing a center and the Lakers being gift-wrapped a future Hall of Famer.
Yes, that all sounds very
Been happening for a long time, those two things.
The Suns' chase for a center is like this eternal death spiral. Just like since the minute the franchise was born and they didn't get Lou Alcindor, they've just been constantly doing whatever they can to acquire that. So, wow, man, that was before I was even born. I've said before, outside of my parents and maybe Star Wars, the Phoenix Suns are my first love that I can remember having. I remember, Gail, I remember that trade, not because I was alive when it happened, but just as being part of Suns lore. But you've got that as the worst, huh?
I do. I think there's some other ones that deserved a shout. I think trading Isaiah Thomas out of the 3 guards and like deciding who to keep, who to leave, and then Goran asked out anyway, but then they got rid of Isaiah Thomas as well when they really didn't need to. It was only a 2-year blip, don't get me wrong, but he was one of the best players in the world for 2 years, and the guy they got back, Brandon Knight, went from I would watch a Brandon Knight documentary because I want to know what the hell happened, because he was pretty good and then he was out of the league in 2 years.
Did you see that story on The Athletic like 3 weeks ago, tracing the Kurt Thomas trade?
Yeah.
And how it, in essence, in a way, led to the dynasty that is OKC. Kurt Thomas became this, who became that, who became that, who became this. And before you know it, Oklahoma City's got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Jalen Williams. Like it was crazy. I know there's other factors that go into the creation of the team, but it was like Kurt Thomas, Serge Ibaka, Domantas Sabonis, then became Paul George. Paul George became Shai Gilgeous, and the trade. And it was a remarkable piece of reporting if you just kind of connect the dots and follow it. And the whole story started with Steve Kerr candidly admitting, yeah, I was under a mandate from Robert Sarver to trim this amount of money off of our payroll, and trading Kurt Thomas was the only way to do it. And so I did it. And you just trace back the steps to how it led to the OKC dynasty or team. It was pretty remarkable, pretty fun to watch. A lot more ink will be spilled about Bradley Beal, and this time I saw there's another story about like Joe Johnson and like if you're I know that wasn't a trade per se, but just mistakes and in judgment and what you could have done. Does Bradley Beal compare to that god-awful Joe Johnson decision and not re-signing him? So when we come back, now Bradley Beal, the Clipper, is going to be something you have to reckon with if you're the Suns in your division for the next few years. Is he going to get it done in Los Angeles? That's coming up. Kellen's filling in for Gambo on Burns and Gambo.
The Beal deal is done.
This is it. We've all been waiting for this.
He's on his way to the Clippers. The fact that he signed for a paltry 2 years, $11 million. Yes, he wanted to go to LA reportedly.
Yeah.
That's where his family was before they then eventually moved him here to the PHX, but now they're going back to LA, so I'm guessing that was his first, second, and third choice all along.
Reaction to the Suns parting ways with guard Bradley Beal on the way from Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
New location for V's Barbershop. V's Barbershop, Cadence Eastmark. It's right off of Ray Road near Ellsworth, part of the valley that's just growing like crazy. But speaking of growing like crazy, that's exactly what V's Barbershop has done throughout the course of the years. An experience that's unmatched, a haircut that's unmatched. I've trusted V's. I've been a customer of V's for the last 25 years since they opened the very first one. It's so nice going to a place where you just know they're not going to screw this up. You know, when it comes to your haircut, you know, walking in, every barber there is one of the best in the valley. Some of them, quite frankly, are the best in the country. And you walk in and you can trust them. You can sit down in that chair and you don't have to have that fear of the bad haircut or looking at yourself in the rearview mirror of your car when you get back to your vehicle after the haircut and go, oh my gosh, when is that going to grow out? Never. You never have to worry about that at V's. You'll never walk out of there. It's a trust thing with V's, and you'll experience it every single time you go. And oh, by the way, the hot lather shave at V's, it's absolute heaven. You'll, if you've never had one before, you'll absolutely love it. Walk in today at any of their locations. Book online at vbarbershop.com for your next experience at V's.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but... okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even bad hair day?
Yep.
And tree branch fell on my car day?
Especially that day. Progressive has you covered 24/7 for your home and auto.
How about thought it was chicken, but it was tuna day? Or overnight construction outside my bedroom day?
Those days too.
Great, because that was each day this week.
Been there. Well, at least your home and auto are covered every day with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Speeding while driving gives you less time to react. Another car could turn out in front of you. A pedestrian could be walking their dog. Follow the speed limit to keep them safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
Hey, it's Wolf. What is next for the Phoenix Suns now that Bradley Beal is reportedly headed to the Los Angeles Clippers? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
I'm probably going to botch it, but Jamal during one of the breaks was talking to me, and there was an Instagram post of it's the Clippers' new big three of Kawhi Leonard, James Harden, and Bradley Beal. Who is going to stop the Clippers' new big three? And the response on the Instagram post was probable, doubtful, and out. That's who was going to stop the big three in the Clippers. It's watching Beal, and Kellen's filling in for Gambo today, watching Bradley go to L.A. It's clearly where he wanted to go. We'll probably have a conversation or two tomorrow about what a damn steal the Clippers got him for. I mean, it's ridiculous how little money they're paying him. Kind of like it's ridiculous what Houston gave up for Kevin Durant. But there is a conversation now about, okay, how much does this help them? I saw a tweet a couple of hours ago. I took a screenshot of it. It improved the Clippers' odds a little bit, but not a lot. There wasn't a huge, it doesn't, I don't know. Is Bradley Beal, the Clippers getting Bradley Beal, a huge needle mover for them?
Yeah, I think you guys will have some segments for sure on the show. You and I certainly won't next week, brother, because we're out of here. We're going on vacation. You're in Maine. I'm in Pittsburgh. We're getting the heck out of here. But when we hear from Brad and exactly what he envisions his role being on the team, how the Clippers are going to utilize him, I think that's a big part of this equation for me, because I don't think they can start him. I don't think you can put Brad in a position where you're trying to build, not build anything. And that's maybe the most important distinction. Glad I screwed it up there so I could emphasize it even more, because the Clippers have an identity. It's Chris Dunn, it's Derek Jones, it's Nick Batum, it's those types of supplementary players, those types of hard-nosed perimeter defenders that help you offset James Harden, Kawhi Leonard, and Ivica Zubac being the backline guy who's one of the best centers in the world. So I don't think you can look at this and say Bradley Beal is going to start alongside James Harden in the backcourt. I think it's still got to be someone like Chris Dunn, or whether it's Derek Jones Jr., or whether it's one of those guys exactly. I think he needs to come off the bench, and he needs to do some version of what Norman Powell gave them. And if Brad is healthy, it's going to be a lot better version of what Norman Powell gave them. And I thought Norm should have been an all-star last year. But I truly believe this, and shocking, I posted something positive about Bradley Beal, and it got a lot of feedback. But Brad is a great basketball player. He is legitimately still, in my opinion, one of the 40, 50 best players in the league. But there's the asterisk and the end part, when healthy. So can he stay healthy enough to figure out his role? And let's say he's playing 22, 24 minutes per game off the bench, and he's staying healthy, and he's playing great. Then, yeah, put him in the starting lineup or put him out there for the closing lineups. It makes a lot of sense to me. But the Clippers have to be really delicate with what they're dealing with here, because their identity is already established. It's already done. And if you lean too far in the direction of star chasing and making new big threes and all that kind of stuff, you can really get yourself in trouble. I like it, but I'll love it when I know more about how they're going to use him.
Yeah, I'm glad you said the thing about Norman Powell, because, man, he was such a good player for them last year, and which is why I wonder if they're even going to I know it's being framed like that on social media, and maybe shame on me for kind of framing it that way as well. I don't even know if this counts as a new big three. The only reason it was a big three here was because they were each making north of $50 million, right? Like bear in mind, Bradley Beal for the LA Clippers, it's $5 million. And oh, by the way, that no trade clause that he had, that's gone. That doesn't exist anymore for Bradley Beal. This is a brand new contract for him with that. LeBron James is now the only player in the NBA with a true no trade clause. So for me to even brand it as a new big three, I think is a little bit of propaganda and a misbranding, so to speak. He's a player coming in on a $5.5 million contract who probably outperforms that based off of his history and who he is. But to count on him like that, to frame him up like that, this ain't Phoenix anymore. He's not going to, you know what I mean? Like, I think the expectations for Brad just significantly downshift given the salary and kind of the culture of the team that he's already joining. It's such a different deal than when he was
And they already added a guy a couple of weeks ago in that Powell trade that isn't the cushiest fit in the world. Like, John Collins has a complementary skill set, don't get me wrong, like especially with the way he's been able to shoot the ball the last couple of years. He's an awesome lob threat, terrific athlete, but he's not the most traditional four-man in the world defensively, and then offensively it's kind of a similar thing as well. So you have to make things a little bit more complicated and fitting him in and maximizing him, and you do the same thing with Brad now as well. So again, like the directions they're leaning, it's interesting, and you can't help but look back to 2022 when you had the Twins and you had Monty and you had all this stuff going well for you at the time. Now it certainly was on the downturn as the trade got done, but you got to be careful how far you lean in a certain direction and not losing what got the Clippers here in the first place, which, like, there's a non-zero chance we see Bradley Beal and Kevin Durant facing off in the Western Conference Finals next year. Like, that has a chance of happening. Like, I truly do believe that the Clippers and the Rockets and the Nuggets are right there behind the Thunder, who are in their own tier, to be clear. But I do believe that the Clippers, Rockets, and Nuggets are going to be that good next year. But this complicates things for the Clippers. It heightens their ceiling, to be clear. Like, it really does, because if Brad is playing...
By a lot or a little, do you think, though? By
a lot.
A lot? You think?
A lot.
Wow, okay.
Brad is a significantly better basketball player than Norman Powell, and that has more to do with how good I think Brad is than how good I think Norman Powell is. I really loved the Brook Lopez addition for them. The John Collins thing is another ceiling kind of thing, but remember what we said earlier in the show. Be careful with if this happens... and that happens, and if they figure out the John Collins thing, and if Brad comes off the bench, and if Brad plays well, and if they get enough from their defense, it's a lot of ifs.
I think the biggest if is if he stays healthy. I mean, I think that's still nothing has changed in that regard. If he stays healthy, okay, yeah, maybe. You said a lot of things today. That's the first one that's really actually truly surprised me. Where I'm like, oh, I didn't, because I don't think it raises their ceiling dramatically, just because he's such an unreliable player that you just never know when he's going to be able to contribute. And yes, he's had a better career than Norman Powell, but I sometimes I just think Norman Powell was a better fit on that basketball team. Now, does it change if Chris Paul goes there? Because a lot of people are talking like that could be like the last thing they do is signing Chris to a vet minimum deal, and then that's kind of their, okay, we're good.
Can I whet your appetite a little bit further?
Sure.
Have you seen Community before, the television show?
No, I'm familiar with it, but I haven't.
Remedial Chaos Theory, one of the best episodes of television ever. Basically, it's like tossing up a die and like letting you know that there's a bunch of timelines, butterfly effect or whatever. The best timeline for the Clippers is that they're the best team in the league next year. They can be that good. If Harden, Kawhi, and Brad also, again, we're doing the if thing, but you're talking about ceilings. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I don't think they're going to be the best team in the league, but their ceiling to me really is that high, where if they get the best outcome possible, they could be the best team in the league.
Okay. Last question on this one. Last conversation quickly on this one, and maybe this will bleed over into tomorrow too. Is Bradley Beal the new Joe Johnson when it comes to Suns fans and how they'll treat him when he's here? Because there should be plenty of opportunities for him to play here, you would think. Is he the new Joe Johnson when he shows up in a Clippers uniform?
Do they boo Joe?
Are you?
I genuinely don't remember this, and I can't tell if it's because of the day. He was treated with vitriol, really?
For years.
I don't remember this.
Vitriol for years.
And this was a situation of the target being more pointed at him as opposed to the decision makers, right? Repeating that 20 years later.
Vitriol was at him for not wanting to be a part of a supporting player on a great team and wanting very much to go be the man on a mediocre team.
Got it.
Oh, yeah. There was sharp vitriol for Joe Johnson.
Interesting. I don't really remember that for some reason. That's so weird that I blink that out. But I think I tried to blink a lot of things. Like, I still see the Artest shot in my head, unfortunately. But, like, I wish I could have been that effective in blinking that out as I did blinking out that.
I'll answer my own question. I think, yes, there's going to be that kind of vitriol for Brad Beal.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Yes, he is going to get booed a lot.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any warm, fuzzy, hey, here's the video, and thanks, Brad, for everything you did. I don't think that's going to happen. When we come back, who could fetch the most in a return for the Arizona Diamondbacks at the trade deadline? We asked one of the premier baseball insiders earlier in the show. You'll hear what he told us next on the Burns and Gambo Show with Kellen filling in.
Card scan. 6 days away. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
A summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips, so we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1-ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
They call us Mom, Dad, Grandma, Grandpa. We call them our why.
My parents help me when I'm learning something new.
They always practice forgiveness. That support system makes me feel safe in expressing my true thoughts and feelings about what I need and what I'm struggling with.
They've been watching, learning, and counting on you every step of the way, from crayons to campus. They've always needed you.
Even though I'm in high school, I still need my parents' help to clarify things.
When I'm scared, they help me feel brave.
Because they love me and care about me.
I do think my parents have a plan in place if something were to ever happen to them. I am confident that they've prepared for that.
That kind of confidence comes from more than love. It comes from planning ahead. At Morris Hall, we've guided families through estate planning for generations, starting with our own children. From crayons to campus to confidence. Give your family the peace of mind that comes with an estate plan. Visit morrishall.com to schedule your complimentary consultation. That's morrishall.com.
It isn't just any Ford dealer. It is Tim Hovick's Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and $0 down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hovick's Santan Ford in Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It is official. Bradley Beal is no longer a Phoenix Sun. ESPN's Shams Charania reported earlier today that Beal and the Suns had agreed to a buyout, and the Suns have now posted "Thank you, Brad" to their X page. For more on Beal's buyout, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Suns wrapped up Summer League play today in Las Vegas against the Minnesota Timberwolves. They will next be on the court for NBA preseason in the fall. And the Phoenix Mercury lost 79-66 to the Minnesota Lynx earlier today in their final game before the All-Star break. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and Dbacks. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Meanwhile, in the Hall of Justice, Superman prepares for his battle with Lex Luthor.
I'm sorry, I misread that. It's not the Hall of Justice, it's Derek Hall who's joining Bickley and Murata mornings. Tune in at 6 a.m.
Metropolis needs you.
Back here on our show, Burns and Gambo. Here on this Wednesday afternoon, Bradley Beal Day.
When are you seeing Superman?
We were going to go see it last weekend, and we had some family stuff to do. And so, honestly, probably not until we get back from Maine. So I'm thinking actually like a week from this Sunday coming up. You're going to go see it?
Don't have concrete plans, maybe thinking this weekend. Just proud of my boy Nicholas Hoult. Look at the run that he's been on. My little Tony Stoneham from Skins like 15 years ago. He's all over the place, just in every kind of movie in the world and crushing it.
He is on a run right now.
Shout out that guy.
He really is. The movies. Look, I'm just old enough to say that the only true Superman movie for me is the original Superman with Christopher Reeve and Gene Hackman, and I watched it the other day. It came on TNT or something like that, and I was astounded at how chintzy the special effects look. I mean, I get it. It was the mid-'70s. Trying to make it look like a dude could fly in the mid-'70s is a really tall task and hard to do. And in the moment, it looked a lot better than it did. But that movie still has just a ton of heart. And it just solidifies Gene Hackman as one of the finest people who have ever appeared on film ever in the history. Like, he's just so good, and he's so good in that. Christopher Reeve was great. Margot Kidder was good in it. And yes, I'm very old to remember all of this stuff. But yeah, it is. I was very lukewarm about seeing Superman. All the word of mouth has been good. Everyone's got good things. Well, not everybody, but mostly everybody has good things to say about it. But just because we're flying out on Saturday, probably not going to see it anytime.
I like hearing that a movie is fun and light. A lot of movies are very dark and sad, and I just like having like a fun, light popcorn 2-hour movie directed by the guy who makes us laugh. Sure, that's fine.
I'm good with that. We need fun and light. More fun and light.
Please.
Yeah, because right now here on the Burns and Gambo Show, we're going to talk about the trade deadline for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Yay! Victory for fun and light, which is not what this is. John Morosi was on with us earlier, and I asked him, we had a really good conversation with the MLB insider from MLB Network. Of the four, Suarez, who hopefully is okay after last night, looks like he is, Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, and Josh Naylor. What player could give them the best return in a trade? This is what he said.
That's a great question. The answer is Gallen for me. Now, and this is where it's interesting. I'll mention this for a couple different reasons. Number one, he really got going again in a good way the last couple starts before the break. And Zach being Zach and just being such a cerebral guy, I think if he's able to bottle what was happening before the deadline and come out and sustain that for 2 more starts, his value is only going to go up higher. I think that's number one. So his value is peaking in the sense that he's a pending free agent who's been at times one of the better guys in the league, and it looks like he figured something out at exactly the right time. That's good news all the way around.
I think the caveat for me with that one is not so much his last start that he had right before the break against the Angels, which wasn't so hot, but I still think this can hinge a little bit on Zach's almost immediate performance coming out of the break. Like, and we haven't heard what the rotation's going to be. Like you mentioned, we're going to have Torrey on the show Friday, so we'll ask him then. I imagine we'll know before then. But, like, let's say Zach gets the start Friday at home against St. Louis. As far as Zach's trade value goes, I think that's a very important start for Zach Gallen. I think the next time out is a very important start for Zach Gallen in terms of reestablishing that value.
It absolutely does, because something that we talked about with John as well is just how wide open the sense is. And he was talking about the AL especially being the league that is wide open. And then he found himself going, well, wait a minute, like the NL is pretty open as well. And I think that goes for just a lot of the teams that are sort of in the hunt right now. And you look across some of these rotations and just how teams could use an extra guy. Like Milwaukee is a team where we thought they might be sellers 6 weeks ago. They're very much in it right now. Their rotation, has been upgraded by Mizorowski, but they've got Woodruff there. They've got Peralta there. Can you imagine if Gallen was that fourth guy in that kind of mix? Chicago has been dealing rather well with the season-long departure of Steele. They've got Imanaga. Boyd was an all-star, but after that third guy, they're really missing as well. You can go to New York where the Yankees are. They've got Max Fried. After that, it's Will Warren, Rodon, Stroman. They could use that other guy as well. And that's something that John talked about as well, is that like there's no really team in baseball right now that has a better 5 than Gallen. I would argue there are a lot of teams in baseball that don't have a better 4 or a 3 than Zach Gallen. Even with the inconsistencies, the overall pitcher he is and the resume and reputation that he has, there is going to be a ton of interest in him. And most notably because this is a wide open race this year, and teams can really say, like, okay, if we just shore up that one spot in our rotation, maybe we're the best team in the National League. Maybe we're the best team in the American League.
But only if he's pitching well going in. And I just don't think 2 starts is enough. Now, if he had pitched well against the Angels, again, I might feel a little bit differently about it. But the other thing that kind of struck me in talking with John Morosi was, like, there are certain teams, and he mentioned 3 in particular, if memory serves. He mentioned the Yankees, he mentioned the Mariners, and he mentioned the Cubs as 3 teams that are under mandates from management to win this year. Like, this is, hey, we're not messing around. This is the no bleeping around crew from the town, right? Like, we're not. Go out and do it and get it done. And because there's that level of desperation with at least those 3 teams and maybe more, that can drive the prices up a little bit. And something else John mentioned too was the concept that we kind of flirted with a little bit yesterday in some of our conversations, a packaging of Suarez and Gallen to one of these contenders in like a mega deal, to really unlock the best value you could get in a trade from a team. Like, no, we'll give you both, but we're gonna demand a haul from you in return to check the boxes for us in this deal. The fact that John mentioned that makes me think that is something that's potentially on the table even more than we think.
And just how the Diamondbacks can be one of those sprinkle teams. What I mean by that is, like, you can be in negotiations for Eugenio Suarez, and a team is offering you this, and this, and you say you want that too. They'll be like, okay, well, we need a little bit something else from you. You can throw in Shelby Miller. You could throw in Jalen Beeks. You could throw in Kevin Ginkel. Those are the names that he mentioned.
Yeah.
How about our conversation from earlier in the week? How about Alec Thomas? How about Jake McCarthy? How about Lourdes Gurriel Jr.? Like, they have got a lot that they can offer teams beyond just those 4 guys as well. And again, this is sort of a pivotal moment for them in how they capitalize off this trade deadline, how they navigate it the right way, because for me, it's less about turning them into a contender next year. I think that's pretty ambitious, but it's more about grabbing the guys that will be a part of that next great Diamondbacks team. Not so much next year, but 2 to 3 years from now. And you can come away with not just one of those guys, but multiple guys at this deadline.
We also asked John if the Diamondbacks have the most to offer at the deadline, and he answered the question, but with kind of a big caveat.
I do. I think they are one of the handful of teams, at least on the potential seller side, that can really dictate the pace of all this. Now, I have one caveat to start. I checked in with one D-back source today. I said, hey, are you ready to potentially move and make some transactions? And basically I was told, we got to wait. We have to gather some more information and see how things play out in the next little while, which I respect. You look at baseballreference.com, they've got a 7% chance of making the playoffs. It's a fairly remote chance, although in the modern game with all these additional wild cards, there are certainly ways and pathways to getting in there. And I think in fairness, 2 years ago, they didn't have that great of a first half in the year in which they made it to the World Series.
Right.
So there is at least some precedent for them to let this thing play out for a little while.
But there's not much more of a while to let them play out. They've got 12 games before the deadline when the break ends on Friday. You got to figure after about 9 of those games, like that's the runway they're left with. They've got about 7 to 9 games left. If there's some sort of miraculous push, it's got to happen immediately. It's got to happen instantaneously. It's kind of echoing what Mike Hazen had told Nick Pecoro yesterday. Like, you know, I get it. I get where we're at. I need to see it right now. But even Mike didn't really declare anything in his interview with Nick on Monday that was published yesterday. It was still very much if it's going to happen, it's got to happen right now for these guys to give me a reason not to sell players.
Let's say the Diamondbacks were in the race right now and they make the playoffs this year, and then they go into the offseason with all 4 of those guys as unrestricted free agents. How many would you expect the Diamondbacks to re-sign? 1, maybe 2. That's it. That's a factor in this as well. Yes, they want to be better next year, but they're not in a position to re-sign 3 or 4 of these guys to lucrative deals. Like, they just can't afford that.
No, I wouldn't have expected. I would have expected 2 at the most, a position player and a pitcher at the most, depending on how they want to spend their money. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the Suns played another Summer League game today. There were things that stood out, and that includes the 10th pick overall in the NBA draft. We'll give you some takeaways of a game that we were watching while we were doing the show. Next on Burns and Gambo with Kellen filling in.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, full of get it nowhere else content from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like, Cynthia?
He's a genius. He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Are you afraid of running out of money in retirement? If so, you're not alone. In fact, studies show it's people's #1 concern, but there is a solution. Canvas Annuity offers a retirement savings product with one of the most competitive crediting rates in the country, up to 6.2% per year. The best part is you can get access to these industry-leading rates online in a few simple steps by visiting canvasannuity.com. Great rates, simple online products.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Do you care about getting the most for your home? Thousands of extra dollars in your pocket, tens of thousands more. But what if you're currently trying to sell your home and it's sitting unsold? Your home is worth a lot more than you think. Want more for your home? More money for your home. Hands down, you'll get a higher price for your home at 72sold.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Worried your AC won't survive another Arizona summer? Don't sweat it. Collins Comfort Masters has your back. As your local Lennox dealer, they'll pay you up to $2,500 to upgrade your old system with their AC buyback deal. Get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox system and enjoy reliable comfort all summer long. Collins is trusted by the community with over 10,000 5-star reviews. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight's the games that we're going to watch this evening, and it is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Nothing's on tonight. Nothing.
Yeah, I got a couple of WNBA games in action right now. Liberty up 21 over the Fever. No Caitlin Clark in that one. Aces up 4 over the Wings, but that's just about it. Merck played earlier today, lost to the Lynx on the road heading into the All-Star break. It was great to catch up with Satu Sabali. Yep. Yesterday, a couple of Summer League games on NBA TV, if that tickles your fancy. Outside of that,
I don't want to say you're right. There's not nothing on. There is some stuff on, but this is traditionally feels like one of the quietest nights in sports. I know the ESPYs are on. That doesn't really count, but that is on tonight. There are some WNBA games, Summer League games you talk about. For the most part, watch whatever you want to watch. Kellen is helping me. Kellen and others are helping me. So flying to Maine this weekend, right? And not for the weekend, for the week. That's our vacation. Long flight, obviously. The way I see it, I've got 4 slots for movie watching opportunities on the plane, 2 there and 2 back. So I'm currently hosting an audition-like style kind of competition for who's going to get the 4 slots.
I even filed for like specific categories. I was like, this is the one movie I really want you to watch as my friend. This is the one like Oscar filmy kind of one. And then this is just what I think was like the best movie I've seen in like the last year or two. I made my submissions.
You did make your submission. I'm telling you, one right now, one spot has already been claimed. Sinners has already been claimed. I shamefully missed that in the theaters when it came out. I'm very embarrassed about it. So Sinners definitely has a spot. I'm currently having interviews right now, and it's kind of like the Suns coaching search.
Yeah.
I'm casting a very wide net right now.
Did I tell you that everybody wants some went to Michigan State?
Was that Michigan State? Was the school in that movie?
It is if it'll get you to watch the movie I want you to see. Yeah. Sure.
Everybody Wants Some actually was kind of on the list. A great coming of age movie, the early Glenn Powell, Richard Linklater movie.
Yeah.
But I'm just kind of auditioning right now, or I'm trying to decide, do I want to just download a whole show and binge it when I'm on the plane? Like, do I want to Department Q or Adolescence or Andor? I need to finish that up. I've got a few episodes left there, right?
Yeah, I've got a similar 4-hour flight. You might have seen Gerald tweet about it earlier today. There was like the first big game to come out on the Nintendo Switch 2, the new Donkey Kong game that's coming out, apparently getting amazing reviews. Gerald's going to do nothing but play that tomorrow, according to him, and I'm going to do nothing but play that on my flights next week.
Just Donkey Kong for 4 hours?
Just Donkey Kong for 4 hours. Maybe I'll check in on a movie if I get bored, but I don't think I'll get bored. Everyone's hyping up the game. I'm excited.
I'm telling you right now, we are such an exciting group here on the Burns and Gambo Show, aren't we? What do you do for fun? Play Donkey Kong and watch Sinners. It's what we do for entertainment around here.
Sorry, we're cultured, everyone.
Playing Donkey.
No cap.
Thank you, Jamal. Thank you very much.
I don't know if playing Donkey Kong counts. Summer League action for the Suns today. Kellen, much better at it than I was, trying to watch the game at the same time while doing the show. He was actually making logical, coherent points while watching a basketball game at the same time, while I was just fumbling about over here. But they did play. They lost. Ryan Dunn played, got hurt, came back, which neither one of us were a big fan of. It felt like just, me watching with like half the eye that I was watching, that today was probably the come on Malawatch game, right? Like in the summer league so far, that was probably the big takeaway today.
His best moments for sure. He's been going off the dribble a lot, which that's what summer league is for. Great if you want to do that in the future of your NBA career. We're not going to see him go off the dribble too much as a rookie when he's playing, but now in summer league, you might as well do it. He made his first attempt from 3. He made 2 of his 5 attempts from 3 in this game overall. Had 3 offensive rebounds, 2 blocks as well. But this was probably his best, not probably, it was his best defensive performance, where the way I put it on Twitter is when you see a possession start to enter the lane and then Rudy Gobert is there and the possession just has to reset because no one is going around Rudy Gobert. No one is going over Rudy Gobert. There were a lot of possessions that went in there and just stopped. And that's the presence that Malawatch can be at 7'2", with a 7'7" wingspan. It was impressive to see him just command the paint in the way that he did and command the area as a rim protector. Again, there were some negatives, like his positioning in a couple of instances, but it's summer league. It's being really picky. This was the best we've seen Rasheer Fleming play so far. 17 minutes off the bench for him, 7.7 rebounds, 5 of those 7 rebounds coming on the offensive glass. He had 2 steals as well. It was a lot more natural for him to have his energy sort of impact the game. Mm-hmm. He's one of those guys where if we see him play next year and come off the bench, he's going to have one of those 3 to 4 minute segments where he felt like there were 3 of him on the floor. That's the type of player that he is. And Oso was awesome off the dribble again. 17 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists for him. He was 7 of 10 from the floor. A couple of really nice, nearly, if not at full speed, while getting downhill and finishing at the rim with some layups. It was good to see.
Boy, you really watched this game today while the show was going on. I'm impressed or disappointed. I haven't decided which one.
I just wanted to hey, in between commercials, I was locked in.
Unbelievable skill to do both things at the same time, or I was boring the hell out of you sitting over here and you were watching basketball.
You could never bore me ever, first of all. Don't talk about yourself in that kind of way. You know I don't like that. But I was keeping an eye on it, when we played sound, when we were between commercials, and of course, following along on Twitter and keeping along with everyone being like, okay, I half saw that. Is that what I saw? And getting confirmation from there as well. But yeah, it was good to see, and they'll play one more game. Dwayne tweeted earlier that I believe it's going to be on Saturday or Sunday, and you know what that means? It is not my concern. It's not Dave Burns' concern, baby, because we're out the door on Friday. See ya.
No, but we have plenty of work to get done until then. Kellen's going to be filling in again tomorrow for Gambo, though I don't have a time yet. We are going to have Gambo on the show tomorrow. He's back stateside. I think he lands in just a little bit, and we're definitely going to have him on for a segment to talk about everything that kind of went down with the Bradley Beal stuff, because he was obviously doing the Gambo thing, tweeting when he was traipsing all around Europe. So we'll have him on tomorrow. But then Gambo will be back on Friday for one show going into the weekend before I go on a little vacation time as well. So looking forward to that, but looking forward to having you back on, and hopefully, there's not a game on to distract you while we're...
A lot of football talk tomorrow.
Well, you know what? We will. We've been kind of waiting for the Bradley Beal thing to come down. I think there's going to be a lot of Cardinals camp preview stuff tomorrow. So
excited.
Can't wait for that. We are out of here. ESPN programming is next. We will see you tomorrow, straight up 2 o'clock, here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Have a good night.